Exactly 5 hours ago, the people were working to rebuild the battlefield. They were working very hard and doing a difficult job, while Lloyd lay down and sang a beautiful cocktail under the shouts of his men. The Queen stood near the boy, who could not find words after seeing this picture. Lloyd was shocked by such a sudden visit of the girl and said that he had only sat down to rest. The boy shouted at Xavier for not warning him of the impending danger. The Queen was already used to such behavior and just smiled and sighed. Lloyd fell to his knees, and the Queen said that the leader really did not need to take part in the work personally. The girl ordered the guard to step back, then asked Lloyd to come closer. The girl stared intently at a single point, and that dreamy point turned out to be Lloyd's ass, which he was stretching upward. The girl remembered the moment when she had to slap the guy's juicy ass, after which her hands shook erratically. She tried to resist the temptation, but in the end, unable to control her body, she kicked the guy anyway, allowing him to see the ancestors for a moment. The girl was in shock at what she had done. She couldn't believe she hadn't stopped herself. Lloyd said that he would gladly accept any punishment, which seemed to excite the Queen. Xavier began to tease his master, and the Queen asked where Lloyd had taken the bone dragon, and he told her that he had sent it to a distant land where there was no one. The girl asked if Lloyd was aware of the fact that he had the strongest military power in his realm, namely the Grandmaster and the Bone Dragon. Lloyd started to explain to the Queen that she should not worry, but now the girl was busy looking at his butt. He continued to talk. But if you look from the outside, the Queen was only worried about the protagonist's butt. She opened her mouth for a moment because of the guy's words, and then sincerely thanked Lloyd for those words. Still in a strange position, the guy thanked the Queen for those nice words. After a while, it was evening outside. Inside her castle, the Queen was walking with the escort of guards, thinking about the possibility of controlling powerful forces. In her opinion, Lloyd was incredibly strong. Suddenly, the girl's body went numb, and a moment later she fell to the ground. She felt the effect of the poison, which could not be removed, and suddenly the number of people saved by the hero decreased, which made him afraid. He was afraid because now 10 million people were in danger, and Lloyd was afraid that unexpected thunderstorms would continue to occur. At that time, the Queen was writhing in pain. The girl's body seemed to have a second personality that wanted to eliminate Lloyd because of his power, but she honestly did not want to kill the guy. After a short battle with herself, she grabbed her sword and went straight to Lloyd. In such a state, the girl was not like herself, more like a demon. At that time, the grandfather was telling Lloyd his story, but the guy stopped the old man by making it clear that he was not interested in the story at all. He was only interested in the terms of the deal. The Dragon Soul began to tell him that being a member of the Dragon King would give him access to the Dragon King's almost inescapable supply of treasure. By this time, the Mad Queen was already nearby. The old man told her about the most important bonus, an immense life force, which would allow Lloyd to resurrect even if he died. Xavier grabbed his sword, sensing an intruder, while Lloyd was talking to the dragon. If it was true, Xavier didn't draw and went out of the room, looking around for an enemy. Lloyd asked what was wrong, but after hearing the answer that the servant was imagining things, Lloyd ironically called the servant the Grandmaster. By this time, the Queen herself was huddled in a corner, breathing heavily and cursing herself for these terrible thoughts. Lloyd told the old man to give him magic to escape from hell, and if he failed, his soul would be destroyed. The soul was shocked that Lloyd knew about the soul oath, but he just wanted to hear the answer. Then the old man started the ritual of the soul oath, and raised his hand and said that he pledged his soul to fulfill the promise, which surprised the hero because he was expecting nice special effects. Lloyd said the old man's beard bothered him because it looked like tentacles. So the old man drew an escape pattern on the boy's arm and told him about the spell. The old man explained that the gate would open next to the person he was thinking of. Lloyd was completely satisfied with his new deal and called his servant to go to hell together and save the dragon's life. After these words, the portal to hell opened, but Xavier's face was full of regret. He was very upset that Lloyd didn't even ask his opinion before dragging him into hell. The boy simply explained that no matter where he went to hell or anywhere else, the servant had to follow him everywhere. Lloyd jumped into the portal without a second thought, and Xavier thought about the fact that his paycheck now seemed very small compared to what he was making. The boys began to fall into the demon world, and it was at this point that every demon received an alert. All the demons knew this man, and all of them thought of only one thing. Was the famous singer from hell coming to give a concert? The strange soul began to run on the horrible earth of hell, gasping for breath but continuing to run forward, when suddenly her movement was stopped by a leg demon blocking her way. The creepy guy smiled when he found the escaped soul. He picked up the poor soul and asked with a creepy look how she dared to escape. The horrible monster promised to do scary things to this soul, and yes, his partner drilled the little one with his scary look. The soul cried. It was incredibly afraid. Next to the demon was Lloyd, who was furious when the demon ignored his question. At this point, the soul realized that the worst thing that had ever happened to it in its entire existence had just happened to it. The demon was angry and said that no matter how famous Lloyd was, he was still human, and after saying that, the poor demon was hit in the face with a heavy shovel. The monster that had just scared the poor soul was knocked out. The other demon started yelling at Lloyd and asked the guy to apologize for what he had done. Xavier stood behind the demon and said that the monster had a warm heart. After these words, the demon turned to the servant and started to justify himself, saying that he was cruel and cold. But Xavier stood his ground and suggested that the mother raised this demon with love. Xavier continued to talk about what the demon's mother was like. The demon seemed incredibly angry, but with every word the servant said, more and more tears came to his eyes. The demon continued to deny the obvious, but Xavier continued his powerful mental assault, speaking confidently and ordering the demon to be more respectful of his mother. At that point, Lloyd turned around and saw an image of a crying demon begging Xavier to shut up, like a little girl beating the servant on his chest. Lloyd seemed to take pity on the demon, but after his kind words, he delivered a crushing blow with his mega shovel. The demon cried into Xavier's chest, and Lloyd continued to beat him in every way possible as time passed, and the abuse continued. A short time later, the beaten demon said that the boys could ask him anything they wanted. Lloyd was happy that his beating therapy was paying off, but Demon was thinking about how impressed he was with the man across the hall. Demon started to say that it was impossible to find out about hell over the phone, but Lloyd immediately picked up on his lies and then asked with a creepy look where the King of Hell's castle was. After a while, the boys flew to the place. The demon did not understand why they went in the opposite direction of what he said, but Lloyd explained everything simply, all because of the demon Ebona Bizdabol. The demon seemed to like that kind of swearing, and Lloyd called him a fucking pervert. Lloyd promised to reward the demon if he told him all about the King of Hell and his castle. Lloyd was asked how he felt about the temperature, but the hero made the demon shut up since he was the only one asking questions. When asked if the place they had arrived at was the castle of the King of Hell, the demon said it was, and Lloyd realized they were there. Lloyd said they had to go there to fight the King of Hell. The demon yelled at Lloyd, reminding him of his promise to reward him when they arrived. Lloyd told the demon in a cold and scary voice that he wouldn't do that and ordered him to leave. The faces of these monsters were in complete disbelief, but moments later, they were colored with pride. The demon was now in love with Lloyd. The second demon said goodbye to Xavier, who smiled back at him. Lloyd and his servant went straight to the lair of the King of Hell. The demons did not understand what was going on, since humans were not only invading Hell, but also wandering around the place as if they were at home. Hearing such talk, Lloyd turned to the demon and showed everyone who was a real hellspawn. He scared the hell out of every demon that was here, and then they went on with Xavier. The head of the guards appeared in front of the boys, angry at their behavior. A moment later, the big chief was on the ground under a hail of blows from Xavier. Lloyd opened the last door in front of the boys, and his face became serious as he saw the demon he had seen in his dreams. Lloyd brought the King of Hell to him, but he asked him not to bother him as he was very busy. Lloyd began to lick his lips and asked if the demon wanted to finish the job. The Hell King's hand stopped. He looked at the boy intently and said it was natural. Lloyd said he could give the Hell King a life at night. Lloyd had previously learned through the phone that the king had worked for exactly 670000 years without a break. Even the previous Hell King had killed himself after failing to finish his work after 3.5 billion years. Lloyd realized that the current King of Hell knew this, and the guy was sure that this king would suffer the same fate as the past king. The king of hell closed his eyes, took off his glasses, and asked what Lloyd meant by giving him life at night. The boy explained that it was a trade secret. The king seemed interested. He didn't understand how a man dared to negotiate with the king of hell. It made the man angry. Lloyd simply replied that if he didn't like it, he could execute him right away, adding that in that case, the king would have to work for 3.5 billion years. After these words, the demon's face completely changed, and Lloyd was covered with an aura of confidence in his words and actions. He realized that in such a situation, there was no guarantee that Xavier would be able to protect him from the king of hell. Lloyd believed the information he had learned, that the king of hell would never break the law. The boy was sure that the man was a just public servant. The king spoke, which made Lloyd tense. The demon asked him what he wanted. Lloyd was overjoyed, for he had just gained an advantage in the negotiations. The boy said he wanted the release of Enticus's soul. Then the king of hell snapped his fingers, and a crystal ball appeared with a dragon inside. The king said that this jewel was of no value to him, and asked how exactly Lloyd was going to help. The boy told him his plan, which was to build a railroad. Lloyd realized that it was a lot of work, but the demons had a big problem, namely that the souls that the king of hell judges are sent to the wagons. Stupid demons can't find their own way, because the earth of hell is constantly collapsing, and that's what the king has to do, which is to show the demons the way. After the construction of the railroad, Lloyd would be able to take a huge amount of work in the king of hell himself. After hearing this, the man began to put on his glasses and asked the boy to prepare a contract to fulfill the order. Lloyd was very happy, because right now, his goal of becoming a member of the King of Dragons was incredibly close. Korolko gave the hero papers, saying he had no more time, and said that if Lloyd could find idiots for the robot, he could use them to the fullest. Lloyd asked for a notification on the smartphones and promised to do the rest himself. Hell looked scary. There was lava and heat everywhere. Lloyd and Xavier were teleported to a strange place. Lloyd summoned the power of the King of Hell, for he could summon it with a flick of his finger. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to the fact that the reincarnation gate was incredibly similar to a black hole. Souls fell into it, and the hero realized that if he fell into that hole, he would be dead. Xavier realized that Lloyd's real name was Suho, because that was the name the King of Hell had given him. Still, the servant stepped back and asked what their plan of action was. Lloyd did not understand what was on the servant's mind, for he knew that his master was not the man he knew. Xavier could not imagine how they could build a railroad, for steel could not withstand lava. But Lloyd, as confident as ever, informed the servant that he had decided to do it because he knew it was possible. A message was sent to all telephones that Lloyd would be giving a concert. The demons were mad with joy. They were very eager to hear Lloyd's infernal singing, and they all went together to the address given in the phone. A huge number of demons as one entered the venue of the so-called concert. Lloyd and Xavier stood on a podium and looked down on the huge crowd of demons who were eager to hear Lloyd sing. The hero stepped forward and prepared to begin his legendary infernal song. The demons were thrilled, but Lloyd said with a scary look on his face that he would not sing. The faces of all the gathered demons turned pale, angry that they had come to this place to hear Lloyd sing. Lloyd, when asked why there would be no singing, said that his heart told him so. The demons were angry. They were ready to tear the man to pieces. They were eager to hear the singing, and Lloyd did not hesitate to say that it was time for Xavier. He asked if he had to keep his promises, and all the demons started screaming like crazy that he had to keep his promises. Xavier told the huge crowd that they had received an excellent home education. After these words, all the demons cried. They started to shout for Xavier to stop, while Lloyd, as the real leader of the demons, started to laugh at them, as they were very easy to fool. The demons couldn't hold back their tears and anger, and Lloyd continued to provoke them with his barbs. Lloyd seemed to enjoy the anger that came out of the demons' mouths at him. The hero bird flapped its wings in the infernal sky, as Lloyd ordered the demons to come to him if they wanted to do anything. The angry mob decided to finish the man off, so Lloyd descended to the ground with the bird and began driving the already angry demons to the ground. One of the enemies grabbed a stick and started running towards the protagonist at high speed, smashing the stick into the ground. Lloyd did not stand idly by, and with a hellish expression on his face, He threw a rock that knocked the demon out of the air with great speed, and it began to fall directly into the lava lake. The other demons were frightened by the outcome of the event, but the enemy was lucky because he fell on the only rock in that lava lake. Lloyd made a horrified face and told the demons in all seriousness that he was sorry. The angry crowd fell silent as they watched their kin nearly lose their lives only moments before. Lloyd lay quietly in his bed, as if waiting for the next demons. At that time, a group of demons had gathered in the Great Demon Community Center building to take revenge on Lloyd, gathering a whole army of hell centipedes and launching a furious attack on the man. They began to attack a huge wall, but as soon as they were near the place where the main character lived, they realized that Lloyd was missing. Suddenly, one of the centipedes began to kick, and the others began to behave improperly. A huge number of centipedes stopped obeying the demons. Now the demons were trapped by their riding animals, all moving in the same direction. At the point of recognition was a cave, in which was Lloyd himself. Xavier was sharpening his blade as if before a bloody battle. Even the pet bird looked scary, and Lloyd himself was a demon. Yes, such as never existed in hell. The poor demon who had arrived in this hellish cave was absolutely terrified. Xavier completely destroyed the centipede with a single stroke of his sword, cutting it into many cubes. The next demon prayed that he would not repeat the fate of his fellow demon, and Lloyd made a mad face and called out the number 2 to indicate the demon, after which remnants of the sword appeared near his body. As Lloyd dealt with each demon that entered the cave, time passed. 28 of them were destroyed, and after an enormous amount of time, Lloyd sat on a mountain of centipede corpses and called out a number that exceeded 30,000. Lloyd was unbelievably creeped out, though inwardly he was glad to have gotten the building material. Lloyd's attention was drawn to something to his right, something that appeared to be thousands of demons, nothing more than a labor force for the humans. Lloyd was in a state of ecstasy and ordered the new workers to dig. All this was being broadcast on a laptop at the time, and the watcher turned out to be the king, who was thinking of capturing Lloyd and making him the torturer. As he watched Lloyd, he wondered if it would be a good idea to entrust his position to this man. After a while, a large number of demons worked on the construction of the railroad. There were times when panicked demons tried to escape, but thanks to the video surveillance and Xavier, any such attempt was cut off, leaving the rest of the humans to wonder what would be done with the fugitive. There was a moment when the demons rebelled, guaranteeing the rights of freedom, Xavier responding to the demands only that it was the right thing to do, which left the rebels in tears. A grandfather in the factory collapsed, and a young man, disturbed by his condition, ran up. Lloyd walked over to the frail old man and held out his hand, giving the demon hope. The demon was touched by Lloyd's kindness, but a moment later was disappointed when Lloyd squeezed the old man's hand with all his might and then screamed so terribly that the demon seemed traumatized. Lloyd was a devil when he ordered the old man to lift 5 times his previous weight. The demons cried and called Lloyd the worst person in the world. But after a moment, their faces changed, and they seemed to fall in love with Lloyd's evil belly. Other demons also thought that Lloyd was a role model. As a result, not only the bodies, but also the hearts of the demons were enslaved by Lloyd. In the infernal furnace sat a small red soul. It hid behind a rock, but as soon as it heard Lloyd's voice, it recognized him. The soul immediately decided to look in the direction where the man was. Lloyd was shouting that the workers didn't need protection, but the soul was staring at the man who was telling the demons that there was no rest, and that they could only rest after death. The soul looked like Lloyd, and was shocked to see the guy in that place. It was on this terrible day for the soul that its body was suddenly taken away, and it was thrown out. The soul was furious that its body had been taken over, and it tried to break through and get the body back, but it was unsuccessful. The soul was saddened by this outcome, but when the soul saw Lloyd fighting the air and talking about annoying notifications, the soul assumed that this guy was just crazy. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind the soul's back, from which a death-like creature emerged. Old Lloyd was horrified at the sight of the Grim Reaper, but as soon as he saw the soul, he immediately called the manager because the color of the soul was surprisingly red. The Reaper asked the man to calm down and went back to the portal until the circumstances were clarified, telling the customer to wait a bit. So this soul turned out to be neither dead nor alive, so the real Lloyd stayed with us for about 2 years. The soul was angry that Lloyd was different from him, while he blamed his parents and drank a lot. The new Lloyd moved on and paid off the family debts. The soul remembered how his parents used to look at him and how things had changed with the new Lloyd. Looking at Lloyd, the soul said that if he had the same magic, he would be the same. Suddenly, the soul's monologue was interrupted by the Grim Reaper, which frightened the old Lloyd. The Reaper asked the soul if he could do the same if he had the same powers, to which the old Lloyd did not know what to say. The Reaper said that this was the first case of its kind, but also explained that the soul had nothing to do here, after which the Reaper said that they should consult with the King of Hell. The soul thought that watching the new Lloyd would only hurt him. The King of Hell did nothing because there are no laws. He couldn't reincarnate, he couldn't even disappear, and now back in the present, this soul was angry to see Lloyd. The man flew on his bird and looked at the terrible scenery of hell, and he thought that the terrain was terrible, and he had to go around in circles. He flew and thought about where and what he could do. The guy thought that at this speed they would finish quickly. Lloyd came down to check the safety of the ground, when suddenly a small soul began to carry out its attack directly on the face of the focused guy. From the blow, his cheek began to deform, and his head was thrown back. Lloyd flew away from the blow and was furious, as he didn't understand who dared to do such a thing. But before he could realize it, the guy got another blow right on his 2 eyes, which caused him a hell of a pain, and anger overwhelmed Lloyd's body. The protagonist's pet stopped the angry soul. He kicked it in the stomach with all his might, and it began to writhe in pain as the pet dragged it along the ground. The pet threw the soul right into the beaver's hands, and Lloyd approached the soul with his infernal face and yelled at it, asking who it was. Even old Lloyd was frightened at the sight of the protagonist's face. All he could think about was how damn scary this guy was. Suddenly, the new Lloyd's face changed, and as he looked closer, he realized that it was the true owner of the body. His soul started screaming that he was the real Lloyd who'd stolen his body. Lloyd seemed nervous. Now he realized that the true Lloyd was in hell. Soul complained that Lloyd was going to hell when he was doing incredibly difficult tasks. Soul started to cry as his father and mother finally loved him, but now the guy was going to hell. Lloyd seemed uncomfortable and tried to comfort the soul, but it wouldn't listen. The pet then gave the soul a healing blow to the face, and it finally began to listen to Lloyd, who suggested a negotiated solution. The soul began to scream, calling the hero's pets thugs and Lloyd himself a thief, and was hit in the face again. There was a silence, which was broken by Lloyd saying that he was not dead, but had made a contract with the King of Hell to build a railroad, and that he had not stolen Lloyd's body, but had come here by accident. The soul could not believe that his body was taken by accident, but the hero introduced himself as a boring and shy guy who studied construction in the Republic of Korea, named Kim Soo-ho. After the new Lloyd saw the soul's face, he realized that he didn't need to say anything more. The demons continued to work for Lloyd under Xavier's command. Xavier heard the conversation between Lloyd and the soul. He began to listen and gradually realized that Lloyd was talking to none other than the soul of old Lloyd. The soul screamed that it could have lived on if it hadn't been for Lloyd, and now it was a soul without a residence permit. It demanded that the new Lloyd take responsibility, and the new Lloyd thought about what he should do. And then he started to talk, which disturbed the soul a little. Lloyd suggested that it would be good to live separately, as there was no point in helping this soul. The soul was shocked by this answer, and Lloyd said goodbye to the soul. It tried to run after the guy, but got hit in the face by the hero's pet. The soul lay on the ground and cried out of hopelessness. Lloyd turned around and saw the poor soul crying and could do nothing. The boy thought about the fact that this soul was the real son of those very people. Lloyd stopped and thought deeply. He touched his hair, and with an angry look, seemed to have made a decision. He turned to the pathetic soul and asked it if it would stop whining if he helped it, but it started to sarcasm, and then Lloyd gave it a good rap with his finger. Lloyd was mad at the soul for calling him a fake. Lloyd got mad and told the soul to shut up until the end of the construction, and then he would help it. After the soul was inside the hero's cloak, it became quiet, because there were horrible monsters nearby, which were Lloyd's pets. Lloyd told the soul to be quiet, and decided to finish the construction as soon as possible, because then the soul would be quiet. The first stage was followed by the second, and later the third, which was to put the flights on the legs of the centipedes. The fourth step was to install the rails and the centipede pantsers, and finally came the fifth step. He used the animal to press the rails to the foundation. Lloyd realized that the road would be dusty and unpleasant, but honestly, he didn't care. Lloyd was determined to check everything out and ordered the servant to keep an eye on everything. At that time, Sol wondered if this imposter had been working for a whole month without a break. Sol was shocked because the hero simply does not party or drink. Sol remembered the Grim Reaper's words that Sol would not be able to do the same with similar powers. Sol thought deeply, but still had a bad opinion of Lloyd. At that time, the guy's pet continued to work, causing a very loud sound to come from around. Even the lava vibrated from the pressure on the ground. Suddenly, a strange creature thought that it had only slept for 20,000 years, and it was awakened by some freak making noise. At that time, the creature continued to push the flights with all its might, from which the noise continued again and again. Bulbuls began to rise from the lava lake. It was a strange creature that couldn't take it anymore. It began to pull out of the lava lake and screamed at the whole neighborhood to get some damn sleep. Lloyd was furious that some monster had stopped his construction. It complained a lot that the place was too noisy, so it could not sleep. The demons were scared and started to run away, and Lloyd also ran away and threw the demons right back, which made them admire the guy even more. The monster was in a rage and assumed that the noise was coming from the tracks, so he kicked the tracks with all his might, causing them to shatter. Lloyd suddenly stopped and screamed that the monster was a fucking bastard and started running straight at him. Lloyd shouted with a horrified expression on his face that life can be noisy sometimes, but that's no reason to destroy buildings. The monster was just as angry because some cockroach had dared to accuse him. The demons were happy because they thought that the tyrant's reign would end now. With a serious look on his face, the monster said that one of them would die today. Lloyd confidently called to Xavier, who instantly appeared beside him like an anime character. With a cruel face, Lloyd ordered the monster to show him how they dealt with such things. Xavier just looked at Lloyd, who didn't understand why the servant was standing there, and ordered him to attack. Xavier said he thought he should apologize, but Lloyd explained that he was the only one who was disturbed and insecure in this situation. The demons had already accepted Lloyd's death. They thought the man had gone mad. The monster wasn't having any of that, and pointed its legs straight at the boys. The impact caused the ground around them to crack, and not only around them, even the demons at a reasonable distance were affected by the impact. Xavier miraculously managed to save his master from this terrible attack. After tossing Lloyd a little farther away from the battlefield, Xavier immediately went on the attack. The servant immediately drew his sword and unleashed a series of devastating blows that left the monster helpless. Unfortunately, the lava began to gather and form, frightening the servant, as the monster's body began to regenerate from almost nothing. The enemy started screaming that he had just been hit. He was in full rage, and Lloyd was shocked that Xavier's attack, who is a grandmaster, didn't work on the monster at all. The giant monster began to absorb the air currents, and when the pressure reached its peak, it spewed a huge column of lava, which frightened Xavier. He began to block the lava with his blade, while Lloyd chaotically dodged the lava shards falling nearby and asked Xavier to stop. The servant looked at Lloyd cautiously, and then resumed what he had been doing. Xavier managed to fight back and immediately lunged at the monster's carcass, the servant unleashing an incredibly powerful attack that shattered the enemy into many pieces. The monster shattered into small particles of lava, but later began to reassemble itself at one point. After the regeneration was over, the monster shouted loudly that it was invincible. The monster didn't understand why Xavier was attacking it, but Xavier explained that he was the Lord's guardian and that the monster could hurt a lot of people. The monster told Xavier to leave because he was not a bad guy. The monster went on to say that a bastard like Lloyd was not worth protecting. Xavier thought about it, which made Lloyd very nervous. Lloyd begged the hero to run away, but he didn't listen and just shoved the ghost back into his pocket. Lloyd told the soul to run away only after he had tried everything. The soul seemed to be touched by these words, but it was actually shocked because Lloyd was the one who would run away first in any mess. The hero ordered the soul to take a close look at the power that could be gained through hard work. The soul didn't understand why the guy pretended to be tough. At that time, Lloyd found himself in front of the lava monster. At that time, there was a dragon sitting on a mountain in the icy places. He was very cold and was eagerly waiting for Lloyd to call him. The dragon remembered the hero's order not to be seen by humans, and he was incredibly bored. At that time, the monster in hell was preparing to crush Lloyd, but thanks to Xavier, the attack was stopped. At that moment, Lloyd stretched out his hand and began to speak the spell he had received from the dragon's soul with a pitiful look on his face. The seal began to glow, and Lloyd thought about getting to where the dragon was. Suddenly, the dragon saw a green light, a portal appearing from above, and the dragon rejoiced, for it was his father's scent, Lloyd's if anything. The monster didn't know what the portal was, but one thing was clear: it was incredibly cold. The monster's body began to stiffen and break, and then it began to run. At that time, Lloyd was incredibly relieved and said that this was the end. The hero shouted with all his might that the dragon would come to him. Then the dragon arrived in hell, and with great speed, with the words, "Daddy," flew straight to the hero. Lloyd asked if the dragon was cold. He also pointed to the monster and said that he was a great warmer. Then the giant dragon began to chase the lava man. He hugged the lava man, and the dragon finally got warm, while the monster hardened and turned to stone. Lloyd, however, did not stand still and approached with a demonic look and a loud laugh. He ordered the dragon to retreat, then attacked with his energy, shattering the monster into huge pieces. The demons who watched this battle were shocked, for this was the strongest monster in hell that had just been destroyed. The soul was also shocked by the hero's victory, and the monster continued to fall, showering the ground with a hail of body parts. Lloyd had said that this was the kind of strength one could achieve if one worked hard. The soul thought about what it had been doing all its life, and realized that it was beginning to think the new Lloyd was incredible. A monster's voice was heard, which surprised the hero. Something began to emerge from the ground, and it was a monster who said he was immortal. It turned out that because of his wounds, he had become small, and Lloyd looked like a giant in front of him. The monster told Lloyd to wait 1,000,000 years, because then he would recover and come back for revenge. At this point, Lloyd's face showed a hint of disapproval, and then he began to laugh out loud, saying that he could not live that long. The monster began to cry, calling Lloyd a disgusting freak and saying that he hated him. At this point, the hero did not stop and continued his taunts, suggesting that the monster attack again. What happened seemed unbelievably crazy, and his soul was once again disappointed in the hero. In his opinion, this guy should definitely burn in hell. Lloyd received a message from the system. He had gained a new cold control skill, much to the hero's delight. Lloyd turned around and saw an image of a large number of demons bowing to him. One of the demons called Lloyd a superior being and said they all admired him. They promised to gladly obey any command the protagonist gave them. Lloyd seemed pleased, and with a smile on his face, called the demons pathetic slaves. Demons as mosaicists were delighted by such words. One of the demons said that there was a problem, namely that because of the portal, the temperature in hell is lowered, which is very harmful. Lloyd didn't seem surprised by the words. The demon was waiting for what the hero would say, but Lloyd remained silent and pretended that he had nothing to do with it. Lloyd pretended not to hear or understand what the demon was saying. Lloyd said he didn't understand and ordered the slaves to go to work. The hero started to leave while the demons stood in shock. All the demons turned pale because Lloyd was not going to take responsibility for the portal. All the demons were simply delighted by this behavior. At that time, the spirit from under the hedge watched everything that was happening. He couldn't figure out when the hero would help him. At that time, Lloyd was looking at the lava lake and thinking that if they go this way, the construction will take 2 days longer. A smile appeared on Lloyd's face, and he ordered the dragon to get on with it, whereupon the dragon instantly attacked the lake. Lloyd's other pets seemed to be shocked by such a show. Lloyd continued to give out orders to the dragon, while the others only watched with nonchalant faces. Lloyd was very skillfully directing his forces to finish the project as quickly as possible. After the dragon's successful work, the hero hugged it, which displeased the other pets, who seemed ready to kill the dragon. After a while, the dragon was sitting on one of the islands resting, and a voice was heard behind him. It was the other pets, who were lashing out at the newcomer, as they were older and didn't like the attention Lloyd was giving the dragon. As soon as the dragon moved, they were scared, but something was definitely wrong. They saw a picture of a huge dragon starting to beckon to them. The boys climbed on top of it, and it instantly flew upwards. The other pets were very happy. Such a ride made them very happy. That was how the dragon officially became a member of their gang. Lloyd saw this and was happy for the dragon, who now had a great social life. At that time, the soul approached Lloyd and started calling him a bad person who had betrayed him. Lloyd asked why the soul suddenly started talking like that. The spirit started yelling about how Lloyd had promised to help him. The hero didn't take it and asked what the ghost was going to do to him. The ghost yelled at Lloyd to stop sticking his ugly face in. The hero said that his face made women's clothes burst at the seams. The spirit said that the face is the mirror of the soul. And since the hero's soul is dirty, the face is also ugly. They argued and looked at each other, but in a moment they turned away because neither of them could look at the other's face anymore. Lloyd explained that he was busy, and now he didn't know how to help. Soul began to whine again about Lloyd taking everything she had. Lloyd asked if he really needed to help the soul, since she would have died of alcohol poisoning a long time ago. After saying that, the soul's face twisted. And Lloyd said that he had saved the whole family, and he thought that was enough. The soul began to scream that this was nonsense, but suddenly the King of Hell appeared and confirmed Lloyd's words. He said that the real Lloyd was pathetic and would have died a miserable death. The soul seemed very saddened by the truth. Lloyd, on the other hand, was curious how much the Demon King knew. He approached him and said that he wanted to clarify one thing, namely whether the uncle knew why and how he had been transported to this world. The Demon King looked at Lloyd and said he had no idea why. The Demon King said that the messenger from the other world had chosen the wrong side, and these words seemed to affect the hero very much. There was a pause between them, and Lloyd remembered receiving a similar message after giving his mana to Xavier. Lloyd wanted to know more about the upper world, but the Demon King would not answer. The king said that he would have plenty of time after building the train, so he could find time to rest. The Demon King said that it was not expensive to maintain the road, but the train would take a long time to explore. Lloyd seemed to be thinking of something, and a smile appeared on his impassive face. He promised to prepare maintenance manuals. The Demon King asked what Lloyd wanted, and he said he wanted a pass for the reincarnation gate. The hero added that if it was possible. The Demon King said that there was no problem with this request, and the soul who heard this was in tears because it was a chance. Lloyd, on the other hand, looked at the soul and asked if it was enough, calling it an ugly bastard. At the time the guys were checking the train, a huge number of demons were overexerting themselves, and it seemed like every one of them was about to die. One of the demons said he was going to die like that, but Lloyd showed up and gave the demon hope. The hero hit the demon with all his might, so hard that it flew off the cart. Seeing that the demon flew far back, and looking at the hero who promised such a vacation to everyone who was hard, the demons began to work even harder, and did not complain. At that time, the demon outside lay down, and was very happy to be treated like trash. The soul turned to the hero, and asked if what he had received from the King of Hell was true for him. Lloyd said it was, and that there was nothing to worry about. The soul thanked the hero in surprise, but the hero yelled at him because the ghost's face was disgusting. They argued for a while, then sat down again, and the ghost asked how his family was. Lloyd said they were fine, and the ghost asked about the rest of his family. Lloyd said that Julian had married a princess and now lived in the capital. Lloyd also revealed that the father was now an earl instead of a baron. Soul was shocked that Lloyd could do so much. Soul said that his father had become jealous of Xavier as soon as he brought him into the house, and that was why he had mistreated the servant. Soul asked the protagonist to tell him that he was sorry for the broken sword. It also asked him to tell his father and mother that he was sorry. The time came and the soul found itself near the reincarnation portal. It looked back to where Lloyd was standing and started to say the last words. Lloyd didn't listen and just gave the soul a good kick with his foot, and it flew straight into the portal. Lloyd said he wouldn't listen to this nonsense and ordered the soul to leave. The soul promised to work harder than the protagonist. He promised to become a man that everyone in the world would be happy to see. After that, a smile appeared on Lloyd's face, and he told the soul to do so. The soul smiled and disappeared. Lloyd stopped and stared at the gate. Now he could breathe a sigh of peace. Smiling, he said that the mission was finally over, and now it was time to get paid. It was then that the dragon's soul was released. The King of Hell had kept his part of the bargain. He said he had done everything according to the contract, and Lloyd didn't understand how he could become a member of the Dragon King. The king said it had been about 5 hours in the real world and promised to send the hero and his bodyguard back. He said he was looking forward to their next meeting. Lloyd didn't seem to understand what that meant, but he didn't have time to say anything as he was being transported back. Lloyd said he didn't want to go to hell, while Xavier said it seemed like the hero would be more comfortable there. Lloyd, on the other hand, said that Xavier was having just as much fun. The hero started to get nervous. He didn't understand where the dragon uncle had gone. A voice was heard. A portal appeared outside the window. There was a huge monster covered with darkness.
A huge monster appeared in front of the window. Lloyd was worried as hell, though you couldn't tell. Staring directly into the eye of the monster, he didn't understand how it could be the Dragon King. After all, in front of him was a completely different creature, namely a huge and f***ing cute lion. The kitten started waving its legs, which struck Lloyd to the core of his soul. Now the hero was completely sure that the creature in front of him was definitely not the Dragon King. At that time the guy's beast appeared and started talking to the creature. They seemed to find common ground, and began to smile at each other. Lloyd asked the pet why their new friend had come. It turns out the lion was speaking a foreign language and the pet didn't understand it. At that time Lloyd's attention turned to the lion, because he turned to them with his ass and began to shake his tail. Lloyd asked if the beast was a messenger of the Dragon King, but all he got in response was a playful look from the lion cub. Lloyd began to smile, and just a moment later they were flying at breakneck speed. Lloyd and Xavier didn't expect such speed from his new friend. It was clear from the lion's face that this was not the limit of his abilities. Lloyd gasped from the air currents and assumed that such speed would make him even uglier than usual. Suddenly the hero had an epiphany, and instantly glanced in Xavier's direction. But to his disappointment he was still as handsome as ever. Lloyd began to voice his displeasure to the servant, and the servant, as always, responded nonchalantly, so the seemingly strange team continued their journey. A little while later they finally arrived in the kingdom of Manjato. Lloyd realized that this was the place where the strongest creature of all, the Dragon King himself, was to be found. They continued on their way, but came across an unexpected place. It was a huge castle that was completely surrounded by an incredible amount of gold. Lloyd began to drool at the sight of such riches. The hero squinted and noticed a strange man sitting on a couch. They began to move towards him, and Lloyd was visibly nervous, because most likely the great Dragon King was in front of him. Lloyd didn't wait and said hello to the man, and the guy interrupted his sleep. Lloyd and Xavier looked up. The dragon was complaining about not being able to sleep properly. Lloyd's face changed. He could barely comprehend anything. The dragon continued to toss and turn, then looked at the boys with his gaze fixed on them. He seemed to have something to say, but he flopped down on the couch. Lloyd was angry as he could clearly see that the dragon had noticed him. How could the dragon ignore Lloyd and just go to sleep? Lloyd tried to restrain himself. After all, it was all about the money. The boy's teeth gritted while the dragon slept unconcernedly. Suddenly, the man opened his eye again and looked in the direction of the hero, who was waving a huge plant, which created a pleasant breeze. The dragon couldn't understand what was happening now. The dragon remembered that people used to come, but after ignoring him they left immediately. While Lloyd started waving the plant to flatter him, Lloyd was even sweating. So diligent was he in his work. The dragon seemed very pleased with this sincere behavior, but the only way he could repay it in return was to fall asleep in a very good mood. Lloyd stopped waving the plant, and began to smile wryly at the fact that the feathery phase of his plan had just succeeded. Xavier had warned the hero that the Dragon King had powers commensurate with the King of Hell. Xavier asked him what he was trying to do, and he explained that as soon as the king woke up he would give him water. Lloyd began to praise the dragon's methods, and said he would pay with his life to befriend such a creature. Xavier was as frustrated as ever with his abnormal master. In a place where there seemed to be no sound, Lloyd's voice began to come out. as he dressed up like a rich man and began role-playing with himself as rich man and slave. He started throwing gold around, shouting and then pretending to be hurt by the coins. He shouted that to be rich you had to suffer, and playing the slave he happily accepted the gold coins. Xavier was watching. He thought deeply. He thought they were in big trouble. As this show was starting to look very interesting, Lloyd continued to play furiously. Xavier didn't realize what was about to happen. Lloyd didn't wait long and said they needed to eat. After all, a rich man can't be hungry. At that time Xavier thought that this was a typical thought of a poor man. Lloyd said that this place was beautiful, for there was much good to be found under the floor. At that time, Podun seemed to have found something. It turned out to be kimchi. Lloyd, with tears in his eyes, began to eat the delicious dish. Xavier reported that the Dragon King wasn't even showing signs of life and asked how much longer they would be idle. Lloyd drooled and said it would be a lifetime. Xavier reminded them that they would definitely have to go back to their land, because they had work to do there. Lloyd said that he couldn't turn out to be a Dragon King. The Dragon King heard the phrase that perseverance will always be rewarded, and then he opened his eyes in horror. He couldn't understand. It had been a long time, but the man was still here. The dragon remembered the past where the girl came to him, but in a moment he became lazy and just told himself that he had married her and that was the end. The dragon couldn't stand it and called the girl, but the call was rejected. The dragon started to get visibly nervous. He imagined the situation as the girl scolded him for it. Dragon admired the dream girl. Dragon started to think about what he should do, but there was a huge problem. It was all lazy to do. Dragon heard the voice of the hero inquiring if something was weighing on the man. He saw Lloyd's horrible face in front of him. Then a beam of intense energy shot from his eyes as he thought it was the face of Satan himself. The beam flew behind Lloyd and there was a nuclear explosion at the point of impact. Lloyd felt like he'd just lost his life. Lloyd calmed down and said he was ready to help the Dragon King. The king was shocked by Lloyd's calm demeanor. The dragon was also shocked at how well Lloyd knew his nature. At the time, the hero himself was thinking that his actions could be called the hidden principle of sales. He thought that the most important thing is not the product itself, and not even the customer's opinion about the product, but how much the customer likes the seller. The dragon decided to share his worries with Lloyd. He asked if Lloyd had a girlfriend, but a moment later he answered the question himself, saying that with such a face Lloyd could only dream of having a girlfriend. This brought the hero to tears, and Lloyd said that although he was inexperienced in the matter of girls, he had grown up in a full family and could still help. Lloyd said that in any family quarrels he was always the one who resolved the conflict. The dragon decided to try and began his story, but Lloyd interrupted him and said that the king was too lazy to move his mouth and offered to answer yes or no to Lloyd's questions. It was at this point that Lloyd took second place in the heart of the Dragon King himself. At that point Lloyd started brainstorming. He made a huge amount of arguments and decided to ask the first question, namely that for some reason the Dragon Queen had to travel far away. Lloyd began to make his assumptions, and after a couple moments he assumed that she had asked to call her in the mornings, and was thinking about the dragon forgetting that. The Dragon King was dumbfounded at what he heard. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Lloyd kept guessing the facts of the story, and finally said that all these problems could be easily solved with a single stroke. The Dragon King was silent. He just stood up and asked what he should do. At that time, the Dragon King's servant was shocked at what he had just seen, because the dragon had just risen 15 degrees. At that time, Lloyd raised his finger up and said that the solution would be to move to his realm and lie there. That's when the queen's heart would thaw. At that time, on Lloyd's land, construction was underway as always, and the man ordered the others to work harder. The others seemed as happy to plow as ever, and they kept repeating the words Lloyd spoke. But the man realized that the endless construction was making him a little tired. The girl reported that because of the increased number of migrants, more apartments would have to be built. As the senior knight was dealing with other issues, one of the problems was that there was a water leak in the rice paddies. At this rate, the knight was faced with a huge number of problems. Later, he was informed that Vicon couldn't pay the water bill, and the knight decided to go there immediately. But already he was thinking about the fact that he wasn't feeling well. It was Byron. He was 57. He was the senior knight of the Frontiera Territoria. In this place, he was doing all sorts of things. The nobleman was yelling for the knight to look at him and finally realized that he couldn't pay his water bill. He kept complaining, and the man no longer had a face on him. Under all the pressure, the man just reached into his pocket and pulled out a strange cube. And as soon as he broke off a piece of it, Lloyd's huge head appeared and yelled at the nobleman. He begged Lloyd to be taken away and said he would pay. The man could only wish Lloyd would come back, for now he felt terrible. Suddenly a man's voice sounded, Saying that Mr. Lloyd had returned, the knight got excited and galloped off at top speed in that direction. He began to harass the lord. He spoke of how much he had been waiting for Lloyd. He begged to hear his first and half-seventh request. He begged to be dismissed as it was too difficult. At that time Lloyd said no and asked how much more money to add. The knight began to say that with such progress he would just die and he wouldn't need the money. Lloyd seemed to think about it. He thought deeply and then just started walking. Finally he said that from now on the annual salary of the knight will be 3 billion. The man started to shout that money was not the problem, but after moments he promised to do his best. At that time Lloyd noticed the people. They were incredibly excited to bring the hero. At that time the guy seemed to realize that this was the place where he could be truly happy. After a while the evening came. They agreed with the dragon that Lloyd would wake him up every morning to call his wife. The dragon asked if Lloyd could make up for not calling for a month. Lloyd said he couldn't, and dragon was upset that the guy had cheated on him. Lloyd said that they should start from scratch and communicate a lot. That's when the dragon queen would return. The dragon seemed to think about it, and then smiled like a fool, then fell asleep instantly. Lloyd reminded the Dragon King of his membership, and then the dragon took out a marker with a trembling hand and drew a heart on Lloyd's neck, which turned out to be a bonus life. He said that Lloyd was now a member of the club and went to bed. The hero sighed, then called Xavier along with him. Lloyd was glad he was done. Xavier didn't understand. Lloyd told him that he was now the richest man on the continent. He said he had a good servant, even a knight of Grandmaster level, and behind him a free Dragon King and 2 lives. Lloyd said that as of this moment he was invincible. Xavier thanked Lloyd. He said that since Lloyd's arrival people finally had the opportunity to realize their dreams, because when they lived poor, they had only one dream, and that was to not starve to death. Lloyd looked at the servant. He asked what Xavier thought about the fake that had stolen his master's body. Xavier said that he was glad Lloyd had come to this world. Such words seemed to touch the hero, but a moment later they almost vomited. The counter of saved lives appeared, which began to please Lloyd, but suddenly the number began to fall, and then began to fall by a huge amount. This began to frighten the hero, because the number fell so much that reached the mark 0. It was evening outside, but the lights from the Fenori's were still on. There were signs everywhere, and people were singing along to the music, delighted that Lloyd had returned. Lloyd's father turned to the seated Xavier and asked where the hero was, for there was a feast in his honor, but he was nowhere to be seen. Xavier did not even know how to answer Lloyd's question. A little while earlier, Lloyd had turned pale, and when Xavier asked him what had happened, he said briefly that he had urgent business to attend to and started to leave. Lloyd also added that if he didn't solve these matters, it was possible that they wouldn't be able to hold festivals in the future. Xavier was visibly nervous, as it was the first time he had seen his master in such a mood. Xavier never said a word to the head of the family. At that time, the protagonist ran away, and Xavier decided to speak. He said that Lloyd was busy with urgent matters, and that the festival should continue. The hero's father didn't really understand these words, while Lloyd himself decided to use the future spoiler. This feature cost the hero 30 points, but he didn't even think about such a thing and instantly confirmed the purchase. Moments later, the guy found himself in a space covered in darkness. Moments later, he heard his voice suggesting that he was from the past watching over it. He said he foolishly didn't finish watching the future spoiler. He said that if the hero did nothing, it would actually happen, namely the day all the people saved by the hero would die. He said that the events would take place 3 years later, and then he disappeared instantly. Lloyd remained standing at the place where the Count had arrived with his wife on horseback. Lloyd couldn't seem to understand what was happening. At that time in the real world the party was going on. Even the Count and his wife were dancing to the pleasant music. Lloyd continued to listen to the story. The Count and his wife had just gone for a horseback ride as usual, but suddenly a small creature skipped in front of them, causing the Earl to jump up on his horse. Lloyd was worried about the man, and screamed, while in the real world Graf was dancing with his wife. In the future world he was falling off the horse at great speed. Lloyd was devastated after what he saw. He couldn't believe it was possible. At the time, Lloyd from the future said it would happen in about a month. In the real world the guys were having fun, but in the future world the Countess stayed near her husband's body until the very end. Lloyd was furious at the words of his future self. He started to say that his parents should live happily ever after, while he from the future said that he didn't even have a chance to attend their funeral. Lloyd heard terrible words, namely that his brother's wife had become a fencing instructor, and it was a very unpleasant coincidence that he had been robbed and stabbed with a sword. Lloyd listened and listened and listened, that his brother's wife would be next. Lloyd from the future also told that the Queen had become a Thoranian. Just like in the events of the novel, families of acquaintances had died doing the Queen's insane bidding. Arosh had died while hunting after leaving the territory, and Malika couldn't eat anything and died. Lloyd yelled at himself from the future. He tried to punch the man but his hand went through. Lloyd started looking for a message to turn this off. Lloyd from the future looked at Lloyd and coughing up blood asked if he could stop this disaster. The hero from the future started coughing up blood. Everything around him was splattered in blood. The guy's body shook violently, but after a moment it stopped, and then he died. Lloyd seemed to be scared out of his mind. He saw pictures of his parents who had died. Lloyd stayed on the roof and watched the party, in which all the people were still alive. The guy was incredibly upset, because now maybe he would lose it all. Lloyd clenched his teeth and tearfully made a vow to himself that he would never again lose what was his. Elsewhere, a dragon was screaming furiously, and it appeared to be flying around riding the other pets of the protagonist. Piban was saying something furiously while on the dragon's back. At that time in the morning in Lloyd's litter, he was trying to wake up the Dragon King, who was ignoring him. Lloyd looked at the man who didn't want to awaken in any way. Then the guy raised his palm and screamed with all his might, revealing his demonic face. Even the Dragon King himself, who was the main lazy man of this universe, was awakened by such a horror. The dragon seemed incredibly frightened, and said it was the first time he had ever encountered anything like this in his life. Lloyd said that the effectiveness of his alarm clock was incredible, and said that the dragon should contact his wife as soon as possible. The dragon started for the call button, but it was rejected, whereupon he went back to sleep. At that time Lloyd looked at the dragon from under his forehead, thinking that the events that were about to happen to the people he loved could not be stopped by his powers. He was thinking about the underlying cause. He was sure it must exist. Lloyd was sad and the dragon complained that his wife was very angry with him. Lloyd wanted to ask a question about his problem, but the king just said he didn't know anything and went to bed. Lloyd was saddened by this answer, but after a moment he smiled fiercely, for he was the one who tamed the Dragon Kings. A day later he told them that he was from another world, but got no response. The next day he told them that he had changed the fate of many people, and another day later he told them that people would die following their original fate. After another 24 hours the Dragon King slept. He could not understand why his alarm clock did not wake him up. The dragon opened his eye and saw Lloyd slumped in front of him. He asked why Lloyd didn't wake him up, and he said that he couldn't wake up the dragon for 10 days. The man's face began to sweat. He was nervous as hell. He asked if Lloyd wanted to die, and he told the dragon that it was just a joke. The dragon didn't understand this humor at all, and Lloyd told him that if the dragon didn't give him an answer, it might actually happen. The king seemed to think about it. The dragon was angry and said that he could easily destroy Lloyd and his entire family. At that time the hero got down on his knee. He explained that he was fully aware of the risk in threatening the Dragon King himself, but he also added that the Dragon King was taking a huge risk. He said that the man could rip out his heart and cut off his limbs, but in that case the king would have to find another alarm clock. This shocked the Dragon King himself, and Lloyd went on to threaten that the dragon would have to get up and go find his own alarm clock. The king was completely mortified by these words. Lloyd continued to press the Dragon King with his predictions about the king's future. Lloyd pressured the king in an unbelievable way by screaming and showing his horrible face. The king gave up and begged Lloyd to stop bullying him. After these words there was silence, interrupted by the dragon's words that he was losing much more than Lloyd, and that the king recognized the hero's victory. Lloyd finally got what he wanted. They began to talk about how the fates of all those who were changed by the hero began to object to his scenario, and Xavier, who had been eavesdropping on the dialogue, was finally able to relax. He even thought about the fact that with such risks his salary is too low. The dragon said that such a thing could be called a bowstring. He explained that no matter how much you pull the bowstring, it always comes back with more force. The dragon explained that the phenomenon of restoring fate is like a law that cannot be broken. Lloyd wondered if there was no way to stop it, but the dragon emphasized the word impossible. He explained that even the king of hell, the archangel, and even he could not break this law. The dragon explained that their world is like a simulation with its own rules that simply cannot be broken. Lloyd asked if it was possible to find some hidden alternative. The dragon said he didn't know, but Lloyd said he would do anything to save his family. Xavier listened to this outside the door and seemed moved. Even the dragon himself was amazed by Lloyd's vitality, even thinking that Lloyd might be a legend. The dragon gave the name of the item, namely the Pearl of Truth. The dragon said that it was a legendary item that could answer any question. The dragon said that one could ask the pearl about how to resist the restorative power of fate. Lloyd seemed to catch fire. He asked for a chance to hear another question. The king said that would not happen, but also added that the item was in the kingdom of mermaids. Finally wishing Lloyd good luck, Lloyd thanked the dragon and then instantly headed out of the room. The hero told Xavier that it was time for them to head to the mermaid kingdom. Lloyd and Xavier were flying at great speed. The servant was complaining that the Dragon King could have sent them straight to the mermaids, and Lloyd noticed that Xavier did not understand how to interact in society. After a while they were near the town of Cremo, and although all the information Lloyd had was that the mermaids were at the bottom of a stormy sea, he understood the sea that had been described and headed for it. The town had a life of its own. As it was a trading town, there were many ships at the wharf. At that time, the townspeople were trading in strange things, and Lloyd thought that the place was definitely revitalized. In the novel, the town was completely destroyed and the count who helped Xavier was killed. In the novel the town was poor and many people and even children were begging for alms, while now the town was filled with smiles of full families. It seemed as if all the people around were truly happy. Lloyd watched all these people closely and began to tremble. He was glad that he had made this town so happy, but he also began to cry violently because he should have asked for a bigger reward. Xavier noticed how his master began to cry. Involuntarily a smile began to form on his face. He realized that his master was a really kind man, while Lloyd thought that he should have at least received the commission, because it was all thanks to him. Outside the doors came the voice of the count, who was fiercely harassing his guests. He began to clap Lloyd on the back saying how much he liked him. After the count lifted the guy, he decided to immediately move on to the purpose of the visit. It turned out that the hero's request was a ship that would help him in his search for the kingdom of mermaids. Lloyd realized that most likely his interlocutor will seem impossible, but the count was surprised to hear about a talented captain, who was called a big liar, because always when he was drunk, he said that in his youth was in the kingdom of mermaids. After the story the count said that he could introduce them, and it seemed that for Lloyd it was exactly what was needed. The hero clenched his fist, unable to contain his joy. After a while, the box started talking about how this captain got to the kingdom of mermaids, and he told a secret, namely that you need to sing, because that is how mermaids determine whether the enemy in front of them or a friend. It seemed that Lloyd and Xavier listened attentively, but after a moment Lloyd's face twisted at the words about the song. He asked about other ways. You know how he sings, and the captain said that it seems that only a handsome guy can pass. The captain began his story. A long time ago he fell off the box and found himself in the open sea, but his disappearance no one even noticed. Some time later in front of him appeared mermaids, which were f***ing creepy. After such a fright, he remembered that you need to sing that they would realize that man is not the enemy, and at that moment he began to scream with all his might, trying to sing. He said that from such a roar mermaids frowned, but later, just moments later, on their faces appeared a smile. He explained that the mermaids listen not to the music itself, but to the human soul. Lloyd thought about this expression, and immediately remembered his parents, and later his brother. Lloyd made a serious face, and asked the captain for a boat, and also asked him to take him to the mermaid kingdom. The captain started to refuse, as it was not the time to catch whales. At that time Lloyd took out a bag of gold, the power of which literally intoxicated the captain, and he instantly agreed. It was late at night when they arrived at the place. Lloyd was traveling on the ship on purpose, because the mermaids could feel the threat. That's how desperate he was. The captain told them that they were already surrounded, as mermaids are very cold to strangers. Lloyd looked at his small crew and Xavier wondered. There were thousands of mermaids around the box, and Lloyd prepared himself before starting to sing, expressing all the pain he was going through. The boy began to sing, trying his best to get his thoughts to the mermaids. The mermaids began to listen to the tune, and Lloyd continued to sing furiously, trying his best. The mermaids seemed touched by this singing. Even Xavier was shocked by it. Lloyd did his best, and it seemed like the mermaids were listening intently. But after a moment the color of the water turned red with the blood that came out of the mermaid's ears. A moment later a spear flew at Lloyd and broke the tree he was standing on. One of the mermaids started shouting that he was declaring war and ordered his subordinates to shoot. A moment later they threw a great number of spears. The boat began to collapse under a barrage of strong attacks. Lloyd did not understand, for the captain had promised that if he was sincere everything would be all right. At that time a man slapped Lloyd across the face, calling the lad crazy, for he had asked to sing a song, not put a proclamation on everyone. Lloyd was more hurt than ever, for this time he really tried. Xavier expressed his shock that Lloyd's sincerity was so strong that the mermaid queen declared war on them. Xavier headed into the air, after which he found himself above a huge number of mermaids. Suddenly their queen ordered everyone to stop the attack. Lloyd was shocked by this outcome. She turned to Xavier, who couldn't understand what was happening. And the mermaids, showing their pumped-up hands with their hearts, told him to pass. Xavier seemed shocked at the outcome. He looked at Lloyd and saw the saddest and most depressed face he had ever seen in his life. Xavier asked if the mermaids' words were an invitation to their kingdom, but they didn't hesitate to answer and said that they were, which surprised the boy. The Queen of Mermaids made a grey look, and after she seductively raised her hair, said that the reason for such a sharp decision was the face of Xavier. After these words, the guy did not have a question. He was clear. At that time, Lloyd, who was completely defeated morally, thought about how crazy the mermaids were. Xavier asked if mermaids could sense emotion through song, and the Queen said they could, but then said that Xavier's face was so beautiful that it didn't matter if it was a song or a curse. Xavier didn't even seem surprised at the power of his appearance. While Lloyd was once again convinced that Xavier was the protagonist, the servant said his face became the face of Lloyd's crushing song, and he ordered him to shut up and finally come down. Lloyd introduced himself, and also added that he was Xavier's master. The mermaid's face twisted so much after seeing Lloyd that it smelled of concrete discrimination. Lloyd thanked the mermaid queen for inviting them to the kingdom, but she quickly dashed all the guy's hopes with the words that he was definitely not suitable. Well, that this would be the case, and he had already prepared his cunning plan. Xavier asked if Lloyd would be allowed in if he asked for it, and the mermaid's face immediately changed, and she seemed to be willing to do anything to keep Xavier close. Lloyd's face was very depressed, and as soon as Xavier looked in his direction, tears began to form on his face. He explained it with salt around him, pretending that such humiliation did not upset him. Lloyd realized that Xavier had enough to exist. He didn't even have to work to get what he wanted. The mermaid held out a necklace that would help Xavier to stay underwater, but she threw it right in Lloyd's face. The guy swam to the kingdom thinking that no matter how much pain he would get, the main thing was that he wanted to save the people he cared about. As he swam deeper down, Lloyd noticed an incredibly bright light in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him was a huge city that was surrounded by a huge 8-legged creature. Lloyd was shocked to see such a monster. It was the size of a city and it was huge. Lloyd asked the Queen of Mermaids about it, but she only wrinkled her face and did not answer this question. But when Xavier asked the same question, she kindly told that the octopus is the guardian of the city, with which they have existed for a long time. The girl led the boys to the palace and said that they should say hello to the Queen of Mermaids. The Queen brought a handsome and not so handsome man, and introduced herself as the mermaid queen named Iolio. Lloyd asked Xavier to ask about the pearl, but he said he was only good looking. The Queen told Lloyd not to worry about his ugly face and to speak calmly, but she asked him to turn away. Lloyd told her about his desire to get the pearl of truth, to which he heard only the fierce laughter of the mermaid, who said that if the pearl existed she would lend it to the boy. But no problem. It's just a myth. Lloyd didn't understand what it meant. At the time the Queen said it was just a legend and couldn't possibly exist. Lloyd told about the Dragon King and what he had told about the pearl. The Queen mocked Lloyd, saying that his brain was the same as his face. At the time Lloyd was cursing the Dragon King and was just despairing. The Queen noticed this reaction. She suggested asking the Octopus Keeper for his opinion. He is the oldest creature in this place. Lloyd's eyes were hopeful, but the Queen joked again. Because where is it seen that octopuses talk? Such jokes made Lloyd very angry, and he decided to get down to business. He clarified that the pearl was an object that existed in the mythical era, and this is not a fictional story. The girl said that the ancestors spoke of it as something that existed, but none of them had ever seen it. Lloyd seemed pleased at even such a small hope. He asked the Queen for a favor. He asked for the opportunity to do research, and explained that the Queen would also benefit from it. The Queen said she didn't care, and that either way they would be able to enjoy Xavier's face. The Queen said she couldn't help it, because there was a huge problem, namely that the gates of hell had opened over their gates. Lloyd tried not to let it show, for it was the consequence of his deeds, and the Queen explained that the heat of hell was causing the ice to melt. The Queen couldn't imagine what kind of freak did this. She vowed to kill the bastard. Lloyd started to chime in, saying that the man who did it was a real bastard. The Queen said that the man who opened the gate was an evil devil. Lloyd thanked the Queen for the opportunity and promised to find the bastard who did it and present him to the Mermaid Queen. Xavier, who had been watching, was shocked at Lloyd's good judgment. A little while later Lloyd and Xavier were looking at the huge city. The hero said that it was time for them to go in search of the pearl. Lloyd said that they had to find the truth step by step. Xavier wondered what would happen to the gates of hell, but Lloyd said they had to find the pearl, no matter what. Xavier thought that there was always a reason for Lloyd's actions, but now he was trying to get some answer about the gates of hell. But Lloyd ignored the question. It was late at night outside. Inside the building sat a strange girl. her face covered in veins, and she looked like she was under a curse. She was thinking about how she had made her sisters and brothers bleed for the throne, and she called it poison. She clenched her teeth very hard. Then her hand began to twitch and her body was covered with a red aura. It seemed that almost her whole body was covered with this curse. The red aura became denser and denser. The pain was so strong that she could hardly keep from screaming. The queen fell to the ground. Her arm was completely covered in poisoned wennas. She just lay there breathing heavily. It was unbearable pain. The queen was glad that she had managed to dislodge all the poison into her arm. Then she was determined to cut off that arm, which would allow her to get rid of that poison. She decided that it was okay to sacrifice her arm in order not to go insane. She couldn't understand why she wanted to see the bastard so badly at such a difficult moment. At that time Lloyd was having fun in the kingdom of mermaids. He approached one of them and asked about the pearl, but in response he only heard screaming and hatred from the girl. Xavier echoed Lloyd's words, and the girls immediately began to tell him everything they had heard about the pearl, talking about how sexy Xavier was. Lloyd seemed to fall into a deep depression. Xavier turned and looked at his master. He apologized to Lloyd for the incident. Lloyd said it was all right, and when Xavier remarked on the tears he said it was just rain. After a while, they went to a pineapple at the bottom of the ocean. Instead of SpongeBob, they were met by a crazy guy who was incredibly happy that they were joining the search for the pearl. The system told Lloyd that there was an intimacy between them. Lloyd said he had only come to hear what the guy knew, but he was shocked that it took only a few seconds for the man to form such a strong intimacy. The guy said that his family had been searching for the pearl for years, and it was in ancient times that the pearl was in their sea. And the guy's rant about the pearl's greatness made Lloyd wonder if he was just a fanatic. At the time, the guy said that about 10,000 years ago, the pearl failed. Lloyd's face twisted as he asked if the pearl was broken, but the boy said that not even the mermaids knew about it. He also added that the Pearl of Truth was nothing more than a building. It utilized incredible mana technology that allowed the building to think and react. Lloyd made an analogy with a supercomputer. In fact, the pearl was the same thing, but instead of electricity it used mana. The boy said that was why he was looking for the pearl, because that was where the blueprint for the building itself could be found. Lloyd seemed to realize something, and then asked the boy what the excavation site looked like. After a while, the team went to the site in full force. To the words of the men that the boy was lazing around with a shovel instead of swimming practice. The guy seemed to get angry and started to say that it was because mermaids swim like crazy that their muscles grow but their arms atrophy. The guy started to give a divine massage, which gave the old man a real treat. The boy was angry that he was always treated like a fool, but Lloyd asked why they had not found the pearl, since they had been excavating since the time of their ancestors. The guy explained it simply. The sea floor is incredibly wide, and that's why it's like this. He pointed to the holes he was digging and then showed the map, almost half of which was painted with crosses. Lloyd thought that the mermaid in front of him was a complete nutcase. Lloyd began to think of a way to speed up the process. He even thought about Xavier hitting the bottom, but all that was in the way was that there was no way to lose the building blueprint. Lloyd thought about the fact that for such a job he should prepare a huge number of people. He could only imagine what would happen if it was possible to mobilize the incredible physical strength of mermaids. Lloyd wrinkled his face, then instantly turned to Xavier. He asked him to gather all the mermaids and put them to work. The mermaids begged Xavier's forgiveness as they can't spend their time on anything other than training their bodies and muscles. After that, he and Lloyd were left standing alone. This was the first time Xavier had failed to accomplish something with his face. It caused Lloyd to laugh, for finally Xavier was facing his problems. But after a moment came the realization that the operation was a failure and they needed to object. Lloyd thought about how to speed up the process, because at this rate they wouldn't be able to do it for the rest of their lives. Lloyd was running out of time. Suddenly Xavier told him that it was very hot in this place. Lloyd explained that there was a spring where the water was heated by magma, and suddenly his face changed. Lloyd's plan was to build a sauna in this place and then put all these mermaids to work. In the past, the guy always thought that hard work pays off. But even so he never managed to make money, and there were many reasons to cancel the guy's work, one of which was the limitations of his own body. He was thinking about taking a break, but a friend came up to him and began to openly mock the hero, saying that he was pathetic. Lloyd seemed to react to such behavior with restraint, but inside he was seething. The evil bastard suggested that they go to the sauna together. He said that the hero was definitely tired after hard work, and it would be good to rest. The hero seemed barely restrained from beating the guy up. But he replied with restraint, saying that he didn't have the money to go to the sauna. The bastard smirked at the time, and said it was stupid to assume he didn't know about it. He said he was going to moonlight at the sauna and let the hero steam there for free, but at the time Lloyd couldn't understand why the guy needed a part-time job, since his family was very rich. It turned out that the sauna belonged to his mom, and starting today he will help her. Lloyd was angry, and the guy ordered the hero to stop whining and follow him. The rich boy seemed to care, but Lloyd realized that it wasn't for nothing, and the boy was up to something. The major said that Lloyd should take his umbrella, since he couldn't afford to buy it. After a while, Lloyd found himself in paradise, enjoying a sauna. The guy was just happy to be on vacation. It seemed like his body was recovering right now. Lloyd even began to feel as if he had become one with the mysterious cycle of the universe. In real time, Lloyd together with Xavier headed through the village. The hero realized that the demand for the sauna will be simply cosmic, because a huge number of mermaids were suffering from muscle pain. Lloyd was confident that now he could finally achieve his goal, and the proec he called simply a rich catch in the kingdom of mermaids. Lloyd told his plan to the Mad Mermaid, but he couldn't understand how it would help him find the pearl. Lloyd said it was the easiest way to get labor, and also noted that the three of them would never be able to dig up the whole area. The madman told one fact, that mermaids are very afraid of steam. He said that some mermaids were tempted by the heat, lay down beside it, and then died inevitably as they lost their minds and went to the hottest places where they were fried to a crisp. Lloyd knew that this behavior was most likely caused by the heavy metals inside the water, but it didn't seem to be a problem for the hero. He said in his ear that a hot chimney would solve all these problems. Lloyd and Xavier began the first phase of construction and found a location, although it was far from the source, but Lloyd said that safety was paramount. He called up the design drawings and then began to design the future building. Lloyd ordered Xavier to follow his instructions while he himself headed for the materials. Xavier immediately grabbed his sword, after which he began swinging it violently in different directions. Lloyd was actually amazed at this obedience. He asked why the servant didn't start asking questions. It was strange to Lloyd that Xavier didn't ask why the pearl was needed. Xavier remained silent and then simply told Lloyd to hurry. He assumed that if they didn't get the pearl their land would be in danger. At such words Lloyd could only walk away and thank his servant profusely. Xavier's face seemed to express no emotion, and Lloyd's reaction was very strange, but a moment later they both vomited at the words. Lloyd went in search of the materials he needed. Luckily the source had everything he needed nearby. Lloyd got to the pipe worms, which were exactly what he needed. The worms started spitting mucus and Lloyd collected the secretions for finishing and gluing. Then Lloyd went to collect the pipe casings, and the third step was to assemble the pipes and install them on the hydrothermal spring. Then they ran the pipes through each room and started finishing. They adjusted the size of the pipes so that each room would have the same temperature. Lloyd began the final phase, themed as the Emerald Room, the Coral Room, the Extraordinary Room. Lloyd solemnly announced that the first sauna in this world was finished, and then immediately rushed to ask the mermaid about the sensations. But he just laid down and did not react to the words of the guy. Xavier didn't understand why Lloyd needed so much money, but he explained that he wasn't going to take money from the mermaids. He turned to Xavier and with a creepy face repeated that he wasn't going to take money. Xavier seemed to have already felt it, the hell that would await the mermaids in the future. Late in the evening a bird flew over the sea, and as soon as it was as low as possible above the water, it seemed as if there was a movement, and then from under the water something began to rush out. It turned out to be a mermaid, which came out of the water and flew very high, which scared the poor animal incredibly much. While the mermaid herself was glowing with joy, he immediately grabbed the poor bird with all her might, which was screaming. The girl and the bird disappeared under the water, while the other mermaids praised the girl, for she had set another record. The girl was #1 in the neighborhood, and with such training muscles grew very well, but now she felt terrible. Everything hurt incredibly badly. She tried to hit herself in the shoulder that would at least somehow dull the pain. The girl beat herself with all her might, which her grandfather complained about. The girl decided to go to training, because if you rest, the spirit will die. The girl cannot just give up her training. Suddenly her attention was attracted by the voice of a man who talked about a way to lose muscle pain. He began to shout about his sauna, which gives the opportunity to safely steamed and relax. The girl was very interested in such an offer. While Lloyd was luring the mermaids inside with the utmost enthusiasm, she couldn't believe it was all free. She knew for a fact that humans were very cunning creatures, and looking at Lloyd, they could only get the feeling that they were looking at a real con man. But looking at Xavier, the girl decided that such a handsome man could not be a bad person. Going inside, she felt as if she had been tricked, but just a moment later she began to feel a pleasant heat. She was shocked, as she was now starting to feel like she was at the age she was in her prime. The girl instantly went to her old man to go to the sauna together. Lloyd was happy to welcome his guests. While the guests were just over the moon, Lloyd thanked the mermaids for visiting the sauna 5 days in a row. At the time, the mermaids couldn't believe such magical results. They rejoiced in joy as they all seemed to have a new life. Lloyd was overjoyed. He thanked the mermaids and said that he was as happy as they were. He said that tomorrow and the next day they would meet again in the sauna. After a while, Lloyd's face was hurt, and the girl noticed the WAN look on his face. And when she saw the entrance to the sauna, she instantly asked why it was closed, and Lloyd told her that the event had come to an end, and now the sauna was only available to members of the club that Lloyd had advised the mermaid to join. Lloyd held out the registration form, and the mermaid couldn't figure out what the catch was. The first clause of the agreement was that non-members are strictly forbidden to visit the sauna, as well as there was a restriction on the use of the sauna, namely only 12 hours. But the third clause raised questions, because each member of the club had to pay for his participation, but not with money, but with labor. Lloyd explained that the system was simple. They would have to work 3 hours for a 6-hour sauna. Lloyd explained that there were also penalties for non-payment, and the girl grabbed the guy, then slapped him across the face with all her might, calling him a rotten bastard. She was incredibly angry because some man dared to manipulate the proud mermaids. The girl said that they would do just fine without the sauna, also saying that Lloyd was a rotten crook. Lloyd said there was no way he could make the mermaids choose. Xavier assumed that the operation was a complete failure, but Lloyd explained it very simply. Xavier could have survived without Lloyd's lullaby. The girl was enraged at the man's behavior, and pounded on her muscles, which ached. Lloyd thought about the fact that people lived perfectly well without cigarettes, while the girl beat her arm. Lloyd paralleled that people lived without YouTube and games, but everything changed until they tasted the fruit. The mermaids came to Lloyd. She asked for an application to join, and called the guy a real bastard. Lloyd held out a piece of paper, then with his creepy face asked if they had made their choice.
The entrance to the sauna was empty, as right now inside a huge number of mermaids were relaxing inside. The woman felt a huge rush of pleasure being in this place. She had a bracelet that indicated the time remaining, and suddenly it began to fade, and a moment later it finally went out. Lloyd instantly rushed in and called out the numbers of the mermaids who had run out of time, then said with a menacing look that they would see each other tomorrow at the excavation. The woman scorned the wretched yokel, and then she promised herself that she would never work for him again. The next day the sun shone very brightly, and Lloyd brought all the mermaids, then immediately ordered to continue digging. The mermaids started digging with all their might, after which the body of the mermaid was very sore. Later Lloyd brought the mermaids in the sauna and began to give them a timer. The woman broke the promise she had made to herself, and right now she was enjoying the benefits of this incredible place. After a while, the story repeated itself and Lloyd brought everyone in. This sort of thing repeated itself in a circle a great many times, which made the mermaid think while she worked hard. She had just realized a terrible thing, namely that she and the other mermaids were in the hands of Lloyd as real puppets, in which there is not even a possibility to resist the will of the hero. She wanted to break this vicious circle, but still continued to splash under the Dutka Lloyd, unable to change anything. And finally she decided to give up and just accept their fate. The mermaids dug up a huge amount of earth, while Lloyd watched with a crazed look on his face. The mermaid was shocked by what he saw. He believed Lloyd to be a true demon, and his mermaid kin were slaves in the hands of the hero. The mermaids continued to work successfully, while Lloyd noticed his companion's excitement, and then with a sweet look asked if they had forced anyone. The mermaid's face twisted. He was a wreck. But eventually he smiled, and didn't bother answering anything. Lloyd looked at the results of a month's work. The thickness of the bottom had become incredibly thin. Suddenly the hero's face changed, whereupon he instantly ordered the mermaids to stop working. The guy started to move towards the object he could see. Lloyd used his shovel and started digging too. Then he froze, as he was finally able to find the place where the pearl of truth was. The hero was worried. He had many thoughts. For example, that it all could be just a legend. He was worried that he would not be able to help his family. But now the hero could finally calm down. He said that they should start looking for the blueprint. The hero asked the mermaid what to do next, and he cried hard and could not believe his galasms. He himself did not believe that it existed. Ruzel told him where to look for the blueprints, and then he began his search. Lloyd used his abilities to find the place the merman had described. It turned out to be exactly the place they needed. The hero could not figure out where they could get the key that would fit this lock. Suddenly from that place began to emanate waves, and the guy said that the lock itself will tell them where to look for the key. The hero looked in the direction of the waves, and then his look changed. If the guy's words are true, then the key is inside a huge octopus, which amazed Lloyd. While the monster itself seemed to be in pain, the whole city began to shake, and it was clear that if the monster fell, it would be over, so they had to evacuate the people. The queen was told that most of the people were now at Lloyd's work, and she was glad because it would be easier to evacuate everyone. Lloyd was worried that it was all his fault, and Xavier confirmed that it was. Xavier promised to help deal with the queen and let Lloyd find the key. Xavier said he would do it for Lloyd's wish. The hero was amazed at such words from his subordinate. A moment later, Xavier began to drag Lloyd, while the queen began to use her powers while screaming all around. She waited for the city that was about to fall to the ground. They touched, and then the girl started to push forward with all her might. Suddenly something started to come out, and Xavier intervened, for which she thanked him profusely. Xavier looked at the queen carefully, and then said there was no need to thank him. While the monster was not feeling well at all, he seemed ready to fall to the ground at any moment. Lloyd watched the monster carefully, and he could recognize those symptoms. He knew for sure that this monster right now had indigestion. The octopus swung its tentacle, causing Lloyd to be thrown backwards. The monster completely threw the city and began to rampage. Xavier and the queen became many times more difficult. Even outside there were huge waves rising. At that time, Lloyd pondered on how to rid the monster of indigestion. At one time, he had also suffered from the same ailment. He began to remember his father. He heard the problem the hero was facing, and then began to walk away. The hero could not throw up, although he wanted to. The guy did not know what to do. At that time, his father took out his knife, then said that the son gave him his finger. The hero started screaming that at this rate his father would just cut off his finger. At that time, the man said that it was just a joke, then took out a small needle. He began to stab the hero, and said that the blood is very dirty. The father was very insistent in asking his son if he was getting better, but the hero didn't seem to be getting any better. The man tried to get his son to say that he felt better, but he did not. The mother told him that such things do not help. At the time, the man could not believe it, because in his childhood he was treated only in this way. The mother drove the father away, then took matters into her own hands and told him to cleanse his stomach. The girl asked if her son believed her, after which the hero did not have time to answer anything, while the mother got ready to deliver a powerful blow. The guy did not have time to react, and the mother began to attack. The blow had incredible force, after which the guy seemed to feel terrible pain, but a moment later he vomited a lot, and he finally was able to vomit all the contents of the stomach. At that time in real life, the octonog continued to rampage. The hero wondered if such a method would work on the octonog. The guy thought that these methods were definitely based on something. In the past, the mother had heard a similar question from her son, then said that this method was based on direct experience. The hero started screaming with all his might and calling for Xavier. The guy ordered to attack the octopus pike, but also asked in no way to tear them off. Xavier gritted his teeth and then shouted with all his might that it was too much. A female mermaid intervened in the process of holding the city, and then she began to shout that the others would also join in. A great number of mermaids joined in the rescue of their city. Thanks to daily labor and rest in the sauna, they were able to gain great strength, thanks to which they were able to lift the city up. At that time, Xavier hurriedly headed towards the monster. He flew at a tremendous speed, after which he found himself next to the huge creature. Xavier prepared to make a strong attack. Then he attacked, and a huge amount of energy flew towards the monster. The monster seemed to be in pain and didn't even pay attention to the attack, and they made contact with each of the creature's tentacles, after which the monster's face twisted and seemed to vomit a lot. The hero thought that the piercing had had its effect, and the monster made an opening. Lloyd shouted that it was time for the final blow. Then he began to call his companions, and they held their breath under the water. The hero asked his allies to finish quickly as they wouldn't last long underwater. One of the pets began to prepare for the release of air, after which the others clung to him, and together they began to fly at great speed through the water. They were a small pea compared to the monster, but they were coming closer and closer. Although the octopus was waving its tentacles, the guys managed to get to the right distance, and then Lloyd shouted with all his might and began to prepare for the attack. The guys struck a blow, after which they at a great speed began to fly straight into the belly of the monster. The hero's face was twisted from the overload his body was experiencing. And finally, they were very close to the target, and after a moment they collided with the belly of the monster, which caused an instant effect and the monster's face changed, and finally he was able to spew out all the contents of his stomach. Amongst the vast amount of bulbuls, Xavier was able to find most likely what they were looking for, which was a strange statue of a sea creature. Lloyd was overjoyed, for his plan had succeeded. At last the monster could breathe a sigh of relief, while the hero received a new reward, namely the ability to breathe freely underwater. The octopus instantly turned its gaze to the city, and then at a great speed began to close in on it. The octopus returned to its place again and embraced the city. At that time, all the mermaids rejoiced with happiness, while Lloyd couldn't be happy that he managed to find the key. The queen turned to the hero, and then with a serious look said that looking at the hero's face, she thought he was very brave. The guy seemed to be surprised by such words, while the woman thanked the guy that he increased the power of mermaids and protected their home. All the mermaids began to cheer in honor of the protagonist. Eventually, the protagonist was recognized as a true ally, for which the guy received RP points. The hero was surprised by this attitude on the part of the mermaids. At the time, the system said that it all happened just because of the hero, but the guy did not just ignore the system, so and proudly accepted praise from the mermaids. An argument started between the hero and the system, and the guy tried to change the subject. While the system said incredibly harsh words about Lloyd's parents, the guy seemed to think about it and then warned the system not to cross the line. He thought that his dead parents could not be grateful to him. Lloyd said he wasn't looking back. He was only thinking about protecting his new family. The boy put the key in the lock, and then light began to fill the room. Suddenly, a strange pattern appeared in front of them, and Lloyd's face twisted as he couldn't understand what it was. He thought it looked like a tomb of some kind, a building that looked like a pyramid. The hero used his ability to save the drawing of the pearl. After that, the guy decided to look at the necessary materials, and his face twisted. He began to poke through the air looking for the necessary materials, while Xavier and the mermaid were discussing the fact that Lloyd was insane. The hero started looking at the list, then gritted his teeth and ordered to move out. They were to head to the kingdom of Mangedo, as that was where one of the materials they would need to make the pearl was located. At that time, it was a sunny day in the kingdom itself, and the queen was sitting alone in her workroom, and seemed to feel disgusted. Veins appeared on her face again, and it seemed to bring her excruciating pain. But after a while, she managed to get over the attack and took one of the gloves off her hand. Turns out the virus had progressed. The girl could not even imagine how much the virus would concentrate. The girl felt that she had to fix this situation. Suddenly, someone knocked on the room, and the girl ordered the person in. It turned out that the small states had united and then began to make terrible demands for trade. The girl began to think that it was probably because of what had happened at the banquet, namely the moment when the bone dragon appeared and destroyed the prestige of her empire. They didn't believe that the bone dragon had been defeated since there was no body. She thought about the fact that at this rate the country might start a military coup. She didn't see a way out of this situation. She didn't understand how to solve this problem. She could not relax even for a moment, because she was a queen, and a queen should be the strongest in her country. Suddenly the girl heard that Lloyd had asked her for an audience, after which the girl ran with all her legs to the place where the hero was. People were surprised by this behavior of the queen. While the girl came closer and closer to her goal, she saw in front of her the very Lloyd she missed so much. The hero didn't understand why the queen was behaving this way, and then the girl hugged the boy, because he was the ray of hope that could save the country. Lloyd seemed shocked that the queen rushed into his arms. Everything swam, and it turned out it was just a figment of the girl's imagination. In reality, she did not react to Lloyd's words. The hero did not understand the queen's behavior, while the girl seemed to be thinking, and then her face was full of anger. Xavier's face froze with horror. He looked at Lloyd, after which he instantly shifted his gaze to the queen, who seemed confused. Xavier had assumed the impossible, namely that the girl had fallen in love with Lloyd, which made his face twist in shock. The girl asked what Lloyd wanted since he was here, and then the boy confessed that he wanted to take a couple of columns from the castle basement. The girl was shocked by such words, after which Lloyd added that in gratitude for the help, he will in a moment to harass all the countries that dare not listen to the queen. The hero remembered the moment when he received the notice. He was able to view the necessary materials. Once upon a time there were great wars between the races, and it was during these times one of the Ruzolok asked the Pearl how to win the war. But suddenly the enemies appeared and attacked the Pearl, because of which it was gradually destroyed by spears with the size of a pine tree. It was in this way that the various races began to take the wreckage of the structure as trophies. The giants also took the wreckage and left the water. It was then that he founded a kingdom and ruled over the people. But soon there was a rebellion, and he fled the kingdom with all his might. Later people started to build castles, and they used that very material as a foundation for their building. And right now, the wreckage was right under their feet. Suddenly there was a banquet with many people present. Men were discussing the fact that they could not understand what the queen was doing now. They talked about how the last banquet, which should have frightened them, had humiliated the queen, and she was still sitting with her head held high. They also talked about how it was impossible that they could catch a Costanian dragon. While Lloyd listened intently to these conversations, a smile appeared on the hero's face. Then he ordered the dragon to come out, and all the people felt a strong flow of wind. And looking up, they could see a huge creature that was floating in the sky. The man was incredibly frightened as the dragon approached the ground. The dragon landed, and the shockwave just threw a lot of people off. Everyone started running away from the place, and only the hero stayed to look at his pet. Lloyd said that the bone dragon was a bit strange, and one of the men turned around to see what was going on. At that time, the dragon approached the queen, after which it instantly changed its formidable appearance and became incredibly cute. All the men watched the picture of the dragon being nice to the queen. At that time, the girl began to reach out her hand to the dragon, and then all around the people saw how she stroked the huge creature, which until now had only caused people terror. The man instantly reacted and asked his subordinate to immediately report what had just happened. Suddenly the voice of a hero was heard, who shouted that all the demands of the queen must be fulfilled, otherwise she will simply incinerate the whole world. All people fell down before the great queen. At that time the girl decided to say a word. She said that it was Lloyd who helped to tame the dragon, and that she would give him the status of the highest civil servant. People couldn't believe that such a young guy got such an honorable status. At that time the hero didn't understand why the girl would go so far, because she had already allowed him to destroy her castle. At that time the girl looked at the guy and smiled, because she was happy. Xavier realized that his face was 1% similar to Lloyd's demonic face. As evening fell, the hero heard Xavier say that the queen had called him to her house. He explained that she wanted to train with him, and he also wanted to talk to her about a case. Xavier asked if the hero felt anything special for the queen. At the time Lloyd didn't get it at all, and said that of course he felt it was the queen. At that time the hero asked to check the queen's left hand. The hero thought about what he should do. He decided to find his little brother. Xavier figured it out. At that time, in another part of the capital, the guy was sparring with his wife. She was easily behind his back, then instantly started to approach him. He reacted too late, and the girl kissed him on the cheek. The guy couldn't admit such a defeat, after which he kissed the girl's hand. It was a very sweet picture, but Lloyd's face was horrible. He was jealous, because it would never happen in his life. He realized that he would die alone. The hero decided not to visit his brother, and then he looked at his younger brother and saw how much they loved each other. He also remembered the terrible events that could happen if he did nothing. Lloyd promised himself that his brother would continue to live happily ever after, for he would do his best to make it real. Suddenly a voice was heard behind him. It was some madman who kept insulting Lloyd. The hero turned to see the face of the offender, but the enemy was ready to deliver a fatal blow, which tried to kill Lloyd. In the past, the guy was walking down the corridor with his friends. Everyone around was afraid of him and did not dare to even raise their heads in his presence. His name was Werflord Tanis, and he was the man who wielded the most power in the academy. One of the minions noticed one of the parrots, who was Lloyd's brother, who was as afraid as the others to even raise his head. Preen thought that the boy had a talent for magic, and for that reason he left, telling his subordinate that he wouldn't want to see him at the academy. Even the henchman was frightened by such words, and not only the students but even the teachers bowed before the boy. But in an instant, he found himself kneeling with his father. The queen announced a huge number of crimes that were made by this couple, and then said that all the status and property of the guys will be cancelled, which sent the guy into a fit of terror. A little while later, Ote yelled at his son, accusing the boy of all the sins of their family. He prepared to attack with anger in his eyes. Then the boy wailed in pain, which he felt the moment the sword stabbed into his body. He was left in the rainy weather tied to a tree with a sword stuck in his chest. True, this story did not end. He had a great talent for magic, and it was for this reason that he managed to survive. Then he pulled the sword from his body and removed the ropes that restrained him. He began his journey completely lost. He had absolutely nothing. But suddenly he stopped, and after some thought he realized that he had only one thing left, and that was revenge. And so in the present, Lloyd turned towards the source of the sound, while his opponent tried to attack with a knife. Lloyd easily dodged the sudden attack, which incredibly surprised the enemy. At the time, Lloyd could not understand what the hell was going on. The hero didn't just stand there. He started swinging his arm and then struck a precise and very strong blow to the enemy's face. The enemy flew away for a decent distance. Lloyd slowly approached the enemy, asking who the bastard was, but in the end he decided he didn't care who the enemy was. Lloyd assumed that this guy had been kicked out of the academy, because that was the only way to explain the attack of such a young man near the academy. He grabbed a blood clot and threw it toward Lloyd, shouting for Lloyd to die. The blood turned into daggers, which flew at a great speed at the hero, but Lloyd did not get over it. He took out a shovel and easily repelled every attack directed at him. The hero didn't spare the guy and delivered another crushing blow directly to his face. The enemy was lying on the ground. He was fighting himself not to lose consciousness, while the hero was surprised by the blood magic. The enemy started shouting that Lloyd is not a hero of the state. He believed that Lloyd is one of those who are ready to rebel at any moment. The enemy, with a crazed look, said that Lloyd was one of the bastards who were willing to kill anyone for their own ends. Lloyd didn't seem to understand why the enemy was saying such nasty things. While Xavier asked the queen what she thought of the hero, she replied emotionlessly that he was a useful man she wanted to be around. Xavier asked if that was all the reasons. The queen didn't seem to understand what the guy was getting at. She continued to say that she didn't understand what Xavier wanted her to say, at which time the boy began to say that no matter how strong a warrior was, he would always want a home to return to, where he could cuddle with his beloved. The queen seemed to be thinking about something. As Lloyd swung with all his might, he beat the poor boy, while saying that the enemy was a lunatic who talked nonsense. Lloyd continued to strike the guy's body, his limbs twisting from the pain he was feeling. Suddenly, an incredibly creepy smile appeared on the enemy's face, and Lloyd didn't understand why this crazy guy was smiling. At that time, the blood that was around began its movement, and it headed upwards, creating a huge vortex. Lloyd looked up and his face froze in horror, because there was a creature that looked uglier than Lloyd himself. The enemy tried to attack the hero, while Xavier reminded his sword with mana. The queen didn't understand where the guy was looking during the sparring. Xavier apologized to the queen, then instantly took off and headed towards the protagonist. At that time, Lloyd seemed to get hit, and Xavier continued to move at great speed. Lloyd found himself right near the mouth of the fearsome creature, but Xavier immediately appeared and was ready to attack. And just a moment later, the monster's body was chopped into a huge number of pieces. Xavier turned his attention to the enemy and instantly chopped off one leg and an arm. Rake screamed from the pain he was in. At that time, Xavier flew towards Lloyd. He grabbed the main character. At that time, the enemy reached for his sword with all his might. Xavier reacted instantly, then he headed to attack, while the enemy grabbed his severed arm with his teeth and used blood magic again. The enemy was mad. He only cared about Lloyd's death. Unexpectedly, the enemy disappeared and Xavier couldn't believe his eyes as the enemy's presence was completely gone. The boy was angry as he had missed the enemy. At that time, Lloyd thought about what had just happened. Everything around him was destroyed and suddenly a pillar of blood rose up, followed by the enemy who felt terrible. Lloyd understood that the enemy was an expelled student, but he couldn't understand the magic he used. At that time, the enemy was crawling with one thought in his head, namely that he wanted to kill Lloyd. Xavier apologized for missing the enemy, but Lloyd said not to sweat the small stuff. The enemy used some strange magic while cursing Lloyd. The hero said that no matter what danger awaited him, Xavier would always come to his aid. Xavier seemed to ponder these words, while the enemy shouted with all his might that he would destroy Lloyd. Suddenly, a counter of saved lives appeared in front of Lloyd's face, and the number turned from 0 to -1. The hero couldn't believe that because of his arrival in the world someone could die. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. A little while later, Lloyd began to talk about the fact that it was time to start building, and he could not do it because of the huge number of guards that clung to the guy. The Queen said that this level of security is the norm for a great man. The Queen ordered to kill anyone who gets near Lloyd. The hero began to say that Xavier was far more effective than even 1,000,000 soldiers. The Queen confirmed such arguments, then promised to investigate the blood magic the enemy was using. Lloyd thought about the many problems he faced, but the solution was only one: build the pearl and learn to resist fate. Lloyd shouted for the men to get to work. He thought about what they would need to dig inside and get the material. The nobles were against such actions, but the Queen had easily solved the problem. Lloyd presented a scheme to minimize the damage, but he also realized the castle could collapse if he did so. Lloyd led the people. The hero decided to use a way to strengthen the ground, and for this he decided to use the artifact of the Heart of Winter. It was one of the 3 mysterious objects that holds the winter of the world within it. In the past, this terrible weapon was given to the royal family by a dragon. There was even a scene in the novel where the Queen used this artifact and froze the soldiers. The Queen solved the issue of using such a scary artifact. She even had to pay a bribe. By using the ice, they can suppress the earth, and because of that, they can safely get the material they need. Suddenly, one man reacted when he saw Xavier. He didn't understand this behavior, while the girl took off her capuchin and looked the guy straight in the eyes. And it seemed that even inside of the most unperturbed Xavier, something twitched inside. Then the girl waved and hurried out of the place. Lloyd said that a genius like this girl could be trusted with such an object. Lloyd asked Xavier to catch up with the girl, as he realized that the boy had missed her. The boy tried to pretend that he didn't understand the hero, but Lloyd made it clear that his intelligence was quite high. He also began to brag with a sly look that he could tell who was in love with whom at a glance, and it was 100% accurate. Xavier's face twisted at the thought that this incredible skill didn't work on Lloyd himself. Xavier couldn't leave because he was worried about Lloyd's life, while the hero bragged that he could easily kill that madman himself. The first stage of the work was a tunnel downward, which was drilled by one of the hero's pets. Next, they built rooms to pump refrigerant into the basement. The third step was that while the best mages of the country managed the artifact, they inserted a pipe that connected the earth with the artifact. The fourth step was to dig upwards, and this was also done by the protagonist's pet. Xavier noticed that they were doing everything faster than before. The hero was saying that they needed to finish as soon as possible. Lloyd thought that he didn't have much time. He also thought that there was a way to get the material instantly, but there was no way to use it. The hero slapped himself on the cheeks, then began to shout to get the rebar ready. While the mages were working hard, the same girl was also doing her best. The door that led to the room was completely closed, and suddenly blood began to seep through the gap. Then it began to rise up again, and the guy appeared. He had made himself a prosthetic arm, and he had also made a device for his leg. It was late at night, and the events had taken place just a few days ago. The men were discussing Lloyd, who had become a top civil servant. The Duke thought it was dangerous to keep Lloyd, as he had caused many nobles to lose their status. The other man did not know what to do. Because Lloyd is supported by the Queen, she even allows him to use the sacred objects of the kingdom. The Lord thought they should grab Lloyd and drag him down. They also wanted to kill the Queen who protects the hero. A little while later, when the second man had left, the Lord thought, for he realized that Lloyd's exploits were growing every day, and it was impossible to kill Lloyd because of Xavier. Suddenly, an unknown figure appeared behind the man. He was startled and jumped up from his seat. It turned out to be the same enemy who had managed to survive the battle with Xavier. Lloyd was surprised that the boy had managed to survive. while the boy began to say that the Lord was definitely concerned about Lloyd, and added that he could help with the case. Such words interested the Lord. The boy asked what exactly Lloyd was doing in the palace. At that time, the Lord said that it was a reconstruction work. As soon as the boy heard about the artifact of the Heart of Winter, a crazy smile appeared on his face. He asked the Lord to do him a favor. Then he held out a vial of his own blood and asked the Lord to pour this liquid in the place where the artifact would be. He also added that if the Lord would do this task, he would make sure that the whole world would know that Lloyd was the real true evil. As people continued to work in the present tense, Lloyd was called by a man, and the hero thought that people were uncomfortable working. It turned out that the man just wanted to thank the hero, as he had given him the opportunity to learn pottery techniques. Other workers pulled in as well. Literally, every single one of them was grateful to the hero. This made Lloyd proud. Then he said that if people are grateful, then let them give him 1,000 gold pieces each. The people did so. Xavier was shocked that Lloyd had taken money from the common people, and Lloyd didn't think they would give it to him. At that time, the guards were standing at the gate. One of the knights asked to see where their replacement was, and as soon as the second guard stepped away, he instantly pulled out a bottle of blood. Then he spilled it on the floor, and just a moment later an eye appeared in the liquid, which immediately began to look around, and then began to move to the door and went inside. The mages noticed a strange man who was laughing at the top of his voice. Xavier instantly reacted to the appearance of the enemy. While Lloyd did not understand anything, Xavier immediately realized that this was the same enemy he had missed recently. The mages started the battle and sent a huge number of fireballs towards the guy, but the enemy easily dodged each attack. At that time, Lloyd ordered Xavier to protect the artifact, and he instantly went to fulfill the errand. At that time, the enemy cut his wrist and the blood turned into a weapon that was aimed at the mage. The magician used iron wall magic, but in the end, the magic was instantly broken by the enemy's blood. The blood had already gotten close to the artifact, and Xavier arrived on the scene. The artifact began to behave strangely. Frost began to cover everything around, and people began to be pushed away by a strong wind. Xavier was angry, as the enemy had already disappeared. Suddenly there was worry on the guy's face. The girl was trying to take control of the artifact, which made her body start to endure the intense cold. Xavier was very worried about the girl he loved. While behind his back, Lloyd started yelling that Xavier needed to stop the Heart of Winter. Xavier wanted to object, but Lloyd ordered him to trust him. After saying that, Xavier headed to do his master's bidding and then headed straight towards the artifact. The girl was worried about the boy while Xavier tried to apprentice the artifact. Xavier realized that he wouldn't be able to hold it for long, as the artifact had the power of a high dragon. At that time, the hero activated the effect that the cold would not affect him, and then began to run for help because other people could not withstand it. The hero ran with all his might, thinking that he is not a fighter for justice, but he is obliged to return people their money. Suddenly, behind Lloyd's back there was an enemy who was ready to instantly finish off the protagonist. This time Lloyd did not have time to react to the lunge, and the knife pierced the guy's stomach. The enemy looked very creepy, while Lloyd did not expect such a move. Suddenly, the hero's body was covered with unbearable pain. Lloyd began to develop hematomas, which were also in the queen. Suddenly he found himself in a strange space, so also in his own body. Behind him he heard that he didn't have time to stall. The creature was saying that if the guy just pulled out the right thing it wouldn't take more than a day. The Altrigo was saying that they had the strength to do it. At that time, Xavier was trying his best to stop the artifact. He was at his limit, because it was breaking with incredible power. At that time the mages had already started to be covered in ice, and it seemed very soon they would be finished. The girl decided to use fire, and directed it directly at the artifact. The girl was also on the limit, while Xavier was grateful, because thanks to her he would be able to endure a little more time. At that time the enemy pulled out his blade, and Lloyd screamed at the pain he felt. The enemy laughed at the top of his voice, for it was an ancient curse of the coming darkness. If there is even a drop of darkness in a person, it multiplies and then completely subdues the inner self. The enemy shouted that Lloyd could not get the respect of others. He dreamed that the hero would sink to the bottom and show the world his evil. He wanted Lloyd to show his true nature and reveal his true self to the world. At that time, in his subconscious, the hero sat in front of his evil mind. The evil one was talking about not building the sauna, because it could have been done so much faster. Lloyd saw the city of mermaids under his feet. He talked about how if Lloyd had summoned the dragon, it wouldn't have taken a day. Evil said that he didn't need to ask permission from the queen, because he could use his power and control everyone with fear. The hero was overwhelmed by so many facts. While the evil one said that the queen would not have been able to resist Xavier, he also said that they could have suborned all the mermaids in an hour, 2 at most. The consciousness also said that if Lloyd had simply destroyed the castle, he would have built what he needed long ago. The hero said that all the words of consciousness full of nonsense, because such a thing cannot be done. From such actions would suffer a lot of people, and they would all be sad. At that time the consciousness began to say that he did not care, because all these people were not his family. He thought that family and other people are very different things. And then he asked if the hero wanted to lose everything again. Lloyd remembered the death of his first parents. He was incredibly sad. He remembered his father and his beloved mother. Lloyd couldn't say a word. He just stood there in silence as the space around him began to transform. The hero's face became as serious as possible, and then his subconsciousness suggested that he go and save everyone he loved. The hero started to approach his subconsciousness, and then he started to reach out his hand, but in the end he hugged himself. They stood together in such a horrible place. The hero asked if the subconscious was scared, then told him not to worry. He took the guy by the shoulders, then with his trademark look said that you can solve any problem without acting on your principles. He also added that they were omnipotent after all. The world around him instantly changed, and Lloyd returned to himself, after which he smiled and said that naturally they were the best. At that time the cold filled everything around him. Lloyd regained consciousness and stood with his head proudly raised. Rag couldn't believe his eyes. Such a strong curse had no effect on Lloyd. He not only remained conscious, but also got rid of the curse completely. Lloyd shouted at the top of his voice that he was an incredible creature on the inside, then grabbed his enemy by the scruff of the neck and prepared to give him a good punch, saying that he was a creature not only on the inside but also on the outside. The blow landed right on the enemy's face, which instantly caused a lot of damage. At that time, the queen was running towards the scene, and it had been 5 minutes since the trouble started. The queen jumped into the cold place and started flying downwards. She didn't want to lose Lloyd, and she was going to save him. Xavier told the queen that Lloyd was inside. The girl started to move to the place where the guy could be, and she saw a man who turned into ice. She recognized the bastard immediately and knew it was him. Suddenly the queen's gaze changed. It was terribly cold ahead. While Lloyd was trying to save the people with all his might, they were in a terrible state because the cold was incredibly harsh. In the past, the workers had talked about the hero not leaving them and coming back. The guy said that he could not do otherwise. The man said that the guy did not think of running away from the hard work, and the hero said that he had no choice. The man said the hero was very cool, and the guy thanked him. Everyone liked the man because he was always smiling and making other people smile. He was a father, but he ended up getting injured and had to leave his job. And the reason for this terrible incident was that all the equipment was not safe. But in the end, no one ever took responsibility for what had been done. When they saw profits, they shouted about their rights. But as soon as the moment comes to take responsibility, they instantly ignore their responsibilities. The hero did not want to be such an unscrupulous customer. He tried his best to take responsibility and save as many lives as possible. The queen saw the terrible condition of the guy and ran towards him, whereupon she instantly embraced the hero and enveloped him in her cloak. The girl felt that there was almost no mana in the hero's body, and she realized that Lloyd had given all his mana to the workers and was left without any protection. Lloyd started to beg the queen to save 8 more people who were left there, while the girl decided to save Lloyd first. She started dragging the guy with all her might. The hero tried to object, but the girl shouted that he should believe her. They ran at a great speed, and the girl began to climb upwards. She developed great speed, and after a moment they were outside. The queen did not stay where she was and set off to save as many lives as possible. At that time, people started to warn the hero, who was really in a terrible state. The hero thought that there was no use of the effect when the body was already frozen. He felt the warmth of the sun and thought that he could finally rest. At that time, the queen continued her movement. She saw the main character's pet who was holding all the staff, even though he was very cold himself. People were getting nervous. The queen was taking people out time after time. Lloyd was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was glad the queen stepped in and helped. People were asking the queen to stop. She was a royal person after all. She ordered the man to shut up. If he was inside, he wouldn't be talking such nonsense. Lloyd finally closed his eyes completely, but suddenly he opened his eyes. At that time, near the artifact itself, it was just hell. Xavier was hugging the girl with his last strength. At that time outside, the last person was saved. The queen said that there were still a few people left in the cold room. Suddenly, the amount of cold intensified many times that even the ground was torn up. The queen was shocked at what was happening while the cold began to consume everything around her. All the buildings began to be covered with ice, and the people who were outside felt the terrible cold. A dragon arrived at the place and used its breath to attack the cold vortex. At that time, the queen ordered to evacuate all the people and also to move the wounded. Suddenly, the queen's gaze changed. Lloyd stood up. Although just a moment ago he was one step away from death. The girl shouted that the guy should run, because it is very dangerous. Lloyd said he wouldn't lose a single person today. Then all the cold began to move into the hand of the protagonist. The girl tried to stop the guy, because this way he will die. While the cold continued to move into the main character's body, the queen looked up and saw that the cold was getting smaller and smaller, and then the last clot went straight to the protagonist. Lloyd took all the impact on himself, thanks to which this terrible disaster ended. It snowed outside. While the girl was shocked by what had just happened, Lloyd had turned to ice, and it seemed that was the end of his story. All the people saw the noble deed of the guy. While down below the cold began to fade away, Xavier couldn't understand what had just happened as the artifact disappeared somewhere. While Lloyd remained standing still, he literally turned to ice. It was snowing outside. While they announced that literally all the people had been rescued, one of the people couldn't believe that he had survived because his body was literally freezing cold. But in a moment, the cold seemed to disappear. While Lloyd stood motionless, the story of the genius boy seemed to end like this. When Xavier saw his master, his face was frozen with horror. The girl who was with Xavier was also shocked by such a picture. The queen could only stand helplessly and look at Lloyd's breathless body with horror and great pain. The girl began to move towards the boy. She was shaking and her eyes were filled with despair at the loss of her loved one. She started to pull her hand towards Lloyd, after which she squeezed his icy hand. Suddenly his face changed. She felt the guy's heart was still beating. She immediately shouted that Lloyd was still alive, to which Xavier was shocked. People began to gather around Lloyd, while the hero himself stood unmoving. He seemed to be tied up and felt an unreal cold. He couldn't understand why he couldn't move and what the ropes were holding him. Suddenly a voice was heard, which explained that the only thing working in the hero's body was his heart. The heart said that the guy was alive only because of it, and asked him to thank it. Lloyd was surprised and called the creature a monster's asshole, which caused a negative reaction from the heart, which said that it was the artifact of the Heart of Winter. Lloyd said the creature still looked more like an ass than a heart. Lloyd asked what the ass of winter was doing inside its body. It explained that the hero had swallowed it, and that was the reason it was inside his body. The artifact explained that the hero was able to swallow the artifact that the great dragon had been creating for 100 days. Normally, Lloyd wouldn't be able to swallow even 1% of the cold heart, but Lloyd had a special power that the artifact sensed, because the power was something similar to the dragon's heart. Lloyd realized that it was because he was a half-dragon, and that was the reason why the artifact treated him so well. The heart said that was not all. It was amazed at how Lloyd had sacrificed his health to help others. His heart said he was curious to see where such a man could go. Lloyd wrinkled his face and said he just didn't want to be criticized. The artifact said to stop, which Lloyd didn't really understand. At that time, the heart started a strange movement, then went straight to Lloyd, and a moment later the guy's body started to glow. Lloyd became one with the divine artifact, and now he got the ability to freeze time. The hero woke up and couldn't understand anything. A moment later he was amazed at the ability he had gained. He could freeze time and create an area where time would continue to pass. Now Lloyd was overjoyed, for such a power would allow him to speed up the pace of construction by leaps and bounds. Now the hero had a much better chance to stop the disaster, but there was a problem, namely that the skill required 3,000 points to activate, and the hero had only 2,600. The hero thought that it was very cool that he got a strong skill, but there was also a bigger problem, because he was in a room with Xavier and the Queen, who were already thinking about his death. Xavier wanted to say something, but Lloyd deftly stopped the servant. The hero ordered the lad to be silent, and began to stare intently in the Queen's direction. The girl was sleeping sweetly. She seemed very tired lately. Lloyd began to talk about how he had destroyed a sacred object of the kingdom. He even drew a parallel to stealing a nuclear weapon from another country, and for this reason Lloyd believed that he would be executed. Lloyd also said it was time for them to run. Xavier started to say that running away would not help. Lloyd started to shake with terror, thinking about how to get out of the situation. At that time, the Queen woke up and said that it was too late to escape, which scared Lloyd. Lloyd started to crouch down and apologize to the Queen, at which time the girl said that this was a very strange way to solve problems and asked Lloyd to put his buns down. The girl with a serious look started to say that she knew roughly what had happened. She said that even though the situation was due to interference from outside, Lloyd was still responsible for the artifact. Lloyd asked what happened to the bastard, and the Queen said that he survived, but almost immediately he was arrested and burned at the stake. She also said that the guy was very cunning, and she had to confirm his death personally. The girl changed the subject and started to say that now there are more important things to do. Then she said that she was very glad that the hero was safe. Lloyd began to be confused, because he had never heard such words. The guy's heart began to beat faster. The hero was very worried and did not know what to do. At that time, the Queen said that they never managed to learn anything about blood magic, because the guy did not succumb to torture. Lloyd told that the enemy stabbed him in the side with a knife that was soaked in purple mana. With every word Lloyd said about that situation, the Queen's face was more shocked. She stopped Lloyd and then sat down and asked him to tell her more about what had happened. She grabbed her glove, and then Lloyd saw the same symptoms that he had recently experienced. It was deep night outside. The Queen was walking down the corridor with a saddened look. She looked at one of the doors and then stopped for a moment. She moved towards the door, after which opened it and saw herself in the past. Around lay the corpses of her family member. She was saddened. At that time in the past, she held a bloody sword over her brother's body. She realized that there was no way to change it, because the brothers had killed the girl's mother and father, and then she was next in line. She was also angry because the brothers had always been kind, but it was just a lie. The girl shouted that she should not trust anyone and should kill them first. She also began to shout about the danger Lloyd posed, and she also shouted that she should not let anyone into her heart, for she would be deceived again. She began to shout that at any moment a man could put a knife in her back, and then she began to persuade the Queen to fight to kill everyone, and then suppressed everyone with fear. The Queen came to the girl and hugged her and asked her not to make such an angry face. She thought that the entity was sad and scared. She also said that sometimes it's okay to be weak. Then tears appeared in her eyes. The entity disappeared, after which the Queen started crying. Suddenly she woke up in her room. She started to look at her hand, which had gone back to normal. She thought about it. A little while earlier Lloyd had told her that he had simply accepted the truth, and it had allowed him to get rid of the curse. He said that there are always moments when a person is weak or angry. You cannot accumulate these moments. The girl was saddened. At that time Lloyd said that this disease is very scary. The girl pondered over his words. In the present, she kept looking at her hand. She was ashamed that she was once again in debt to Lloyd. The aristocrats were out of their minds. They were eager to sue Lloyd. They said that now the Queen would not be able to protect Lloyd because he had destroyed the sacred object. A man shouted that Lloyd would now be deprived of all his phineas. While Lloyd stood in the center of the room, the Queen announced the beginning of the trial of the hero. The girl said that now the House of Lords would personally bring the charges. The girl was very sad. Even she, the Queen, cannot ignore the laws of her state. She thought that at least she will help the hero to avoid serious punishment. The other girl started shouting that Lloyd was not guilty, because it was really the fault of the man who attacked the mages. Xavier said that Lloyd was the one who couldn't prevent the problems. He also said that the hero would be okay. He also added that Lloyd had said that everything was under control, and that was the reason Xavier knew that everything would be okay. One of the men gave Lloyd his word, but before he did, he said that the hero had been entrusted with such an important item, and that was what it came down to. Lloyd silently searched his pocket for something, and then he pulled out a vial of what used to be the enemy's blood. The man's face changed, though he did not yet realize what was coming. Lloyd began to wrinkle his face, showing everyone the empty vial. So far the Lord remained calm, but just moments later the realization came to him that he was about to be fucked. He remembered ordering one of the soldiers to empty the contents at the entrance to the artifact, and then a look of horror came over Lloyd's face as everything moved in a terrible direction. At that time, the hero was pointing at the item as if in mockery. Lloyd had said in the past that the enemy had definitely used the blood to teleport, whereupon he set about searching for the evidence, for it was sure to be there. Lloyd ordered his subordinates to start searching, after which they instantly ran in different directions to search for the evidence. Lloyd continued to hold that vial. Lloyd tried to say something, but he was incredibly scared. As Lloyd kept moving the object right in front of the man's eyes, the guy looked at the official with a threat. While the man seemed ready to shit his pants with terror, the guard who had spilled the contents of the vial was also there. He had confessed his sin to Lloyd earlier and promised to help the hero at the trial. Lloyd made his face even more intimidating, and then Lord Lloyd, under the pressure of terror, said that Lloyd had not made a single mistake. Then Lloyd's face changed, and he said that Lloyd was a living legend and should not be punished in any way. He continued to praise the hero, while the other lords did not understand what was going on. Even the queen herself was surprised by this turn of events. Lloyd danced to the lord's praise, as if to show his superiority over the man. With his facial expression Lloyd in front of the message, namely that if the situation with the Lord repeats itself, he will be finished. At that time, the Lord said that Lloyd was a true hero that everyone should respect. It was a clear day outside. Because Lloyd was a hero of the kingdom, he didn't get punished. He lifted the thing he originally wanted to get. The hero's pet dragged the block with all his might. Lloyd took on the responsibility of building the kingdom. Now he will not be able to refuse if the queen asks for something. The pet was able to lift the block outside and raised it above his head. The hero received a notification that he would be awarded points because he had found a legendary item. The guy now had over 4,000 points on his account, which definitely made Lloyd happy. Now he had the opportunity to use the time freeze if necessary. Even though the hero managed to save the queen, but it did not affect the counter of saved lives, it remained negative. Lloyd was going to keep moving forward in his search for answers. The queen called Lloyd a terrible person, upset that he was leaving as soon as he finished his work. Lloyd apologized and then explained that he had a very important job to do, and there was no time to procrastinate. The girl thought for a moment and asked if it was more important than taking a break and relaxing with the queen. Lloyd said that it was, because the business was very important. The girl thought deeply about what the guy had said, and then a wry smile appeared on her face, though it really hurt her to hear those words. She told the boy to leave, and then added that she would wait for him as long as it took. Seeing the beautiful queen, the hero again began to be confused, and his heart began to beat more often. The hero thought that it was all because of Winter's ass, but it called Lloyd an idiot, because he cannot understand the obvious. Later, the hero traveled on the dragon, while carrying the necessary materials. Suddenly the dragon dropped the materials and they began to fly down, then hit the water and began to sink. Lloyd was glad that everything was working out, so he got the blocks to the mermaid kingdom. Lloyd talked to his servant about his beloved. The guy tried to deny it, but Lloyd said that he was an expert in love, and for that reason there was nothing he didn't know. At the time, the artifact thought Lloyd was an idiot who didn't know anything about love. Xavier's face changed as he remembered the girl saying that when she became an archmage and Xavier's job was over, she would declare her love for him. Xavier kept a nonchalant face, but just a moment later embarrassment appeared on his indifferent face, which caused an instant reaction from Lloyd, who was jealous and said he hated that kind of face. Xavier asked where their next destination was. Lloyd said that the next material was in the southern plains. Xavier asked if the tribe he thought was their destination, and Lloyd confirmed that it was. Plains Centaur bikers. It turned out that the second material had fallen into the hands of the Centaurs after the war, and if they could find the centaurs, they could find out more about the material. Xavier complained that it would be difficult to travel across the plain, and the hero said that they couldn't ride a dragon in this place. Lloyd also said that they would be found soon anyway. Suddenly the ground began to shake, as if an earthquake had begun, and a huge fog of dust appeared, which came closer and closer to the guys with each passing moment. It turned out to be the very people they wanted, but they immediately started to attack Lloyd with the excuse that they had invaded their territory without permission. Lloyd was shocked, as he had imagined these creatures in a different way. The guys were surrounded, after which Lloyd asked them to stop yelling so he could start a dialogue, but the man started to say that people do the same thing. Lloyd realized that the place was in complete disarray. Lloyd said that he had come to meet the wisest of the centaurs, but the man ended up getting angry that a man wanted to meet their leader. Lloyd said that it didn't matter how many legs the creature had. He said that if he could be faster than the centaur, would he allow him to meet their leader? The man was so shocked at the audacity of this. He shouted at the top of his voice that some man had challenged him, the captain of the guard. He started shouting that the one who was challenged would choose the finish line, and the one who would finish first would win, and Lloyd agreed with all of this. Lloyd refused Xavier, who wanted to run, and then explained that he could do it himself. Xavier said that the centaur's speed was comparable to that of a swordsman. Lloyd knew that the centaurs were fast, but he already had a brilliant plan ready. He wasn't going to run away. The centaur pointed his finger at the place that was going to be the finish. Then he promised to show Lloyd how insignificant humans were. Everyone moved out of the way, and then they got ready to run. One of the Mentauros fired a slingshot, signaling the start of the contest. The hero's adversary instantly jumped up from his seat and began to run toward the finish line at breakneck speed. Xavier didn't understand how he could win in such a situation, while the hero pulled out his shovel, which caused misunderstandings in Xavier. Lloyd pointed the shovel downwards, after which he started screaming with all his might. There was a huge explosion that sent Lloyd flying at tremendous speed towards the finish line. The hero overtook the Minotaur with speed and instantly reached the finish line, but he was also hit by a rock. The hero began to fall to the ground and then collapsed. Such an outcome of events amazed the enemy, and the other Minotaurs were no less surprised. At that time, the hero came to his senses and began to rise. He looked at the Minotaurs with his creepy look and then said that he was faster. The Minotaurs as one thought that this man is a legend who has the speed of light. Lloyd looked mad and said it was time to go to the tribal leader since he had one. The enemy refused Lloyd, whereupon the hero asked why not. The enemy said that Lloyd was cheating since the goal was to win the race. Lloyd started yelling at the guy, saying that traditionally, speed was being tested. The guy was scared of the main character, but suddenly a woman's voice was heard behind his back. The girl was very beautiful and said that the guy was not behaving nicely. She said that only speed is important, because in their laws it is written that he who is fast has everything. The boy got upset. She turned to Lloyd and told him to move with her, because she was going to take him to the leader. The boy was surprised, but relaxed, because she had gotten him to talk to the packmaster. They walked through the field. Xavier was surprised at Lloyd's good mood, and he explained that this was the place where he would be on the lookout. He said that in this place, women liked fast men, and she'd pick the fastest one anyway. Lloyd said that this girl was in love with him, but Xavier said she wasn't. Lloyd wanted to continue talking, but suddenly he was struck by a powerful hoof, which sent him flying a good distance away. The girl said that no matter how fast a guy's face was, he had to be at least as pretty as a rotting potato. Lloyd was a total wreck, both mentally and physically. Xavier assumed that the girl didn't like Lloyd's glistening glozes, but Xavier explained that he'd seen many looks of love and could easily tell who was in love with whom. Lloyd looked at his friend in silence, and the boy's face showed no signs of life. The girl started to say that she was tired of speed being important everywhere. She thought that there was something else besides speed. The hero was surprised by these words, but they arrived at the place and the girl explained to the guys where the chief was. She added that the chief's name was Cherokee and that he was her father. The hero and Xavier were surprised by this information. At that time, inside the huge tent, the chieftain was talking about how pleased he was to meet the swift man his daughter had brought. There was silence between them, and the chief asked why Lloyd looked so dumb. but he said he was curious about the gadgets and codes. Lloyd introduced himself and then told him about the thing he was looking for. The chief pointed behind his back and said that's where Lloyd was looking for. The boy was shocked that everything was happening so fast, and then he asked for the thing. The chief called the man a quick madman and said that although they didn't really need the thing, they couldn't just give it away. Lloyd realized it couldn't be that simple. The girl asked why they would honor the tradition if they could just throw it away. The father told his daughter not to be like that, then ordered her to leave. The girl said that this man could be that legendary man with the speed of light. Lloyd asked what this legend was, and the girl told him that when the man with the speed of light came to them, he would unravel the speed of the centaurs. The chief said that if Lloyd was the man with the speed of light and he could solve their speed limit problem, he could give the hero the item he needed. Lloyd began to think of ways to increase the centaur's speed. At that time, it was an eerie night in another place. It was some ruins. Underneath there was a strange room, in which there was a basin with a strange liquid. Inside the basin there was a torn-off human hand. It was floating and began to move strangely. Then from the hand began to grow a body, and finally from this liquid appeared a man. He put his hand on the ground, then began to come to himself. It turned out to be the same enemy who had once again managed to get out of the battle with Lloyd alive. He began to cough up blood, and then began to mentally humiliate himself, because he couldn't defeat Lloyd even using ancient black magic. He thought about what to do next. He thought that with his power it was impossible to defeat Lloyd. A pillar of flame appeared in front of the man, and the creature inside began to say that he just needed to summon it earlier. It turned out to be the Demon King who had promised to kill Lloyd. It turned out that it was the Demon Lord who had told the boy about black magic. He said that he couldn't get revenge personally, and the man became despondent as it was a harsh reality. The Demon King said that if he could come to this world, personally, everything would be much easier. The Demon King said that the man could summon him, and he could finish the guy's revenge. The man creased his face. The Demon King was going to take advantage of Lloyd and make him a slave in hell. The man couldn't object to anything, he just stared at the floor in silence. Then he swore that he would help the King of Hell to get to Earth. The weather was beautiful outside. Lloyd thought about what he could do to increase the speed of the Minotaurs. He even thought about asking Xavier to train them, but the guy said he wouldn't do it. There were a huge number of wounded, adults and children in the Centaurs. Lloyd thought about the fact that the Centaurs would immediately start a race as soon as there was a dispute. He thought of the chaos that ensued as everyone ran with their eyes closed. He remembered the girl's words about how scrappy is in everything. Lloyd thought about how to solve the problem of the Minotaur's speed limit. He thought deeply about it as he wanted to get the materials. The girl heard a man's voice behind her. It turned out to be a guy who was once again trying to marry her. The girl had a negative attitude, and the man thought she was just pretending to be uninterested. The man said he was a champion and no woman could live without him. He grabbed her arm and then started yelling that they had to go on a date. The girl couldn't stand it, and with all her might she punched this asshole right in the stomach. She started complaining about people like him. She was pissed off that they thought speed was the most important thing. The man said that nothing past speed and do not need. It turned out even the father of the girl recognized the guy. The man grabbed the girl and started shouting with all his might, saying that he would be the next head, and she was obliged to marry him. Suddenly someone grabbed the man's shoulder. It was a handsome guy who asked the man to stop bullying the girl. She was stunned by such an act. It seemed like this kind of thing was much more important to her than some speed. The man started laughing out loud at the kid. Others were laughing and jeering at the kid. The man yelled at the kid and threatened to break him 9 times. He pointed at the girl and said that her father didn't give the kid permission to hang out with her, and then the man continued to mock the kid in his voice. Lloyd listened attentively and took in the gist of the conversation, then wrinkled his face as he didn't like it at all. When the sun began to set, the girl spoke to the boy and apologized to him. She explained that if she tried to calm the men down, they would definitely have a competition. Suddenly, the guy interrupted the girl and apologized himself. He apologized for not being able to get her father's approval and for being so weak. The girl yelled that the guy wasn't really slow but very fast, while he talked about how he couldn't win a single match. The girl yelled that she doesn't care about such things, and she would like to marry him as she likes the guy. He made a frustrated face and then said only one word, which was that he didn't want to. Pain appeared on the girl's face. She was incredibly sad. The guy went on to say that no one would approve of their marriage if he kept losing. The girl listened to all this and tears came to her eyes as the guy started to walk away, saying that the man was really fast. He also told the girl that he was a real centaur that she could be proud of. She couldn't say a word. She was incredibly sad about what had just happened. Suddenly Lloyd's voice was heard, interrupting the girl's crying. The hero asked if he could listen. The girl told Lloyd that the guy was really fast, and Lloyd thought so too, but she couldn't understand how he knew that if he hadn't seen the guy in action. The hero explained that the guy looked fast. In fact, Lloyd remembered the events of the novel, where the guy was given the nickname Lamborghini. The girl had said that it didn't matter how fast the guy was, because the most important thing was to win. Lloyd assumed that the guy was using his strength incorrectly because he was nervous, but the girl said that wasn't true. She said that a few months ago there were similar events to what happened today, and they decided to have a duel. As soon as the start of the race was signaled, the face of one of the minotaurs twisted, while the guy had to slow down, and eventually his hooves started to tangle and he fell to the ground with great force. The girl screamed at this outcome, while the man ran on and seemed to ignore the child. The girl said that the child was very badly hurt. She said that the boy was too kind, and that was the reason why he always lost. Lloyd didn't understand this race. He thought it was bad that many centaurs were suffering, but the girl explained that they were following traditions. She was angry because they were terrible. Lloyd said that maybe there was a hidden reason for keeping the traditions, but the girl was angry. She thought there was no such reason. Lloyd suggested it was because they were brainless idiots. The girl reacted very strangely. It seemed that Lloyd had gotten right to the point of her thoughts. Lloyd asked where the girl was, and she told him she was second. Lloyd thought that everyone but first place should listen to the girl. The girl said that it was not that simple and she could not forbid running. There was still a first place that could override the ban. Lloyd asked the girl to gather the minotaurs in one place. Lloyd promised to make the guy the fastest minotaur in the quest. It was a clear day outside. Lloyd and Xavier were sitting in an empty square. The servant didn't understand what the hero was doing, while Lloyd said he was waiting for a big target. Suddenly Lloyd heard the sound of hooves. It was the first person to arrive at the gathering place. Lloyd began to lick his lips, while saying that the guy looked great. Lloyd tapped the guy's shoulder, which caused an instant reaction. The hero looked at the bastard with a scornful look, then silently continued walking forward. The guy started yelling with all his might that they needed to get out, and that if Lloyd lost he would kick him 300 times. Lloyd started talking about how it's like a regular person can fight in a run, but the guy kept insisting. The crowd around him started shouting for Lloyd to run, and then a devilish smile appeared on the hero's face, as this was the outcome he had planned. Lloyd decided to agree to the duel. At the time the opponent was talking about how Lloyd could choose the finish line. Lloyd pointed to a tree that was on the mountain, after which it was decided. At that time the girl couldn't understand what was happening now. She remembered Lloyd's words about some bruiser, and couldn't understand what was on that man's mind at all. The centaur shouted that even a man with the speed of light could not defeat him, and Lloyd started to say that it was unfair that he only had 2 legs, while the centaur had 4. The hero said he would ride a 4-legged creature too, and the enemy didn't mind at all. The enemy started yelling that it was time for them to start. Eventually the hero summoned his pet, which was incredibly huge. The enemy was scared as the beast was really big. Lloyd started to say that maybe the guy was right, but later made a menacing look and reminded that because of tradition they couldn't change the rules. The boy just clenched his teeth, as he had nothing to say. A stone was fired from the slingshot, which meant that the race had started. The hero and his opponent began to run at a great speed. All around cheered. They ran at the same speed, and it was very interesting to watch. The road narrowed further, and eventually there was no room for the centaur, and he collided with the beast, causing Lloyd to fly into the sky. Lloyd started screaming and flew straight into the crowd of spectators, where there was the same boy who had been maimed during the competition in the past. Lloyd landed parallel, pushing a few people away. The centaurs then announced that it was a draw as both opponents were unconscious, which surprised the girl and Xavier. Xavier couldn't understand what Lloyd was thinking, what he was trying to accomplish. The boy was being brought back to his senses, so he had no luck. At that time Lloyd remained lying on the ground. A little while later it was night. The boy's hand was shaking. The mother was very worried about the child, because since that incident he was not getting better. The girl was crying. She was sad that her child had suffered from some tradition. The husband cried out that they too had experienced this in their childhood. At that time, the girl said that their son was traumatized not only physically but also psychologically. The man looked silently at his child, who was very scared. The man said they couldn't do anything about it because it was a tradition. At that time, Lloyd was on his way to the tent. The husband cried out that they too had experienced this in their childhood. At that time, the girl said that their son was traumatized not only physically but also psychologically. The man looked silently at his child, who was very scared. The man said they couldn't do anything about it because it was a tradition. At that time, Lloyd was on his way to the tent. He silently listened to what the Minotaurs were saying and then silently began to walk away. A little while later, the day began. All the Minotaurs began to gather and did not understand why they were gathered. At that time, Lloyd announced that a lecture on human speed was about to begin. The Minotaurs said that they thought Lloyd was not fast at all. They decided to pretend to listen and then leave immediately. Lloyd knew this would happen and asked that it was pointless to hear about speed from a man who was slow. Lloyd raised a finger up and then his tone and face changed. He said he didn't see the point in having fucking bastards like them. Everyone was incredibly angry, while Lloyd continued to talk about how the Minotaurs were inadequate and that there were a huge number of innocents suffering because of their runs. Lloyd talked about how yesterday he was forced to run, and as a result, one completely innocent child got hurt and suffered an injury that can't be treated. Lloyd talked about how it's always been that way. Because of some tradition, innocent people get hurt. The centaurs heckled Lloyd, saying that they had no claim, while the mother couldn't stand it and started yelling that she had a claim because her child was hurt because of all this. Lloyd listened to the voices of the Minotaurs shouting that the woman should be banished. Her husband couldn't stand it and called everyone a barbarian who didn't care about anyone else. Another woman started shouting that her child was hurt, and she hated these traditions as well. The child continued to shake in terror at the screams, but suddenly he calmed down for a moment, then looked at Lloyd's satisfied face and showed him he knew they had succeeded. Xavier was shocked at what he had just seen. It turned out in the past Lloyd had offered the kid money for his help, and it was all an elaborate act. Lloyd had just set in motion an irreversible process where the Minotaur society split. He felt like a puppeteer controlling these people. The people began to argue fiercely among themselves, shouting at each other with all their might, while the true puppeteer sat on his throne and looked down on the ruined people. A group of people who were conservative shouted with all their might that all traitors should be executed. But some of the people with new views shouted that they didn't want to live in such a tribe. While Lloyd stared blankly at the horror he himself had done, he didn't seem to care at all. The girl yelled at the guy. She couldn't understand why he had provoked it. Lloyd pretended he didn't care, explaining that he was just saying that the competition wasn't safe. The girl couldn't say anything back, just stunned by the hero's words. As Xavier thought about what Lloyd had done to cause this horror, he marveled at Lloyd's shamelessness. Suddenly, the voice of the village head was heard, asking why the place was so noisy. Lloyd seemed to be waiting for that, and then began to rise from his throne. The head of the village looked as stern as possible. At that time, Lloyd was thinking about what he was going to do next. The head talked about how Lloyd had promised to solve the tribe's speed problem, but in the end, he had made the tribe split into two sides that hated each other. Lloyd began to talk about how he was in the process of implementing this plan and how the villagers couldn't find a common ground and he was having a hard time with it. Lloyd talked about how one side wants to run anywhere at any time, while the other side wants to get rid of the tradition. Lloyd pretended as if he was thinking very intensely, then raised his finger up and began to say that to solve the problem, it would be enough to ban fast running and impromptu competitions in the village. The people shouted, expressing their displeasure that some man was daring to interfere with their rules. Lloyd did not listen to the lunatics, then extended another finger and began to talk about the second rule, namely that all matches will take place in a special stadium, which he can build. The head listened attentively to the hero's arguments why it was a good idea. After Lloyd began to talk about the fact that thanks to such a rule in the village may appear a genius who will be able to set a new speed record. The girl seemed to understand what Lloyd was getting at, while the head also looked at the boy, who always loses, even though he has great talent. Lloyd began to talk about how his decision would help him get rid of his injuries and also break the speed record that had stood still for so long. Eventually, Lloyd made a big face and then said that this was his brilliant plan to solve the problems. The people began to cheer. They were all in agreement with Lloyd's reasoning and plans. The mood of the population seemed to have changed completely, while the head of the village began to shout with all his might that this was nonsense. He began to say that they had survived only because they had the instinct to run, which could be activated in any situation. He also said that it was only because of this tradition that they had survived the Great War, and because of this he was not going to give it up so easily. Lloyd asked if they were living during the war now. The head began to say that it was a tribute to history and ancestors. The people tried to talk the ruler down, because Lloyd was actually saying smart and necessary things. The girl started to say that even if her father was against it, she would still allow the stadium to be built. The head started saying that it would split their tribe in two. The girl was not going to back down from her beliefs, while the people argued furiously among themselves. The head asked if Hiro was going to follow through, while Lloyd said that as soon as the head gave the go-ahead, he would get to work immediately. The head finally agreed. Although it may have seemed so at first glance, he had actually challenged Hiro to a competition, and if he lost, he would have to leave their village. Lloyd was overjoyed. He said that if he won, he wanted to build a stadium. The screams of a huge number of minotaurs could be heard outside. Lloyd had dressed up in sports clothes and was heading towards his opponent with the most serious look possible. Xavier didn't understand how Lloyd was going to win, since he had agreed not to use the blast, and he couldn't use his pets either. Lloyd confessed that he would run without the extra stuff. Xavier thought that Lloyd had no chance of winning, as the leader's record was 380 wins. Lloyd started talking about how he could pick a control point since the challenge was thrown to him. Lloyd began to say that they will get to the kingdom of Mangito, which is as far as 600 kilometers from this place. He began to say that it is thanks to human patience he can easily win. The sun was shining incredibly brightly outside. Lloyd and the leader walked to the starting point. They prepared for the start, while Lloyd thought that although many people consider humans to be weak, and in general it is hard to find an animal slower than a human among animals, but Lloyd was sure that humans are much stronger than they may think. The Minotaur fired a slingshot, signaling that the race was on. The head of the Minotaurs roared off at breakneck speed. In just a moment, Lloyd was far behind. Lloyd remained at the starting point and did not move at all. Only after a few seconds did he begin to rise slowly, and then he began to move forward slowly, as if at a light jog, but so confidently. The Minotaurs shouted at the top of their voices. They thought that from that moment on the man had lost. Lloyd did not pay attention to the taunts. He only thought that the advantage of humans was that they could run long distances. At that time the head continued on his way, but his speed had dropped significantly. At that time Lloyd continued to move leisurely. The sound of breathing was heard outside, and a moment later Lloyd appeared on the horizon and continued his slow but steady movement. Lloyd thought that although he was not equal to the head in speed, the fact that he was human made him expend much less energy. The fact that Lloyd sweats and his body does not overheat, he thought, is the reason why people in the past were able to get food easily. The heart of coldness called Lloyd crazy. For all this time he had been talking to himself. Lloyd seemed a little tired, but he kept moving at his own pace. Lloyd saw the chapter and immediately realized that because of his speed he was quickly exhausted. Lloyd began to smile madly, because now he was sure of his victory. Suddenly his elation was replaced by incomprehension. The head looked perfectly normal. There wasn't even a drop of sweat on him. Lloyd thought that the head should have been tired long ago, but in fact he didn't seem tired at all. The head said that the long distance was really hard. He knew the weaknesses of his kind. The head said that the hero's plan wasn't bad, and then made a menacing look and said that the guy had completely underestimated the head's regenerative abilities. It seemed like Lloyd's brilliant, simply excellent and reliable plan had just been completely smashed. At that time, the head of the Minotaurs instantly began to move at breakneck speed, leaving Lloyd behind. Lloyd thought about how annoying this head was. Lloyd was well aware that now he had a huge problem. Lloyd tried to calm himself down and move at his own pace without thinking about the chapter. Suddenly Lloyd noticed something ahead of him. It turned out to be the head, who seemed to have already rested. Then he gestured goodbye, and at great speed started to move on. Lloyd continued on his way, thinking that this was the end, and now he had definitely lost. Lloyd began to think about how he could reverse this dire situation, but nothing came to mind, so he decided to keep moving at his own pace. This was a battle of endurance. The next day the sun was burning very hard. Lloyd seemed very tired. He had a lot of sweat on his face. He reached the northern border of the kingdom of Mangetto, where the head of the Minotaurs was waiting for him. The head began to say that he had to wait a long time for the hero. He just wanted to look at the lost face of Lloyd. The head rushed out of the place at a great speed, while Lloyd hit the door of the wall, then turned around and continued running towards the village. Lloyd thought he should not have gone that way and pondered how he could get what he needed. Lloyd thought that he should try to steal it because he didn't really have to solve their problems. Suddenly an image of a Minotaur girl appeared to him. He thought about the girl's words. She wished they had different traditions. Lloyd made his mad face, then started running even more furiously. He ran with all his might. He seemed ready to fall at any moment, but he kept going. He kept thinking that he had to keep going. While the head was sitting on the rock, he was very tired and tried to rest a little. The hero did not stop to take a breath. He always continued his movement. Finally, he was able to overtake the head of the Minotaurs. But it was not for long. The man gathered his strength and continued his movement. The man was also very tired, but there was no comparison to how tired Lloyd was. It seemed that Lloyd had turned into a soulless creature that continued to move only on instinct. The head of the Minotauros was running across the field. He continued on his way, but suddenly his legs failed and he fell to the ground at a great speed. It seemed the man had reached his limit and needed to rest. He thought that it was not the same as before, because this time his stamina was very low. He thought that he was probably really exhausted this time. The man looked at the sky, and then he turned his gaze to the side and saw a frame from the past, where his daughter was with a guy who couldn't reach his potential. The girl was happy, though it was rare to see her like that. The man realized that the girl loved that guy, but there was no way he could ignore tradition just because she was his daughter. He wanted to go, but he didn't have time for that, because Lloyd was getting close, but he looked like he was in a bad way. The head began to shout with all his might from anger, then began to run their last strength, that on the account of the hero, he has long ago used up all his stamina, and continued to move only on the strength of his will and thirst for victory. At that time, the spectators were waiting for the moment of return of Lloyd and their head. Suddenly, the boy pointed towards the road and said that he saw something. Suddenly, the girl's face was astonished, and her lover was no less surprised. It was hard to imagine such a picture, but it was real. The head was not going to give in, and Lloyd, who had long since gone beyond his limits, was not going to give up either. Xavier watched silently. The head was just a little ahead, which was enough to win, because the finish line was very close. At that time, Xavier noticed that the hero had no mana left at all, but he continued to believe in Lloyd, because he always came out of dangerous situations victorious. The system asked Lloyd if he wanted to use the Energizer skill, but Lloyd continued to believe only that he had to keep moving. The system tried to get through to the guy, but he kept moving without listening to it. Xavier seemed amazed at what he was seeing. Lloyd was literally a few centimeters behind the head. They were doing their best together. Lloyd thought he was really going to die, and couldn't understand why the man could still move. Suddenly, the man's hooves began to shake and he fell to the ground, leaving a cloud of dust behind him, while Lloyd continued to run and managed to overtake the chapter, after which the man instantly jumped up from his seat and was ahead again. Lloyd prayed that the head would fall, for at this rate he would lose, and all efforts would be in vain. The head was just as incredibly eager to win this confrontation. Lloyd's foot was about to touch the ground, but suddenly a terrible feeling came over him. He felt as if he were underwater. His body became incredibly heavy, and Lloyd himself seemed to be suffocating in the thick of the water. As the head continued his movement, Lloyd was getting further and further behind. It seemed that this was the moment when the guy reached his true limit. The hero remembered how his nose had bled in the past, and how the guy had made a joke about Lloyd not only having no money but also no stamina, and then started wiping the hero's nose. Lloyd apologized, because he was being served meat and his nose was bleeding. The boy looked at the hero with incomprehension. He thought that the hero was not balanced at all. He said that the hero had a brilliant mind and strong willpower, but he could not understand why the hero seemed so depressed every day. He felt as if the hero came from another world and couldn't adjust. He said that in anime this was common, while the hero said that he had been quiet since childhood. The guy only looked at the hero with suspicion. The boy confessed that he couldn't buy meat for the hero now because his parents had been summoned to court for fraud, and they would definitely go to jail. He knew that soon he would lose all his money. He said he was a natural loser, just like his parents. The guy assumed that the hero didn't need to see him now because he had no money at all, while the hero said he only had one friend, and it was this guy. The guy said that friends should give and receive something, but he couldn't understand what Lloyd could learn from him. He also said that the hero was actually very tough. He said that no matter what terrible conditions the hero was in, he kept going, and imagined that if he had been in similar conditions, he would have given up at the beginning of the journey. He asked how to become as strong as the hero. He said that he is not strong at all. He does the same thing, namely teach and work, every day. The guy laughed and then made a promise to himself to become like the protagonist. He decided to try to break through, so to speak, to open a second breath. Lloyd started screaming with all his might. Xavier was amazed at what he was seeing. Lloyd kept going, even though his body should have given up long ago. He took one step at a time while Xavier marveled at the boundless fortitude Lloyd was showing right now. Xavier saw that for the first time the hero was not relying on his mysterious abilities, but was pushing the limit with his own efforts. Now Xavier was very curious to know what kind of life this monster had lived in the other world, since he had such a strong will. The girl stopped her breath. It was a very exciting moment, but not only for her, but also for almost all the villagers, because they saw an incredible picture that took their breath away. Lloyd's mind seemed to be foggy, but he kept moving forward like a madman. Suddenly his eyes began to close and darkness followed. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Xavier, with the rays of the sun shining on him. The hero was lying down. His body was in a terrible state, but the first thing he asked was if he could win. Xavier closed his eyes, then looked in the direction where just a few meters away from the hero lay the head of the village, and confessed that Lloyd was able to win. Xavier helped the boy up. After Lloyd was able to get up, he heard the voice of the head of the village, who began to shout enthusiastically that their village would finally be able to enter a whole new era. All the villagers were shouting in delight. It seemed that there was no trace of the past discontent left. Lloyd was proud. He began to claim that everything had gone strictly according to plan, but Xavier wasn't so sure. Xavier didn't understand why Lloyd didn't use his powers. He could have one so easily. Lloyd didn't know what to say to that question, while the Minotaur cheered and showed everyone his muscles. Lloyd answered that seeing the man running, he could not use his power because it would not be fair. The system said that Lloyd was using his mana and heart, but he thought that passive skills didn't count. Xavier sighed. At that time, Lloyd looked in his direction with disbelief, and Xavier said it was time for them to start building. He also called Lloyd his master and promised to do everything in his power to achieve his goal. Lloyd didn't understand why he had suddenly become a young lord. Xavier explained that Lloyd was now worthy of being addressed that way. Xavier was now determined, ready to give his life to protect Lloyd. Meanwhile, in the tent, the hero began to talk about how the construction would take about a year. He also said that he came from another world, and he was also going to stop time in order to finish the work as soon as possible. He also said that it would be hard for everyone to leave this meadow after he used the ability. Xavier was amazed that the hero had not only told about stopping time, but also revealed his identity to everyone. The head shouted that there was nothing wrong with it, which made Xavier freak out at the strangeness of these guys. Lloyd and Xavier stood on a small hill like the good old days, looking out over the empty meadow. Lloyd opened a skill window and then used a time freeze that took 3,000 points. Lloyd began to make a face. Then with all his might he pressed the button to start the process. Winter's heart began to emit a faint light that grew brighter and brighter with each passing second. Lloyd's body began to shake, and he began to make very strange noises as the convulsions continued, and nothing seemed to be happening at all. At that time, the area on which the hero applied the skill remained unchanged, but a moment later there was a dome. The guys were shocked that such a great power could look so boring and uninteresting. Lloyd decided to go and check out the area, whereupon he saw a beast that froze in an attempt to catch a butterfly. Lloyd was disappointed that it wasn't spectacular at all, but at least it worked, so that was a plus. Now Lloyd was going to start building. Xavier was hitting the ground furiously. It looked like he was going to destroy the world, but in reality he was just doing the first stage of construction, which was leveling the ground. Xavier then began to prepare the ground while Lloyd relaxed on the recliner. After that, Xavier began the third phase and began tamping the ground fiercely. Xavier's patience ran out, and he asked Lloyd why he was doing absolutely all the robot work while the hero himself was resting. Lloyd began to shout at his subordinate. He said that since Xavier recognized him as a young master, he must obey the demands that are made of him. Xavier's rage was boundless. He seemed to want to strangle the asshole. Lloyd summoned one of his pets to help with the tamping of the earth. Belle began to produce rebar and concrete. Lloyd was thinking about step 6, which was to lay the rebar. Lloyd imagined what this would look like, but he also thought that it would be difficult to do it all alone, so he called the centaurs, who proved to be completely useless in this endeavor. Lloyd realized that nothing would be accomplished at this rate, while Xavier worked day after day without rest. They started the pouring of the concrete, and then immediately began to take care of it. After that came step 9, and they began to set the sand. Lloyd started yelling behind Xavier's back that there was one last step left, namely the grand finale. Lloyd looked at the beautiful structure that had been created. Lloyd rejoiced that the massive 7-month construction project had come to an end. Lloyd bragged to Xavier and asked him to recognize Lloyd's feat, for he had done it in only 7 months. Xavier was incredibly angry, and it seemed he was about to take Lloyd by the head and tear him apart. But in the end, he was able to restrain himself and said only that he agreed, then hurried away from Lloyd. The system informed the hero that Xavier was now feeling a great deal of anger towards Lloyd, but he seemed to be enjoying it, grinning his teeth. There was a great shouting sound near the arena. It turned out to be the head, who started showing the residents their new stadium for the competition. The head started to say that now you can't run in the city, only here in this arena. He also added that even though there are residents who don't like it, it doesn't matter, because it's the head's decision. The head announced that there would be a tournament for the heart of his favorite daughter, and although she tried to object, her father did not listen to her. Participant number 1 was incredibly happy, as he would finally be able to get the girl. But contestant number 2 was the girl's lover, who also wanted to win. The man tried to hurt the guy. He said with the most formidable look that no amount of training would help the guy to win. He also said that last time he did not run at full speed, and this time he would not leave a chance for the boy. The kid was silent, listening to all that diarrhea coming out of his mouth. Lloyd told the guys to stop, then pulled out a spatula that would signal the start of the contest. They got ready to run. The girl was watching the guys carefully, because her fate depended on it, and the head was also watching carefully, because only then it would be clear whether his daughter would be happy or not. Lloyd announced the beginning of the race, and then the young man ran so fast that he tore the clothes not only of his opponent, but also of Lloyd, who was standing next to him. All the spectators felt a strong gust of wind, and were incredibly shocked. They didn't understand what happened and saw that the guy crossed the finish line in an instant and instantly became the winner of the competition. The guy said that now he had an urgent matter, because that's why he decided to finish quickly. The man was just shocked at what he saw. At that time, the guy jumped to his beloved, and Lloyd heard the guy asking the girl to marry him. She started shaking and crying. She seemed incredibly excited. She hugged the lad and told him he could have done it much sooner. The father was also very happy for his daughter, because she could finally be happy. She shouted at the top of her voice that this incredible guy was now hers. The couple looked at Lloyd with grateful eyes, while the half-naked Lloyd was also happy that there were at least 2 more happy people in the world. It was late at night. The atmosphere inside one of the tents was bad. The man confessed that there was no other way to solve their problem. He suggested divorce. The girl thought it was the right decision, because she also did not know any other way to solve the issue. At that time in the arena began to announce the last match for today. It turned out to be the same couple. The man decided to fight for the right to be in a relationship with the girl again. The signal to start the match sounded. Lloyd couldn't understand what was wrong with the name of the match. At that time, the girl started talking about how popular this kind of thing was among the tribe. It turned out to be a popular practice for couples to divorce and have a match to get back together. Lloyd was shocked at what he had just heard. The girl interrupted her story as she remembered a small thing. She held out a map and said it was the location of an item the guy needed. Lloyd instantly snatched the map from the girl's hands and bragged that he had promised he could. Lloyd's face changed as the girl thanked him for the changes he had brought to their settlement. Lloyd said he didn't need thanks, because he had done what he had to do. The system congratulated the hero for leaving a mark in the history of the Centaurs and sent him 100 points. At the time, Xavier looked at Lloyd and seemed to think, he thought that although a hero always does things for himself, the result ends up benefiting all the people around him. Xavier thought that Lloyd was different from the heroes of fairy tales. As he walked away, Xavier continued to think that Lloyd was the main hero of this world to him. Suddenly, Xavier's body began to distort. Suddenly, Lloyd turned his head back with a look of fear on his face, and he didn't see Xavier. He was gone. Lloyd was horrified, but suddenly he heard his friend's voice, and Xavier was standing there, unable to understand what had just happened to Lloyd. Lloyd tried to explain that Xavier had just disappeared for a moment, but he couldn't understand his master at all. Lloyd finally decided not to explain anything further. He assumed that he was just imagining it because he was tired, and then Lloyd froze. He thought it was time to stop the time freeze, and then everything went back to normal. The hero and Xavier just stood there looking at the distance. Lloyd was very angry at how easily it happened. It was not cool at all. Suddenly, the hero's heart began to ice over. Lloyd's face twisted and he sat down from the terrible pain he felt in his chest. Lloyd asked what the hell had just happened. His heart explained that it was the cold air that had gone out to freeze time, and it had just come back in. Lloyd started a discussion with the heart. He didn't think it was normal. In a fit of emotion, he told the heart to fuck off, but it told him that if it left, Lloyd would inevitably die. Lloyd fell into thought, while the heart advised him to ask whoever was coming. Suddenly, Xavier told the hero that someone was approaching them. Xavier also said that it was likely to be an enemy that even he couldn't handle. It seemed that there was nothing above, and he thought of everything. But just a moment later, a terrifying creature appeared in the sky, which at a great speed was moving towards the guys. Xavier tried to cover Lloyd, though he was incredibly scared himself. A huge ice dragon appeared in front of them, its mere presence frightening. Lloyd immediately realized that this was the dragon that had created the winter bastard in his heart. The dragon asked if the hero was the man who had misused the power of his heart and frozen the time of the world. The dragon was incredibly angry and said that Lloyd should bring him back. Lloyd made as innocent a face as possible and tried to make a fool of himself, which scared Xavier incredibly badly. The dragon looked at the guy in silence. Even his very heart sank at this atmosphere. The dragon asked if it wasn't really the guy's fault, and Lloyd said that the dragon seemed to be mistaken. So Lloyd wished the dragon good luck in finding the bastard, and then began to walk away. Lloyd and Xavier realized that if the hero's stupidest deception didn't work, they would be dead in a second. Suddenly, the dragon turned to the couple, then made it clear that he was not to be fooled. Lloyd and Xavier began to bow, and the hero asked what the dragon was looking for. He was looking for the heart of winter, and Lloyd pretended that he had heard wrong. Lloyd was also angry that his brilliant plan didn't work. At the time, Xavier couldn't even imagine how the hero could have hoped for such a stupid and obvious plan. Dragon started yelling about how he gave the artifact to the founder of the Mangito kingdom, and yet Lloyd doesn't even look like an extension of the royal lineage. Dragon assumed that Lloyd had simply stolen the artifact, but Lloyd began to say that although he was not related by blood to the royal family, he was the groom of a member of the cow family. The dragon began to wonder whose boyfriend the groom was. Lloyd began to say that he is the groom of the Queen of Mangito. Dragon wondered if he should check those words now. Lloyd, with a confident look, said let him check. Then the dragon instantly took off and headed towards the kingdom. The guys remained on the ground. Lloyd started to rise slowly, and then realized that this time he was going to die. At that time, the girl brought the dragon over and didn't understand his question. While the dragon once again asked if the girl was really married to Lloyd, the man who had absorbed the artifact. The queen was shocked by such a question and simply froze. The myth said that it was this dragon that helped create the kingdom of Mangito. The girl just now saw that very legendary dragon in front of her. The girl thought about the purpose of the visit of such a powerful being. The dragon asked if it was true that she was Lloyd's wife. The girl didn't even look up. The question seemed to have no emotion. She asked again, and then heard the same question, which finally snapped her out of her calm state, and to put it mildly, she freaked out. The dragon began to shout that Lloyd had lied to him, as the girl's reaction screamed it. The queen began to guess what might have happened. The girl instantly realized what was happening. Then she confessed that they had a secret brother, and that's why she was surprised. Dragon didn't understand why their marriage was secret, and the girl confessed that she was actually embarrassed. The dragon didn't understand what there was to be ashamed of, and the girl began to say that when she saw her husband Lloyd, she became shy and self-conscious, and she was afraid that others would call her a shy queen when they saw her. Listening to this, the dragon couldn't believe that these words could sound so convincing. The girl said that she had given the heart of winter to her husband, and added that it had not been stolen. The dragon fell silent, then said that he believed the girl, and instantly disappeared, leaving the queen standing alone on the balcony. The girl continued to stand, and could only hear the sounds of the doors moving because of the wind. The veins on her forehead were starting to show, for she was very angry. She was definitely going to take revenge on Lloyd for this situation. At that time, Lloyd and Xavier had already accepted their deaths. A great dragon instantly appeared right in front of them. At that time, Lloyd was looking at this terrifying creature with dead eyes. The dragon also looked into Lloyd's eyes, then said it was true. At that time, Lloyd was incredibly happy that he managed to survive. He was also very grateful to the queen who made it possible. The dragon magnanimously decided since the man hadn't stolen the heart, now he was going to pull it out quickly and without pain. All of Lloyd's hope was dashed to smithereens. The dragon began to say that Lloyd was too dangerous to the world. That was the reason the dragon was going to take the heart. The heart began to leave Lloyd's body, and he felt a terrible pain. Xavier instantly reached for his sword. Lloyd ordered Xavier to stop and shouted to the dragon whether he would pity the guy if Lloyd died. Suddenly, his heart stopped and then went back up, causing Lloyd to fall to the ground. The dragon asked to explain the hero's words. Lloyd was glad that the dragon would at least listen to him. Lloyd confessed that he was a member of the Dragon King's Club. The dragon couldn't believe that the man had become a member of the Dragon King's Club, so Lloyd told the dragon to check. The dragon began to stare at the man. Then he saw that the very underdog Dragon King recognized him. Lloyd thought about the fact that based on what the dragon said, he was on par with the Dragon King, and if Xavier attacked, he would die. Lloyd said that if the dragon killed him, the Dragon King would be angry. The dragon was angry that the man was threatening him, then said he could tolerate the Dragon King since it was worth the order of the world. Lloyd said he wasn't going to threaten. He had already pretty much accepted his fate. Lloyd said he didn't want anyone to get hurt because of him, and offered the dragon a deal. The dragon was interested and told Lloyd to speak his offer. Lloyd offered to make a bet, and if he won, he could live. Lloyd said that he would probably lose, but added that if the dragon killed the hero after the outcome of the bet, there would be no problem. Lloyd offered some interesting terms, namely if he could make the dragon nauseous with a blow, then he would win. Lloyd also always tried to convey the idea that such a thing was not even possible. Lloyd also added the words that after death he would be given the title of the man who struck the legendary dragon. The dragon pondered this offer while Lloyd pleaded with him tearfully. The dragon decided to accept it because it would be easier for him, because Lloyd had not failed in anything. Lloyd thanked the dragon for coming down and then asked for one last wish. Lloyd wanted to go somewhere else. Xavier didn't understand what Lloyd was thinking, because that was impossible. Lloyd pretended to cry, while Xavier assumed that Lloyd only wanted to stop the dragon and run away. They reached a body of water. The dragon got ready to strike, while Lloyd went completely pink, though it only looked that way from one side. He actually had a crazy smile on his face. The dragon began to shake from this hellish expression. Then Lloyd went straight for the dragon, swung with all his might, then activated his solar plexus shot skill and hit the dragon. But the blow seemed incredibly weak. The dragon praised Lloyd for trying, but suddenly it started burping with all its might. It turned out the effect of the skill was that any creature in the water would burp after one hit. Lloyd rejoiced as he had now easily outsmarted and defeated the legendary dragon. In the past, the dragon was having a great time alone, but suddenly time froze, and then the dragon stayed in that state the whole time. He couldn't understand what kind of creature was able to stop the time of the whole world. He began to search for the creature that created it all. Then he realized that it was a man who did it all. He couldn't understand what kind of a man it was that could stop time. The dragon thought it was very dangerous. That was the reason why as time went on the dragon found himself in this situation. He threw up after being hit in the solar plexus by a man. Lloyd started to play dumb again and pretended not to understand how he had won the argument. The dragon didn't even know what to say. Suddenly his body began to glow very brightly, and then he took human form. He couldn't understand how some human could make his great dragon vomit. Lloyd continued to play dumb and pretended he didn't understand at all. Lloyd asked if he would live. He had won the argument after all. The dragon said he could not retract his words. Lloyd finally breathed a sigh of relief, for he had been so worried. The dragon warned that if the hero did something like that again, he would not live. Lloyd said it would never happen again. The dragon was shocked by Lloyd's cunning and abilities. He thought that letting such a man go would be a mistake. The dragon realized that if Lloyd was an evil man, his son would definitely not be accepted into the Dragon Club. Lloyd realized that the Dragon King was the dragon's son. The dragon confirmed the hero's guess and said that the Dragon King was his son. Lloyd's face was horrified. The dragon couldn't understand what was going on. At that time, Lloyd started to approach and grabbed the dragon's hand and cried, saying that the dragon was probably having a hard time. The dragon asked Lloyd to let go, as it was the right thing to do. Lloyd felt sorry for the dragon and rubbed his vomit-stained hands on the dragon. Tears appeared on the dragon's cheeks. He didn't understand why this was happening while Lloyd told the dragon to cry. Lloyd could feel the dragon's great pain, and he also said that the dragon had done well for such a hard time. The dragon was completely moved and continued to cry. He hugged the hero, as in romantic movies, and then confessed that he had never heard such words, as well as he said that he tried very hard to bring up a normal dragon from the king. The dragon cried that all his efforts were pointless. He cried because no one cared about him. They just lived their lives. At that time, Xavier had finally lost his mind with such bullshit. Lloyd made a serious face and then said they couldn't do that. Lloyd said that they couldn't ignore such an adorable companion as the dragon. The dragon finally burst into tears and started crying with all his might. Lloyd just hugged the poor dragon and tried to support him. Lloyd instantly changed his face. His plan to change his opinion of himself was instantly executed, and the old dragon who thought Lloyd was dangerous died at that moment. Xavier watched this inadequate picture. He couldn't understand how to perceive Lloyd. After all, he brings good to people, but his motives can be evil. He was stuck in his thoughts. A little while later, the sky was beautifully blue. All three men were lying on the ground looking at the sky, and the dragon noticed that he was ashamed of crying in the man's arms. Lloyd reassured the dragon by saying that no matter who he was, everyone's feelings were equal. The dragon stared at the man and then asked Lloyd's name, and he confirmed that it was his name. The dragon said that Lloyd would soon die. He also said that because of the heart of winter that was slowly getting colder, Lloyd would soon leave this world. The heart inside the hero didn't want him to die, but Lloyd said that there was no way he could die now, because he had important work to do. The dragon said that the problem could be solved if Lloyd absorbed the pupils of summer, which contain the power of fire. Lloyd realized that it was a relic of Mangetto, and that he would have to go into debt to the queen again. In a shaky voice, he asked how much time he had before he died. The dragon said the minimum was 5 years, but the maximum was 10. Lloyd's face changed instantly, because that would be enough time for him to solve his problems. The dragon noticed Lloyd's incredible strength of spirit and assumed that it was seen by his son and the heart of winter. The dragon asked what the case was. Lloyd explained that it was a long story, but the dragon wanted to hear it. The dragon also said that if it wasn't too hard, he would help Lloyd. So Lloyd began to tell the long story. The dragon said that he had 2 of the necessary artifacts, which made the hero's face hopeful. He instantly started begging the dragon to give the artifacts. The dragon gave Lloyd the go-ahead to take the artifacts. Lloyd was incredibly happy. He was worried that he would not be able to find all the artifacts. There are 5 of them, and now he got 2 more artifacts so easily. Lloyd was left to find the last artifact. The dragon said that Verkis had this artifact. The dragon said that this artifact was sent to another dimension. Lloyd was incredibly angry, as now he had no idea where to find it. Suddenly, the dragon remembered something and said that the artifact Lloyd wanted to find was in Seoul. A little while later, in a mountain peak, which is on one side of the southern plains, the hero was able to get the artifacts he needed. after which he was awarded 2,200 points, and he went to the ocean, where he successfully asked out the necessary materials in the water. Also, the hero received 2 artifacts from the dragon, for which he also 5,000 points, and in the end, in the presence of the hero, were as much as 8,955 points. The dragon asked if it was necessary to send these artifacts as well as those to the kingdom of mermaids, but the hero refused. Lloyd thanked the dragon for such great help, and he confessed that it was not difficult for him at all. Lloyd said he would not bother the dragon again, and simply asked him to watch his actions from now on. The dragon warned that to get the last artifact, Lloyd would need the help of the Dragon King, and he was not easy to convince. Lloyd made a neutral face and then said with a frantic look that it was no problem for him. The dragon got nervous. He thought Lloyd was a very scary man, because he had gotten everything he wanted from him. Lloyd began to shout to the dragon to come to him, and then the dragon went to his favorite father. The dragon successfully arrived. The dragon was amazed that the man was able to summon the Bone Man. He thought that if Lloyd wanted to, he could easily destroy the whole world, but he would not do it. The dragon began to say that the phenomenon Lloyd was facing was incredibly complex, but also added words of encouragement. He believed that Lloyd was bound to get what he wanted. Lloyd smiled. Such words seemed pleasant to him. After that, he and Xavier flew home on the dragon. Xavier wondered if the dragon would be willing to move the hero, as he was incredibly lazy, but Lloyd already knew what he would do to achieve his goal. Xavier seemed to ponder, then asked if Seoul was the protagonist's hometown. Lloyd looked at Xavier carefully, then asked why Xavier thought so, and Xavier confessed that he had seen the change in Lloyd's face as soon as Seoul was mentioned. Lloyd's face wasn't the same as it had always been, and he said that his only home was Frontera. He actually misses it a lot. He was worried about his friends and residents. At that time, the city itself had beautiful and tall buildings. Suddenly, a soldier's foot stepped on the ground. It turned out that there was a whole bunch of them. The squad leader said that this was the place where there was a lot of gold and silver. It turned out that it was an old prince, who is now a thief, and thinks that by capturing this village, he can create his kingdom. The woeful prince ordered the men to begin the assault, and then asked them to cut off the lord's head. The warriors set out to attack the town with the goal of destroying everything to the ground. But halfway through their journey, they came across goblins who were looking at the incomprehensible humans invading their lands. The knights were frightened by the sudden appearance of the orcs and began to run for their lives. The woeful prince could not understand what the orcs were doing here and why they were walking around freely. The woe prince said to go to the city through the forest, where they successfully met the elven women, who were just preparing for a meal. The knights were dumbfounded. While one of the elven women looked at the knights with disdain, it turned out one of them had killed a flower that was growing on the ground. She grabbed her bow and began to glare menacingly at her opponents. As a result, terrible screams were heard from the forest. It seemed as if a huge number of people were being tortured. Eventually, the knights returned again with a total defeat, and reported that the elves in the forest roasted very appetizing meat. The Prince of Woe was furious and ordered the knights to go all out. They began their movement, a real huge number of bandits. The orc reported to the man that a group of thieves were moving towards them. The man didn't seem nervous about it at all. He was thinking that these thieves would make excellent guinea pigs for testing new weapons. Eventually, they used one salvo of the new weapon, and the missile flew right over the heads of the bandits, and upon impact caused a huge explosion that instantly instilled a terrible fear in the hearts of these bandits. The man complained that the shell flew over, but they were glad that this time it was better than last time. The grief-stricken prince threatened to kill everyone. His loyal servant also stayed with him. The people began to ask the dragon to send these idiots home, and quickly. The dragon instantly started to fulfill the request, then began to spew flames very effectively, chasing these people away. A little while later, a man covered in soot was walking with a cane, repeating the words that he was a great prince and that he would surely destroy this village. But suddenly he saw a huge dragon above his head, after which the light of hope was always extinguished in his eyes. The villagers were shocked by the sudden appearance of the dragon. Lloyd started to rise to his feet, then with his mad face asked what that idiot prince had just said. As soon as the people saw that it was Lloyd, the surprise fell off their faces. This was something they were already used to. While the grief-stricken prince fainted from fright, and shattered psyche. Later, Lloyd's territory was called the territory of the demon god. Lloyd climbed down from the dragon and went to the Dragon King to open the door to Seoul, while the king himself slept carefree and had no idea that he would soon have to exert himself. A little while later the day came. The skeletons were moving around inside the room. They were playing a tune. They unceremoniously invaded the king's chambers and started playing as loud as possible. One of the skeletons was hitting the strings with all his might. The others were doing their best to make the sound as loud as possible. At that time it had no effect on the king, and he continued to sleep sweetly. The violinist also tried his best to wake up the dragon. The people around could not stand it, as the sound went far beyond this room. The dragon finally opened his eyes, and the first thing he said upon awakening was that it was very noisy, after which he directed his evil gaze towards the tendrils and instantly sizzled them with a volley from his eyes. One of the bones fell on the leg of the protagonist. Lloyd continued to move into the room, after which he with a mad look took a lungful of air that even Xavier was afraid of the consequences and used magic. Then from the mouth of Lloyd began to come out such a hellish scream that this time the people outside almost deafened by this horror. Even magic didn't completely save the Xavier from the psychic attack. The dragon instantly woke up and the emotion of horror was frozen on his face. Even after a few seconds he couldn't move away and his face remained with the same emotion. Lloyd finally stopped his infernal chanting and then inquired as to how the Dragon King was doing. The king confessed that he had been doing fine up to that point, but as soon as the hero's mouth made those awful sounds, he felt sick. Lloyd asked if the dragon liked the sound of the alarm clock, and suddenly the dragon's mood changed. He remembered that he had not contacted his child for months, and because of that he was in a deep anger. It seemed that now Lloyd's life was about to end. Lloyd reminded him that he had been waking the Dragon King steadily and regularly as he had promised, but the fact that he hadn't contacted the girl was his problem. Lloyd also said that it was the Dragon King's own concern, not his. The dragon was completely broken, for he had let the girl down again. Lloyd began to speak, after which hope appeared in the dragon's eyes. Lloyd began to talk, or rather to make up a story about the Dragon King, who was occupied by a villain from another world, who was able to move between worlds. Lloyd said that as a Dragon King he couldn't leave things as they were, and pursued the villain day and night, and eventually managed to catch him. Lloyd pointed to himself with a mad look, and then said that he was the one who should be the villain. The Dragon King didn't react at first, then a bright smile appeared on his face. He thought that with such a story, the girl would praise him, while the hero said that the Dragon King should restrain him and drag him to the queen. Lloyd promised to play the villain as believably as possible. Xavier thought about the fact that Lloyd didn't really need to play a villain, because he looked like one. Lloyd was in a great mood. He seemed to be waiting for something. The Dragon King guessed that he needed something, and immediately asked Lloyd what he wanted. Lloyd said that he needed to find an artifact in Seoul. The dragon had no idea what kind of artifact he was talking about. The king remembered that it was the material for the Pearl of Truth, but Lloyd held a grudge that the dragon knew about it but didn't tell him. The dragon said he would send Lloyd, but not to the exact location. He started reaching for his shirt. Turns out it was an artifact dog that can find anything. The dragon began to pull out a magic hammer, then began to spin it and say the name of the city. Lloyd was already anticipating that something incredible was about to happen, but a moment later the dragon just threw the hammer to the ground. Suddenly strange markings appeared on the ground. Lloyd was completely disappointed. Xavier was surprised that his master was still not used to such things. Lloyd and Xavier stood in the middle of this circle. Then their feet began to glow. Every second they disappeared more and more. The dragon also said that in order to return they had to get on the same wheel in another world. The dragon suggested that Lloyd's homeland was Seoul. The dragon warned Lloyd that he should not see himself, because it could be disastrous. The boys finally disappeared, and then a portal appeared in a back alley in Seoul. Xavier, along with Lloyd, began to appear from the portal. They were standing in an alleyway, and Xavier thought about the fact that they were in Lloyd's hometown. He was worried that the hero might want to stay there and not want to go back. Xavier thought that even if he had to use force, he would bring Lloyd back. Suddenly Xavier noticed a very strange thing, namely that all the mana in his body had suddenly disappeared, because it didn't exist in this world. Xavier looked towards Lloyd, who said that they had to move out. Xavier was worried about losing his mana, because if there was a dangerous situation, he wouldn't be able to protect Lloyd. Suddenly, a bright light hit the servant's face. He saw strange sights in front of him, and the air reminded him of the air in hell. Lloyd decided to go out and buy clothes. Because they stood out, Xavier was worried that they would be in danger without mana. But Lloyd explained that there was no such thing. Xavier didn't seem to understand the world at all, while Lloyd didn't show any emotion. In fact, he was incredibly worried. Kiara was the last ingredient to restore the pearl. It was a mysterious substance that changed depending on where it was located. Lloyd knew that this artifact had changed somewhere here in Seoul. Lloyd tried to pull the heavy thing. He was glad he was able to get the stuff. Even though it stunk, it wouldn't stand out now. Xavier was worried about the main character. He didn't look so good before. Lloyd clutched at his heart. It seemed like something was starting to happen. Xavier started to worry about the guy. Suddenly, some strange man showed up and started yelling for the guys to put what they had stolen back as it was stealing. Lloyd was pissed at Xavier since he was supposed to be on guard. All he had to do was apologize to Lloyd. Lloyd started talking about them being a collection company, but the policeman didn't believe it because the guys looked very suspicious and strange. Lloyd began to take something shiny out of his jacket and hinted to the policeman as much as possible about a bribe by taking out shiny pieces of gold. Lloyd suggested that the policeman use the money to buy himself some ice cream and perhaps some tea. The policeman saw the incredible temptation in front of him, but his hand began to lift the handcuffs, whereupon he said that Lloyd would tell everything to the police station. Lloyd was shocked that his trick didn't work at all. Then he threw the bars of gold, which worked on the policeman, whereupon he and Xavier began to run away at breakneck speed. Lloyd was angry that his face didn't look good in this world either. Xavier didn't understand why the guy was worried about that. At that time, the policeman started tasting the gold frantically. The policeman started to shake with anger. Since he fell for a couple pieces of gold so easily, he promised himself to catch that ugly cosplayer and the foreigner, and put them away for at least 10 years. Suddenly, the policeman recognized the hero from a slight description, namely that the guy was an ugly cosplayer. Literally, every cop recognized Lloyd from the description of an ugly cosplayer. Finally, Lloyd and Xavier were able to get away and take a break. Xavier didn't understand why they hadn't bought the clothes for gold in the first place, so Lloyd explained that it wasn't that simple. Lloyd started to say that they should go back to the portal and gather some things. But suddenly Lloyd started to make strange noises, and then his appearance became horrible. It seemed that he was not a man but a walking corpse. Xavier didn't understand why Lloyd looked so horrible, but the hero wasn't going to confess and just said that it was time for them to change. Xavier suspected something, but he couldn't ask directly. As night fell outside, Lloyd used the artifact, and he and Xavier, in their new clothes, went to the place the dog had pointed to. They saw a huge building that emitted a lot of light. Suddenly voices were heard behind them. A man said he couldn't see the cosplayer, but there was some guy with a scary back standing there. The hero, along with Xavier, instantly rushed in the right direction. Lloyd realized that they couldn't get to the place by the usual route and would have to take the mountain path. Xavier thought about the fact that they couldn't hide the ugliness of the protagonist, which naturally made Lloyd angry. It was night outside, but Seoul was sewing under artificial light. Lloyd was incredibly tired. There seemed to be something wrong with his body. Xavier offered to rest, but the protagonist refused. He said that he could do it because he was Lloyd. Suddenly, the hero fell on one knee, then on the curd, and began to breathe very hard. Lloyd apologized for stopping pretending. He was just incredibly tired. Xavier asked how Lloyd's middle name was. Lloyd asked if he looked miserable. Xavier said he didn't look miserable, but he noticed right away that Lloyd wasn't feeling well right after they came into this world. Lloyd said he was fine. He said that when he lived in this world, he always said that although the world was scary and unfamiliar, he was fine as long as his mother and father were around. Turns out his parents died years ago of a heart condition, and it's been a pain that Lloyd can't get used to ever since. Lloyd started talking about how he thought he could accomplish literally anything. He said that he was really nothing. That's just how he was. Xavier seethed that the hero was blaming himself while he lived in this world. Xavier assumed that Lloyd was sitting just like he was now and blaming himself for everything in the world. Lloyd was silent for a short period of time, after which he said he wanted to do it, but in the end he couldn't. He was all alone in the world early on. His parents had been deceived. He couldn't stop, because his parents were incredible people, and he did everything he could to be like them. He was doing everything he could to prove to his parents that they were doing the right thing. Xavier asked who had given Lloyd that responsibility. He said he had taken it upon himself. It was all that filled his emptiness. Xavier was silent for a while with a sad face, then said that Lloyd was worried for no reason. Xavier thought Lloyd was a great man, no matter if he was in Seoul or in another world. Xavier said that it didn't matter if Lloyd was scaring others or crying sadly. After all, Lloyd was a man who took responsibility. Lloyd stopped crying and began wiping away his tears. He turned to Xavier and then said that this time he would walk ahead. A genuine smile appeared on Xavier's face as his favorite lord had returned.
Deep in the night, a huge tower rose up. The artifact started screaming with all its might, while Lloyd wondered if it was the artifact they wanted. The artifact didn't respond to any of the castles that were in the area, but the artifact's attention began to be attracted by something else. Lloyd stood near a huge number of locks and thought about his own. The hero realized that the artifact had probably fallen nearby and had taken this shape because it was close by, while Xavier couldn't understand what these things were hanging around, and Lloyd explained that they were love locks that tourists hang. If lovers hang a lock in this place, they can count on eternal love. The boys started to leave, as it would be problematic for them to take the artifact when there were so many people in the place. Suddenly Xavier heard the voice of Lloyd, who was looking away and seemed to have a very sad look. The main character was looking at the people who had gathered and were looking at the beautiful views. Lloyd was looking intently in that direction, paralleling the memories of his family and how they were together in that place. Lloyd said it wasn't just pieces of metal, but a memory and a promise that had been made to someone. Lloyd said with a sad look that it was a very important memory, and a hope that they could meet again. Xavier looked at his master carefully. Time continued to pass. Xavier and Lloyd sat down on a bench and looked at the happy people. Xavier asked if Lloyd was happy that he had come here, and the boy didn't understand why he wanted that information. Xavier was very curious about what kind of person Lloyd was when he lived in this place. Lloyd said it wouldn't matter right after they dealt with the artifact. Xavier said he was just curious, and Lloyd asked him not to cross the line anymore, as it was just a business relationship between them. Lloyd looked at the people and thought about how long they would have to wait. They were happy together. At the time, Lloyd thought about destroying other people's memories just because they were bothering him. He remembered the excitement and warmth when you locked the lock. Then he thought that it was as boring as possible. He looked at the happy people and thought that he would like to experience those feelings again. Suddenly his face twisted and looked less human. He turned to Xavier and asked what was wrong. Lloyd said with incredible fury that from now on he didn't want to be human. Xavier could not understand the hero at all, for such a radical change of mood had happened just instantly. A smile appeared on Xavier's face as he seemed to recognize his master, while Lloyd said with a mad look that they would break everything and then simply blow up everything in the place. Xavier smiled, as that was exactly what Lloyd was, whom he respected. Lloyd started kicking people, shouting that the place was closing and they had to leave as soon as possible. Everyone was looking at Lloyd, who looked like a real madman. Suddenly he and Xavier grabbed the artifact, and Lloyd started taunting people, saying that after they parted no one would remove the locks. That's why he decided to do it himself. The voice of the police was heard and the hero's face changed. They called the guys real villains and said that they would do justice now. They shouted together as one that the thunder of retribution would destroy evil. They began to form a strange figure out of their bodies, and then together they fired electric tasers, which flew towards the guys. Xavier instantly tore towards the stun guns, and then with a dexterous blow repelled a few of them. All the girls who were around fell in love, because Xavier was incredibly handsome, and he moved just incredible. They started to take pictures of the handsome guy, after which the posts with his picture instantly collected an unreal number of likes. Lloyd and Xavier continued to drag the fence while the cops continued to chase them. Xavier wanted to deal with them, but the hero said he didn't need to. Lloyd said that they are much faster as they are hardened by hard work. Then they continued to run at a great speed. While the police could not catch up with them at all, they decided to cheat and just started Googling the beautiful thief, and immediately could find pictures of where the guys are at that moment. They instantly reacted and ran in the direction where the guys were supposedly. While Xavier and Lloyd were there, Xavier turned to the hero. He wanted Lloyd to stay in the homeworld a little longer. because they were unlikely to return. Lloyd undressed with the words that he had already seen his family, then looked up at the sky and said that there might be a guy he would like to meet, but it would only happen if he wanted to. At that time, Ko Jaeong himself was working very hard while his comrades didn't understand what was wrong with his face. A man started shouting that he saw the guys around the corner, while his girlfriend was saying that it wasn't the guy's fault at all. The police instantly turned the corner, and then one of the police officers had a look of confusion on his face as he saw a strange pattern, scattered things and a note in front of him. The note had gold on it, while the pattern began to shrink and eventually disappeared. They approached the note and it said it was gold. It was a thank you for the efforts of the police officers. It was a clear day in the other world at the time. Lloyd along with Xavier and a huge amount of lovelocks arrived at the homeworld. Lloyd was breathing heavily while Xavier didn't realize what was going on. The hero started to shake and he just kept quiet. Xavier looked at his master with worry, while Lloyd began to shout with all his might that he had managed to gather everything he needed. As a bonus, the system gave him 2,800 points. Lloyd said that even fate was giving them gifts and it was very nice. The man stood on the rock and looked at the eerie views around him. He looked at the creepy view in front of him. He looked very tired. He was thinking that to summon a demon king you need to have a strong desire. To kill someone you need to get the body of someone you hate a lot. The man walked inside the cave and thought about the words of the demon king, who directed him to this place. With a sad look he began to look down. There was a body that had been decapitated, and it seemed that this man had died a long time ago, as there were only bones left of his corpse. This man studied black magic for his family, and eventually met his death at the hands of the protagonist, or rather Xavier's sword. The man raised his head in front of him and called out the name Rafilon. Then with a smile on his face began to talk about whether the corpse wanted to know how the man who had done this to them was doing. He said that Lloyd was respected by many now, and added that he had taken from them what they should have had. He was mad with anger. He thought that Lloyd was just lucky and that he was nothing in himself. He started laughing madly and saying that they should kill Lloyd because he deserved it. An aura began to appear around the man, and he said that Lloyd should die in agony. The skull's eyes began to glow very brightly, emitting an eerie energy. The man was glad that the bowl was ready. All he had to do was get the second material needed for the ritual. He looked at the skull and said that there was a lot of fear in this body. He added that it was fear that started the war. He thought that if the war started the king would go mad. He went straight to the king's castle of Magentano. At that time Lloyd broke one of the locks. Then with a smile on his face began to say that he would destroy these signs of eternal love. He believed that if he could not have love, then no one else could have it either. Lloyd with madness on his face destroyed all the locks. He seemed to feel revenge for his unhappiness in love. After a while the frame itself was completely free of locks. Lloyd could finally relax, but he still regretted that they had taken so few locks. At that time, the artifact began to give off a glow, after which its form instantly began to change. It turned into a translucent cube and then fell to the ground. Lloyd took the artifact in his hands, and was shocked to see what he was looking for so long and hard. The system awarded the hero 2,800 points for finding the legendary artifact. Suddenly Lloyd's smile disappeared from his face. His gaze went blank. Then he clenched his teeth and his body began to shake, which Xavier noticed. Lloyd instantly jumped up from his seat and said they should get down to business. He said that, and they should create the pearl as soon as possible. Xavier thought that at least they could rest and celebrate the victory, but a smile appeared on his face, for Lloyd is the kind of man who sees only the goal. Lloyd walks confidently towards his goal, wondering what he will accomplish. A little while later in the Mermaid Kingdom it was business as usual. Lloyd and Xavier sailed to the kingdom, and the hero said that they had experienced many things. He talked about how they had built a suspension bridge in the capital, a railroad in hell, a stone glacier for the orcs, a ropeway in the desert, a bathhouse in the Mermaid Kingdom, and they had even built a field for the minotaurs. Lloyd creased his face and asked why good things were created for others. Xavier suggested that it was because of the mermaids' buildings, but he also added that they couldn't affect it in any way. Lloyd then said it was no problem, and with a mad look added that he knew exactly how to get the artifact he wanted for himself, namely by building it in their homes. Lloyd was surprised at the wave of disapproval Xavier was giving off, the look on his face that said that Lloyd was the worst person in the world. Then Lloyd recognized that he was not a good man and accepted it. At that time, in the Mermaid Queen's castle, she welcomed her dear guests, namely a freak and a gentleman, and asked if everything was ready before the pearl was built. The queen said she would give the boys as much support as she could. They only had to ask. Lloyd said they would work hard to bring glory back to the Mermaid Kingdom. Then the liquid started dripping on the floor. The queen didn't understand what happened and asked Lloyd. While the guy was crying, he seemed to be very sad. He pretended as if he was very ashamed, and the queen called him a hero and asked him what he wanted. After that, Lloyd was silent for a while. He said that he was sad that he had to build the pearl in the mermaid's territory. She said that they had originally agreed to do it in her territory. He said that as soon as the construction was finished, there would be a war, because there would be people blinded by greed to appropriate such a thing for themselves. The queen's face changed instantly as she seemed to realize that such a scenario was possible. Lloyd said that since he had promised, it didn't matter and he would continue with the construction, but the queen stopped him. She asked if it was necessary to build the pearl in this place, and Lloyd said that it was not necessary, and then the queen suggested to build the pearl in another place, and Lloyd at that very moment achieved what he wanted so much, and then he and Xavier left the castle. Lloyd was completely satisfied with his work. Xavier looked in disbelief at the Lord, and Lloyd confessed that all his words were true, though not all of them were from the heart. Lloyd asked if Xavier thought he was a coward, but he said he was not, and then asked if they could go. For now Lloyd was happy. Lloyd was glad that Xavier was more practical and said that they were now somewhat alike. Xavier looked at Lloyd and thought for a second, then shook Lloyd's hand and they went on with their business. Lloyd also said they would find a way to lock the portal to hell. Then they shook hands again. Lloyd along with Xavier were standing near Lake Kapua, and Lloyd talked about it being the best option to place the pearl. Lloyd asked his pet if he was okay with them starting construction at that location. After the pet agreed, Lloyd began to undress, then began to move swiftly underwater. He used the skill to see if the bottom terrain was suitable for construction, then he used the simulation mode. He also decided to check what will happen after the activation of the pearl, and it began to eject a huge amount of energy, after which the look of the hero changed because the energy was really a lot. He did not even assume that after the installation can happen so. Suddenly, the water with a huge force began to strive upwards. Lloyd also found himself in the stream, and tons of water was going straight to the city of the protagonist. At the end of the experiment, all the buildings would be destroyed and would end up underwater. Lloyd grimaced, as this outcome was definitely not suitable for him and he needed to think of something. While Xavier sat quietly on the shore and played with the hero's pets, Lloyd started to come out of the water, and then he looked sad. Xavier asked what happened, while Lloyd started screaming and complaining that he wanted to see a peaceful old age instead of this. Lloyd said that Xavier could rest, as he had a lot to think about. Lloyd dressed and began his thoughts, while Xavier realized that something had not gone according to plan. He decided not to argue with Lloyd and went for a walk around the beautiful city. He thought about the fact that only a few years ago this place was a half-dead village and now it was so beautiful. He heard a child's voice, and it was the children returning from their studies in the capital, happy to see their father. Xavier looked towards the Paraskis who were trying to learn to play a musical instrument together, and this is the only place where orcs and elves can be friends. At that time, the orc guy was apologizing to the girl. She said that she liked to pump her muscles while dating since she had already gotten so strong. Xavier observed a crazy picture of a very odd couple on a date working out, which instantly caused a flurry of misunderstanding in Xavier's eyes. He pulled himself together, and though it wasn't usual, it felt good to muscle up anyway. While the men finished building a huge statue of Lloyd, another guy made a statue of a dragon. While the dwarf complained that he thought it was some kind of slime, the others were just as fulfilling their dreams and happy to be working. All the people don't even think about hunger, they are happy and help each other. Xavier stood around all this and thought that all these people live peacefully and happily. Suddenly the guy was sad. He thought about Lloyd and when he would be able to join all this. While the main character was surrounded by a huge number of books and tried to find something useful. At that time in the main building, the parents were discussing that they were worried about the protagonist, since he had not left the library since the objection. The father said that Lloyd was not the same child. He had saved their land time after time, and the mother said that he seemed to be a different person. The father looked at his woman in silence for a moment. then was surprised that she noticed it as well. She said that he doesn't even call them mother and father. He was instantly completely changed. They sat in silence in front of each other. The father stood up and said that their son simply decided to take his life seriously and became a different person. The father decided that to thank his son he should give him one thing. It was their family's costume, which is usually given at the moment of becoming a lord, but the father thought his son deserved it. He thought that Lloyd would definitely be happy to receive this suit after everything that had happened. As Lloyd moved down the hallway, a look of confidence on his face, he was going to build a gravity dam to stop the flood. At that time, the father said hello to his son, then said he knew Lloyd was busy and decided to get right down to business. He held the garment out in front of him with a very bright smile on his face. At the time, Lloyd didn't seem to understand what it meant and smiled casually, calling it stylish and promising to wear it again. Lloyd thanked his parents once again and kept walking as he was in a hurry, while his father asked if he remembered the suit, as he had wanted it since he had seen it on his grandfather, and Lloyd pretended that he remembered everything and was glad that his parents had not forgotten, and then continued on his way, leaving his parents standing alone in the corridor. While his father said with a sad look on his face that Lloyd had never met his grandfather. The next day the sun was shining brightly. The parents said hello to Xavier and he greeted them back, whereupon the woman asked how the boy was vacationing, and he said that when he doesn't do anything it bothers him. The father started talking about how he doesn't understand how they managed to travel so much and not even vacation. Xavier said it was hard to explain what they were doing, and promised to do so after everything was settled. Father asked if Xavier knew where Lloyd was now, whereupon Xavier said that Lloyd was on the river, but father interrupted Xavier, which caused a look of incomprehension in his eyes. The father and mother looked horrified, and the father asked if the real Lloyd, who is his son, was alive. Horror froze on Xavier's face. He was incredibly distressed. They stood silently facing each other. Then Xavier broke the silence and asked why his parents had decided to ask such a question. His mother said it was about the suit, which Lloyd didn't remember at all, though he had wanted it badly before, and his father said that after their questions to Lloyd it was as if he didn't remember anything at all and was just guessing. His father said that they had sensed something wrong today because everything about Lloyd had changed, as if he were a completely different person. They thought Xavier couldn't help but notice it, and they were sure Xavier knew. His father said that although the new Lloyd had worked earnestly for their lands, and he was grateful to him, he was still worried about his own son, and asked if he was alive. Xavier fell silent and lowered his gaze to the floor. He remembered the real Lloyd who was dead. He knew that the real Lloyd had been reborn, but it wasn't clear in what body and at what time, so he was effectively dead. He thought about the fact that even though the old Lloyd was a creature of hell, someone had expelled his soul and then taken his body. Xavier realized that if his parents found out, they wouldn't be able to treat Lloyd the way they used to. He looked at his parents' blank faces and realized he couldn't lie to them. And then Xavier took all his willpower and gritted his teeth and said he was sorry, and then said he was sorry for hiding it. The father and mother seemed heartbroken. Most likely deep down they hoped they were winding themselves up. Xavier started to say that actually, Lloyd had been hurt, and now in his head his personality and memory were mixed up. The parents were shocked at the new information and then asked Xavier to elaborate since they couldn't understand. Xavier started talking about how he had always disliked Lloyd, as he had always bullied him. His father understood this and apologized. Then Xavier recalled the time Lloyd went missing and was ordered to find him. He started to say he did, but as he was walking he thought he shouldn't be doing this since Lloyd pissed him off. The parents were shocked at the information they had just heard. Xavier said that it was normal for him to grow up to be so ill-mannered. He had lived a life of constant bullying, and his parents were teary-eyed as they had no idea it was so serious. Xavier said that as soon as he met Lloyd on the street he was rude to him, and then Lloyd told Xavier to go home, and then joked that Xavier didn't have a home. It was at that moment that Xavier couldn't help himself and hit Lloyd right on the back of the head with a wooden sword. The parents were just shocked at the information they had just heard. Then Xavier said that after the incident he calmed down and tried to wake up the Lord. Lloyd woke up and said he didn't remember much but he wanted to be a good person. Xavier told Lloyd that he would be killed as soon as he confessed that he had hit Lloyd. But the hero promised not to say anything. That's how Xavier explained what was happening to the protagonist. The parents were stunned for a while, then Xavier grabbed his blade and tried to kill himself, but the couple stopped him. Then they said that Xavier was not guilty at all, and moreover he had made a man out of Lloyd. The father thanked Xavier for what he had done. At that time Xavier just smiled. Suddenly Lloyd appeared and said he had some urgent news. He asked his parents to follow him. Lloyd walked past the legendary Xavier, and then he said that Xavier had finally grown up and he confessed that he had learned from a real master. A little while later, inside the room, Lloyd told about the dreams he had about the deaths of people dear to him, and that he needed to build the platinum in order to install the Pearl of Truth. His parents said they were fine with it, while Lloyd was surprised that they had no questions, saying that they had heard even more shocking news and that they were no longer so easily surprised. His father said he understood that Lloyd was doing his best for their lands, and then asked them to ask for their help once in a while. Lloyd said with a smile on his face that it was enough that his parents were healthy. Lloyd announced to the entire nation that the greatest construction project would begin now. Suddenly Lloyd was faced with a huge amount of notifications. He received the skill of eloquence, a huge amount of titles, and the most important skill, namely absolute trust. Lloyd was very happy with the skills he had just received, and then he instantly began to give orders to all the people, while the people like real fanatics cheered and cried. At that time, the team of the unconsumed labor force was also ready to work without rest, as well as the team of heavy equipment, namely the pets of the protagonist. The fifth team was technical support and resource supply, and the sixth team was Xavier, who had to do the difficult job. Lloyd started to give a motivational speech to all the people and they were very happy. At that time, high up in the heavens, a huge building that was the management of the heavenly house was magnified. It was all bright and a man asked what the note was. The man turned out to be the chief administrator of the heavenly house, Gabriel. It turned out the note said something about illegal construction. The old man was shocked because the construction was a pearl that could lead to wars and chaos all around again. The man said that it was reported by the Dragon King. The man started to say that humans can do it. Then he added that as soon as the senior gives the order, he will instantly start demolition. By the way, this guy's name was Raphael and he was the director of inspection of the Earthworld. Lloyd stood on top of the building and ordered everyone to listen carefully to what he was going to say. He warned all the people that he was going to stop time for a whole year so that they could finish the building as soon as possible. People were shocked by the information they had just heard. Lloyd was a little upset that they didn't want to believe him, but also realized that it was a normal reaction to such information. Suddenly the absolute trust skill came into effect, and a man in the crowd started crying and shouting that Lloyd was all-powerful, and then all the people started shouting like crazy that there was no end to the main character's power. At that time, Xavier was looking at the crowd, which looked like real madmen and lunatics. At that time, Lloyd was enjoying himself to the fullest, while Xavier was worried about the people and their mental state. Lloyd applied his time-stopping skill, after which an area where time was stopped appeared. At that time, the main character's heart was covered in ice, and Lloyd felt a terrible pain and coldness in his chest. However, this did not prevent the protagonist from rejoicing, because now they would begin the construction of the pearl. The dam project was incredibly complicated, but through skill and persistence Lloyd was still able to design the structure. He envisioned what it would look like. He wanted to build a huge dam, and now the construction of the incredible Pearl of Truth project was about to begin. Lloyd rejoiced, for everything was going perfectly, and soon all his labors would pay off. Suddenly he heard the voice of the Dragon King telling Lloyd to come to him as soon as possible because the situation was urgent. He added that the pearl might not be built. Lloyd immediately burst from his seat and ran with all his might towards the dragon. He arrived at the site breathing hard, while the dragon said that his neck hurt terribly and asked him to massage it. Lloyd was only thinking about what could prevent them from building the Pearl of Truth. The Dragon King said the pain in his neck was an emergency as he could get angry and ruin everything. Lloyd was mad with anger. He was so worried, and this insolent Dragon King had done something like this. Lloyd approached the dragon. He was furious at what was happening. Lloyd was going to massage this dragon with all his might. Then the energy started to circulate strongly, and Lloyd started massaging, thinking about how dare the dragon distract him. Lloyd thought about killing the dragon, and put a lot of energy into it. He tried with all his might. At that time the dragon complained that Lloyd was stroking him, and asked him to be tougher. Lloyd was ready to burst at any second of his anger. He started to exert a lot more strength. It seemed like the infernal lord himself came out of hell to kill the dragon. While the dragon said that Lloyd was useless and couldn't even give a massage, Lloyd was very angry with the dragon, and suddenly he got a new skill, namely absolute ugliness, which had the effect that when seeing the guy's face everyone would only think about how ugly he was. The dragon spoke before Lloyd, who was trying to push his neck as hard as possible. He asked what the hero would do after he could outwit fate. The dragon asked what Lloyd would do with the Pearl of Truth, after which Lloyd said that he would simply destroy it, which aroused interest in the eyes of the Dragon King. Lloyd poured out his stress and said that the pearl could only bring him trouble, but that he wanted to live in peace. The dragon turned away as he fell under the effects of the skill Absolute Freak. The dragon was very happy that the Pearl of Truth could not be used for evil. The dragon thought Lloyd was a hopeless dreamer. The dragon said Lloyd could leave, and the hero was upset that he never heard the dragon scream. The system started to say that the hero had pushed his mana heart to the limit, which made Lloyd angry as he didn't know what that meant. The system also said that from now on Lloyd was a top-level sword expert, which struck the hero as misunderstanding. Dragon asked what happened to Lloyd while Lloyd hovered in incomprehension of this life. Suddenly, because the protagonist's senses sharpened, he felt great pain from the noise. He started to scream. The dragon did not understand what was happening. At that time the hero said that the Master Syndrome. The dragon congratulated Lloyd for advancing in strength, while Lloyd screamed with all his might from the pain. After that he could not move normally, because any noise hurt him. Lloyd was thinking about whether he should pump his mana heart, or whether he should keep the points just in case. Xavier wondered if Lloyd was suffering from Sword Master Syndrome now. Lloyd yelled for Xavier to shut up and not say anything, while Xavier began to smile and cheer a lot. Xavier, with a smile on his face, began to give instructions while Lloyd literally started to bleed from his ears. Lloyd lay on the floor in a bloody puddle while Xavier took great joy in tormenting the hero. Lloyd marveled that his eyesight was much better now. He could literally see everything in detail. They began their training, Xavier helping Lloyd adjust to the new sensations, and after a few months Lloyd stood with his trademark shovel and seemed to feel no discomfort. The dam and the Pearl of Truth were almost complete. Xavier asked how Lloyd was feeling, and it seemed he hadn't fully adapted yet. Xavier mocked Lloyd, and the latter was incredibly angry. Xavier had never looked so happy. Lloyd looked at Xavier with a mad look and said that they were still seeing how Xavier would feel when he was harassed by his employer. Suddenly Lloyd heard some kind of sacred chanting. Then he started to look at a very bright light. Before him arose some man in the sky. This person had huge wings and seemed to be moving towards Lloyd. Lloyd stood still and looked at this being. The angel introduced himself as an official of the heavens. His name was Raphael. He was the head of the inspection of the lower world. Lloyd was shocked to see the angel, while the angel took out a notebook and said that Lloyd should immediately stop building the pearl and destroy what he had already done. At that time Lloyd himself was shocked by the information he had just heard. All the people looked in the direction of the great being. They could not understand what was happening. They all stopped their work and only looked up at the sky, because the angel himself had come down to them. At that time the angel ordered to obey the sky and to stop building immediately. Lloyd began to shout that he was not going to stop and that it was not clear whether the angel was real or not. The angel asked if Lloyd could see his wings. What other creatures could have such wings than angels? Lloyd pointed to Xavier and said he had wings too, but he wasn't an angel. The angel noticed that Xavier did have an angelic face. Xavier was happy that his appearance was once again praised, but Lloyd became angry and said that he could not know for sure that it was the will of heaven, adding that he had worked very hard on this project. At that time, the angel silently folded his notebook, then began to move his hand. Then something at a great speed began to move in his direction. It turned out to be a huge hammer. A light appeared above the angel's head. Then it turned into a halo, which was supposed to be a proof that he was carrying the will of heaven. Lloyd was angry and could not say anything, for in front of him now stood a real angel, who asked if people now believed him. People thought it was the legendary hammer of fate which was described in the scriptures. People were now sure that there was a real angel in front of them. At that time the angel said that the real name of the hammer is universal, and it serves for state affairs. Lloyd began to wonder why the pearl was not legal, and why they were building it on their land. Angel said it was an anomalous artifact that unlocked the secrets of the heavens, and at one point a great interracial war broke out over it, in which 4,370,000 people died. 27 million were injured, and the total losses were estimated at 72 trillion. Angel said that because of this, the structure was illegal and warned that if he refused, he would personally destroy it. Lloyd was outraged, whereupon he called the whole thing oppressive and said he intended to appeal. The angel said that appeals are accepted by prayer, and if the motives are sincere, they will consider it. He said that it is to ease the burdens of earthly life. Lloyd fell on his knees and began to pray for the salvation of his loved ones. He did not want to lose anyone else. While in heaven they were listening to all this nonsense, the face of one of the angels twisted, because the prayer was distorted. Then he instantly rejected the request. And the angel said that they rejected this prayer because it was not sincere. The angel said that the boys should destroy the structure. Lloyd said that he would never do that. The angel said that he would do it himself. Then he raised his hammer above his head, and at great speed he headed towards the structure. He flew very fast and was already near the pearl. At that time Lloyd started to shout that the angel should stop. Suddenly a green aura appeared near the angel. It turned out to be Xavier, who was going to stop the angel from destroying the structure. The angel aimed his hammer at Xavier, but Xavier managed to repel such a terrible attack. Because of fending off such an attack, a tremendous amount of energy was released. Lloyd was struck by a rush of pain as he was still reeling from the Sword Master syndrome. Xavier introduced himself and said that the angel was not welcome in their lands and asked him to leave the place. Xavier also warned with a mad look that if the angel did not leave, he would destroy him with his own hands. The angel was shocked at such words, a mere mortal daring to say something like that. At that time, the dragon was heading towards the incident at all speeds. He looked up at the sky and saw two Fikras. He was shocked that the angel himself had come to them. He realized that as soon as the angel took the hammer in his hands, he was ready to destroy everything around him. The dragon was incredibly angry and was going to team up with Xavier in a battle against this creature. The Dragon King told him to calm down as heaven, hell and dragons should not harm each other, as there would be a war that would most likely destroy the entire planet. The dragon said that peace would only work if they turned a blind eye to small incidents. The creature asked what kind of person would think that way. Lloyd at that time was commanding people to leave the place as soon as possible. The angel warned Xavier to leave, as failure to leave would be seen as treachery and he would be destroyed. Xavier said that each of them must be loyal to their cause, whereupon the angel instantly attacked. Xavier was able to dodge this swift attack. Lloyd was shocked at how tough Xavier had become, while Xavier was behind the angel's back, throwing a punch that could have ended the Supreme Being's life right now. Suddenly the angel's halo began its movement, and then it repelled Xavier's attack. Lloyd agonized over the pain caused by this noise, while Xavier was not going to give up. He continued a series of powerful attacks towards this opponent, but the angel, with the help of his halo, easily repelled every attack directed towards him. Xavier didn't understand how he could win in this unequal battle. At that time the angel began to say that it was not too late. He said that Xavier could still stop and obey the will of the sky. Lloyd told Xavier that there was about to be a simultaneous attack and ordered him to cover his ears. Lloyd, like a mad demon, started sucking huge streams of air into his lungs. A huge amount of air was in Lloyd's lungs. Xavier reacted instantly and used magic on his ears so that he wouldn't die, while Angel didn't realize what was happening. Lloyd, with all his might, started screaming his infernal chant. But a moment later he felt a terrible pain due to the syndrome. He fell to his knees and started screaming with a terrible pain piercing his brain. Xavier was shocked as he was already sure the battle was won. Lloyd fell into a depressed state. Even his own singing no longer brought pleasure, only pain. While Xavier had also lost all faith in winning this battle, he seemed ready to give up. Angel didn't realize what it was, for it sounded like the screams of some ancient demon, while Xavier was ready to finish off Angel standing in bewilderment. Nimbus reacted again and easily deflected the guy's attack, after which the angel instantly went on a counterattack, but Xavier was able to dodge this dangerous attack with his speed. Xavier was moving at an unbelievable speed, screaming at the same time. He was up to something and seemed to be about to do something crazy. While Angel said that all of Xavier's actions were useless, he swung his hammer at the same time. The Nimbus easily deflected the incredible number of attacks Xavier had directed at his opponent. while Angel said that the nimbus was impossible to penetrate and was an absolute defense. Angel added that as long as he had a pure and just soul, this ring would continue to protect him. Angel hit the hammer right on the block that Xavier had put up. As a result, Xavier flew at great speed towards the pearl, after which the guy realized that there was no way he could defeat this angel. Xavier managed to control the flight and didn't destroy the artifact with his body. The angel immediately appeared right in front of him and was ready to deliver the decisive blow. Xavier was able to block the attack, but still started flying at great speed towards the artifact. Xavier typed with great speed into the pearl. It seemed his body took a huge amount of damage and he screamed in pain. Angel similarly descended on the structure and then looked at Xavier, who was rendered unconscious from the pain shock. Angel seemed fascinated by the guy's beauty and said he forgave Xavier and asked him not to get up again. The angel started to walk away from Xavier's body. At that time Xavier opened his eye and looked in the direction of the departing angel. Then he very quietly got to his feet and started to approach. The angel turned around with a mad look and said he warned the guy to stay down. Xavier used a bullhorn and pointed it directly at Angel's eyes, after which Angel started yelling about Xavier being a cowardly bastard, which affected the nimbus, which turned red and said that Angel got a 10-point penalty for swearing. Angel seemed shocked at the outcome, while Xavier was overjoyed that Angel wasn't such a saint. Lloyd was shocked at how cool Xavier looked now. Lloyd was shocked at how cool Xavier was looking now, while Lloyd was shocked at how cool Xavier was, and the halo deflected his sword, but the second attack was much worse, which frightened Angel because the blade was so close. Angel started screaming in fear. He finally backed off a bit. Then Xavier struck again. Angel dodged, then counterattacked with his hammer, but Xavier easily avoided the attack. At this point Lloyd wondered if Xavier was sending him some kind of alarm signals. Xavier continued his fierce battle with Angel, while Lloyd decided that he should react to the signal Xavier might be giving him. Suddenly wounds began to appear on Xavier's body. The angel was breaking through the guy's defenses. The angel's face was completely insane. He seemed ready to kill the guy now. Lloyd closed his eyes as Xavier fought the angel with all his might. The angel was getting wounds, which made him very angry. Suddenly Lloyd shouted for them to stop fighting. He fell to his knees and began to talk about Angel stopping hurting his dear friend. Xavier was shocked at what he had just seen. Tears appeared on Lloyd's face and a notice popped up. Angel asked if the guys would destroy the Pearl of Truth if they stopped. Lloyd said he would do it on one condition. Lloyd started crying hysterically and begged the people around him to just be happy, because he loved them all incredibly. He begged the angel to save the fates of all people. While the people listened to their beloved Lloyd trying to trade his life right now for the lives of everyone who lives in their city, Lloyd was genuinely crying and begging to save all of his people. While the angel turned away from the protagonist, he looked at the guy and said that he was sorry and he couldn't help it at all. At that time Lloyd lowered his head, after which he said that it was clear to him. Lloyd had an incredible amount of system notifications in front of him, and he said that their negotiations had just been thwarted. He got a huge amount of points for getting a lot of sympathy not only from Xavier, but also from a lot of people in his town, and because of that he had 26,000 points on his balance. He decided to take advantage of the upgrade and move up to Swordmaster status, after which Lloyd made an incredibly mad face. It seemed that now his true nature had awakened, and he was ready to destroy anything that got in the way of his goals. Angel was shocked by the expression on his face. Even the king of hell himself, in the most terrible ideas of people, looked like a harmless boy in comparison with the protagonist. Lloyd stood like a true madman, a child of the underworld itself surrounded by an enormous amount of energy. Lloyd started talking about how Angel was going to dance to his tune right now. Huge streams of energy were bursting out of the main character's body. It looked very terrifying. Xavier was shocked at what he was seeing. He couldn't understand what was happening. Angel said that Lloyd should not become a criminal who interferes with the will of the heavens. He also added that his power was comparable to a Grand Master swordsman and all their efforts were useless. Lloyd said that he didn't need the Sword Master's strength and warned Xavier to prepare himself. Xavier felt a terrible pain, but it was only a warning. Then he instantly covered his ears, focusing all his power on protecting them. The Dragon King, watching this, began to glow, after which he was instantly over the moon. It seemed he was trying to escape something terrible. The birds were going about their daily routine nicely. The fish were also living a peaceful life on this planet. The birds flew while the fish jumped out of the water. Lloyd prepared to perform something terrible. So much so that the Dragon King himself left the land in a hurry to hide from this horror. Lloyd began his demonic chant, which was so terrifying that it began to take on a physical appearance. It instantly began to fill the space around the pearl, then instantly filled a huge area of land. The people who were nearby felt a terrible pain. They seemed to be tormented much more than the most sinful people in hell. They screamed and shrieked at the pain they felt, even covering their bloody ears. Suddenly the singing began to dissipate, and then Lloyd looked with madness in his eyes towards the angel, who simply became numb and began to tremble. All the birds around just fell to the ground, unable to move. Even the fish in the pond just floated to the surface. From the nose of the angel began to bleed, and he swore. Nimbus said that the penalty is 480 points, which exceeded the threshold of 300, and now Angel lost all his powers for the period of punishment. Angel stood there, not realizing what he had just experienced. Suddenly the nimbus and the hammer began to dissolve into thin air. Then Angel looked at the ground with his blank stare, then looked up at Lloyd, who was incredibly angry. Xavier looked incredibly frightened and was behind Angel. Angel silently began to reach for his glasses and then asked the honored men to calm down for a moment, whereupon he was instantly hit in the face with a legendary shovel. He began to fall towards Xavier, who was also preparing to strike, after which similarly charged that Angel right in the face. Angel started to fall again, only towards Lloyd, and it went on like that for a huge amount of time. It seemed horrible. But Lloyd was incredibly happy with what was happening. Xavier was also keeping up with it, and he was getting the best of Angel. Angel stood there, empty from the failure of his job, and agonizing over the blows he'd received from the buzzards, and then momentarily lost consciousness. A little while later in the main character's building, Angel woke up on the bed, completely beaten, and not understanding what was going on. He looked to his right and asked where he was. Lloyd looked completely calm, and respectfully noted that Angel was already awake. Lloyd looked at the angel with caring eyes and said he was worried about his health. So he nursed him through the night. Lloyd said that Raphael was not a bad person. He said that they just had different values and that there were no bad people among them. Angel thought about Lloyd's words that there were no villains among them, then instantly remembered an image from the past when he had been beaten and wondered if it was true. Xavier walked into the room looking mad, and Lloyd reacted as if it wasn't the first time. Xavier screamed that he had to kill this man while Lloyd tried to stop him with words about not just killing an angel. Lloyd was able to handle his mad friend and locked the door. Lloyd said that Xavier got too angry, and added that it was hard for him to contain Xavier's heavy temper sometimes. In reality, Lloyd was trying to finish off Angel, while Xavier was trying to save Angel's life. But in the real one, Angel was touched by such an act. Tears began to appear in his eyes. Angel bowed and said that Lloyd was a very good man, while Lloyd asked not to say natural things. Lloyd was glad that the angel turned out to be such a naive simpleton. Lloyd asked what Angel would do during his punishment, and he replied that because he'd lost his powers, he wouldn't be able to return to heaven. Angel showed his phone and said it was the only thing that would allow him to keep in touch with heaven. Lloyd wondered if Angel would try to destroy the pearl again after his return. Angel lowered his gaze in shame and said he could not resist the will of heaven, for it was necessary for peace. Lloyd looked at the angel and asked if it was right to look at the situation only from his own side, thinking that everyone on earth was only a lowly sinner. Then the angel was speechless. He just froze and looked in Lloyd's direction. Lloyd said that even though the angel was strictly following the will of heaven, had he ever tried to think about the problems that people were facing? Lloyd asked the angel what to do about people who suffer even more because of heaven's will. The angel lowered his gaze and started looking at the floor. The angel said that Lloyd was completely right and he himself didn't want to listen to the earthlings. Lloyd offered the angel to stay on his lands and study the people and how they lived. The angel was happy to stay, but Lloyd said he hadn't thought about the angel's feelings and how uncomfortable he would be, and instantly pulled a pile of papers out of his pocket. Lloyd looked mad and told Angel to sign a contract, fulfill a few of his requests, and then Angel could stay. Angel was overjoyed and instantly started signing the papers, while Lloyd stood over him and rejoiced at his success. for with this contract he would solve a great many problems. Now Lloyd was going to use the angel to get the eyes of summer, so he could save his heart from freezing and live. The weather was clear outside. The hero's pet was moving on a dragon on the water, while the angel got up from the bed with the most gray-eyed look possible, after which he instantly pulled up his shirt and put on his goggles. Angel looked as graceful as possible. Not a trace of his bruises remained. After which he started running in an unknown direction. He greeted a huge number of animals that were near him. He was talking to a bird and decided that it wanted to hear him sing. Then he started to take air into his lungs and the whole neighborhood was filled with angelic singing, which the animals liked very much. The people were very happy. They liked the angels singing. Unlike Lloyd's singing, they don't die from it. A man said that although the angel had been their enemy before, it was now their source of vigor, while another man said that it was different from Lloyd's singing. The other man also recognized that it was unimaginably different from Lloyd's singing, who stood behind him and listened intently. He apologized to the protagonist, and added that Lloyd's singing gave all the people in the village nightmares, and that this reaction was normal. The protagonist started to get annoyed with the angel's singing, while Xavier said that it was better to be an angel than a demon suffering in hell. Lloyd was angry because it wasn't him who attacked people. It was the angel, while Xavier said that people's hearts had already thawed, while the angel was enjoying every moment he was in this place. Xavier said that if Lloyd didn't like the angel so much, he could just kick him out, while Lloyd explained that the contract was already signed, and the angel would be very useful to them. In the past, the protagonist told the angel that he needed to know in advance what the heavenly realm would do about the pearl, and the angel said that with the phone it wouldn't be a problem because they would have all the news from heaven. The protagonist asked if the angel would be able to prove he was an angel during the punishment period. The angel pulled out his wings. Lloyd called it impressive, while the angel added that even though they lost all powers visually, he could show them. A smile appeared on Lloyd's face. He had already thought of a plan to help him win. The protagonist told Xavier that because of their cruelty in the sky, they had decided to call a meeting to solve their issue. Lloyd thought it would take too long and they needed to get it done. The protagonist smiled and said that in just a few hours everything would be ready. The guy turned to Xavier, who said that Lloyd's song was actually much better. The protagonist didn't understand why Xavier would start talking such nonsense. Xavier recognized that the sounds were indeed horrible, as if the demon kings themselves were agonizing in agony from that infernal scream, the kind of words Lloyd easily accepted. Xavier asked if those were the reasons Lloyd didn't like to sing. He suggested that the hero was uncomfortable, and then he fell into despondency. Xavier added that even so, Lloyd sings with all his might to save the people closest to him, regardless of the embarrassment. Xavier said that if there is a most noble song in the world, it is the main character's song. Lloyd's eyes widened and his mouth twisted. Lloyd asked if Xavier was crazy, and Xavier said he didn't want to hear it. Lloyd got angry and silently looked in Xavier's direction, then continued on his way, saying that if Xavier was trying to tease him, it would calm him down a bit. At that time, Lloyd's smile could be seen in the reflection of the water. And yes, Xavier was smiling at that moment as well. They continued walking in silence. No one wanted to say anything. At that time on the construction site, a bird was flying at great speed towards the pearl. It threw the last artifact needed to activate the pearl, and that artifact instantly turned into something intangible, then began to be absorbed into the pearl. The energy of the artifact began to spread throughout the pearl, after which the protagonist instantly gained 8,500 points. Lloyd began shouting to people to open the airlock. Moments later, water began to flow into the place, under tremendous pressure. The hero also got 1,500 points for this. The water began to come to the pearl at a great speed, and just a moment later it was covered with liquid to the top. Lloyd descended into the water. While the energy circulated, the protagonist rejoiced that it was now that he would finally be able to get an answer. Lloyd started the process of activating the pearl, and light began to emerge from it. The pearl said hello to the protagonist and told him that it could answer any question, but in return it had to tell him a secret that only Lloyd knew. The protagonist looked at the artifact in incomprehension, as he didn't know what to say. The protagonist thought about what should the pearl be told, what secret does only Lloyd know. The protagonist began to tell that after doing things in the toilet he takes toilet paper, then twists it and digs it deep into the ground, then turns 5 times to the left and 5 to the right, repeating the procedure 3 times. After that, from the top of the artifact, light started to move to the top. This secret appeared in the sky. Absolutely all people could see the secret that a moment ago only Lloyd knew. This made Lloyd very much embarrassed. At that time Xavier asked how deep, which made Lloyd angry, and he asked to just forget those words. Xavier said that when the pearl activates there will be a very strong pulse, and he is worried. Lloyd didn't understand why Xavier was acting so strange since morning. Then the pearl said that now Lloyd can ask what he is interested in. The protagonist talked about the fate restoration trying to kill people, and asked if there was a way to stop the process. The pearl began to glow, after which it instantly released a huge amount of energy. Xavier protected Lloyd with his energy. At that time the hero found himself in an incomprehensible, very empty space. The pearl explained that it was a space for conversation and only the protagonist would know the secret. The artifact began the story that the real Lloyd should be dead, but he is alive. Also Lloyd took the place of the protagonist, which originally should have been Xavier. For this reason the world tries to kill Lloyd to restore destiny and return Xavier his place. But the world experiences a mistake because of Lloyd's bugs, and cannot find the protagonist. Fate seeks to restore the original story, even if it means destroying randomness. Pearl said that in order to restore peace they need to reboot the narrative, and this can be done by establishing a single protagonist. She said that once Lloyd or Xavier dies, that's when the story will reboot. Pearl added that there is no other way. In the real world, Lloyd was on his knees while Xavier tried to bring him to his senses. The protagonist had a panic attack, and Xavier was trying to revive him. Lloyd, on the other hand, was thinking about the fact that he kept trying. He believed he could get better. Xavier asked Lloyd to breathe. It appeared the hero was having some heart problems right now. Lloyd thought he would just have to be patient for a little while and then it would get better. Lloyd couldn't breathe properly. It seemed he was going to die. In his head Lloyd tried to swim out of his eternal problems, but in reality Xavier was trying to resuscitate the protagonist, because now he was on the verge of death. At that time in his head everything was black and white, and in reality he looked terrible. It seemed that he was going to die. Xavier tried to restore Lloyd with his aura. At that time the hero asked what would happen if he died. The pearl said that if he was resurrected it wouldn't work. The hero asked if it would work if he just went to soul, because then he wouldn't be in the world. Pearl said that it didn't mean he was dead. Lloyd's heart began to freeze at a rapid rate. While the Heart of Ice was very worried that Lloyd would die at that rate, it hoped that Xavier could do something about it, while the system explained that it was a mental illness, adding that there was nothing she could do about it. While the main character's eyes lost their luster, and the pearl said that the only way to solve the problem was for Lloyd or Xavier to die. Lloyd's eyes began to close while the pearl said that was it. The time freeze that had been there all along was instantly gone and the world went on again. While Lloyd clutched at his heart and screamed in pain, he agonized lying on his bed. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening. He thought the system had decided to mess with him and force him to make a choice. The protagonist thought that how can she think she is above gods and demons? Who is she? While the system asked for forgiveness, the hero said that he is always weak, because he is an unhappy person who is destined to always remain unhappy. The Heart of Winter was also worried about the protagonist, while Lloyd lay on the bed and could not do anything. The boy's parents were very worried about their son, while Xavier said that Lloyd was just a bit overworked. The mother wondered if the lad had found a way to solve the misfortune that threatened them. Xavier piously believed that Lloyd knew exactly how to solve the problem. The father seemed to understand something and looked intently in the direction of Xavier, who was looking just as intently into the man's eyes. Father said he understood and asked Xavier to take care of Lloyd. Then they started to leave. As Xavier silently began to turn toward the door, he stepped inside and said that although he didn't know what answer Lloyd had heard from the Pearl of Truth, he believed one thing, and that is that Lloyd is the man who can find the answers to all questions. Lloyd did not react to the words, while Xavier asked him to wait a little longer, because he would do everything he could to make the Lord wake up. Xavier was determined to get out of Lloyd's room while Lloyd lay on the bed. Xavier was worried if he could do what he had planned, then decided that of course he could. After all, he had watched Lloyd so many times that Lloyd's Zastic had become a part of Xavier and he was confident. Angel revealed that he had news, namely that Heaven was planning to bring Lloyd back. Xavier asked when that would happen. The angel said that there was no exact date, as the meeting could be delayed. Xavier stared at the angel in silence for a moment, then grabbed the candles, made them into a sword sheath and a stick, put the candles around him and lit them instantly. The angel didn't understand what Xavier was doing, while the boy explained that he was praying. Xavier remembered the angel's words that if he prayed secretly and persistently, his words would be heard. He began to beg for Lloyd's return as quickly as possible, because there was no time at all. Angel was shocked at how sincere Xavier was in asking for Lloyd back. They couldn't even ignore such a loud and clear prayer. They couldn't help but answer it. A portal appeared in front of Xavier and he said it was easy. Xavier motioned for Angel to come with him. Angel didn't understand why. The angel confessed that because of the trouble that had happened because of him, he might have to answer personally and he was scared. Xavier silently grabbed Angel, who begged him not to. Xavier, however, reminded Angel of the contract he had signed with the protagonist and he was obligated to help. Xavier said that this is when they go to get the remedy for Lloyd. Xavier, with a mad look, together with Angel on his shoulder, started to climb up. After that, they found themselves in front of the old man. The old man said that he thought Xavier was a man of noble character, which is just crazy. Xavier said that noble people can also complain, and added that the angel spoke of people who complain as if they were inferior beings. Suddenly the halo above the angel's head began to blush, for this could have been a humiliation to the client. The angel apologized, then said that Xavier was wrong, for if they knew how dangerous the pearl was. Xavier interrupted Angel and said that tearing down the pearl was the right thing to do, because the artifact shouldn't exist. Angel was surprised that they were going to tear down the pearl. At that time Xavier, with a look inherited from Lloyd, said that of course they would tear down the pearl, but under certain conditions. Xavier asked when the angels knew about the construction of the pearl. The angel said that maybe since the heart of winter appeared. Suddenly Xavier slapped the old man's desk, which startled him. Xavier asked why the angels had not told him at once that it was not worth building the pearl, but had waited until it was almost completed. Did they really want to mock him? Angel confessed that he didn't think the humans could really get all the materials. Xavier assumed that Angel had decided not to do anything until he smelled something fiery. The old man was shocked that Xavier was taking advantage of something that was hidden deep in his heart. Xavier asked if his speculation about the angel's thoughts was true. The old man began to cry and said that it was true. In fact, angels can't lie. Xavier began to say that because the angels were not performing their duties well, they should delay the demolition of the pearl. The angel seemed unwilling to agree to such terms. Xavier interrupted the old man, saying that because of the angels' actions the humans had suffered, the celestials should make life easier for the humans. Could they do that? The angel couldn't resist the facts, and said that until then they should keep an eye on the artifact. Xavier thanked the angel sincerely for his generous concern. Angel senses lies, and looking at Xavier he sees an incredibly sincere man. Xavier then began to talk about the second condition. He said that Angel would be sent to the kingdom of Mangeath and deliver an artifact to Lloyd that could help him get out of his current state. Angel was shocked at this request. He began to scream that it was too much. They had just talked about the problem and solved it. Xavier said that it should be as compensation. After all, he had been up for several nights thinking about the conflict with the heavens, and they were obligated to compensate for that heartache. Angel was shocked. He thought Xavier was much angrier than he might have thought at first glance. Angel was surprised, but Xavier's words were true, and the pain was such that he simply cannot help but compensate for it. At that time Xavier's face began to frighten the angel, who had earlier thought to invite him to heaven. But now he was sure that he was a client from hell. In Lloyd's manor there was a knock on the door, and then a completely exhausted guy asked to come in, the one who knocked. It turned out that it was a girl who looked at the completely broken protagonist, who clearly felt terrible. She instantly began to apologize for entering his room, and suggested that the protagonist continue to rest, while Lloyd began to get out of bed, saying that there was nothing wrong with the girl's actions, and he wondered what had happened. She immediately began to hand over a letter that was addressed to Lloyd. The guy accepted the letter, under the girl's words that it was an invitation to the wedding. The girl confessed that she was marrying Kudger. She seemed to want Lloyd to be there. The boy began to look at the letter under the girl's words that only Lloyd had gotten such an invitation, because only thanks to him this day could happen. While on the face of the protagonist there was no emotion at all, it seemed that he was completely shattered and simply lost the ability to feel anything past sadness. After the girl with a sincere smile began to tell that only thanks to Lloyd in their lands reigns peace, and all live happily. While the boy silently lowered his head, then put on a very sad smile, and thanked her for the words she said, because he was happy to hear them. Lloyd jumped up from his bed. While the girl asked the protagonist not to move, she wanted to bring him a new blanket. Lloyd stood at the door thinking that he always dreamed that all people around him would be happy. Then he congratulated the girl on her marriage, and instantly slammed the door, leaving the maid standing in the hallway. The protagonist felt even worse, for he was completely powerless, and could not help these beautiful people in any way. He remembered Pearl's words that the only solution to this situation was that Lloyd or Xavier had to die. Lloyd thought that Xavier could not die. He was the real hero of this world. And then Lloyd's heart was attacked again by a huge cold force, which made him feel bad, and he fell to the ground in terrible pain and agony. Lloyd started to think that there was a way to save all these people. He started to think that if he died, people would be happy and would not die, while the system window appeared right in front of the protagonist's face saying that his death would not help. It started saying that Lloyd still hasn't gotten his wish, and as long as he is alive, he can do anything. After these unexpected words, the system window began to disappear, while the protagonist was left lying on the ground enveloped in the particles of the system. The guy began to close his eyes, falling more and more into the depths of his consciousness, after which Lloyd finally lost his consciousness. At that time, an incredibly horrible creature appeared in the deep sea, which was definitely hostile to humans. While the ruler of the land where the monster appeared watched and pondered on what he saw before him, namely the huge number of monsters that filled the water in front of him. While in another part of the world, there was a strange structure that instantly began to crack. At that time in the kingdom of Samarkand, king did not understand who dared to attack their land, while his subordinate explained that there were strange heretics who attacked them under the cover of some god. At that time in the forest a huge monster was chasing the small animals. The elven women prepared to shoot, and they just couldn't understand where such a huge number of hostile monsters came from, and feared that if this continued all the peaceful animals would simply disappear. The queen began to report about the problems in the world, which arose at the same time, namely that the monsters appeared en masse, the appearance of Gigaton, and the rebellion of heretics in the kingdom of Aspahan. The queen simply could not understand how such a huge number of events could take place at the same time. While Xavier was moving at great speed towards the queen, the dragon carried a huge luggage with unknown contents and then landed on the ground, delivering what Xavier wanted to present to the queen. Xavier greeted the queen, getting down on one knee. The girl looked at him silently, not understanding what was going on. Then she instantly asked what Xavier wanted. He seemed not to understand what the queen was talking about as she continued to stare at him with her gaze. Xavier looked like the most innocent child who just couldn't do anything. The queen asked him to stop making that face and asked what was wrong, while Xavier started talking about how he would like to offer a huge amount of iron to the queen for military reinforcement. The queen was thinking about what she should do, when suddenly a very bright light appeared, which immediately attracted the girl's attention. She looked in that direction, not understanding what was going on because some music started playing. In front of the girl began to descend to the ground a real angel from the heavens themselves. He appeared right in front of the people, with all the signs of a real angel, namely a halo and wings. The men were just shocked that they managed to see a real angel in their lives, while the queen could not understand what the angel was doing in this place. The angel began to say that he was carrying the will of heaven, and that he was going to give it to the queen. The angel started shouting that the queen should immediately give the protagonist the Eye of Summer. Then he instantly started to disappear, and at a great speed right in front of the queen he started to fly to the heavens. After just one moment there was absolutely nothing left in the place where the angel used to stand. The queen began to think that it was definitely a trick of Lloyd, because it looked suspicious. The queen began to shout and ask Xavier if it was true, while the boy himself was shaking with excitement. The man started yelling that they just had to hand over the Eye of Summer to the protagonist, because it was a real godsend. While the other aristocrats began to say that the angel spoke very uncertainly, and it looked like it was just some kind of deception, Eventually a verbal altercation broke out between the aristocrats, in which they were deciding whether this angel was real or not. The man began to shout with all his might that angels are simply incapable of lying, and it is not even necessary to doubt the purity of the angel's words. Xavier watched the situation unfolding before his eyes very carefully. He remembered that the old angel immediately on Xavier's proposal began to say that angels cannot lie, and he cannot fulfill the request of the guy. Xavier asked what the old man thought was a lie, and then immediately began to say that simply by passing his words on to the queen they would not lie. The men continued to argue fiercely, while the queen sat on her throne trying to understand the situation. Xavier thought that everything was going according to plan, and the only thing left was for the queen to believe in what was happening. While the queen herself thought deeply about whether what the angel had said was true, because a very valuable artifact was at stake. A little while later, on a clear day, the queen asked Xavier alone if the angel was just a trick from Lloyd, and Xavier sincerely said that it was. The queen was surprised that the boy had confessed at once, and assumed that the theater was over from that point on, while Xavier began to explain that the reason he had to pretend was to divert the attention of the advisors. Xavier also added that no matter how hard he tried to deceive the queen, she would easily expose him with her shrewdness, and she said that these words reminded him very much of Lloyd, for he liked to flatter. Xavier immediately turned pale, and she began to say that he would not like to be so much humiliated as to be compared to Lloyd, while the queen agreed with the same expression, for she was disgusted to see it. Xavier confessed that the angel was real, which didn't surprise the queen, causing Xavier to misunderstand, which the girl dispelled by saying that it was Lloyd, a man who could outwit even a divine dragon. The girl decided to get right to the point, and asked why they needed the Eye of Summer. While Xavier was silent for a while and looked at the floor, he confessed that his young master was dying right now. Such information shocked the queen. This was definitely not the answer she had expected to hear. While at the main character's estate, the maid brought him food, and he asked the girl to just leave her at the door. She tried to clean the guy's room, but he said he didn't need it. The girls looked at each other, realizing that Lloyd was in a terrible state. Finally the maid decided to ask as Lloyd had asked, for which the boy thanked her. They started to leave, while the food continued to stand by the door. It stood even after the girl's footsteps stopped being heard. Suddenly the main character's door was ajar, whereupon the guy instantly stuck his hand out and grabbed the bowl of food. He sat in his room, where there was a huge number of similar bowls, which proved that Lloyd completely stopped eating. The protagonist continued to feel terrible not only mentally but also physically. At that time, the queen inquired what this restoration of destiny was. Xavier began to talk about how they learned the name of this phenomenon, what it leads to, and that, in order to deal with it, they were advised to build the Pearl of Truth. The girl began to think that all the troubles that are now beginning to happen to the world are a consequence of the fact that the protagonist once stopped them. She just realized that everything was starting to go back to the way it was supposed to be. As Lloyd sat in his room leaning against the door, his lips completely dry and hollows appearing in his cheeks from the fact that he hadn't eaten anything in a long time. One of the main character's pets was hugging his master. He was very worried about Lloyd's condition. Suddenly a system window started to appear where the images of the protagonist's parents appeared, which made the pet more determined, and together with the other pets they started trying to get the protagonist back on his feet, while the guy was talking about how he just didn't have the strength to even walk. The pets kept trying to cheer up the protagonist, who suggested that he couldn't keep leaving them locked up. Eventually Lloyd left the room with the pets, and followed them, not realizing where they were trying to lead after all. Lloyd heard the voice of his mother, who was very worried about him, because his condition was getting worse every day. Lloyd stood in the hallway and listened to his mother, not believing Xavier that Lloyd was just resting, and was very worried about her son. She also began to say with a mug in her hands that Xavier was always trying to protect Lloyd. She then told her husband that even when Lloyd changed because of him, he defended Lloyd, justifying everything with lies. While the protagonist instantly became much worse, his body began to feel terrible pain and his breathing became more rapid. The man began to say that if Xavier was trying to help so sincerely, Lloyd was really a worthwhile person. The girl agreed with her husband's words, and began to say that the protagonist would be fine after he was back to normal, when he himself would explain to them how everything had happened. The man also believed that this was exactly what would happen. While the protagonist started running at a great speed down the hallway, he was very quickly approaching his room, after which the guy instantly opened the doors and went inside. He started to pull out a blanket with the thoughts that he just had to live. After that he started to eat his food with all his might. There was finally a purpose in his behavior. He sat at the table eating, with the window open. Then with a confident look he thought about the fact that he just had to tell the truth to the real Lloyd's parents. As the Queen began to talk about how Xavier had done the right thing, and added that they needed to resolve the conflict between those who believed in the angel and those who thought it was some kind of deception. Xavier began to say that he knew of only one person who could resolve the issue, while the Queen said that Lloyd was dying now, and was doing his best to keep himself alive. Then under Xavier's gaze the Queen said that only Lloyd could stop the restoration of fate, and thus protect her entire kingdom. After she said these words, the Queen began to smile, then with the same smile on her face began to say that convincing people to work was her forte. Xavier smiled as well, as he was sure that together, they would do well. As the protagonist sat in his room thinking that the first thing he needed to do to improve his condition was to deal with his panic attacks, he looked at his pets, who were trying their best to help him. The protagonist thought about what plan he should make in order to survive. Although he had a plan to extend his life a bit, he needed a plan to resist the restoration of fate. The protagonist gritted his teeth thinking that even though the thought of failure would not leave him, he had to face it and overcome it. As the dragon began to approach the protagonist's house, Lloyd instantly noticed his pet. Xavier began to tell the protagonist's father that he had some very important guests waiting for him, and he had to go out as soon as possible. The parents didn't understand who could be so important to visit their estate, while the red hair was developing in the wind. The girl clutched at her dress, saying that she had heard a lot about the couple, but was seeing them for the first time. She introduced herself to the main character's parents as the queen of this empire, and that she was the main character's fiancée. The parents didn't seem to realize these words and just stood there with a relaxed expression, then instantly went into a wild shock after realizing the words that the queen herself had just spoken. They instantly fell to their knees, surprised that the queen herself had come to them, asking the parents of the hero to calm down because she is still the fiancée of the main character. Then the queen looked at Lloyd and asked if it was true. While Lloyd stood staring out the window not understanding anything, Lloyd's face at the moment of realizing the queen's words is not easy to describe in words. To put it mildly, he was fucked up. In the evening at the main character's estate, the queen sat at the table and stared intently ahead, while Lloyd's parents seemed to be beyond excited. They were pouring in their own sweat. Lloyd himself was in such a state for the first time in his life. He seemed incapable of saying a word. While the queen sipped her tea in silence and seemed completely calm, she began to tell that the tea was really delicious, and asked where her new mother had gotten the leaves. Such words shocked the poor girl, who still couldn't believe that the queen was her son's wife. She began to shout with all her might that she had not stolen the tea leaves, while her husband tried to calm her down, for she was talking a lot of nonsense because of her excitement. The man himself started shouting that he was the person who stole the tea leaves. The protagonist asked his parents to calm down and began to say that he would tell everything, after which the queen made a gloomy look and asked if Lloyd was going to tell about how he tricked the queen into agreeing to the marriage. Parents turned pale with fear. After the words that the girl said, they silently fainted, for such words meant that this was the day when they would be finished. The protagonist began to say that his parents would calm down, and then began to confess that the engagement was just a pretext. The parents fell out of the world again, unable to react in any way, while Lloyd looked at Xavier and mentally questioned what he had come up with in bringing the queen to his house. Xavier looked at his lord carefully, seeming to understand his worries, and then turned away indifferently, making Lloyd even more worried, for he could not understand what was going on. While the queen said that enough jokes from now on, and said that she would tell the whole truth, the parents listened attentively to the story that Lloyd had to take away one treasure of their empire, which was a gift from the holy dragon, and then the queen told that the dragon met the hero and asked him how he dared to have this treasure, because he was not of royal blood. Then the parents heard the words that Lloyd had lied about being the queen's husband and that he belonged to the royal family. The parents of the protagonist seemed to fall out of this world. They were in a distant space thinking that after the explanation became much worse. The queen began to say that Lloyd needed to answer for lying to the most holy dragon. while the father of the protagonist realized that a terrible punishment was about to await them all. He began to shake and say that for such a transgression, they cannot atone even by death. While the queen looked at the man with a cold-blooded look, the protagonist also looked at his father, who instantly fell to his knees and began to say that Lloyd is dear to him as a son, and began to beg not to kill the guy. Lloyd was shocked by these words and didn't understand what was going on. While his mother began to beg the queen for mercy for the protagonist, Lloyd instantly started running to his parents screaming for them to stop. He started telling the queen that it wasn't his parents' fault and he alone should be punished for his actions. The father started yelling at his son, saying that the parents should be responsible for the misdeeds of their children, while Lloyd didn't understand this, and then he was about to tell them that he was not the son of these people, when suddenly the queen started talking about being stuffy, and added that she had heard that Lloyd was mentally broken, and then she started smiling because as soon as there is a challenge, he starts fighting again to the end. Lloyd listened attentively to the queen's words that she wasn't going to kill him, and then she was silent for a while. Then looking Lloyd straight in the eye she said that she wanted to make their engagement real. Lloyd couldn't fully comprehend the words he had just heard. And then with the stupidest face he could make in this situation he asked her what she had said. She immediately slapped the stupid guy with anger and then repeated that she wanted Lloyd to be her husband and part of the royal family. The parents heard the queen ask Lloyd to work with her for the kingdom, while the protagonist refused the offer with the most indifferent look. The parents were shocked by their son's refusal and listened to them and the queen arguing about it. But in the end the girl sighed and suggested a compromise. She told them about the angel who had ordered them to give the Eye of the Summer to Lloyd, and that two groups of counselors had formed, those who were against it and those who were in favor of giving the eye. Lloyd didn't understand what was going on, because he had nothing to do with the angel doing something like that. Xavier stood silently looking at the uncomprehending protagonist, and then he turned away, pretending he didn't care what was going on. The protagonist didn't know what to say, because he didn't see a way out and just kept falling deeper and deeper. Lloyd thought about the fact that he should have looked for a solution because he just had to cope. The protagonist thought that he was not the only one who had to do something. Then he found himself together with his loved ones and realized that only with their help he could do something. The queen looked carefully towards Lloyd, waiting for his answer, while the protagonist with the most confident look declared that he would calm all the chaos. The boys set off towards the dragon, to return to the queen's house. The protagonist thought that there must be a solution to the problem, and that he should take care of his health first. The boy looked back at his parents, who were very happy that their son was finally back to normal, while on Lloyd's face there was sadness that he was not the native son of these good people. The protagonist began to smile, thinking that he would protect his new mother and father. While the queen also turned towards Lloyd's parents, they didn't seem to understand why this was happening, and a moment later their faces were frozen in shock at what they saw in front of them. The queen herself bowed to them to show them her respect, and she quietly said that they would see each other again very soon, addressing them as father and mother. This surprised the poor parents very much, while the protagonist seemed not to feel very well. As the palace was filled with unbelievable screams, people began to fight among themselves. They were very angry because they had different opinions. Suddenly the doors to the council chamber opened with great force. The protagonist in his manner announced that the culprit of all their troubles had arrived on the scene. A little while later, on a clear day in the castle, Lloyd was sitting on a chair in a dark room and seemed to be waiting for something, when suddenly there was a light that fell on the guy's body, after which the man announced that at this very moment an emergency meeting of the council begins and that they will decide whether they should fulfill the will of the heavens. Count Altaz raised his hand and was then given the floor, whereupon the man announced that they had missed the clause in the title of the meeting that they would decide the fate of the Eye of Summer. While another counselor sat there not knowing what to say, he repeated the same thing but added the subject of the Eye of Summer to the whole thing. One of the counselors started to shout that this was nonsense, but he was interrupted saying that he could only speak after raising his hand. He did so and then started talking about how they were just wasting their time trying to name this meeting. He started yelling that their meeting should definitely include the word great, while the counselor changed the title again. One of the counselors started yelling at the others, for it really was a waste of time. While the others yelled that their meeting should have a decent title, they continued to bicker amongst themselves with no chance of finding a solution to the dispute. The protagonist, on the other hand, felt the silly atmosphere and thought about the fact that part of something like this was native to him, whereupon a smile appeared on his face and he was about to start processing these counselors. After a while, it was deep into the night, the counselor started saying an incredibly long name, which told me that they were still only concerned with picking a name. One of the men started shouting that they had to fulfill the angel's message, because it was mandatory. He continued to shout that the right thing to do was to follow the will of heaven. One of the advisors turned to the protagonist, asking if there were any guarantees that Lloyd would not use the artifact for his own good. The protagonist began to say that he, as a loyal servant of the queen, would not dare abuse the relic. Then the protagonist began to say that if the neighboring countries attacked, he would not be able to accept it. The advisors began to leave, thinking that everything was solved, while Lloyd began to shake and talk about the fact that he has a huge responsibility, because if they oppose the will of heaven, they will be unhappy. All the counselors started shouting for Lloyd to make his decision, while the guy started shouting that he just can't make such hard decisions and that he won't do it. A moment later, the counselors started fighting each other with all their might. Then Lloyd said that he had a great idea. All the counselors instantly turned their attention to the guy. The protagonist started talking about how the angelic message has unknown risks, while the loss of the artifact is a specific threat. Then he said that the loss of such an item is tantamount to weakening the country. The protagonist started talking about how if he had another artifact that could replace the Eye of Summer, everything would be easier. All the advisors listened attentively to what Lloyd had to say next. The protagonist told about the mountain range, which was on the border of the kingdom, and it was very difficult to trade with other countries. Because of it, they had to make a huge detour. The protagonist announced that they were very helpful to small countries because of it. Then Lloyd said that he could build a trade route through the ridge. The protagonist began to talk about how their kingdom would gain incredible wealth. All the advisors accused the hero of trading on royal honor. They began to listen intently about the vast amount of money that would flow to them. Then, with an incredibly greedy look, he said that the advisors could get their share of the profits as well. The counselors were instantly confused and excited about the new opportunity. Moments later, the man announced that the council unanimously confirmed the transfer of the Eye of Summer to the protagonist. Lloyd was pleased that he had gotten what he wanted so easily, while Xavier remarked that he got the feeling that Lloyd knew politics better than construction. The protagonist started talking about how it's normal for politicians to be in a fight, but as soon as they make a profit, they instantly become best friends. Xavier starts talking about how money is always connected to power. A little while later, Lloyd arrived at the queen, who gave the go-ahead for the construction, and the boy thanked the girl. The queen didn't understand how this was possible, as they had been trying to build a trade route since ancient times. But because of the harsh conditions, everything was in vain. The queen also began to say that it would be very difficult to go that way, while the protagonist began to say that they would use the railroad, which would allow them to transport goods perfectly. The protagonist remembered that in his world they also used the mechanics that Lloyd was going to use. He imagined the train moving down the mountain and how it could change its motion. The queen began to say that Lloyd had always thought outside the box and she believed in his abilities, but she really wondered if it was possible to put a train on such a narrow peak. The protagonist began to say that in any case it will be difficult. For this reason he will try to choose the most flat area. The queen accepted all the words of the guy and said that she intended to move on to another question. She asked how Lloyd plans to cross the land of demons, which were on top of the mountain, and on this Lloyd began to smile, and then with the most confident look stated that he has a great plan. A while later, Lloyd and Xavier were traveling at great speed on the dragon. The protagonist asked what Xavier knew about demons, and he said that he had only heard about them from legends. He said that demons lived on the ridge, and all he could add was that demons eat people, leaving the protagonist to think that he had wandered into a place that was not written about in the novel. The dragon continued to move at breakneck speed, while the boys seemed to see something right in front of them. It turned out they had arrived in the land of demons, which was called Credos. Xavier started talking about how it was not going to be easy for them and asked what Lloyd's plan was, while the protagonist started shouting madly that his plan was to invade. Xavier grinned at Lloyd while thinking about how cruel Lloyd was. The protagonist began to laugh, thinking that they had managed to defeat both demons and angels, and that these enemies would be defeated as well. Then the dragon began to spew a huge amount of flame, which instantly destroyed a section of the strong vortex, after which they were able to get inside at great speed. There they found themselves in a completely different climatic conditions. The protagonist thought that he expected from this place exactly something darker than what he now saw in front of his eyes. Namely, the incredibly beautiful fields that enveloped a vast tract of land. Xavier announced that he had seen a demon. While the demons themselves were very frightened, they started screaming that they had seen a human and started crying tears of fear. Lloyd started yelling at the little girl demon for crying at the sight of him, thinking it was because of his appearance. The demon children were screaming with all their might in fear as a terrifying dragon was approaching them at great speed. Lloyd, with a crazy look on his face, shouted to the children that they should not be afraid of him, because he just wants to ask them about some things. Such a scary look on his face even more frightened the children, who continued to have hysterics. Lloyd started yelling even more, because he was angry that the children kept running away from him. As Xavier looked at his mad master and wondered if the protagonist didn't realize the obvious, Xavier's gaze was suddenly drawn to a movement that he noticed. It turned out to be a demon that was approaching the guys at a great speed, with a clear intention to attack. Xavier instantly drew his blade, and then at a great speed, Xavier reported to Lloyd that they had just been attacked by an adult demon, and that the power of the enemy was at least at the level of a master swordsman. While the demon landed on the ground and watched the humans carefully assessing their strength. A huge dragon hovered over the demon. It looked incredibly huge, while Lloyd descended to the ground saying that he did not come to this place to fight. At that time, a huge number of other adult demons appeared behind the protagonist's back and were ready to attack instantly. Moments later, Xavier fended off all the attacks that were aimed in his direction. One of the demons stood against the guys and started talking. He said that they serve the demon lord and only protect this land. They introduced themselves as the 8 demon kings and stood in a pose that was meant to show their greatness. Lloyd looked at these madmen with disdain. He started to say that there were too many of them because usually there are only 4 demon kings. One of the demons started shouting that the more of them they have, the more effective they can defend their lands. Then he started saying that humans should leave their lands immediately. The protagonist was incredibly angry that the demons had dared to call him a vile human, and it seemed he was beginning to turn into a creature much scarier than the demons. Xavier looked at his master, thinking that sometimes it was better to keep silent. The protagonist said that he had come to the demons to talk and asked to meet their leader. The demon girl started screaming that Lloyd had done terrible things to their children, while the protagonist started screaming that he hadn't done anything and asked the children what he had done. The children just started screaming and crying in fear. The adult demons instantly prepared to attack, thinking the protagonist was an evil man. Suddenly Lloyd began to chant, and the effect instantly worked on the demons, who were not expecting such a strong attack. Lloyd ordered Xavier to spring into action, whereupon Xavier instantly kicked everyone who tried to attack in the head, and the protagonist along with his servant were left standing over the newly defeated demons. Lloyd began to smile and talk about how they would finally be able to talk in peace. The girl was crying and trying to wake up the adults with the demon, while Lloyd looked at it carefully without expressing any emotion. The girl was crying because she was worried about her family, while the protagonist continued to stare coldly at the demon. The children cried and worried for their elders, and suddenly Lloyd realized that demons were actually good creatures, while Xavier added that the evil one was Lloyd himself. The girl cried and said that all humans were evil, and that they were afraid to go outside because all humans hated them. The protagonist listened to the girl saying that they came to their house to torture them. The protagonist began to think that demons for some reason are afraid of people, then realized that they were just hiding in this place. It turned out that demons survive by farming, and the words that they eat people were not true. Suddenly, the main character's thoughts were interrupted by a female voice. It turned out to be a beautiful demonic girl, who claimed that they do eat people. She admitted that she is the queen of demons, and is the head of the descendants of demons. Lloyd began to worry, because it seemed to him as if the demon queen had just read his mind. They were looking at an incredibly strong creature, whose strength was very difficult to measure. The little girl began to tell the queen that the humans had attacked them and she must punish them. Lloyd tried to justify himself, but realized that it would be pointless, while the queen refused the girl's request, which surprised the protagonist. The queen told the children that the people had just put the boys to sleep and that they had really just come to talk. The queen assumed that the people wanted to pass through their lands and suggested to discuss it in the castle. The protagonist was surprised by this outcome, and then he rode his dragon towards the demon castle. The protagonist pondered over a huge number of questions and did not know the answer to them, as suddenly the queen assumed that Lloyd has a lot of questions and told him to look to the right, where the guy saw an incredibly creepy statue. It turned out to be a statue of an ancient king of demons. She said that their ancestors really did eat people, and when they could not find food even ate their relatives. She said that they lived on lands where nothing grew and they had to attack people for food, and also that the demon king of the past changed everything by creating this place, and now they are the descendants of this place growing wheat, and also said that their resources are still limited. As they sat around the table, the girl suggested that Lloyd wanted to bring a trade route through their land. She began to say that it would be possible if they removed the barrier, but then they would lose their home and that was the reason they couldn't do it. Lloyd didn't understand why the demons couldn't just go to other lands where they could get more food. While the queen started talking about how people hate them because of the times when demons ate people, she talked about how people are afraid of them and wherever they appear there will be a fight. She also started talking about how it had been a long time since they had attacked humans, but the fear was still there. She started talking about how they have to pay for what they have done to people in the past. The queen began to cry and asked the hero from the other world to free them, while the protagonist said that he was not a hero at all, although he did come from the other world, but only a merchant who wanted to open a trade route. Lloyd offered to find a way for the demons to live outside, and the queen promised that they would remove the barrier and allow the trade route to be built. The protagonist thought deeply about how to prevent conflicts that might arise between humans and demons. He thought a lot, and suddenly the queen heard Lloyd's suggestion that she had already read his mind, and then said that the demons should pack their things, because their problem had already been solved. A little while later in the castle of the demon queen, the girl said that they would have to see if they could carry out Lloyd's plan. Lloyd looked at the girl carefully, and then he couldn't address her properly, because her full title sounded very long. Lloyd asked how far the girl could see people's thoughts, but she explained that she could not see people's thoughts, but could only look into the future for a short period of time. She told how their ancestor used this ability to grow wheat better. The protagonist was thinking about how amazing it was that the demon lord used to do weather forecasting just to farm. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze became more serious, and then he immediately asked how far into the future the girl could see, which immediately disappointed the guy by saying that it was not as far as he needed. She told him that she could look into the future for a maximum of 24 hours. Lloyd was instantly curious about accidents and whether the girl could predict them. She looked at Lloyd in silence and then confessed that if the hero meant to restore fate, she could stop some accidents. Lloyd saw a ray of hope in the girl, for she could give him a little more time, and perhaps he could find a final solution to the matter. The queen began to say that this would only be possible when Lloyd freed her people. She began to say that they would not be able to convince the demons by force, and only when they chose a single representative would they be able to make such a decision. The protagonist was sure of himself. He was going to prove to these demons that beyond the barrier they could live just as well. A little while later, the weather was nice outside. A little girl was shaking with fear while Lloyd apologized to the child he had scared earlier. Lloyd looked fucking terrified and offered the kid a place to move. The girl got even more scared and started screaming and crying. Xavier called Lloyd a horrible person for scaring an innocent child, while Lloyd didn't realize what he was doing wrong. Xavier leaned over to the little girl and offered to go with him to see the world outside their settlement. The girl began to look confused. She didn't seem afraid of Xavier at all. Lloyd felt disgusted as Xavier's appearance continued to help him through life. A little while later they left the demon settlement on the dragon. The queen began to talk about how the girl was more afraid of humans than anyone else. She asked if the hero had heard the story of how demons came to their world, and Lloyd assumed it was just a rumor because there was no proof. She told him it wasn't a rumor, and added that they were free to cross the barrier. One day the girl got outside and looked at a family of people who were just about to have dinner. The family looked very happy. The girl did not understand why the adult demons called people bad. In fact, they looked very kind. The children were walking with a sword, as suddenly one of the children was hit on the head, then began to get angry. That made the girl who was secretly watching the children laugh. Cold weather came. It was snowing heavily. People were quite sad as the cold weather caused huge problems with food. At that time the girl looked at the father of the family, who just didn't know what to do. Then she started to run away in the direction of her house. Some time later people looked in a shocked expression towards the street, where stood a little girl demon with a basket of fruit in her hands. She offered people these fruits that would make their lives easier, as suddenly the woman began to shout with all her might that demons have arrived to them. This very much frightened and upset the girl. She saw people who ran away to their homes in a panic, because they were very afraid of her. While the man prepared to attack the little girl, she had time to look behind her back, and at the last moment to dodge the attack of this man. She was naturally very much frightened and began to run away from the evil man at great speed. A huge number of people went in pursuit of the girl. They hated her simply because she was a demon. They cornered the poor demonic girl and were going to kill this harmless child. She became angry at the way she was treated, and then she took on a completely different appearance which immediately scared the people who wanted to kill her. The girl in a moment thought about the words she had been told since she was a virgin, namely that they should never attack people. Then she got on all fours and started running away from the evil people at a great speed. She ran with all her might while the voices of the men were heard behind her back. The girl was crying, for she was very much offended at the way she was treated, for she was only trying to do good. In the present, they flew on a dragon, while Lloyd began to shed his tears, saying that it was too formulaic a story. As they flew, the hero talked about how it was time to end such stories. They were already near the protagonist's land, after which they descended to the ground and walked around Lloyd's domain. The girl was very much scared. She was afraid of people. While Lloyd said hello to the inhabitant of the place, the girl instantly closed her eyes out of fear, while the orc started talking about how he needed to dry off as he had overpumped his muscles. The girl's gaze instantly went blank while the orcs started walking away from the guys. The girl wondered and asked why there were demons walking around in the human settlement, while the queen told her it was the orcs. At that time, the skeletons began to enthusiastically greet the protagonist, and seemed very happy for his arrival. While the girl watched all of this carefully, at that time, a huge dragon flew over them, complaining about missing the time to clean up. The girl turned to the protagonist. She assumed that the protagonist was also the Lord of Darkness, because he has the same scary face. Such words made the main character angry, who asked the girl what was wrong with his face. The men with smiles on their faces greeted Lloyd, after which the protagonist asked what they were doing, and they assumed that the guy arrived because of the wedding. While the demon girl was looking at the men intently, amazed that they didn't notice her, then one of the men looked directly at the girl without showing any emotion. This scared the little demon, and she started to hide from the man, who looked towards the demon queen, who also didn't know what to expect from the man, which was saddening. The man assumed that the girls are demons because he saw their horns. The demon queen said that the speculations of the man were true, while the little girl closed her eyes in horror, expecting hatred in her direction, while the man without any emotion looked at them and without averting his gaze indifferently said that he understood. After the men silently left the boys and began to talk on their own subjects, the voices of the people were heard around the settlement, who were very glad at the return of their lord. The old man asked the girl where she was from, and she told him where she had come from. The old man was surprised, for it was the first time he had seen a small demon. While the children were also surprised to see a new child in the settlement, the girl was instantly frightened, while the boy wondered if the demon knew what soccer was, and his friend said that Lloyd had taught them this game and it was a lot of fun. The girl asked Lloyd if they could play together with her companion, but he said it wasn't his place to ask. The boys started asking the little girl if she wanted to play with them, while the little demon didn't know what to say and was very nervous. Then she said she had an ugly skin color, suggesting that she had no right to play with people. The little girl looked at the demon with an incomprehensible look, then began to shout that the demon would not show off, because they have many like her and they are everywhere, then asked if the girl would play with them, which in turn surprised her very much. She immediately looked at the queen, trying to see if she could play with other people. While the queen smiled very softly at the little girl, she held the little girl's hand and let her go as a sign that she could really go out with people. The little girl instantly ran with her new friends, and she seemed really happy. The main character said that he wasn't completely sure that everything would be okay, while the girl took on a completely different appearance, and then hit the ball with all her might, causing it to fly through the children at great speed, and instantly breaking a huge tower. The girl was instantly frightened because she thought that she had done a very bad thing, and now she will definitely be hated, while her new friend said that she is now the head of their team and said that it was incredibly cool, which was supported by the boy saying that the girl was incredibly strong. The demon girl was incredibly happy about this attitude. It was the first time people treated her so well. While the demon queen got down on her knee, then began to beg the protagonist to lead their clan, and said that he was the new Demon King, which caused only misunderstanding from Lloyd, as suddenly the body of the Demon Queen began to glow aura, which caused incredibly strong gusts of wind. After that, the aura began to flow into the body of the protagonist. It turned out that the girl changed his title of Demon King, which was notified by the system, which caused even more misunderstanding Lloyd. After that, his aura began to go out, creating an incredibly strong flow. The protagonist got huge horns and also demonic wings. The system notified that Lloyd got the skill, and now anyone with one glance will realize that he is a Demon King, and that's all the title gave him. Lloyd stood silently in place while Xavier watched intently. Xavier told Lloyd not to worry because he was no different now than he had been to them before, while the humans were not really surprised and thought that Lloyd had been a Demon King from the beginning. Lloyd was very sad that everyone saw him as a true Demon King. The protagonist started to say that he was not worthy of such a title, while the girl said that power comes from dignity and not from strength. The protagonist began to rejoice a little, because demons are obliged to follow the orders of the Demon King, even if they are impossible. At that time, the human girl and ogre couple were getting married. All the humans were incredibly happy for this marriage, while Xavier was surprised that the hero could hide his horns, while the couple was just happy for this unforgettable moment. The protagonist thought about what happened in the novel compared to what is happening now, because in the novel they all became slaves, but now they are truly happy. Lloyd decided to deal with the problems as soon as possible, and Xavier supported him in this, and then they flew at great speed on the dragon. After hearing the girl's story, the demons decided to go to a new place. While in the basement of the Demon King there was an artifact that created a barrier. The girl touched the artifact, while outside there was an incredibly strong wind, which in an instant subsided. The girl gave the artifact to the protagonist, saying that he would be able to create cold air wherever he wanted. Lloyd was incredibly happy about such a thing, because he knew exactly where it could be used. At that time it was snowing on top of the mountain, and the protagonist along with the demons were walking, and Lloyd ordered everyone to listen to his words carefully. Everyone started to wait for the motivational speech, looking at their savior, while Lloyd made a crazy face saying that now they will all build a railroad right to his territory from this place. All the demons didn't change their facial expressions. They didn't seem to realize the hell they were going through. While Lloyd himself was incredibly happy because demons don't need much rest and food, and have great strength. The protagonist with his demonic face was anticipating how he could use demons for his new projects. At that time, one of the demons was surprised, and reminded the girl that she had said that Lloyd was a good man, and she just silently poured her sweat. She simply said that Lloyd was the Demon King after all. It was at this moment that the construction of a huge railroad involving as many as 3,000 demons begins. The main character thought that he wanted to freeze time as soon as possible and start construction, but he also thought that before that he needed to build a huge village, and all the food supplies should also be produced in this village, after which the main character began to go out to his new subjects, and immediately did incredibly. He had a gray face and said only one word, namely to change his appearance, after which he continued to stand without any changes, but literally after a few moments his eyes began to turn reddish. And after the transformation completely took place, he introduced himself as Lloyd, the Demon Lord. The aura began to surround the main character's body. In fact, Lloyd was thinking about how cool his new look was. Xavier's voice was heard, who turned to the hero. He confessed that it was very embarrassing for him to observe the behavior of the main character. Lloyd began to say that his words definitely sounded confident and majestic, and said that the queen would definitely agree, while she sheepishly supported Xavier's words. Lloyd silently clenched his teeth, after which he began to shout that the demons would listen attentively to him. Everyone silently looked in Lloyd's direction, but he did not understand why they were silent, because he has horns and krill, as well as the status of the Demon King. All the demons began to pretend that it was cool. The main character was surprised at how much the demons turned out to be disobedient, after which he said that he would not do this anymore. The girl began to talk about how in ancient times only the strongest could become the king of demons, and the girl also said that now they have a rule that power should be fair. She also said that everyone would obey Lloyd, but the atmosphere would still be tense. The main character understood perfectly well that with such an attitude, demons would have poor effectiveness, and thought that he needed to show himself in front of these demons. The main character asked if they would listen to him if he defeated their strongest representative, and the girl said that they were forbidden to fight among themselves. The girl also said that there is a duel that can be organized. She began to tell Lloyd, who was listening attentively, that everything was important in this duel, after which she began to talk about what was important here. Vision, speed, and reaction, after which she stated with an incredibly serious look that the competition was called rock, paper, scissors. The main character didn't seem to realize these words because his face didn't change, after which his gaze went blank because it was just a game from his home world. The main character began to say that if it allows him to convince others, then he agrees. The main character started shouting that the demons should be grateful that they could participate in the construction, after which he made a serious expression on his face and said that if he could win the duel, the demons would immediately get to work. Lloyd said that the strongest demon would come forward, after which one of the demons began to come out of the crowd. He was completely confident in himself and said that he was ready for battle. The main character was also filled with confidence that he would be able to win. All the demons started shouting the name of the game and slamming their instruments on the ground. It was under the huge support of the demons that the two opponents, namely Lloyd and his opponent, found themselves in the middle of the circle. The girl was crying because she thought the main character was a good person, and asked to stop it, and the woman said that this was a sacred duel and they had no right to interfere. While the guys got ready to start, the crowd cheered and loved the show. Xavier asked what kind of unusual duel it was, while the girl said that first you need to understand a simple concept. She began to talk about how a stone is a hammer that shakes the earth, scissors are a guillotine that cuts the heavens, but paper, according to her, is just a rag. She told about what and how the other wins, after which she began to talk about how after the signal, the warriors begin to choose two weapons, after which, after another signal, they remove one out of hand, and as a result, there remains one weapon that is compared with each other. Xavier realized that thanks to this method, it was possible to find out who was stronger. While both warriors were swordsmen in a duel, Xavier believed that they were able to easily predict any action of their opponent. He was worried about Lloyd. While the queen shouted for the guys to get ready, Lloyd got ready to start. His opponent was also seriously preparing to start, after which Xavier, watching the duel, was greatly amazed at something. It turned out that in Xavier's opinion both chose scissors. While the hero was already moving, Xavier did not understand why the guys had a draw. While Lloyd made an incredible face, he made a creepy face and screamed, which made the demon close his eyes and change the position of his hands. All the demons were horrified by what they saw. Even the adults were shocked by the picture that appeared before their eyes. The main character's opponent turned out to be with two papers in his hands, while the main character was with two scissors in his hands, after which Lloyd eagerly asked what kind of weapon the demon would choose. At that time, silence arose between them. The earlier chanting crowd was simply silent, and the opponent of the main character fell to his knees. Xavier closely watched what happened. He instantly changed his face because what Lloyd did was just a deception. The queen started talking about how Lloyd turned out to be a legend who could win even before the game started, which simply amazed Xavier. While the opponent began to address the demons, after which all the demons bowed their heads to the new demon king, who instantly took on a demonic appearance and spread his wings. Lloyd said that in the name of the true demon lord, they should learn how to cut down mountains in terraces. Xavier grimaced again because he asked the main character not to do that anymore. Some time later, Lloyd's dragon was moving at great speed, and together with the queen, they headed somewhere. Lloyd thought about what the Queen of Men had told him, namely that all the cases he was involved in were starting to return to their original point. The main character thought that the phenomenon began to act much faster and he could not even imagine what the future might be. He was worried that the queen might fall into darkness, although he knew that so far there were no signs. The main character was worried about all the people of his territory, because while he was building a settlement, he could not freeze time, which was why he silently reflected, after which a smile appeared on his face. After all, in fact, he found a way to save all people from misfortune. The guy smiled and looked in the direction of the queen, because he knew that she was able to predict the future, and he called her ability a weather forecast, which would greatly help in saving people. The dragon arrived at the main character's estate, where Lloyd told his parents about the girl who used to be the demon queen. Lloyd's parents began to praise the girl's appearance, while she was surprised that people were not surprised at all after Lloyd's words. Lloyd announced that he was trying to deal with the phenomenon of restoring fate as soon as possible, because if they didn't make it, then everything would be over. He also announced that now the girl will check the fate of people on a daily basis. The main character began to move from the side of the building, shouting that it was time to start. Lloyd decided to take veteran engineers with him so that they could control the demons correctly, after which he also took 2 people with him to solve technical issues, and finally he took the strongest orcs so that they could help with their strength. One of the orcs also wanted to go, but the main character forbade. After all, he is a newlywed man and should enjoy his marriage. Sometime later, one of the demons started screaming with all his might and swung a shovel, after which Lloyd watched the picture of how the work of these demons showed simply insane efficiency. He believed that thanks to the demons, the construction of the settlement would be very fast. The main character started shouting that this was the power of the demons, which continued to confuse both Xavier and the other demons. The main character, along with Xavier, flew on Lloyd's pet. Lloyd completely completed the route plan with the help of his ability, and was going to start construction very soon and freeze time. At that time, on the main character's land in his estate, the girl told the main character's parents to sit while she looked at them carefully and not blink. There was an awkward pause, after which the queen continued to look at Lloyd's parents, when suddenly her body began to shake and tears began to appear in her eyes. The man looked at the girl without realizing what was happening. While she was barely restraining herself from blinking, suddenly the man made a serious face, after which the queen came to her senses and seemed to begin to be embarrassed. This amazed the parents of the main character, because they were worried that something terrible might happen, after which the queen confessed and said that the couple got along very well with each other, barely able to contain her embarrassment. Such words instantly confused Lloyd's parents, after which the following people also began to enter the queen's office. She also began to stare intently to look at them, as suddenly she was embarrassed again and confessed that they were also just in a great relationship. The couple was also embarrassed by such words. At that time, the main character announced that everyone had done a great job and announced that the construction of the settlement had been completed. The main character began to talk about how even though they were all different, they all worked together for a common goal and a better future for everyone. Lloyd also said that they had to work without elves, because they could not destroy nature, after which Lloyd announced that now everything would start for real, which caused enthusiastic shouts from all the people. The main character said that he would go check the route and that time would freeze soon. Xavier began to worry that Lloyd was leaving alone. Lloyd proudly called himself a master of the sword and said that no monsters could harm him. At that time, the dragon flew up to the main character, after which, having received a letter, the main character ordered the dragon to go and help others in construction. The letter said that the girl was checking the safety of all residents, as well as the fact that they had taught the residents of the Loida settlement agriculture, and that they were able to become friends. The queen also said that the children were incredibly happy to be able to see the vast world, and she also said that it was all thanks to Lloyd, and the hero also read that she wished him good luck in construction. The system notified Lloyd that he had received 100 points. Lloyd was smiling. He was pleased with his result. After that, the guy instantly used the time-freezing ability, which cost him as much as 3,000 points. Time froze around this place while the protagonist's heart felt terribly cold again, which made Lloyd feel very sick. It was snowing terribly heavily on the mountain, and the protagonist was lying on the ground, and he seemed to feel terrible. He thought he needed to hurry because he was getting worse. The heart of cold asked for forgiveness from the main character, who said that only by freezing time could he resist the restoration of fate. The guy was smiling and saying that everything was fine and that there was nothing wrong with it. The main character did not understand why the snowstorm became stronger, because time was frozen. The main character could not move normally because of his heart. He wanted to call Xavier for help. Suddenly Lloyd could not seem to say a word. He slowly began to lose consciousness, thinking that it would be hard for him without Xavier. Lloyd's eyes they closed as it became incredibly difficult for him to cope with the desire to sleep, as the silhouette of the Queen of People suddenly appeared, moving along the snowy mountain. She also felt the terrible cold, but continued her movement with a confident expression on her face. The storm was raging outside while Lloyd's pet was incredibly angry. He was shaking and seemed to be trying to do something, but he couldn't, and Xavier said that it was impossible to create something in this weather. While Xavier looked the other way and seemed to sense something, he felt that since the time freeze the main character's mana had become unstable and he was probably in a bad state. Xavier thought that he would have loved to go straight to Lloyd, but a little while earlier he had heard the voice of the Queen, who did not understand what this strange dome was and why she could not get out of it. Xavier reported to the Queen that the time outside the dome was now stopped, and she instantly assumed it was Lloyd's doing, and Xavier confirmed this information. She immediately asked how to get out of the place, and Xavier told her that it was impossible, because the time freeze would not be lifted for a year. Xavier said that time would not change outside and it could be a short vacation for the queen. She began to complain that Lloyd was now going to be Demon King, while the demons working in the background looked at the human queen, and she immediately turned around, not understanding what was going on. Xavier asked if she wanted to know how this could have happened, but she wanted to ask Lloyd directly and asked where he was. He told her that Lloyd was on the mountain, while the queen was worried that the snowfall was getting worse and decided to go to Lloyd personally. Xavier sensed that the queen was looking for Lloyd, which brought a smile to his face, and he decided not to disturb the queen. Lloyd suddenly opened his eyes and didn't understand what was happening. He was lying on a warm hide covered with a blanket. He looked around and realized he was in a cave. Lloyd didn't understand what kind of clothes he was wearing. They didn't have any. Lloyd turned to Xavier but saw the queen, who was half naked and shivering from the cold. She had given all her warm clothes to Lloyd. The queen lay sleeping and seemed to be trying to ignore the cold she felt. Lloyd didn't understand what was happening and just kept looking in the direction of the girl. A heavy snowstorm continued outside, while Lloyd carefully tried to cover the queen with a blanket so as not to wake her up. Lloyd immediately began to run away, because he did not want to become the queen's debtor, because then he would have to work again. Suddenly, while running, his heart began to ache again, and then he fell to his knees, feeling a terrible pain and coldness inside his body. The queen's voice was heard and she assumed that Lloyd's condition was getting worse. She asked the guy to come closer to her. Lloyd instantly fell on his knees in greeting to the queen, and she asked him to stop this farce and just come closer to her. The lad slowly began to approach without raising his head, whereupon she ordered him to do it faster, and Lloyd sped up. The girl changed her pose and then pointed her hand to her knees and ordered Lloyd to lie down on them. Lloyd started to look at the girl without understanding anything and then just lay down on the ground, and she wondered if he was mocking her, while the guy just obeyed the order to lie down. The queen started pointing to her leg again, telling the guy to put his head there. Lloyd didn't realize what was happening now, and a moment later he just broke down. It seemed like all reason in his head had collapsed. The queen got angry and grabbed Lloyd's head, paralleling her screaming, then forcefully placed Lloyd on her lap. She started touching the guy in the area of his heart, after which the queen's mana began to penetrate the main character's body. He was surprised that the queen could do such a thing with her mana. The queen confessed that she had learned this technique by watching Lloyd and Xavier, while Lloyd marveled at the girl's talent, because she had learned this technique alone. The queen's mana enveloped the heart of the protagonist, and she asked how he was feeling, to which Lloyd replied that he was feeling a little better. The queen was happy that the guy was feeling better, and she started to smile. Suddenly Lloyd started to get embarrassed looking straight into the eyes of such a nice girl. He instantly started to run away from her lap out of embarrassment, while the queen again grabbed the guy's head and put him on her lap and ordered him to lie still. She began to talk about the need to rest once in a while Lloyd was embarrassed to think that he was simply uncomfortable. Lloyd asked how the queen had come to be in this place, and she confessed that she just wanted to see the protagonist. Lloyd started talking about how he always does the errands he's given, saying that even a snowfall wouldn't hurt him. The queen directly asked if the guy really doesn't understand, or if he's just pretending, and Lloyd seemed to break down again, because this is the first time he's had something like this in his life, and he just doesn't know what to do. She began to say that the guy is smart, but the direct offer of marriage from a girl does not take seriously. Lloyd did not understand what was happening now. His head could not work properly. Suddenly in his head there was an image of how the queen offered Lloyd to marry. Then the guy's face turned completely red, his eyes began to twitch because he thought that the queen just wanted to load him with work, but it was not so. Suddenly the cave they were in began to shake. The queen assumed it was an earthquake. The protagonist began to realize that all the factors that were happening were proving that right now someone was trying to stop them. Lloyd started to get angry, saying that someone was trying to stop him, but the queen was not surprised by the guy's ingenuity. She thought he was a real genius. Lloyd made a mad face, then promised to make all those involved pay. The queen turned away when she saw his face, thinking that Lloyd's face really should have been changed. Outside, the snow continued to fall with great force, while something began to form in the air. A huge amount of wind began to form a cone from which a strange old man appeared. His name was Fantarasa, and he was the king of the spirits of the mountain range. He thought about the fact that in order to protect this place he had created conditions under which people could not survive in this place. He thought about how when the demons came to this land in ancient times, the spirit didn't care much. He told how their dragon guardian created a separate space where they all lived together. But the spirit's face changed as he remembered what happened then. He remembered the main character and Xavier, who in his memories looked like real villains. He thought about how these men had taken the demons and later brought more men. Lloyd had ordered Xavier to fix a precipitous piece of land, and then Xavier had attacked the place his master had mentioned with all his might, causing an incredibly powerful explosion, and the Spirit King remembered the two demons smiling at the flames they had caused. The spirit thought these people were truly insane and was incredibly angry. He thought about how people were cutting down trees without the slightest compassion. He thought that all these creatures were cursed demons who wanted to destroy the spirit's home. He watched the queen go after Lloyd, while thinking that he was going to banish these cursed creatures from his home. The spirit instantly intensified the ice storm. This instantly caused the work to stop, for the blizzard was no joke. The spirit began to shout that it was useless, because with such weak bodies, humans would not be able to withstand such cold. While the humans felt fine even in such harsh weather conditions. The Spirit King was incredibly angry, because not only had they survived the storm, they were also happy. Orcs were happy that they had a training in particularly harsh conditions. It turned out that the demons had a resistance to cold, because all who did not have it long ago died out. The spirit did not understand how weak people are able to possess such powerful mana. The spirit watched the people and realized that it would be impossible to get rid of all the people at once. For this reason, the spirit decided to simply destroy the leader of the people, namely Lloyd. The spirit went to the cave where the protagonist was supposedly located. Then with all his might he began to shout. The ground began to shake. The protagonist began to come out of the cave. He was incredibly angry, while the queen showed no emotion on her face. The spirit hated Lloyd and was going to cut him with his wind blade. A terrible wind fell on the protagonist. Then he and the queen decided that their opponent was definitely not a mage and not a dragon. The queen started talking about how only one creature can do that, and Lloyd smiled instantly and made a crazy face thinking that their enemy was just a spirit. The spirit was surprised that Lloyd had figured it out so quickly, but he was sure that the guy couldn't do anything to him. It turned out that no power could harm the spirit, as suddenly Lloyd began his demonic chanting, which could not even be described in words. The queen instantly fell to the ground, and the spirit began to writhing in pain in the sky. The queen seemed to be injured. She definitely lost her battle spirit. While the spirit became visible, the queen looked in its direction, still shaking from the protagonist's voice, and the spirit just fell to the ground, unable to do anything after such a powerful mental attack. Lloyd asked if the spirit was the one who was interfering with his work in this place. The spirit didn't understand what kind of magic Lloyd had just used, because spirits are mana itself and nothing should harm it. The protagonist began to say that he had just spoiled the spirit's mood. Lloyd asked why the spirit was interfering with his work, what his problem was, while the spirit was amazed that the man didn't understand. The spirit started yelling about how humans were just destroying nature and that he would not let them destroy the mountain range. Lloyd instantly attacked the crazy spirit with his shovel, and then the spirit just started flying away laughing at the protagonist. He started saying that Lloyd was not strong enough to hurt him. Suddenly Lloyd started to get a full lungful of air, which caused the spirit to panic, because he already realized what was about to happen. The queen instantly stopped the protagonist. The queen started yelling that Lloyd should think of others when he was using that infernal chant from the underworld itself. Lloyd looked at the queen and tears started to form in his eyes. The queen felt bad for hitting him and wanted to apologize, while the spirit started shouting that the jokes were over and was preparing to attack. The mountain started to emit a huge amount of energy, and then all this energy started to move towards the spirit, who started shouting that he was the mountains and the mountains were him. While Lloyd and the queen were just listening to this nonsense, the Spirit King appeared in front of them in a completely different form, saying that he had to kill these people. The spirit looked at the men, saying that now their lives would come to an end. While Lloyd said that the spirit was in trouble, the spirit didn't understand what the man meant. While Lloyd mockingly confessed that anyone who threatens him faces a worse threat, the spirit didn't know what the man was talking about. While behind him something was approaching at breakneck speed, it turned out to be Xavier, who was ready to strike incredibly hard. Then, a moment later, the spirit received a very strong attack right on his face. Lloyd started laughing out loud at the spirit. Then Lloyd started screaming about how nature had just as easily bowed down to the man. Lloyd continued to laugh insanely while the queen looked in his direction. She didn't understand how she could get out such a crazy man, assuming she had just lost her mind. Xavier hit the Spirit King in the face with great force. The spirit didn't understand how this was possible, because no matter how strong the mana was, it shouldn't be able to do any damage to him. Looking at Xavier, he realized that the guy was a supreme master who had an incredible level of strength. While Xavier wasn't about to stop and prepared for his next attack, the Spirit King missed his head again and screamed in pain. The enemy began hysterically trying to get away from Xavier's continuous blows, which seemed to have no intention of stopping. The spirit begged Xavier to stop while Lloyd watched silently from the sidelines. The spirit was apologizing and begging Xavier to stop, while covering himself from a huge number of punches. Xavier finally stopped and looked intently at the spirit he had been beating only moments before. The spirit was begging Xavier to stop, because it had lost almost all of its mana from the blows, and if it continued like this, it might disappear. As Xavier began to draw his sword from its sheath and then began to draw the blade of the sword, and after a moment he let it go, causing the ghost to receive another blow from Xavier, who a moment later drew the blade of the sword again, with the same crazed look on his face, and then made another attack with the blade. Lloyd stopped his subordinate, saying that you can't treat someone who can't even fight back like that. Lloyd said that violence does not solve anything. The Queen thought that in their case one strong blow could solve everything. While Lloyd sent Xavier away and started to respectfully lift the poor spirit, Xavier tried to attack again and Lloyd defended the spirit, saying that the guy should stop, it was too violent. The Queen began to suspect that Lloyd and Xavier were working on a plan. While the spirit began to thank the protagonist profusely for saving it, Lloyd was incredibly happy with the result he had just achieved and looked admiringly at Xavier, who was also very happy that they had managed to subdue the spirit. The Queen, who had been watching the whole thing, sincerely began to believe that the boys were a real band of bandits. Lloyd invited the spirit to talk to him and again asked why he was interfering with the construction. The spirit tearfully confessed that he just couldn't bear to watch the nature of his mountain range being destroyed. Lloyd asked the spirit if he would mind if they improved the nature of the place during the construction. Such words struck the Queen. She had not expected to hear something like that from Lloyd. The spirit began to say that under such conditions he would not mind, but also wanted to add that people do not usually do that. Lloyd confessed that the spirit was right, for while other animals adapt to nature, humans change nature to suit themselves. Lloyd also began to say that having the power to destroy nature, they should improve and protect it. The Queen watched as Lloyd promised to make this mountain range even more beautiful. The Queen didn't understand why they should take care of nature when they had already subdued this spirit. Lloyd asked if the spirit could make the climate of this place warmer, for then it would be much easier for them to work. The spirit, with a delighted look on its face, began to say that it could do so, as long as it did not harm nature. While the Queen still couldn't fully understand Lloyd, she looked at the protagonist thinking that he intrigued her. The first step in the construction was to punch a hole in the gorge and widen it. Later, they began to create a solid track in order to install the railroad. Also, the second stage was to create a system of switching railroad tracks, but thanks to the engineers this stage was over quickly. The third stage was the construction of the train, and it was also not a problem because Lloyd did such a thing in hell. The demon girl began to talk about the fact that demons are willing to work for food, because to earn food is the most sacred thing. The demons worked very hard and ate very little, which was just fine with Lloyd. The fourth step was that they were busy with plants, creating beautiful species, which demons are also good at. Suddenly Lloyd's heart began to ache again, and he clutched his chest. The Queen was worried about the protagonist, because the construction was taking a long time, and she thought they should hurry up. Lloyd began to say that they could not do that, and then with a tired look said that nature must be preserved. The Queen did not understand why Lloyd would sacrifice himself for such a thing, as he might die, but he explained that if he didn't, he would regret it in the end. Lloyd made a mad face and then said that if the nature of the place made it popular with tourists, he could make a fortune by setting up a hotel here. The Queen instantly lost the glare in her eyes. It was all Lloyd, as always, in his repertoire. The Queen was surprised that the guy was spending her money to make money for himself. Lloyd instantly fell to his knees and started talking about how the benefit to the kingdom was much greater and that he only needed a small building. The Queen began to smile while Lloyd watched her reaction carefully, and then the Queen said that Lloyd should strive for more, because his greed benefits many. Lloyd was overjoyed, for he had the opportunity to create a business that would bring him pocket money. for now all his money went to maintaining his territory. At that time the train was completely ready, and the demons moved it with the help of the mechanism. The train moved along the tracks while Lloyd ordered a lever to be switched, pointing to the railroad. A moment later the railroad tracks began to change, and then the train went in the direction they wanted. Such a thing caused only delight in the children of demons, because they could see such a thing for the first time in their lives, while the spirit also with a smile on his face watched what this place could turn into. The guys on the train saw the incredible views that appeared before their eyes, as Lloyd suddenly received a new skill for the achievement, namely the ability to jump over any obstacle, which caused a complete misunderstanding of Lloyd, because he is already a master of the sword, and such a skill he does not need. At that time, the time dome that had been standing over the mountain evaporated a moment later, allowing time to run its course. At the same moment Lloyd immediately felt a terrible pain in his heart. The guy continued to sit and did not give any signs of pain, and a moment later he began to fall, but at the last moment the queen managed to pick up the exhausted Lloyd, and then she swore an oath in her ear, namely that she will definitely protect the protagonist and he should not worry. At that time the dragon hovered over the train, after which the queen said that it was time for them to leave to save the royal decree. Some time later a very bright sun rose over the palace. At the same time Lloyd was finally able to open his eyes. Then he instantly noticed the hand that was pouring its mana into him. It turned out to be the queen, who didn't seem at all surprised that the guy had regained consciousness. Lloyd tried to get up and apologize for his rudeness, while the girl said that a sick person should stay in bed. The queen asked Lloyd to hurry up and put on formal clothes, for she was about to start the ceremony of handing over the Eye of Summer, which appealed to Lloyd with absolutely no emotion at all. A while later the queen started to announce to a large number of people that thanks to Lloyd they got the trade route. Then she started to shout that now their kingdom is the center of trade of the whole world, and they were able to get the power of a great nation without a fight. Then the girl looked towards Lloyd, who felt just awful, while the queen talked about giving the Eye of Summer to the hero as a reward. The queen was very worried about Lloyd because his condition was getting worse by the second, but she just can't ignore the official procedure. After that the wizards brought the artifact itself while Lloyd's heart was getting worse by the second. His eyes were completely empty and his body was shaking. Suddenly the heart of the protagonist stopped. After that the artifact of the Heart of Winter began to force the heart of the hero to beat, because at this rate he would just die. The nobleman began an incredibly long speech that they begin the ritual of transferring the artifact, while the hero completely lost control over his body. It seemed from minute to minute he would simply die. The emptiness more and more absorbed his heart and soul, and after a moment his head began to fall, and then the body itself began to fall to the ground because Lloyd lost his life. While the queen instantly drew her blade and then screamed with all her might, while Xavier instantly flew into the air from the crowd of people, after which the queen instantly swung towards the box containing the artifact. This caused a complete misunderstanding from the nobleman who could not understand what she was trying to do, while the queen instantly shattered the box with the artifact with an incredibly fast strike of her sword. This caused a complete shock in the eyes of the people, as they could not understand what was happening, while the artifact became visible to all the people who were in the place. The artifact began to emit a tremendous amount of light. The artifact seemed to emit incredible flames, while Xavier was instantly near the artifact, seemingly a second before the explosion was about to occur. Xavier then covered himself along with the unstable artifact with a shield of mana. Xavier's body began to be covered in burns due to the temperature this incredible artifact was emitting. The queen who was running towards Lloyd pondered how she could do something so reckless for just one person. But trying to lift Lloyd, she truly believed that this guy could solve any problem that might arise. The queen started to give her mana, with the firm intention to give Lloyd all of it, without worrying about her life. Suddenly Lloyd was able to open his eyes. Then he instantly used his fast charging ability and his hand started to absorb a huge amount of mana. Lloyd then pointed his hand towards the artifact, and a moment later the artifact burst out of Xavier's shield, and at a great speed headed towards Lloyd, who was lying on the ground preparing to absorb the artifact. A moment later the artifact instantly began to flow into the hand of the protagonist, causing a strong wave, after which everything went back to normal and all the people were safe again. They did not understand what had just happened, while Xavier, who had incredible power, was lying on the ground, as well as the queen and Lloyd were also lying on the ground. The Eye of Summer began to absorb and the Heart of Winter saw an incredibly bright light. Then it seemed the light began to come closer and closer to the heart. The Eye of Summer looked at the other artifact with love in its eyes. While the heart was looking at the Eye of Summer with the same rapturous look, Then they embraced each other, which caused the harmony between cold and warmth to begin to create. Eventually, it created a powerful hurricane that combined these two opposing qualities. Then it began to merge together, creating a bright sphere. After that, the heart of the protagonist instantly returned to normal and the cold finally receded. After that, Lloyd was able to open his eyes again. Lloyd suddenly received a completely new ability, namely the baptism of the Demon King, which he could give once a day, and which also only lasted for 24 hours. After that, Lloyd mentally wondered what effect the baptism gives, and it turned out that it gives true effectiveness. The system explained by example that if you give the baptism to Xavier, he will instantly become the highest master from a high entry-level master, which is the same as the baptism of a Demon King. Lloyd was shocked at the information he had just learned. Then a smile instantly appeared on his face. Lloyd started to rise to his feet, under the Queen's gaze. The guy landed flat on his feet, after which he immediately addressed the people of the kingdom, saying that this was an incredible performance that had been invented by the Queen herself for them. Lloyd said in a loud voice that now everyone will know that their kingdom will soon become the richest country in the world. He also gesticulated incredibly and began to say that even if they were to be attacked by dragons, they could easily hold them off. Such a speech caused an instant reaction of all the people. They were incredibly proud and happy for their kingdom, while the Queen and Xavier just smiled silently, looking at the protagonist, who after a moment began to turn around to them, and with a wide smile and a glint in his eyes looked at them. Everything was fine in the kingdom of Magentano. The moon was shining outside. It was snowing heavily behind the mountain in the southwest, and conditions were still harsh. At the time of the events in the village of the Veneto tribe, a boy presented his mother with an incredibly beautiful bouquet that he had collected for her personally. His mother was very happy about the gift, and said that the bouquet was really beautiful while stroking the boy's head. At that time, the father of the family burst into the house shouting what kind of talk was going on in his house. It turned out that the father of the family was the chief, who said in a loud voice that warriors cannot pick flowers, calling his son a brat. After these words, the father instantly broke the bouquet that his own son was picking with such effort, and then instantly turned to his wife, resenting what she was teaching their son. The girl turned away and began to say that the son would say what the head wanted to hear anyway, while the man began to say that the boy would say what he had to say, and began to tell the family that their tribe was being fought and conquered and that only strength could protect them. The father shouted and asked if his child was going to do non-masculine things, while the boy kept on apologizing with his head bowed. After another shout from the father, the boy started apologizing with all his might, after which the father punished his son by making him pay respect to his ancestors for an hour, while he sat down at the table with his head bowed. The man looked carefully at his wife. He thought about the fact that his wife does not even smile at the sight of him. He also decided that even his own child hates him as well. Then the man hit the table with a mug full of beer, thinking that he only had to tolerate this attitude to himself. The man began to drown in beer while thinking that no amount of kindness and mercy could save his life. A little while later, morning came, and the voice of a man who said that it was time to go hunting was heard throughout the village. All the warriors of the settlement gathered in one place and began to make strange movements, and with such strange movements they continued on their way. Without slowing down, they continued their movement, and then they changed their posture and began to sing that they were descendants of exiled warriors, that they had taken food from traders, and that they had sacrificed their lives in battles to get food. They also sang together about being lawbreakers in this barren land. The man looked forward with a confident look to the noise his subordinates were making. They sang about the mountains, and that behind them was their homeland, namely the kingdom of Mangito, which they must all take revenge on. It was with these words that tears came to the head's eyes. They were about to pass through the harsh mountains, when suddenly the leader noticed that the harsh mountains had turned into an incredibly beautiful and livable place. He silently looked at the vistas that had been completely transformed, and then his face showed surprise at what he had seen. A little while later, in one of the houses, there was a report of all the events that had happened to the mountain. One of the men said that it was unlikely that the kingdom was planning an invasion because there were no soldiers in sight, which pleased the head. Then he began to say that 70% of their ancestors had died crossing these harsh mountains, and he had never dreamed of it. Then he bowed his head, preparing to say something, then proudly raised his head, saying that now they could move on. A little while later he gathered all the men and announced that they would invade those lands. He ordered to spare no one and kill everyone. Suddenly he saw something in front of him. It turned out to be Lloyd along with Xavier and one demon. One of the enemy warriors assumed that the guys wanted to negotiate, while their leader said that he only recognized force. He started saying that they would cut off their heads, while Lloyd seemed to get angry and came closer and closer. Then Lloyd made a demonic face which instantly terrified all the enemies who came to fight. They just couldn't believe in the existence of a man who could deliver such a mental blow with just one look. Lloyd asked why their guests drew their weapons. Then with a mad look he suggested to the opponents to solve everything with words, as civilized people do. The enemy leader was really afraid of Lloyd, but mentally he understood that he as a leader should not give any slack. Then he looked at Lloyd again, who looked incredibly scary. He also noticed the fact that even the horn guy next to him did not look as scary as Lloyd. The head of the warrior settlement was shaking with fear. He looked silently at his enemy. He remembered scolding his son for shaking, saying that warriors don't shake, and he remembered the look on his wife's face as she tried not to look at him. Now he was also drenched in sweat at the sight of Lloyd. The head introduced himself as the descendants of the banished clan, then instantly ordered all his subordinates to attack, and a moment later a great number of men were in the air ready to strike at Lloyd, who in turn had his murderous shovel ready to attack. A little while later the leader was sitting tied up in front of Lloyd, who complained that the opponents forced him to fight. Even though he is a pacifist, Lloyd said that these warriors should not touch them and then they would not have any conflicts. The opponent started shouting that for them the battle ends only after death and that he would come back hundreds of times to take revenge. Lloyd said that it would be easy for him to finish off all the enemy in an instant, while the leader said that he would rather die than surrender. Lloyd ordered Xavier to release the prisoner, saying that although it would cause problems, it was too much for a pacifist like him. Xavier suggested simply taking the enemy head into custody, while Lloyd called it the same kind of violence, adding that he certainly had a wife and children to feed. He couldn't lock up his entire family. Xavier looked at the huge crowd of opponents. He suggested hiring someone to just kick these warriors out every time, while Lloyd instantly dismissed the idea, saying he wouldn't spend any money on it. Lloyd started talking about how they had already spent a lot of money, and the purpose of their visit, namely to find a way to save money, adding that they might be able to do it thanks to these guys. Xavier didn't understand how that was possible and asked Lloyd, who immediately started to get up from the bed, then made a really mad face and said that they would do it peacefully. All the warriors left with their heads down, while the image of a real demon, in the person of the protagonist, loomed over them. A little while later, in the new settlement of the protagonist at night, the warriors gathered in a hidden place and watched the situation. Their leader, with a confident look, said that last time they acted too brazenly and decided that this time it would be different. He made a confident face and then said that attacking at night is the best strategy to win. They watched the children playing late at night and thought about using them as hostages. One of the children was grabbed by a man who threatened the child not to scream, otherwise he would get 100 slaps. The children were worried and didn't know what to do. It was forbidden to attack people. Suddenly one of the children started talking about something the Demon King had said. In the past, Lloyd told the children that there are only a few types of people in the world, namely those who need only a little beating, and those who should be severely beaten. After that, the captured child instantly changed and a strong aura began to emanate from his body. The other children also began to emit a terrifying aura, after which the head of the opponents instantly received a strong punch right on his stomach. A little while later, the defeated warriors gathered together, thinking about how their children could be so strong. The leader started to say that no matter what method they used, the victory should be theirs. Then he started to get up from the table. He was walking down the street thinking that they hadn't hunted or looted in days and that his family might be hungry. But as soon as he entered the house, he was shocked to see a cooked piglet. He immediately asked the family where the food came from, and the wife replied that it had been caught. Then on closer inspection he realized that the wife had personally gone hunting to feed her family, which made the head of the settlement ashamed, because they should be the ones to feed their families. He immediately started shouting that hunting and robbery is a man's business and a woman's business is to stay at home and take care of the children, after which his wife asked him what he thinks to do if they are starving. To which the man could not give an answer and continued to look in the direction of his wife. The next day the sun was shining very brightly. One of the wagons was moving along the road while the warriors gathered on a rock thinking that the wagon looked packed, whereupon the man instantly ordered everyone to attack and a huge number of warriors jumped towards the wagon, whereupon the owner of the wagon surrendered and they celebrated their victory. The man instantly opened the wagon thinking that today was the day they would all be able to eat their fill. But all he saw inside the wagon was Loida, along with Xavier and the demon who looked fiercely at the brazen man. The man instantly began to break out in a sweat. He then turned to his men saying that they had just made a mistake. He tried to leave but the demon instantly stopped the man. causing him to feel primal fear. Xavier stated in front of all the robbers that they would now give demons to each wagon and now their robberies would never succeed. Suddenly Lloyd's voice was heard and everyone turned their attention to the other side. Lloyd started to get off the wagon with a mad look. It looked like a bloodbath was about to happen. But in reality Lloyd made a nice face. Then he said he had another option. He started talking about how the wagon was full of food and that these guys had a way to get it, he said. He would prove to these warriors that they could get the food. Then he showed a bag of money which caused an immediate negative reaction in the warrior heads because money can't buy them. Lloyd silently wiggled his finger, telling his opponents not to jump to conclusions, and then he simply put the money in the hands of the warrior leader, after which he took the money again, and pointing to the wagon said that this is now the wagon of these warriors because they bought it. Lloyd started to leave saying that the warriors should eat with their families today. The head did not understand what had just happened. His bewilderment was clearly expressed on his face. A little while later their table was full of food, which made the head feel uncomfortable. He thought about the fact that he had only taken food for his family, but his warrior pride would not allow him to touch this food. He just clenched his teeth thinking that from tomorrow he would start hunting, because he did not want to take handouts. Meanwhile, they encountered a huge pet of the protagonist, who looked down on all the warriors. The head was scared to death and had a lot of sweat on his face, while the pet of the protagonist, prepared to attack, then instantly scattered all the opponents with his blows. All the men fell to the ground with great speed. They all lost any chance of resisting, while Lloyd walked around them with a confident gait. Lloyd began to talk about how every time they hunted they were injured and how small prey was too small for food, but large prey was dangerous to hunt. Lloyd said that now the men could not worry, for there was a great opportunity for them, and then he gave money to the head of the warriors again, and then he took the money again like last time and gave huge chunks of meat to the men, saying that this way was much easier. A little while later the leader said that next time they would definitely hunt with their own hands. One of the subordinates wanted to say something that made the leader angry. He said that they could just get food from Lloyd and not risk their lives on the hunt. This caused a surge of rage in the leader, who instantly grabbed the man saying that they should shut up. The man was angry, thinking that his subordinates were weak, and also thinking about the warrior pride they had squandered. Suddenly he heard his wife's voice and looked sternly in that direction. The girl was genuinely happy that her man was not injured in the hunt. This shocked the head of the village. He had no idea that such a thing was possible. While his wife began to turn around, his face changed radically after these words. A little while later in the main character's settlement, it turned out that the head had come to continue buying food with money. Lloyd said that as partners they had to make promises to each other. Lloyd instantly pulled out a huge stack of papers and put it in front of the head of the warriors, then asked him to sign the documents with a sly smirk on his face. Lloyd, with an incredibly mad look on his face, declared that from that moment on the head of the warriors became Lloyd's partner, and it looked like a contract with a demon. From the house they were sitting in came the voice of a man who was amazed that these were all conditions, while Lloyd, with a smile on his face, said that the head only needed to sign the contract, and he needed to read it carefully. The man took the papers Lloyd had given him and began to look at them intently, after which he confessed that he could not read. But Lloyd was not deterred and said he would read the contract to the man. Lloyd began to read a huge amount of text from the contract, which turned out to be a promissory note, while the man listened intently. Lloyd looked very nice when he said that the loan would have to be paid off in a year. Then he got a little quieter when he told the man that the interest rate was 30% a month and that he could choose his own penalties for non-payment. Lloyd made a nice face again and said that if the man repaid the loan in 3 days there would be no fee. Then Lloyd said that if the term increased the interest rate would increase to 45% per month. And so the protagonist spent some time talking about all the terms of the contract, then asked if everything was okay with the man, who confessed that he did not understand anything at all. The protagonist pointed to an empty space and told the head to write that he had fully listened to the terms of the contract. Then Lloyd very insistently began to help chapters after signing. The protagonist threw a huge bag of coins on the table, after which the chapter began to scrutinize the huge amount of gold coins. The man asked if they could really eat whatever they wanted with the money, and Lloyd instantly explained that they could do whatever they wanted with the money. Lloyd said the man could literally get anything he wanted without killing, stealing, or injuring anyone. This seemed to have a huge effect on the head. He remembered the joy on his wife's face when he came home completely uninjured. He also remembered a moment from the past where he had heard cries that the boy needed to be stronger to be able to feed himself. The head pressed his lips together and didn't know what to say. Then he started to walk away from Lloyd, saying that he would use the money, and suddenly he thanked Lloyd for giving him the opportunity. Lloyd ended up alone in the building, and then he smiled and said out loud that the chapter had nothing to thank him for. A while later, the leader told everyone that he had been able to get a loan and that now he could just buy food, and literally the next morning there was a huge line of people lined up in front of the doors to the main character's building, and a while later they came out of the building and were incredibly happy about the money they had gotten, while Lloyd just smiled demonically in the background. Xavier suggested that his master's actions might be over the top, because things were really serious. The protagonist was angry. He didn't force these people to take out loans. He wasn't the bad guy that they needed a loan and they were fine with the terms. Xavier silently looked in the direction of his mad master. Sometime later the system turned to the protagonist telling him that in the past his world guy should know exactly how loans affected the fate of people. Lloyd just lay silently and answered nothing to the system, after which the guy assumed that he was asleep, because it all looked like a dream. While in hell there was a table that showed the number of bad deeds of Lloyd, which was 37, but a moment later the number increased to 156. While the king of demons sat and scrutinized the table, suddenly he turned to the window where the good deeds of Lloyd, and the number of good deeds that Lloyd has done was as much as 899,9498 good deeds, which made the king of hell to think, because at this rate Lloyd will not go to hell. Sometime later a man appeared near the house of the head of the settlement. The man opened his doors and was surprised to see the protagonist in front of him, who looked not at all guilty, so the head asked what the guy needed. Lloyd, with the same harmless face, said that he came to the head to get the money. The protagonist began to explain to the uncomprehending head of the village that the money he had received he had to return. The protagonist began to explain that the head of the village had borrowed 10 million in gold and that dividing the number by 12 yields 833,000 gold a month. Then Lloyd dumbfounded the head of the village that because of the interest he would have to pay Lloyd about 182,9900 gold a month, and this information stunned the man. The head started yelling at Lloyd, accusing him of cheating and being a real thief. While Lloyd continued to smile, silently looking the man straight in the eye, suddenly Lloyd's face changed and he asked him if he was a cheat. An army of demons appeared behind the protagonist and Lloyd confidently turned to the head. Then Lloyd ordered all the demons to enforce their penalties against the man, and a moment later a huge number of demons began to enter the head's house, causing him to panic. The wife and child were very scared. While the demons looked incredibly creepy, they were preparing for something abnormal, and a moment later one of the humans hit the beam of the house with a hammer. A while later the house began to shine. It looked much better. Everyone was shocked by this change and assumed that now finally they would not have water coming into the house. Lloyd asked if the head had been following the process closely. Lloyd said with a mad face that they were indeed able to build the house quickly, and hinted that they could destroy it just as quickly. The head was incredibly frightened, as he truly believed that Lloyd could easily destroy his house, and he also did not understand where he could get such a huge amount of money. Suddenly the thought of debt came into his head and he began to ask Lloyd to lend him some more money so that he could pay off the debt. His wife grabbed the man's shoulder, which surprised him, and then she gave him a blow that would make the head come to his senses. The woman began to ask the protagonist to wait a few days, and then they would definitely be able to repay the debt. Lloyd assumed that they were going to go far away and loot a huge amount of money. The girl began to say that they had changed and now they would not rob and would look for other ways, because in their village it was the most peaceful time in its existence. Lloyd began to smile and said that he could help these people. The man looked carefully at the main character waiting for what he would say, while Lloyd said that if people worked, their interest rate would be reduced to 0.5%, and that the term for repaying the loan would also increase to 10 years. The guys listened as Lloyd explained that they would be taught everything and that there were a lot of ways to make money in the world, and the guys would find something for themselves. Lloyd pointed to the exit of the house with the words that he was happy to welcome them, and then with a bright smile he welcomed the boys to the world of civilization. A moment later the list of good deeds instantly began to grow, bringing the total to 900 for 1263. The king of hell just sat silently in his chair watching these crazy numbers. He was thinking that once a person reaches the threshold of 1 billion good deeds, he is instantly sent to heaven, and there is no way he can go to hell. The king of hell was angry because he could not allow heaven to take away such an incredible slave. Then he mentally asked the man who was standing outside the castle to hurry up in what he had to do, while the madman himself seemed to want with all his heart to destroy Lloyd so that nothing would be left of him. The sun was just beginning to rise outside, and while a great many men were already near the mountain, the head of the village looked like a real office worker, but with a naked torso and an incredibly developed body. He was shining on this beautiful morning, while behind him there were a huge number of others, who together with the man started to dance their ritual dance, and were getting closer and closer to the goal while making strange sounds. A great number of people began their work and also sang a song about being warrior hunters who pay their debts and never kill or rob. They also sang that at the end of the day they were tired and wanted to rest, while Lloyd appeared and asked the man with a creepy look if he was going to rest forever. Everyone sang about it being dark, and finally the workday was over and it was time for them to rest. The man looked at the pastries, which smelled delicious, even though he looked incredibly tired. A while later, his voice came from his house, informing the family that he had arrived. The guy held out a bag filled with groceries, and with a tired but happy look on his face, he held it out to his family. His child and his wife were shining with happiness. They were very happy to see the head of their family. The boy showed his father the vase of flowers he had made, and the man said it looked even better than it had yesterday. Now the flowers his child had picked would bloom in his soul. Even his wife, who had once hated the man, kissed him, and it seemed their family looked much happier. Such was the reward that awaited the man for his hard work, and the fact that he had stopped robbing. Lloyd looked at the house of the head of the settlement, where he could hear the desire of the other family members to go to work to help the man. Lloyd looked carefully in that direction. It seemed with sadness on his face. He remembered that his parents used to buy something when they came home from work. He remembered how the sweet smell filled their semi-basement apartment. Lloyd was upset that his dad and mom had left when he had not had time to do anything yet. Now the boy remembered the image of his new parents, and a look of confidence appeared on his face. The protagonist turned to his dragon, and a huge dragon appeared right above Lloyd. Xavier asked if Lloyd was looking for a way to fight the fate phenomenon, and he confessed that he was still looking and he just needed to do something. Lloyd said he needed to fix a certain thing. While in the Arctic, the gates of hell continued to emit a tremendous amount of heat. Lloyd along with Xavier were nearby, and the hero complained that the place was really hot. The protagonist pulled out a strange thing saying that it would cool the area down a bit. Then he stuck his finger in the mouth of the artifact, causing the eyes of the thing to glow, and it flew towards the water, then fell down causing small waves, which after a moment turned into a huge water tornado that began to rise into the sky at a great speed, and eventually began to surround the portal that led to hell, and eventually completely blocked the portal that led to hell. Lloyd began to fly away, saying that now this place is much colder. The protagonist said that this was his way of finally solving the problem, while Xavier was amazed and once again realized how responsible Lloyd was. Lloyd stated that the people who opened the gates of hell were the real bastards, which caused a silence between them for a while, after which Xavier tried to say that it was Lloyd who opened the gates of hell, but Lloyd interrupted him saying that they needed to find a way to save everyone from the fate phenomenon. The protagonist thought about the fact that he had become a demon king and that he could use it. Sometime later the girl arrived at the main character, after which Lloyd instantly began the ritual of baptizing the demon king, and the girl's body burst a huge amount of aura, while the main character with all his might screamed, under the comments of the system that screaming is not necessary. The new hearts of the main character revealed their power, because of which they became even stronger. Aura continued to envelope the girl. It was really a lot. Then the girl's eyes suddenly got a new function that the system said. The girl opened her eye and got the function of wide-open bloodshot eyes. It turned out she got the ability to follow the target in real time. This immediately pleased the protagonist. Now the ability of the girl became much more useful. The protagonist thought about getting the girl to look at all the places he had ever visited. Then the girl tried to look at the kingdom of Mangintano, but she said it was not within her reach. Lloyd thought about what he should do, thinking that putting the girl on a dragon was not an option. Suddenly something caught Lloyd's attention. The girl's clothes started to disintegrate rapidly, and then huge wings started to gather around her. Eventually the girl got ready to take off with her new wings, and in an instant she was high in the sky, leaving a stunned Lloyd on the ground. Thanks to the height the girl had gained, she could now monitor all the places affected by the fate restoration phenomenon in real time. Lloyd sighed after seeing the result, then made a mad face as he said that they had yet to see who could win the fight against fate. Xavier said that his master's actions were very interesting. He described that the way Lloyd helped the demons was more difficult, but in the end they got an incredible ally. Lloyd said that the thing is that he is just kind and doesn't use force. Lloyd was surprised when he heard Xavier saying that he was a bit jealous of the girl. Xavier asked that if Lloyd needed him to be bold enough to give any orders for him. Lloyd asked the guy not to worry because he would end up using Xavier to the fullest. The protagonist thought that at this rate he would at least delay the deaths of people, and decided that it was time for him to look into the future, since he had done so many things. It was evening outside. In the windows of the building was burning light. Lloyd bowed his head because the fate meter showed still -1. The protagonist realized that in the end, because of him, someone will still die, and even the past demon queen will not help it. Lloyd just did not know how to defeat the phenomenon of restoring fate. The protagonist firmly decided that he needed to find a loophole through which he could save all the people. Lloyd turned to the system. In order to see a spoiler of the future, he pulled his hand to accept the feature, then clicked on the system. A moment later, Lloyd found himself in a dark space in which there seemed to be nothing. Lloyd was completely calm, because in his life he had seen so many scary things that hardly anything could scare him. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze changed to primal horror at what he saw in front of him. The buildings in front of him were instantly destroyed. By some majestic force, Lloyd did not understand what was happening that caused such a great destruction. Lloyd stood in a stupor listening to the horrible sounds that came from nearby. The protagonist did not understand how someone could take his territory by force, because he thought that it was simply impossible. Suddenly, Lloyd noticed a strange figure right in front of him. The smoke was waving a little, and it seemed that behind him was some terrible monster. It turned out that it was incredibly creepy monsters that were destroying Lloyd's territory. Lloyd didn't understand what these creepy creatures were, because even in the novel such creatures were not described, as suddenly there was a strong burst of energy right above Lloyd's head, which instantly made the guy look up. It turned out that right in the sky there was an incredible battle going on. It turned out that Xavier got an incredibly strong blow right on his face, because of which Lloyd started screaming, worried about his subordinate. While Xavier landed on the ground, destroying everything in his path, the protagonist started to run towards the guy, not understanding how he could lose being a supreme master, and even after he had passed the baptism of the Demon King. Lloyd just couldn't understand who these people were, who could defeat a supreme master and also destroy his territory. It seems Lloyd finally noticed Xavier with his gaze. It turned out that the guy was lying on the ground and didn't move at all. The protagonist noticed the silhouette of the creature that defeated Xavier and thought about the fact that there were only 3 godlike creatures in the novel. He ran towards Xavier thinking that only the Dragon King of the human world, the Archangel of the celestial world. Then Lloyd's face changed completely at the sight of the one who was right in front of him, namely the King of Hell, who seemed to be wounded by Xavier. The King of Hell confessed that Xavier was indeed an incredible person, for he was able to wound him even though he is almost a god. While Xavier himself grimaced in anger, and then instantly began to rise to his feet, the boy was able to rise to his feet even though his body looked absolutely horrible. The King of Hell was amazed that Xavier still had the strength to fight back, while Xavier himself said with a certainty in his eyes that he would not let the Lord of Hell take Lloyd. While Lloyd himself didn't understand what was going on, in what sense the King of Hell wanted to take him away, Xavier and his opponent faced each other. There seemed to be the silence before the storm, and 1 moment later the King of Hell sealed Xavier into the ground with an incredibly fast and precise blow. Lloyd's face changed completely. He couldn't bear to see his friend Xavier die like that. While the King of Hell lifted his foot from Xavier's bloody face, who seemed to have stopped showing any signs of life, as suddenly the guy's body began to slowly move. The King of Hell looked intently in the guy's direction, seemingly showing absolutely no emotion. While Xavier looked at his opponent with the same fierce gaze, the King of Hell said that the guy had done a great job, then prepared to finish Xavier off with the words that it was time for the night to rest for good. Lloyd couldn't believe that Xavier would die. He was the main character of the story. Suddenly Lloyd realized that the number -1 in the number of lives saved meant only one thing, namely that Xavier would die because of him. Such thoughts immediately imprinted a real horror on the face of the main character. While the King of Hell looked terrifying, he didn't even seem to hesitate to kill Xavier for his own purposes. But suddenly behind Lloyd's back there was a voice shouting that he was surrendering. It was Lloyd who was approaching the Demon King. Then Lloyd from this reality fell on his knees in front of the King of Hell, and began to declare that he has given up and will no longer resist. He began to say that he asks only one thing in the King of Hell, and with tears in his eyes, the protagonist begged the King of Hell to just stop killing his friends. Lloyd on his knees. Lloyd from the past was shocked by this reaction from the present, while the King of Hell didn't understand why he had to spare the lives of these people, and then started to approach Lloyd. who continued to sit on his knees. Xavier tried to move, but the wounds he had received in the battle were truly horrible. The King of Hell told Lloyd that he was not to blame for what had happened. While Xavier tried to stop the King of Hell, he did not want to let his master die. But the King of Hell did not hesitate to take the protagonist's head off his shoulders. After that, Lloyd found himself back in a dark and empty space. A voice appeared, which announced that the world was stable again, because there was only one protagonist left. Also, the voice said that the world would be reset and start again. The protagonist thought that this was not the end. It was at times like this that things happen. Then the voice said that it would tell Lloyd's future. The protagonist found himself right in front of him, who was chained in hell. He instantly realized what the King of Hell was doing all this for. Lloyd was captured by the King of Hell, and thus Lloyd was hard at work brainwashing the King of Hell for all eternity. This instantly caused a flash of rage in the eyes of the protagonist. He realized that the last villain he will have to face is not just anyone, but the King of Hell himself.
After watching the prophecy of the ending, Lloyd wasted no time. He immediately mounted his ice dragon and headed straight for the Arctic. Javier, who was sitting beside him, looked puzzled and asked in a surprised tone where Lloyd was rushing off to so suddenly, wondering aloud if he had some business in the Mermaid Kingdom. But Lloyd, gazing into the distance, simply told him that he would understand when they arrived. Before that, however, he insisted on one thing. No matter what happened, Javier must not draw his sword under any circumstances. At that very moment, they had already reached a massive vortex swirling in the middle of the sea. This was the same gateway to hell they had encountered before. Without hesitation, they dived into it, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and a cold, sharp resolve. Upon entering, they immediately made their way toward the residence of the Lord of the Underworld. The moment they reached his office, a voice echoed out to them, as if it had been waiting. The voice welcomed them and remarked that it had expected them to arrive around this time. As their eyes met, the atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Then the Lord of the Underworld spoke again, asking if he could pose a question first. He pointed out that Lloyd already knew he wanted him dead, and in that case, he was curious about what kind of courage had compelled Lloyd to come and face him directly. Hearing this, Javier's eyes widened in shock. He was startled by the mention of death and couldn't help but wonder what on earth was happening to Kim Suho. Lloyd responded calmly, stating that he wasn't someone particularly brave. He admitted that for someone like the Lord of the Underworld, killing him here would be effortless, and luring him into this place wasn't a difficult task either. Then he went on to explain with conviction that both the underworld and the human world were governed by strict laws. If he were to die in hell, then the Lord of the Underworld wouldn't be able to use his soul in the form he desired. Lloyd was certain that there existed a law like that, perhaps something about the soul completely vanishing upon death. Javier began sweating nervously as he listened. He remained highly focused, trying to comprehend the situation. The thought crossed his mind that the Lord of the Underworld might be intending to use Lloyd's soul and was trying to kill him for that purpose. The Lord of the Underworld then gave a soft chuckle and clapped, expressing that he was impressed by Lloyd's reasoning and his unwavering belief in it. With a cold glint in his eyes, he added that this was exactly why he wanted Lloyd to belong to him. Lloyd's expression darkened as he replied bluntly that he wasn't interested in men. He even noted that the Lord of the Underworld was old enough to be the ancestor of his ancestors. In response, the Underworld King laughed, saying that it was Lloyd's boldness that had made him so appealing. He then said it was time to answer Lloyd's original question. He acknowledged that he was human and that naturally one day he would die. But Lloyd asked why the Lord of the Underworld would go to the trouble of descending into the human realm just to kill him, when waiting for his natural death should be no issue at all. The king admitted that waiting for Lloyd to die would, of course, be easier. However, he explained that there was a problem with the laws of the world. He had hoped Lloyd would commit horrific acts and use them to construct Aotearoa, but every trace Lloyd left behind was unexpectedly positive. Nearly everyone who had come into contact with him ended up finding better lives and happiness. Because of this, Lloyd was accumulating too much virtue, and inevitably, when someone gathered a sufficient amount of merit, their soul would go directly to heaven upon death. That, the Lord of the Underworld said, was something he could not allow. Lloyd frowned and asked if the king intended to kill him before he accumulated any more virtue. The king confirmed that he did. Lloyd then stated that he knew the Underworld King couldn't just enter the human world so easily and asked how he planned to do it. The king replied that this was the limit of his kindness. He apologized, saying that as Lloyd likely knew, he never considered himself a good person to begin with. Irritated, Lloyd told him there was no need to apologize, that he would find the answer himself. The Lord of the Underworld sighed, saying that both Lloyd and Javier were overflowing with the will to live. Then, in a darker tone, he declared that Lloyd had no choice but to keep fighting against the restoration of fate until the day he died. He revealed that he had already set his sights on Lloyd's soul. The peaceful retirement Lloyd had always dreamed of was gone now, irretrievably so. His voice turned grave as he asked why Lloyd was still struggling so hard to live a life like that. Upon hearing those words, Lloyd's expression darkened for a moment, before he responded with strained determination that fighting until his last breath, or in other words, stealing like a capitalist dog, was the true meaning of his life. Hearing this, the King of Hell let out a soft chuckle and said he would assist him. The scene shifted back to the kingdom of Atanis. She was using the blood vision skill to observe the conditions of her people, from the centaur tribes to the merfolk, both races living peacefully. Her gaze then moved to other places. A construction tunnel, the bridges spanning across the river. And just then, her eyes lit up. Her vision locked onto the queen's palace. There she saw a stream of blood darting rapidly across the rooftop. When it reached a certain point, it suddenly sank and slipped through the ceiling. As soon as it descended, the intruder transformed into human form, an assassin. This was the queen's sleeping quarters. Just as the assassin let out a smug laugh, believing he had succeeded, his pupils shrank in shock. For the queen had already risen, sword in hand, poised to strike. Her voice rang out, cold and sharp, as she said that if she had stopped training, even for just a second, she would have died. She then swiftly struck, slicing the assassin clean in two. But it didn't end there. The assassin's body began to morph into blood and flesh, startling the queen. It was a clone. Moments later, the flesh exploded and turned into a poisonous fog. The queen immediately covered her mouth with a cloth, thinking that the poison was similar to the one from before, but much stronger. The toxin quickly took effect, pulling her mind into a nightmarish illusion, one of suffering and despair. The recovery of fate. Bewildered, she wondered why she was experiencing this again. She was certain she had already overcome this curse. Then within the illusion, a calm voice told her not to worry, that someone was coming for her. Right at that moment, Lloyd appeared through the window. He caught the queen and quickly examined her condition. They laid her on the bed and assessed the extent of the curse. It was evident she was in extreme pain, struggling to resist the magic's grip. Lloyd fell deep into thought. He had arrived in time, but how could he break this curse? The queen was a key figure in the future he envisioned, a future where he could retire and live in peace. For that future to exist, she had to create a strong and stable nation. Seeing the queen writhing in pain caused Lloyd's expression to harden. He turned to Atanis and asked if there was any way to track down the assassin. She apologized, explaining that since the man had merged into blood, it would be extremely difficult to trace him. However, she did know something about the magic he had used. It was black magic created by an ancient demon named Maleficarum. The curse affecting the queen was one of those spells, and its power lay in amplifying the weaknesses within people, driving them to fear and madness. Atanis added that she also knew how to break it. That revelation caused Lloyd's eyes to light up. She explained that the essence of the curse was still just mana, and now it had spread throughout the queen's entire body. To purify it, a source of pure mana was required. Lloyd asked whether using his or Javier's mana could cleanse it. Atanis replied that Javier's mana wouldn't work. The cursed mana had already seeped into the queen's heart. If someone tried to forcefully inject foreign mana, it would only terrify her and scatter the curse further. What was needed was someone whom the queen trusted, someone who could make her feel completely safe. Only then would they be able to approach and purify the cursed mana. For example, she said, it could be the queen's lover. Lloyd froze for a moment at those words. His expression twisted in disbelief as he silently cursed. Was he supposed to wait until she recovered, then set up a romantic date and make her fall in love with him? That wasn't going to be easy, especially since she was unconscious. Both Javier and Atanis were dumbfounded by the implication. Atanis raised her hand, as if to say, Demon King, but that's the queen we're talking about. Yet before she could finish, Javier interrupted and admitted that it wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. The queen clearly trusted Lloyd, so they might as well give it a try. Atanis, now sweating nervously, stammered and tried to object. Wait, Javier, the queen clearly sees him as... But again, Javier cut her off, saying that, yes, the queen trusted Lloyd, and that's what mattered. It would work. Lloyd agreed to try. Behind them, Atanis whispered to Javier, saying that clearly he knew how the queen really felt about Lloyd. He wasn't that dense, Javier responded, clearly irritated. that when it came to that subject, he became the dumbest man alive. Then he urged everyone to move on. Lloyd turned to Atanas and ordered her to continue monitoring the recovery of fate effect. He instructed Javier and the others in the territory to be ready within 5 minutes, to intervene if needed. They had to catch the assassin. But first, the queen. He gently took her hand and carefully began transferring his mana to purify the curse, breaking apart the corrupted mana bit by bit. He reminded himself to stay calm and steady, handling it little by little. The first corrupted node, he targeted it. With a surge of pure mana, he shattered it. But the result made him frown. For every cursed unit he destroyed, 1 unit of his own mana was consumed. Damn it. Who knew how long this would take? Suddenly, the queen winced in pain in her unconscious state. Lloyd was alarmed, but moments later, she began to calm down again. He realized she was resisting the curse, even without outside help. He silently vowed to break the curse for her, no matter what. Then he unleashed a series of mana waves to aid her further. Within her mind, the queen was running, fleeing from vines that chased her relentlessly. Soon, they caught up and bound her tightly. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out in fear, begging for help. Lloyd's voice echoed into her mind, steady and comforting. He told her not to be afraid, that he was there with her. Upon hearing his voice, the queen picked up her sword and fought back. She slashed away the vines coiling around her, but more and more came at her. They wrapped around her body, engulfing her. She continued resisting, sweeping them away again and again, but each wave was stronger than the last, and soon she could no longer fend them off. The vines wrapped around her consciousness like a cocoon, her struggles growing weaker, and just when it seemed like there was no way out, Lloyd's hand reached into the darkness. He spoke with an assertive tone, and the queen, seemingly understanding his intent, continued the countdown with 2. The moment she counted 3, both of them simultaneously broke free from the cocoon that had been restraining her. They exchanged cheerful glances, and then the queen's consciousness instinctively embraced Lloyd's mana. The scene then shifted back to reality. The queen had awakened, while Lloyd had apparently dozed off beside her from exhaustion, still holding her hand. Her eyes, now calm and understanding, quietly observed Lloyd's sleeping face. Elsewhere, Javier was carrying out noise orders when he sensed the change and thought to himself that the queen's mana had grown significantly more stable. He let out a faint smile and wondered inwardly if this was what people called a partner in the language of romance. The next morning, a few female attendants approached the queen's chamber door and politely requested permission to enter, addressing her formally. But no response came. After waiting for a while, one of the girls called out again, asking if the queen was inside. A guard, now alert, remarked that it was strange. He clearly remembered the queen had gone to bed early the night before. He and the others instinctively reached for their sword hilts, feeling something was off. If there was no answer after 2 calls, they would have to break down the door. After all, they hadn't heard a single suspicious noise throughout the night. If there truly had been an intruder, the enemy must have been incredibly skilled to suppress all sound. They began calling out to the queen again, twice, but there was still no response. One of the guards finally shouted that they had to break down the door for her safety. Without further delay, they forcefully burst into the room, and what they saw caused the 2 of them to freeze in shock. There, on the bed, the queen and Lloyd were asleep in each other's arms. One of the guards shouted angrily, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. Their raised voices roused Lloyd from sleep. Still groggy and not yet fully conscious, he was startled when a strong hand grabbed him by the collar. In moments, he found himself tied up and dragged before a panel of judges. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, they had already declared him guilty and hauled him up to the execution stage with the intent to burn him alive. Lloyd, who hadn't even had a chance to brush his teeth or wash his face, was wide-eyed in panic and screamed out in confusion, demanding to know what the hell was going on and begging them to at least let him say something. But the angry crowd, looking at his bewildered expression, only hurled more curses at him. They said his repulsive face was evidence enough. He tried to ask them to wait, begged them to call the queen, but was immediately silenced as they snapped that she was still sleeping and that he, a filthy pervert who had dared sneak into a noblewoman's bed in the dead of night, deserved to be thrown into the 19th layer of hell. Desperate, he pleaded that it was all a misunderstanding, but someone mocked the very idea, claiming that just by the look on his face, it was obvious he'd enjoyed himself. Another even accused him of stealing a puppy from their house the night before and insisted he must have been the culprit. That was when Lloyd suddenly noticed something. Javier had arrived. He had been hoping Javier would come to his rescue. but to his horror, the man was only standing there laughing at him. Lloyd cursed internally, realizing Javier had no intention of helping him. He looked up toward the sky and silently called out to Atanis, hoping she could see his plight and come to his aid. But up in the heavens, Atanis was clutching her stomach, doubled over in laughter, showing not a hint of concern for him. Now both frightened and furious, Lloyd shouted in frustration, asking why no one cared when he was in danger. The system's voice chimed in mockingly, reminding him that he was an existence imbued with the power of a high-level swordmaster, a demon lord, and the commander of the world's mightiest army. So who would bother to worry about him? Lloyd continued to protest, yelling that there should at least be a little sympathy. Just then, a voice called out in the distance, asking what was going on. As soon as he heard it, Lloyd immediately recognized it. It was the Queen's voice. She stormed forward and demanded to know where Duke Lloyd was. Hearing that, Lloyd frantically cried out that he was right there, his expression full of panic. But when she finally laid eyes on him, strung up on the execution frame, she couldn't help but be startled, and then burst out laughing. Her reaction crushed what little spirit Lloyd had left. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from fear, but from sheer humiliation. Eventually, he was freed from the frame and escorted back to the palace. The Queen's voice was the first to speak. She began by apologizing, saying that she should have explained everything to everyone much earlier. However, even if everyone's actions had been justifiable, the Queen stated that acting without her permission was still considered disrespectful. Upon hearing that, Lloyd grew disinterested and didn't bother replying, instead thinking to himself that she clearly seemed pleased about being strung up by that group. At that moment, the Queen's tone turned more serious as she explained that her health was currently not in good condition. As she raised her hand, veins bulging and darkened by the curse, the gathered officials couldn't help but stir with concern. They whispered among themselves, saying they had never seen the Queen in such a state before. Lloyd, too, looked on in surprise. The Queen went on to say that the previous night, as her condition had worsened, she had summoned Lord Lloyd to assist her. She mentioned that he knew some methods to dispel the curse and had exhausted himself helping her through the entire night. The process, she said, had required an enormous amount of mana, and both of them had fallen asleep without realizing it. Right after saying that, she used her mana to activate the curse on her arm again, causing visible fear among the officials. She added that if the treatment was not continued, the curse would only worsen over time. Lloyd silently thought to himself that being direct about the only solution was indeed the best approach, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking that this was just like the Queen. The Queen then formally addressed him, calling out, "Lloyd Frontera," and asked how long the treatment would take to complete. He replied that it would take about a month and assured her that he would ensure the curse would be completely eliminated within that period. When she asked what the method entailed, he answered that he would use his own mana, as he possessed the ability to eradicate the cursed mana from her body at its source. Just then, the cursed veins began spreading to the Queen's face, causing her visible pain. The officials panicked and cried out, asking if she was all right. The Queen called Lloyd to come closer, and when he approached, she extended her cursed arm to him, telling him to heal it. He took her hand gently and began transferring his mana into her. Her condition quickly improved. The veins gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving the ministers astonished. After the healing was done, the Queen explained to everyone present that as they had just seen, the treatment required Lloyd's unique mana. Therefore, she declared that for the next month, Lloyd Frontera would remain by her side at all times, 24 hours a day, to continue the purification process. Hearing that, Lloyd smiled and thought to himself that he hadn't even figured out how to convince the officials, but thanks to her, things had progressed smoothly. At that moment, an official stepped forward and respectfully said that while they deeply cared for the Queen's well-being, there were still the laws of the kingdom to consider. The Queen calmly responded that she would, of course, follow the kingdom's laws. Her words shocked those present, who could hardly believe what they were hearing. Meanwhile, Lloyd, who still hadn't fully understood what law they were referring to, was left confused. Then the Queen stood up and told everyone to disperse. Afterward, she turned toward Lloyd, extended her hand to him, and said it must have been hard on him. Lloyd replied that it was nothing, Your Majesty, though in his mind he was still wondering what law they had been referring to. Suddenly, the Queen gripped his hand tightly, startling him, and softly said, "Caught you." Her expression made Lloyd's face flush red, though he still had no idea what was really going on. Before long, the entire kingdom erupted with gossip. People whispered, asking if others had heard the rumor, that it was indeed Count Lloyd, and that he would be staying by the Queen's side every day for an entire month. That would mean he'd also be entering the royal chambers. Some speculated that according to royal law, Anyone who shared the king or queen's chamber, regardless of the reason, must marry the monarch. No exceptions. The scene shifted to some time later. At that moment, the queen was working as usual, but she held a pen in one hand and Lloyd's hand in the other. The potato boy sat beside her, fully focused on eliminating the curse. Evidently, a group of enemies had been hiding in the area, but now all of them had been surrounded by the queen alone. Immediately, a series of mana rays shot out, shattering countless cursed mana streams. When one of the enemies tried to escape, Lloyd, whose expression turned wild, gritted his teeth and internally warned that he wouldn't let the foe get away. His mana, like a hound, chased down the cursed energy and sank its fangs into it. His face contorted with effort, matching the intensity of the moment. Watching all this, the queen, who sat right beside him, felt a mix of exasperation and revulsion, clearly wanting to distance herself. At the same time, Lloyd's face gleamed with a predatory eagerness, as though he just found something delicious. His mana surged forward and his mouth opened wide, as if ready to chomp down on the cursed stream. But at that exact moment, someone entered the room with a document. Lloyd immediately changed his expression to one of seriousness, but that slight distraction gave the enemy a brief opportunity, though the threat was quickly neutralized again. Then, suddenly and without warning, the queen let go of his hand. Lloyd looked stunned and called out, asking why she had done so, saying that without holding hands, the healing process would. Before he could finish, the queen remained silent for a brief moment. Then she smiled faintly and looked at him teasingly, as though to suggest that he seemed to enjoy holding her hand quite a bit. That reaction made the potato boy freeze in place. He stammered in response, insisting it was purely for treatment purposes and nothing more. Hearing that, the queen's voice took on a more serious tone. She asked him if that meant he didn't enjoy holding her hand at all. Lloyd stumbled over his words again, unable to clearly say whether he did or didn't. The queen, amused, thought to herself that teasing this potato head was actually rather entertaining. At that moment, the system interface appeared, displaying that his intelligence seemed to drop only in situations like this. She found herself wondering what kind of strange condition that might be. In response, Lloyd could only make a few incoherent sounds, unable to form a proper sentence. Seeing his mind starting to overload, the queen finally spoke up with a voice of mock understanding. She said she got what he was trying to say, that if she let go of his hand again, the treatment would slow down. With that, she rolled up her sleeve and handed her arm to Lloyd, allowing him to take hold once more. Then, she picked up a strip of cloth and tied their hands together. In a calm tone, she instructed him to hold one end of the string and to pull it tight when she reached the count of 13. She began to count 1, 2, 3, 4, and as soon as the last number fell from her lips, they both pulled, fastening the knot. She then remarked that from this point on, they wouldn't be able to separate, no matter how hard they tried. Her actions made Lloyd blush deeply, leaving him momentarily speechless. His thoughts drifted back to the time when she had once proposed to him and to what had happened in the frozen cavern. But he quickly shook his head, trying to regain his focus and dismissing such ideas as foolish. He reminded himself that the queen must surely see him as nothing more than a loyal retainer, valuable only because of his competence. He believed she simply wanted someone capable by her side. Telling himself it was impossible to think otherwise, he vowed to finish the task at hand and escape from that place once and for all. The system appeared once again, but then it raised a hypothetical. What if she truly had feelings for him? Upon hearing that, Lloyd immediately made a mocking face, prompting the system to sigh in exasperation. It was clearly tired of his antics but could do nothing else. It merely advised him to stay focused, urging him to concentrate and carefully monitor every trace of dark mana. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, announcing that it was time for the queen's training. She sprang up so suddenly that Lloyd was startled. She declared her arrival, and not long after, the two of them were already in the midst of the people, right in the training ground, where arrows came flying from every direction. Naturally, Lloyd had now become little more than a tool in the queen's hands, thrown around like a rag, tossed this way and that without mercy. At one point, an arrow whizzed right between his legs, causing his blood pressure to drop dramatically. As soon as the training session ended, someone approached to inform the queen that it was time to attend a royal assembly. She simply replied that she would be there. Once the meeting concluded, another attendant arrived to announce that it was time to review official reports. She acknowledged it again. After completing those duties, someone else reported that it was time for training once more. And thus the cycle repeated. Lloyd, poor thing, was once again flung about like a wet mop in a storm of arrows. This endless loop of the queen's work showed no signs of stopping or even slowing. there was absolutely no rest. After a while, Lloyd resembled a shriveled potato, completely worn out. That evening, exhausted, he addressed the queen. She asked what he wanted. He told her that she needed to reduce her workload, that her recovery was being delayed. She acknowledged his concern and admitted she wished she could, but insisted that it wasn't possible. When he asked why, especially given how many capable subordinates she had, she explained that if she delegated everything, problems might arise in some unnoticed corner. Those issues could be delayed in detection and end up harming the country. Lloyd, tired but persistent, argued that even if things were delayed a little, her treatment was still more important. He begged her to rest at least a little, but the queen countered that if she rested, the people would suffer. She said that if she could endure hardship, then others could rest easier. Lloyd tried again to persuade her, but she abruptly cut him off, saying that it was enough. She simply could not rest. She shouted that she would be releasing his hand for a moment, needing to change clothes. Lloyd let out a sigh, feeling dejected. He thought to himself that she truly was the obsessive type when it came to work, someone almost impossible to reason with once she set her mind to something. He also realized she wasn't someone who could be deceived by tricks or manipulation. He wondered what he should do. And then, a glint returned to Lloyd's eyes. It seemed like he had come up with a new scheme. That evening, he raised his voice again and addressed her. She responded that she had already told him she couldn't take a break, but he claimed that wasn't what the gods wanted. When she asked what he meant, he calmly stated that he believed he could do better. Better at what? She inquired. He answered, at fulfilling the role of a monarch. His words clearly startled her. After a moment of silence, she turned to him and asked what he had just said. Lloyd smiled and replied that if he were king, he believed he could handle everything more efficiently. The queen asked if he truly meant to suggest he could be more effective than her. Did he really believe he could rule? Lloyd smiled again and confirmed that he did, adding that having observed her work today, he was confident he could do better. The queen fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly deep in thought, but then her expression darkened as she snapped at him. She accused him of being all bark and no bite, and reminded him that even after following her around for just one day, he was already reduced to a lifeless husk, yet still had the audacity to spout nonsense. In response, Lloyd sarcastically retorted that if the driver was bad at steering, of course the passengers would get motion sickness. That comment only infuriated her further. She reminded him that he hadn't even seen 1/10 of her duties. But Lloyd, now full of snark, twisted his lips and arrogantly remarked that, from what he'd seen, there seemed to be many different tasks, but they all looked surprisingly easy. Before he could even finish that sentence, the queen punched him straight in the mouth without hesitation, and she didn't stop there. She unleashed a flurry of blows like a furious goddess of war, while Lloyd could do nothing but cry out in pain, completely overwhelmed. Eventually, she grew tired and halted her onslaught. Lloyd, now battered and broken, weakly gasped that he, her lowly servant, had no means of resisting her overwhelming power. He retracted everything he had said. He admitted that, being weak and incompetent, there was no way he could ever perform better than the queen. Lloyd hastily apologized, saying he was deeply sorry. At that moment, the queen was about to strike him again, but hearing his apology only made her more furious. Through gritted teeth, she declared that if he insisted on speaking like that, then he should stay by her side for a week and try handling the duties of the royal family himself. In response, Lloyd quickly raised his hand and pleaded not for a week, but just for 3 minutes. From that moment on, he asked to be treated like a king for exactly 3 minutes, promising that during that time he would show her something incredible. Though clearly irritated, the queen reluctantly agreed. She stood up and dragged Lloyd's battered body across the floor, set a timer, and told him that for the next 3 minutes he would be king. She challenged him to see how far his grand boasts would actually get him. But before she could finish, Lloyd interrupted her with a grave voice, pointing out her knees. A dark aura began to radiate from his body, and he widened his eyes menacingly at her. In a low, commanding tone, he demanded to know why she wasn't kneeling before the king of the kingdom and ordered her to bow her head immediately. The queen immediately lunged forward, shouting angrily, questioning how he dared speak to her in such a manner. But Lloyd barked back just as fiercely, accusing her of trying to beat him into submission again. He told her to reflect on herself and questioned whether she was willing to admit that she was nothing more than a king who ruled with her fists. Though her face was still twisted in fury, Lloyd continued, saying that if she wanted proof of his words, she had better start showing proper respect. Despite his arrogant speech, Lloyd was actually terrified, sweating profusely as he silently prayed for his life and for divine protection. The queen, seething with anger, found herself unable to argue back. Gritting her teeth, she slowly lowered her fist. Seeing this, Lloyd was stunned. He was still alive. Grateful and relieved, he internally thanked the heavens and the ancestors, thinking he was about to die for sure. Then, regaining his composure, he crossed one leg over the other and casually ordered the queen to kneel, taunting her for her earlier anger. When she snapped back at him, questioning how he dared speak like that to a king, he simply raised his voice again, demanding why she wasn't performing the proper royal salute. Even though she was trembling with rage, the queen tried to force herself to comply with the ceremonial bow, clearly intending to see what this self-proclaimed dog thief was planning next. Lloyd pressed on, instructing everyone to listen to the words of this great king. He proclaimed that Alicia Termina Magentano would immediately delegate all duties to her subordinates and focus solely on recovery, just as she had previously stated. Hearing this, the queen shouted that she had already said such a topic was out of the question, but Lloyd, grinning and waving his hand dismissively, cut her off with exaggerated sounds, mockingly lamenting that the words of the king had been interrupted. The sight of his smug expression startled her, and despite her rage, she finally gave in and allowed him to continue. Lloyd continued by saying that, as she had mentioned before, no matter whom the queen entrusted with a task, she would never be fully satisfied, because the best results always came when she handled things herself. That experience had made her unable to stop working, and Lloyd admitted he understood that deeply. He knew it all stemmed from her deep concern for the nation. He emphasized that she was incredibly important, perhaps not the greatest monarch in the kingdom's history, but certainly one who carried immense weight. However, he questioned what would happen if the curse continued to worsen. If she lost the ability to act, the kingdom would fall. He stressed that sacrificing one's body wasn't the only form of devotion. Even if there were immediate issues to deal with, he urged her to look further ahead, to care for herself and focus on the future. In doing so, she could actually do better. He pleaded with her to stop everything and focus on healing. Any problems that arose during her absence could always be addressed one by one later on. At that moment, the queen fell silent in contemplation. Eventually, she lowered her gaze and solemnly replied that she would follow His Majesty's command. Lloyd, meanwhile, was sweating nervously, inwardly grateful that she wasn't so much of a workaholic that she couldn't step away. He figured she would likely accept that his words mirrored the approach of previous monarchs. Then, with some awkwardness, he suggested that Magentano continue the discussion. He began by proposing to allocate a bit more of the royal budget to the Frontella district. However, the queen quickly interrupted him. When she started to speak again, the king interjected, asking in disbelief if she was interrupting him once more. She protested that she wasn't, but stated with icy calm that exactly 3 minutes had passed. At that, Lloyd Frontiera's face turned pale. An oppressive silence descended over the room. The queen slowly stood up, and in the next moment, launched into a flurry of merciless, lightning-fast kicks, stomping Lloyd's head into the floor. She furiously exclaimed that this was for talking nonsense, and for daring to make her bow. Despite Lloyd repeatedly begging for forgiveness, calling himself her loyal subject, she continued stomping him relentlessly. Eventually, when she grew tired of kicking, she suddenly remembered something and demanded to know. Hadn't he claimed that he would prove himself more capable in the role of king? What exactly had he managed to prove? With his face still pressed to the ground, Lloyd murmured that there was no way a mere servant like him could take on the role of queen. He admitted that what he had said earlier was simply a lie. Upon hearing that, the queen once again flew into a rage and resumed her barrage of stomps, cursing as she went. But amidst her fury, a thought began to form in her mind. She realized what Lloyd had truly been trying to express. He must have come up with something to help broaden her narrow perspective. That night, as she reflected on it, she smiled gently and remarked that she liked him more and more. And as she said this, she continued pressing her foot down on the poor potato still lying on the ground. The scene shifted to a month later. At that time, both of them had unwrapped the bandages around their wrists and slowly released each other's hands. The queen stood in quiet reflection, sensing her body anew. Meanwhile, Lloyd knelt before her and congratulated her on a full recovery. The system issued a notification, congratulating Lloyd on receiving a new title. Husband of the Queen. Lloyd cursed inwardly, expressing his intense dislike for the title. He thought to himself that if he ever married someone so obsessed with work, he would inevitably become her #1 slave. The system further explained the effect of the title, stating that if he were ever in danger, Queen Magentano would instinctively sense it and immediately rush to his side. Lloyd privately admitted that the effect wasn't so bad after all. If only he could rename the title, everything would be fine. However, the system denied that possibility, flatly stating that such a change would not happen, as it rather liked the current title. After the Queen completed her treatment, Lloyd returned to Frontella. He needed to clean up all the minor issues that had piled up over the past 2 months, which was his way of softening the blow of Fate's recovery. But before handling those tasks, he had to face a more immediate threat: the invasion of the King of Hell. He reminded himself that the King of Hell could not freely enter this world, which meant that, like the Hell Knight, he too would need to undergo some sort of ritual. Lloyd believed that if they could completely seal that ritual, they might be able to stop him. And to find out how to do that, he soon made his way to the Machine of Truth. He thought that all he had to do was ask the Gem of Truth. However, after a long moment without any response, he began to worry. He wondered what was going on and feared the worst. He immediately moved and soon made a shocking discovery. There was a visible crack. He was stunned. He had run countless simulations before, confirming that the gem would remain stable for thousands of years. And yet now, the Gem of Truth was being damaged. Everything he had worked for in this world, everything, was possibly falling apart. At that exact moment, a voice called out in urgency. The Demon King Atlantis, filled with concern, reported that all the facilities Lloyd had built around the world had been destroyed simultaneously. Every single one of them, everywhere. The news left Lloyd shaken. Without wasting a moment, he mounted his dragon and flew to the nearest location, the territory of the Centaurs. There, he immediately summoned Babylon, who responded swiftly by enlarging itself and using Earth to fill the emerging fissure. Meanwhile, from below, Atlantis reported again to the Demon King that a crack had formed at the Laha Bridge. Lloyd quickly instructed them to contact the Queen and request that she halt all travel activities. He added that once the area was sealed, he would head directly to that location. The scene shifted to the port city of Cremo, where a horde of monsters was already surging toward the shore. Alarm sirens echoed across the area, urging citizens to evacuate immediately. It didn't take long before the monsters climbed onto land and began wreaking havoc. Sensing the threat, the merfolk tribe appeared and quickly launched a counterattack using their spears. Javier reported that they had managed to repel the Giga Titan's assault, thanks to the assistance of the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd acknowledged the report and asked about the ice prison. Javier informed him that Lord Byron was currently overseeing the repairs. Lloyd then issued orders, instructing that Julian must never leave Princess Sarazat's side, and that the number of demon guards at the Count's residence be increased. Seeing the anxiety on Lloyd's face, Javier couldn't help but feel concerned as well. Back in the Frontera territory, someone was shouting at Team B, urging them to stop lagging behind. Once they finished the insulation layer, they were to move to road repair duty. There was a shortage of workers in the mining area, and a support team needed to be dispatched immediately. Meanwhile, pests had started appearing on the restored grasslands, adding to the growing list of problems. Amidst the rush and chaos among the citizens, several unfamiliar figures began to appear. One of them remarked that everyone seemed very busy. Another, dressed in red robes, responded that human lives were short, so it was only natural for them to live busily. She then gazed into the distance and commented that their sleepy-headed boy seemed to be over there. Very quickly, the three of them entered through the gate of the Count's mansion. Upon seeing this, a group of demonic guards immediately demanded that they stop, declaring that the area was restricted. However, in response, the girl in the red dress merely flicked her hand lightly. Instantly, the ground erupted, sending the entire group flying in chaotic disarray. The girl beside her, visibly worried, expressed her concern that those people might actually be good individuals, but the one in red simply waved it off, saying that such a detail didn't matter all that much. It was faster this way than wasting time trying to explain everything. At that very moment, another group quickly approached the trio. It was Javier and Atanis, and they immediately assumed combat-ready stances. Seeing this, the girl in red clicked her tongue in annoyance and muttered that these little pests were truly irritating. Fortunately, the girl beside her hastily urged her to calm down. And just then, a voice from behind caught everyone's attention. It was the Dragon King, who called out joyfully. The girl known as Kiddo also waved back at him in greeting. Without delay, they proceeded inside the mansion. The Dragon King, speaking in a gentle tone, mentioned that she had been contacting him every day since that day. The girl in red responded by stating that their mother had already forgiven her, and that they had come to take her back home. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King remarked in mock realization that it must have been the cruel dragon mother who had been blocking his calls. Someone nearby scolded him, telling him he shouldn't say such things, and warned that they had definitely heard every word. Another voice even threatened to burn him if he kept talking like that. Someone else added that their world tour had come to an end, and now it was finally time to return home. Upon hearing that, the Dragon King went silent for a brief moment, before stating that there was still someone she needed to meet first. The scene then shifted to where Lloyd was working with the villagers to repair a structure. The Dragon King's voice reached him, drawing his attention. The Dragon King remarked that Lloyd still seemed to be working hard. Lloyd replied hesitantly, saying that he was managing to hang on. The Dragon King asked whether the Stone of Truth hadn't told him how to stop the restoration of fate. Lloyd didn't respond, remaining silent. The Dragon King continued, suggesting that perhaps Lloyd didn't like the proposed method. He pointed out that Lloyd must have known things could get worse, and questioned what would happen if those events continued to unfold, one after another, without end. He asked whether Lloyd truly intended to keep doing this for the rest of his life. Lloyd's short reply was that he could. Surprised? The Dragon King commented on how quick and unhesitant his answer was. Then, standing up, he sighed theatrically, and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Since he had developed a good impression of Lloyd, smiling faintly, responded that he had never done anything good for the Dragon King, and therefore couldn't ask for anything in return. The Dragon King fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then he remarked that, if there ever was something he could help with, he imagined Lloyd would probably find a way to blackmail him into doing it anyway. He then added that he would return to his own home now, admitting that the time spent here wasn't so bad after all, and wished for Lloyd to become someone better. With that, the Dragon King's figure vanished. Lloyd, lost in thought, pondered silently to himself. The powers of hellish and heavenly dragons, if pitted against one another, would create destruction far worse than any war among species. If he could end the invasion of the King of Hell by his own hands, he might be able to minimize the damage. He questioned how he could possibly defeat the King of Hell, or better yet, stop his manifestation entirely. To learn the answer, he knew he had to fix the Stone of Truth first. At that moment, Javier approached and reported that the Vikings had been right. At this pace, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. He added that they were unprepared for the King of Hell's invasion and that they needed to resolve at least one of the two major issues. He pleaded with Lloyd to tell him what the Stone of Truth had said, how they could stop fate from restoring itself. The question made Lloyd fall silent for a brief moment. Then, with a smile, he replied that he had already told Javier. It had said it didn't know, that it was completely useless. But before he could continue, Javier interrupted with a firm gaze and once again asked him to please share what he knew. Slightly surprised by Javier's persistence, Lloyd repeated that he had already said it. The stone claimed it didn't know. Javier questioned him, insisting that what he heard couldn't possibly be true. At that moment, Lloyd grew visibly irritated and told him he should stop. But Javier remained firm and demanded the answer. Lloyd repeated, more sternly this time, that he needed to stop. Javier, however, raised his voice, asking why Lloyd was intentionally hiding the truth. He told him not to try to face everything alone and reminded him that they were supposed to confront it together. He then asked almost pleadingly whether they weren't friends. Lloyd, cold and distant now, shouted back, asking who Javier thought was his friend, calling him a country bumpkin. His words startled everyone around them. Hearing those cruel remarks, Javier fell silent for a moment before quietly apologizing, admitting that perhaps he had overstepped his bounds. Without saying another word, Lloyd turned and walked away. Inwardly, he thought to himself that he was sorry. He wondered how he could ever tell Javier the truth, that one of them would have to die to save everyone else. Not long after, Lloyd stood before the pyramid-shaped crystal of truth, a vital cornerstone he had once designed. However, a large crack had formed on it. With a pensive hum, he acknowledged that the material was irreplaceable and couldn't be repaired through ordinary means. He placed his hand on the surface, prompting a digital interface to appear. He considered the idea of compressing it and switched to simulation mode. But as the test simulation began, where mana was compressed from both sides, the entire structure collapsed instantly. He cursed, realizing it had completely shattered. Determined not to give up, he told himself to try another idea. This time, he attempted to slowly inject mana and let the crystal heal itself. To his surprise, this method, though slow, proved effective. He expressed a sense of triumph. It would take time, but the damage could be repaired. Just then, a system alert appeared. It warned that due to slight structural alterations in the crystal of truth, some functions might experience errors. Frowning with resolve, Lloyd muttered to himself that there was still much to uncover. But regardless of the challenges, he had to fix it. As he continued to analyze, he noted that only he and Javier were capable of handling this task. Just then, his mind drifted back to the harsh words he had said earlier. Regret washed over him, and he slammed his head against the wall. He cursed his own stupidity for not just staying silent as he usually did. He accused himself of behaving like a foolish main character. After a few more head slams, he rolled over in pain, groaning that it still hurt just as much, even with the title of Swordmaster. Then he remembered Javier's words, telling him not to carry everything alone, urging that they face everything together. Lloyd began to reflect, wondering if he had been wrong all this time. He told himself that Javier was the true protagonist, the real hero, the one meant to solve the problem and save everyone. He thought that if he could just stop this damned resurrection phenomenon, then he could focus on accumulating merit before being taken by the King of Hell. And that would be enough to solve everything. A spark of determination returned to his eyes, and he felt that perhaps the outcome of their story could still be changed. Just then, a system prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to see the ending in advance, and before he could respond, he was pulled into a vision of the future. There, he stood silently by a balcony, his expression heavy and contemplative, gazing over a dark and gloomy landscape. Frontera, at least, was still safe, and with that, he began to think that maybe telling the truth to Javier was the right thing after all. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Javier announced himself, saying he had something to say. Loey invited him in. Javier entered calmly and walked over to him. He hesitantly asked whether Loey was still angry. Surprised by the sudden question, Loey began speaking in a gentle tone. He admitted that, the day before, he had said some very hurtful things that he shouldn't have. Javier was startled, exclaiming that it had only been one day. So did that mean the end would come tomorrow? Loey continued, explaining that he assumed those words must have weighed on Javier's mind. He also added that he understood now what Javier had truly meant. Loey remained silent for a moment, adjusted his posture, and then began speaking with a more serious tone. He said that regarding Javier's question from the day before, he would now explain the method that the gem, Truth, had proposed to stop the phenomenon of restoration. He decided to begin from the root of the matter. According to him, Javier was actually the true protagonist of this world. That statement caught Javier completely off guard. He seemed shocked and asked, almost incredulously, if Loey was really referring to him. Loey, observing him quietly, realized with some alarm that he might never have shared this information with Javier before. Then Loey from the future resumed his explanation. He claimed that he himself was also a protagonist, but from a different world. He asked rhetorically what it meant when two protagonists existed in the same timeline, then answered his own question. The world would collapse. For the restoration phenomenon to end, one of them had to die. Loey from the past tried to keep a calm expression. He continued watching Javier and thinking to himself with frustration that there was no way he would do something that foolish. He was certain that once Javier heard the truth, the boy would find a solution. But that assumption proved wrong. Javier, after hearing everything, began unsheathing his sword. That action stunned both Loey from the past and Loey from the future. Javier, however, remained calm, as he said that if the phenomenon of restoration couldn't be stopped, then the best thing to do was to accumulate as much virtue as possible. Before Loey could even fully register what was happening, Javier had already thrust the sword straight into his own chest. The act left Loey from the past in utter shock, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Loey from the future also responded in panic, rushing forward and shouting for him to stop. He screamed, asking Javier what the hell he was doing and calling him insane, demanding that he pull the sword out immediately. In those final moments, Javier summoned his power to envelop the sword, and with a gentle smile, he asked Loey to protect the world well. He called him Young Master. One last time, right in front of Loey, who was frozen in horror, a blue light began to wrap around Javier. It was the light of a swordmaster's aura, a divine radiance that chose what to leave behind, an empty space and a boundless pain. After Javier willingly sacrificed himself, the sword fell to the cold ground with a metallic clang. Loey from the future hadn't even managed to do anything. His eyes gradually lost their light as he dropped to his knees in the room still glowing red from magical aftershock. His entire body trembled. His soul felt like it was shattering, and then came only pain. Pain so deep it couldn't even be voiced. He could do nothing but cry out in despair, tears flowing in two burning streams down his cheeks. The scene shifted back to the present. At the same time, Javier slowly approached him again, calling out in a familiar voice, "Young Master!" He reappeared as if he had never left. Calm and composed, Loey thought silently that Javier had always been like that, and that was precisely the problem. That very trait of his made Loey bite his lip in frustration. After a brief pause, he finally spoke Javier's name aloud, but within himself, He vowed that no matter what happened, he would never let Javier die again. Loi's expression suddenly changed. He put on his signature crooked smile, raised his hand, and turned to face Javier with a teasing remark. He asked if Javier was still mad about him losing his temper yesterday. People tended to say nonsense when they were tired, didn't they? He reminded himself. He concluded that everything would have to be solved one step at a time. Upon seeing Loi's face, Javier could only respond with a tired look, not even bothering to argue. He muttered that Loi had been the loudest one screaming anyway. Loi immediately mimicked his tone in mockery, reminding Javier smugly that he was the boss around here and that Javier shouldn't forget that. Javier ignored the teasing and instead gave a report. More importantly, Lady Atonist had just detected an anomaly in Namaran. Signs of dark magic had recently appeared in the area. Loi furrowed his brows, speculating that it might be another attempt to summon a Hell Knight. He considered launching an attack to stop them in time. Even if they succeeded in summoning Heogai, he figured the situation wouldn't be too dangerous. But suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He heard the echoing laughter from the 19th layer of hell. It was Lloyd's voice, laughing like a mischievous dog thief. He. Wait a minute, Loi thought. This might actually be an unexpected opportunity. Javier, hearing this thought, asked what exactly Loi meant. Loi's face lit up in a dangerously enthusiastic way. He said it was time to begin. Their plan to kidnap Heo Knai was now officially in motion. The scene cut to hell itself. There, a massive figure clad in black armor stood imposingly. He held a glowing red sword and introduced himself as George Eximus, the head of security for the Hell King's office. He recalled that, in the past, there had been a brutal duo from Hell who had left a lasting mark on his soul. He shouted at the intruders to stop, cursed at them, and demanded to know if they realized where they were. He declared that he had a personal grudge against their kind. He remembered back to when he was a rookie, shy, awkward, and full of mistakes. The scene flashed comically to that memory. George was fumbling around the kitchen, frustrated and muttering to himself about where the hell the coffee had gone. He worried that if he slacked off, the senior officers would scold him again. A teammate had called out to him at the time, saying that he was only slow because of his nerves. He just needed to stay calm and enjoy the process. That senior officer had been a beloved mentor, kind-hearted and always encouraging. George believed that without that support, he could never have become a true Hell Knight. Someone nearby asked if he had seen the newly arrived souls. They laughed, commenting on how ridiculous their expressions were. George laughed back, agreeing. Then suddenly, he sensed something. He was being summoned into the human world. He accepted it with a grin, acknowledged it respectfully, and said he would be careful. And with a final laugh, he said goodbye. For now, in a moment charged with emotion, his senior was split in half right before his eyes. The shock of the event overwhelmed him, and all he could do was cry out through tears of despair, calling out to his mentor in helplessness. Later, he heard rumors that his mentor had been devoured alive by the Hell Poet. Now, standing face to face with his enemy, George Eximus roared with fury. He declared that he was George Eximus, captain of the Boar Division, and challenged the intruder for causing chaos at his workplace. He proclaimed that those who knew how to enjoy life were the strongest, just like his mentor had once said. He insisted he had never forgotten his mentor's teachings and vowed to take revenge. With tremendous power, he charged forward, claiming he would avenge his mentor with all his heart. But before he could even reach his target, Javier appeared suddenly and struck him down with a devastating blow. Joker Eximus collapsed in defeat, admitting bitterly that he had lost miserably and was crying with all his heart. Still, he shouted that he wouldn't give up. He explained that he had trained with all his might in hell, savoring every moment of the pain in order to grow stronger. He hadn't been allowed to act last time, but this time, he declared, he had been summoned to the human world. At that very moment, Hell Knight, a dark warrior brimming with fury, stepped onto the battlefield. In his heart burned the intense hatred caused by the death of his close comrade. He swore he would take revenge for his senior no matter what happened. Yet he warned the Hell Poet to beware. He would no longer allow him to act freely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two protagonists had managed to assess the situation just in time. Even without any summoning rituals, dark magic had already spread throughout the area. They realized it was the phenomenon of restoration at play, something that forced fate to regenerate, even if it defied natural law. They noted that summoning a Hell Knight required absorbing life force, which meant that even if all of Nemarian were evacuated, the spell would still seek out living beings to drain. Loi responded that Count Nemarian had mentioned a recent surge of unusually aggressive rats in the area, which could be a result of their life energy being siphoned away. At that point, Lloyd wore a sinister expression as he declared that he would turn this chaos to their advantage. A massive explosion suddenly erupted. From the smoke and blazing magical light, Hell Knight charged forward. It was time for revenge. However, he was caught off guard to find two individuals already waiting. They claimed it was just a coincidence. But Lloyd, wearing a scornful expression, retorted that if it was merely a coincidence, then he would take the opportunity to end Hell Knight's life right there. Hearing this, Hell Knight became enraged and rushed forward with a furious scream, shouting that he would avenge his fallen comrade. On the other side, however, Lloyd maintained his usual devious smirk and suggested they finish this quickly. Without warning, a powerful blow crashed down on Hell Knight's head. Then Javier began relentlessly striking him with his sword without a shred of mercy. Eximus could only clutch his head in pain, tears streaming down his face, lips trembling. He couldn't understand it. He had trained every day, endured the brutal effects of hellish training, and yet this was the outcome. In the moment of defeat, he muttered that now he understood. They enjoyed every aspect of life more than he ever had. Eventually, his body collapsed onto the shattered stone floor. Lloyd approached calmly and gently remarked that he was sorry. Since the man had barged in uninvited, his bodyguards had attacked on instinct. Then he turned to Javier and angrily scolded him for not controlling his emotions. In contrast, Javier simply growled with a dark expression. Lloyd snapped at him again, calling him a cruel, sadistic deviant. But the next moment, he switched to a gentle, motherly expression and assured everyone that leaving Hell Knight alone would be dangerous. He might end up killing their dear knight. However, he promised that as long as he was present, the vicious one wouldn't dare do anything. Still, the Hell Knight was far from calm. He shouted that Lloyd should shut his mouth, that he was the enemy of Senior Choexius, and swore he would kill him. Before he could finish his sentence, Javier had already charged at him, beating him down like a dog. Lloyd, once again pretending to be the good guy, tried to stop Javier, telling him to calm down and that it was enough. After Javier had vented enough violence, Lloyd resumed speaking with mock sincerity. He apologized and said he didn't know what else to offer. Then, with a glowing smile and a gentle demeanor, he presented a contract and softly asked the Hell Knight if he would be interested in a good job. Furious, the Hell Knight shouted that he was a warrior of hell and had no need for other employment. Lloyd, puzzled, asked whether hell didn't allow for side jobs. He then demanded to see the Hell Knight's employment contract. When the knight asked what a contract was, Lloyd was stunned. He couldn't believe they were working without contracts. It was simply absurd. This reaction sparked the knight's curiosity. Lloyd went on to ask how much the knight was paid for his work. The knight responded by asking what pay meant. Growing increasingly concerned, Lloyd inquired about working hours, asking if he worked 24 hours a day, without rest, without insurance, and what that even meant to him. By this point, Lloyd could no longer contain himself. He cried out in disbelief, wondering how there could be a place even more capitalistically exploitative than his own workplace. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his head in despair. He sobbed that the king of hell must be a heartless tyrant, exploiting his subordinates down to their very bones. The Hell Knight fell silent, his gaze distant as memories of the past surfaced in his mind. He sometimes wondered if life was meant to be this way, where one worked themselves to the brink of exhaustion only to die without gaining anything in return. He questioned whether such a life was truly one of labor or merely one of being used. But back then, his senior had merely given him a light, playful slap and told him to forget he ever said such things. Returning to the present, the Hell Knight now stared intently at Loey. He told her that he had once fought another Hell Knight, someone who had likely been her comrade. He revealed that he had won that battle and absorbed the knight's soul. Yet he felt no regret. On the contrary, he respected the man, for he had fulfilled his duty as a Hell Knight. As for himself, he had fought to protect his own city, and he firmly believed that the fallen knight would have accepted the outcome of their battle. However, he continued, there was another way to look at it. He asked her to imagine a life where that knight had been exploited his entire existence, summoned as a slave by the Demon King, used until the end, and finally killed in a battle he might never have wished to fight. Though that knight was dead, the Hell Knight claimed, he still lived on, within his heart. Overcome with emotion, Loy clutched her chest, tears streaming down as she declared passionately that she and Georgios, who lived on in her heart, would bring an end to such exploitation. Upon hearing what could only be described as manipulative rhetoric from Lloyd, the Hell Knight said nothing. Tears began to pour from his eyes like rain, mixing with the storm of emotions rising within him. Finally, with a strained voice, he asked to see their employment contract. Just that, Loey, their sneaky recruiter, allowed herself a satisfied smile, knowing she had roped in another unwilling worker. Soon after, the three of them flew off on an ice dragon to some distant destination. While reviewing the contract, the Hell Knight was stunned. It promised a salary of 10 million gold per month, only 4 working days a week, and just 2 patrols per day. He questioned whether it could be real. They assured him it was. They told him to read the contract thoroughly. It was all accurate. The final clause simply stated that good communication with teammates was required. They emphasized that part. Hearing that, the Hell Knight mused to himself, good communication with teammates. He figured that if he failed in that regard, Lloyd Frontera would get moody and stop speaking to him. While not a particularly terrible consequence, he began to wonder if this was truly the right decision. The Demon King would soon descend upon the human world. If the king discovered his whereabouts, everything would be over. He pondered whether he should escape before that happened. Then, he said he had a question. When asked what it was, he hesitated a bit before asking when exactly the Demon King would descend upon the human realm. He turned his head slightly to the side and admitted that he didn't know. Lloyd laughed at the answer, but then narrowed his eyes, his capitalist instincts flaring. He told the knight he obviously knew the answer, and questioned why he wouldn't share it. He accused him of having signed the contract only because he knew when the descent would happen, so he could escape just in time before the Demon King arrived. The accusation struck a nerve. The Hell Knight flinched, visibly shaken, and asked Lloyd to just tell him when and how the Demon King would descend. He swore he truly didn't know. At the same time, he thought to himself that if he leaked any of that information, the Demon King would undoubtedly hunt him to the very edges of hell itself. Lloyd said nothing in response, but raised his nose and let out a weary sigh, as if the entire conversation had drained him. Meanwhile, Javier began to push himself up from the ground with his hands, and when Hector turned around, sweat was already pouring down his face. Because Javier's silhouette looked more like a demon closing in than a man, seeing that Javier was about to strike, the man quickly raised his hand, panicking. He urgently asked what Javier was trying to do, claiming he had done nothing wrong and begging the boss to stop this lunatic. He kept stammering, F, in fear. However, Lloyd remained completely indifferent, neither hearing nor reacting. It was only then that Hector Nye finally realized the true meaning behind the contract clause. That if it was violated, Lloyd Frontera would sulk and stop communicating altogether. In a rush, he confessed that during that particular eclipse, someone would have to be sacrificed. Upon hearing this, Lloyd immediately spun around like a dog snapping at a fly. With a grin, he asked excitedly if Hector had just mentioned a sacrifice and inquired about the victims, expressing exaggerated curiosity. The Help Knight, visibly terrified, turned to Javier and explained further. He said that if someone managed to harvest 10 large-scale instances of fear from the death of someone who sought revenge, the King of Hell would manifest in this world. Hearing this, Lo laughed with smug satisfaction, thinking to himself that he had now obtained the hints he needed. Then, the two saints exchanged mischievous smiles and playfully said that it was time to resume communication. The second Help Knight, meanwhile, seemed to realize with horror that he had unknowingly made a pact with a demon. Lo internally noted that the Help Knight had just provided very valuable information. That the fear being spread was under the King of Hell's command, and the source of it was likely the same person who had previously tried to eliminate the Queen. He thought about Alicia, and noted that he had asked Hector Knight further, but Hector admitted he didn't know exactly how the fears would be gathered. Loey then recalled the terrifying creatures he had seen in the spoiler ending, suspecting they might be fragments of an ancient god of darkness. Recently, the King of Hell had been absorbing many souls who were supposed to be reincarnated. If those souls were injected into bodies containing the essence of the ancient god of darkness, which had been buried in hell, they would transform into monsters known as fragments of the dark god. He understood that the power of hell could not match that of Frontera, which was why she was preparing to become far stronger. Lo then frowned and asked how many of them would be coming. Hector replied that he didn't know. The King of Hell never reported anything to him. Lo glanced over at Javier again, prompting Hector Knight to quickly blurt out that he knew their weaknesses. Afterward, Lo began planning. With all the information they now had, it was time to start preparing for the battle. At the same time, there was another critical task: the restoration of the Gem of Truth. He believed that if they could prevent the King of Hell's appearance from the very beginning, it would be much better. He reminded himself that rushing things could ruin everything. They needed to move slowly and carefully, making progress bit by bit each day. After some time spent repairing, Lloyd finally exhaled and declared that it was enough for today. Javier then stepped forward, admitting that something had been bothering him. When Lloyd asked what it was, whether it had to do with Job Eximus, Javier pointed out that in the end, Lloyd had simply beaten the guy up and forced him to reveal the information. So why had he bothered making a contract in the first place? Lloyd looked completely blank and acted as if he didn't know what Javier was talking about. He claimed it had just been a friendly conversation. Seeing this, Javier was too fed up to say anything further. As he watched Lloyd walk away, he silently wondered whether the contract had been an act of conscience, or just a clever way to avoid guilt. He couldn't understand Lloyd at all. Lloyd continued walking and casually mentioned that the important thing now was to collect holy water. Back at the Count's mansion, an awkward encounter was taking place. On one side stood Raphael, an angel from heaven. On the other was Jock Eximus, a knight of hell. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, neither speaking at first. After a while they began to communicate hesitantly. Raphael introduced himself politely as an angel. George Eximus apologized and returned the greeting, saying he was happy to meet him. Raphael then asked if George was the one who had replied to his message. 300 years ago. George admitted that it was indeed him, and apologized again for what had happened back then. He tried to explain why he had become a demon of hell, suggesting that he might have said something rude at the time, but hadn't meant it seriously. Raphael waved it off, saying it was all right. He reminded George that he too had once said George was a cursed demon, but only because their circumstances were different. He asked if they could try to understand each other. He acknowledged that it might be difficult for George, who had been born into a world of ignorance and forced to work like a demon with pitiful pay. George chuckled and told Raphael that he too had initially thought Raphael was overly strict at work. But it turned out Raphael had also been kicked out of heaven, which, to him, was quite amusing. The two pitiful individuals looked at each other with shared empathy. Two victims of the system had somehow found each other even in hell, back in the mortal realm. Lloyd arrived and commented on how quickly the two had become friends. Raphael responded lightheartedly, explaining that heaven and hell were merely fulfilling their duties, and they weren't truly enemies as people believed. He said he understood that, and that the real problem at hand wasn't some mission from hell, but rather the personal ambition of the king of hell, which now posed a major threat that had to be dealt with. Raphael questioned what the other man meant. After a brief exchange, he seemed to understand and concluded that the king of hell was likely orchestrating something truly horrific. He stated his intention to report the matter to headquarters immediately, as the situation clearly constituted a rebellious and invasive act. He assumed that Lord Wynn would likely issue a strict warning in response. Lloyd then asked how effective such a warning would actually be. Hearing that, Raphael simply turned away in silence, offering no reply. Lloyd let out a sigh, remarking that the warning clearly wouldn't have much effect. Raphael then said he would do his best regardless of what might happen, adding that he genuinely liked this world and thus wanted to help Lloyd as much as he could. Lloyd smiled at that and proposed an idea. He would ensure Raphael had the chance to help, and in return he asked for some angel tears, saying he needed them in order to defeat a dark entity called the Fragment. Raphael froze for a moment upon hearing that, then admitted that indeed, exposure to angel tears would weaken such entities. However, he apologized and said that angels did not cry easily. In fact, he himself had never seen an angel shed tears in all his thousands of years. Lloyd then curiously asked if he could make an angel cry. Surprised, Raphael asked how that would be possible. Without warning, Lloyd suddenly hurled a handful of chili powder directly into Raphael's face, catching him completely off guard. Tears began streaming down Raphael's face as he screamed in pain. Between cries, Raphael shouted that that was how one could force angels to cry, through surprise chili powder attacks. He added, while still in agony, that he was happy to help. Lloyd quickly collected the tears and told Raphael not to move, cautioning that any drops lost would be wasted. Raphael complied and apologized for his carelessness. George Eximus, having watched the entire chaotic scene unfold, couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. He wondered why Raphael seemed so cheerful despite being blatantly mistreated, and whether he himself would end up the same way in the future. At that moment, George realized with dawning horror that his new boss might be even more devilish than the King of Hell himself. Sometime later, Raphael contacted the Celestial Realm to make a report. The manager on the other end acknowledged the situation, saying they had also received some information. Technically speaking, the manager explained, the King of Hell's actions were not considered an invasion. Raphael, clearly alarmed, questioned that claim. He insisted that the moment the king entered the human world, countless people would surely die. The manager calmly elaborated that the King of Hell was not a pleasant being, but the act itself mirrored what angels did when answering the prayers of humans, descending in response to calls from earth. If the one who had first called upon the king was someone named Lone, then the King of Hell was merely answering a request. Therefore, the act didn't violate any global laws. However, should the Celestial Realm choose to launch a war against him, They would be providing him with the very justification he needed to interfere in heavenly affairs. The manager asked whether Raphael could imagine the chaos that might follow. At that moment, Raphael was sitting in a cattle barn, deep in thought. After a long silence, he sighed helplessly, having already suspected that things would turn out exactly as the manager had said. He knew he had to report all of this to Lloyd immediately. Just as he turned around to leave, Lloyd once again ambushed him with a fresh burst of chili powder to the face. However, this time Lloyd furrowed his brows in irritation and scolded Raphael, asking why he had closed his eyes. He demanded to know whether Raphael truly intended to help them or not. Startled, Raphael quickly apologized, explaining that it was simply an angelic reflex. He promised he wouldn't fall for the same trick a second time. Javier suddenly appeared, approached Raphael, and squeezed the angel's cheeks to keep his mouth open. Javier tried to calm everyone down and asked for some understanding toward Raphael. But then, without warning, he reached out as if to poke Raphael directly in the eyes, clearly attempting to force more tears. Raphael broke into a cold sweat. Terrified, Loie immediately stepped in, raising his voice and demanding to know what Javier was doing to the angel. He asked if Javier truly believed he could do anything he pleased just to achieve his goals. He added that if Javier continued like this, he would be no different from the very king of hell they were trying to resist. Javier froze at those words, a sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stood in silence, questioning when exactly he had become this kind of person. Meanwhile, Loie gently picked up Raphael's glasses and asked if he was okay, noting that things had gotten dangerously close just moments ago. Trembling, Raphael thanked him. Loie then carefully put the glasses back on Raphael and theatrically exclaimed that Javier really had gone too far. He warned that if that finger poke had landed, Raphael could have been blinded. In his heart, Javier began to blame himself. Reflecting more deeply on Juvi Frontera, he realized he had done many things that were truly immoral, so much so that even the young master was shocked by what he had become. He knew he needed to reevaluate himself. At that very moment, instead of putting on his glasses, Lloyd jabbed the frame directly into Raphael's eye and exclaimed that he had done it by accident. Seeing this, Javier's face darkened as he cursed inwardly, thinking that the way Lloyd poked Raphael was no different from using one's finger. Meanwhile, Raphael rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his eye and screaming in agony. Lloyd, speaking in an innocent tone, apologized half-heartedly, casually remarking that it must hurt a lot, and told Raphael to go ahead and cry as much as he needed. However, Raphael could only mutter bitterly that he had grown too used to pain, so much so that he couldn't even cry anymore. Lloyd sighed, remarking with exasperation how troublesome angels could be. The two then sat down to brainstorm ways to collect more angel tears. Lloyd recalled having once heard that angels could only cry genuine tears through laughter and happiness. But, he reflected, given how they were constantly hounded by superiors with work deadlines, their emotions had become numb over time. He then fell into contemplation, wondering if it would take something truly hilarious to make them cry. For him, as a scientist, humor was not exactly a strong suit. Just then, the system issued a notification, questioning why Lloyd kept referring to himself as a scientist. Lloyd responded seriously that it wasn't a joke, it was simply the truth. He even asked if anyone had ever met a science major with a good sense of humor. At that moment, Lloyd seemed to remember something. He began to wonder to himself whether that particular thing might work. All he could recall were two ridiculous jokes from one of his university lecturers. Then Lloyd slowly asked a question. What had a round head, a slender body, was hard when in the mouth, and soft once taken out? Raphael was taken aback by the sudden and random nature of the question. Lloyd raised his voice and repeated the riddle. Raphael began to sweat nervously, immediately thinking it couldn't possibly be that part of a man's body as he suspected. He hesitated and muttered to himself, unsure of the answer. Eventually, Lloyd calmly revealed that it was ice cream, a popsicle. Hearing this, the system could only sigh, while Raphael stood frozen in disbelief, and even Javier was stunned silent. Lloyd mumbled an explanation, stating that a popsicle had a long shape, was hard at first, then softened and melted later. Right then, Raphael clapped his thigh with a loud slap and burst into laughter, repeatedly slapping his leg while exclaiming how funny it was. Both Lloyd and Javier were surprised at his sudden outburst, their faces frozen with shock. And finally, from Raphael's shining eyes, the long-awaited holy tears began to flow. Lloyd swiftly caught them with practiced precision. Without wasting time, Lloyd launched into another question. What dies if not beaten, but lives if beaten? He immediately answered himself. It was the heart. Raphael laughed even harder, rolling around and once again shedding tears. He told Lloyd that he really did have a knack for humor. Inwardly, Lloyd began calculating. He realized that these highly concentrated angelic tears could be gathered in large quantities. He had already discovered a pattern through multiple fate resets. He silently resolved to dispatch rapid response teams to every hot zone. After that, Lloyd and Javier dove into the lake and made their way to the truth gem. While working, Lloyd reminded himself that he needed to limit the places he had to visit personally. He recalled what Raphael had said about spiritual merit, but lamented that for now, all he was doing was cleaning up the mess he had made. It wasn't exactly virtuous at this point. He looked into the truth gem and considered asking it how to prevent the King of Hell from descending, or how to face and defeat him. Not long afterward, once they had collected enough tears, Raphael was left utterly exhausted, his cheeks sunken as he lay resting on a bed. Still, Lloyd wasn't ready to stop joking. He asked another riddle. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Then he answered. It was mankind. Raphael, though limp on the bed, let out a faint laugh. Light twisted across his face, and eventually he burst out laughing once more, his breathing ragged from overexertion. But no more tears came. Shortly after, he fell asleep from laughing too hard. Seeing this, Lloyd let out a disappointed click of the tongue. He looked at the now full 3-liter container of angel tears in his hand, and his expression fell slightly. Was this really all they could gather? Javier furrowed his brow. With such a small amount, he wondered aloud whether it would be enough to stop the fragment of the elder god, but before anyone else could answer, he shook his head and told himself. It clearly would not be. Lloyd wore a cunning smile, though it was just a sliver of progress. He believed he had discovered a way to turn the tide in his favor. As night fell and the moon illuminated the mountains, a soft notification echoed, reminding him that only 30 days remained until the solar eclipse. Standing high above, Lloyd looked toward the distant city, recalling what George Eximus had once revealed to him. The scene transitioned into a memory. George Eximus, a Hell Knight, had explained that if pure angelic tears were dropped onto the fragment, it could be destroyed. However, gathering the required amount of those tears was impossible. Nevertheless, there was another way. If the tears were diluted, then even a single drop could purify an entire lake. That lake water, in turn, could be used to weaken the fragment of the elder god, returning to the present. Lloyd confirmed that their region was strong enough to defeat their enemies. He added that once they succeeded, they would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the King of Hell. Since the demon would descend into the world by possessing a human vessel, there was still a chance to stop him. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Lloyd, offering him the choice to view a revelation of the ending. He accepted without hesitation. Lloyd thought to himself that such revelations were only displayed on nights of the full moon. This would be the final spoiler before the eclipse arrived, and this time, the ending would be entirely different from before. Without delay, he pressed yes. In an instant, he found himself standing before the scene that foretold the ending. Confused, he wondered aloud what was going on. The King of Hell's voice echoed coldly, stating that Lloyd had done nothing wrong. The words left Lloyd stunned. It was exactly like the previous time. Just then, the future version of Lloyd appeared to be looking directly at him and said something that startled him. The King of Hell could see everything. This statement left the present. Lloyd, deeply surprised, immediately after, the vision ended, along with the future Lloyd's brief appearance. As the illusion faded, Lloyd fell into silent reflection, wondering what message his future self had tried to convey. He was convinced it had been a clue, one that pointed to how to undo everything. It meant the King of Hell was watching and knew his every move. Then Lloyd smiled. If that was the case, then perhaps all he needed to do was ensure he wasn't being watched, or at least find a way to slip past that surveillance. At the same moment, the King of Hell was indeed watching Lloyd through a computer screen. Noticing the confident smile on Lloyd's face, he silently questioned what that smug expression could mean. Was it possible that the boy had uncovered something he himself wasn't aware of? Lloyd walked forward with determined steps, while the King of Hell continued to observe him in silence. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, a lower-ranking angel came rushing in with urgent news. The angel, visibly shaken, informed Gabriel that a new petition had just arrived, one so powerful that he had been unable to resist its force. Gabriel let out a sigh, guessing that it must have been Lloyd again. He reminded the messenger that he had already said there was nothing he could do for that boy, but the subordinate angel remained troubled. He acknowledged the warning but added that this time there was a particularly puzzling line in the petition. The scene shifted to hell. The King of Hell stared at Lloyd on the screen and wondered aloud what exactly the boy was doing. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. He picked it up, asking what it was. On the other end, Gabriel's voice came through. He addressed the King of Hell by his name, Helkaros, and remarked that he had heard whispers suggesting Helkaros was scheming something. Helkaros replied calmly, claiming he had no idea what Gabriel was referring to. Then, with composure, he offered an explanation. There was simply a desperate human in the mortal world, and he had merely extended a small helping hand, but Gabriel's voice turned stern. He pressed further, asking what Helkaros intended to do if Lord Frontera truly submitted a petition to borrow heavenly forces. Helkaros let out a dry chuckle, reflecting on the Great War, and how he had been imprisoned in hell for so many years, drained to such a degree that he no longer feared anything. After a brief silence, he burst into laughter again, assuring that there was no need to worry. He insisted that Lloyd would never do such a thing. He would not destroy the world over a personal matter. Gabriel, clearly irritated, muttered that it was easy for Helkaros to say so. He told him to wait while he uploaded something to the computer and urged him to take a closer look. A moment later, a message was sent directly to the Lord of Hell. When he opened it, he was met with a video of a cat singing a children's song. Meow, 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 washing a cat's face. So ugly, even its mom doesn't love it. Helkaros's face darkened immediately, but the song continued to echo in the room. No towel, so it just keeps licking. Now its eyes hurt and it cries. Meow, meow. He frowned and asked in a baffled tone what on earth he was looking at. Gabriel quickly told him to look again, insisting that it wasn't a joke. At the same time, he gestured discreetly to one of his subordinates, who immediately ran off. Meanwhile, down in the mortal realm, Lloyd's face lit up with a smug smile upon receiving the message. Your request has been processed, Lord. Hell will not be able to monitor you for the next 5 minutes. Lloyd thought to himself that he had told them he feared Hell's surveillance, and that's why he submitted a request to temporarily block it. This way, he had both reassured Heaven and freed himself from Hell's eyes. Benefiting both sides, he quickly handed an object to Javier and told him to take it. Javier, surprised, asked what it was, but Lloyd shouted, instructing him to pour it into Lake Kabu. They were going to produce a great amount of divine water. Then, without delay, Lloyd directed him to go see his parents. At that moment, he imagined Javier rushing toward the Count and Countess, urgently delivering the message. That he had important news, back in Hell. The music continued playing. The next song featured a duck spreading its wings, 2 young lizards biting each other playfully, and a baby bird chirping from a high branch. A cute cat on the screen let out a cheerful meow. The screen displayed typical video options, like subscribe, exit. Helkaros, with a deadpan expression, chose exit. After a heavy silence, he finally spoke up, asking what the hell that old angel had just sent him. Gabriel, keeping a straight face, asked whether it wasn't great. He remarked how catchy the songs were, saying they were freaking amazing. Then proudly announced that it was from his newly created YouTube channel. He told Helkaros to subscribe and like the video if he enjoyed it. However, before the video could finish, Helkaros, now seething with fury, smashed his phone and ended the call. He then turned back to the screen with renewed determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lloyd remained bowing his head as before, until suddenly he looked up with a triumphant smile. It seemed as though he had just realized something crucial. At that moment, the Lord of Hell's face twisted in rage, veins bulging with blood. Up in heaven, Gabriel let out a weary sigh. He muttered an apology, saying that this was all he could do for Lloyd, but he promised that one day he would repay the favor properly. The scene shifted. Not long after, the two of them had already finished their work. Lloyd had completed the restoration of the truth gem. He sat quietly, deep in thought, reflecting that the gem was now restored and that it was time to reactivate it quickly. Javier then asked what question Lloyd planned to ask the truth gem. In response, Lloyd murmured that he wasn't sure yet. He continued to contemplate, wondering whether he should ask how to defeat the King of Hell. But he reminded himself that if the answer had been so simple, the ending would surely have revealed it already. He then considered whether he should instead ask how he could survive. Yet again, he doubted it. If it were that easy, the answer would have appeared in the conclusion as well. As he submerged deeper into the water, Lloyd stared at the truth gem. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Even if he managed to uncover an answer, the King of Hell would be watching his every move and would counter each step he took. If he asked the gem right now, there was a chance it could be destroyed forever. He came to a decision. Perhaps the true path forward lay not in the question, but in the battle itself, one that would rely entirely on what he had managed to prepare in the brief span of 5 minutes when the King of Hell wasn't watching. Lloyd stood still in contemplation for a long while. Then, slowly, his hand dropped onto the bank. From a distance, Javier watched as Lloyd emerged from the water and swam back to shore. When he arrived, Javier asked what question he had ended up choosing. Lloyd replied that he would think a little more before asking anything. He mentioned that he had already prepared quite a lot, so there was no need to rely too heavily on the gem. Javier listened silently, thoughtful, offering no reply. Elsewhere, the King of Hell was coldly watching the screen. He admitted, with a hint of concern, that he was a little anxious about whatever Lloyd had prepared. Lloyd was no fool. He wasn't someone who could be easily underestimated, but unfortunately for him, the king believed this battle had already been rigged in his favor, for it was the will of the world itself that Lloyd should die. Later, Lloyd lay curled up on his bed, overcome by anxiety and fear. Images of being mercilessly struck down by the King of Hell haunted him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In the end, he was still just a human. No one wanted their soul to be traded away to the King of Hell. He told himself that he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be separated from anyone. Meanwhile, Javier stood alone beneath the moonlight, gazing at the lake. He thought quietly to himself that, upon reflection, Lloyd had come too close to death far too many times. It had changed him, made him no longer normal. And now, the King of Hell was after his life again. Javier wondered. If the true soul of Lord Frontera had originally been destined to die and descend into hell, and if Lloyd had escaped that fate by taking over his body, then what if this ongoing fate restoration phenomenon was always trying to correct that mistake by killing people? He speculated further. What if the King of Hell's invasion was actually part of this phenomenon? If he could somehow stop the restoration of fate, then maybe all of these nightmares would finally come to an end. Without hesitation, he reached toward the massive gemstone and shouted silently in his heart, demanding that the truth gem tell him how to stop the phenomenon of fate restoration. The truth gem began to glow fiercely. Javier suspected that this was the very thing Lloyd had been trying to keep hidden all along. Suddenly, a strange melody rang out from the truth gem. The gem began to sing in a bizarre tone. A duck spreads its wings, 2 little lizards play and bite each other off, a young bird on a high branch, chirping joyfully, chirping joyfully. Javier froze in place, stunned by the strange sound emanating from the gem, and watched as glowing musical notes danced through the deep blue water. He stared intently at the truth gem, wondering what these strange sounds meant. Then, the gem spoke again, reminding him that nothing came for free. It demanded that he reveal another secret in exchange. At that moment, Javier recalled what the people of the region had once said. They had all spoken joyfully of Lloyd, saying that thanks to him, they now lived in peace and abundance. They remembered that he had once been nothing more than a troublemaker. But now, because of him, their lives were secure. One villager had affirmed that everyone in the land felt grateful to General Lloyd. The general always paid attention to those in need and offered them strength to become self-reliant. To them, he was both a benefactor and a savior. Another villager remarked that Lloyd must care deeply for the people of the region. A young man had even laughed brightly, joking that if what was said were true, then the general must have wings like an angel. The burly man continued speaking, expressing his disbelief in notions of angels. He said that while the general might care for them, there was no reason for someone of his status to truly love them. In the end, they were merely common folk helping him earn money. The villagers joined in, adding that if they were happy and motivated, it would ultimately benefit him as well. That was why he had created a good living environment for them. They emphasized that this didn't mean they weren't grateful. On the contrary, they appreciated that he wasn't like the typical nobles who only cared about their wealth. They said they were genuinely thankful and held him in high regard. One of them firmly stated their belief that everyone in the land likely felt the same way. Another person concluded that a noble as intelligent as the general surely couldn't truly love them. He pointed out that nobles and commoners were fundamentally different. Javier fell silent upon hearing their words, then told himself inwardly that he knew the truth. Young Master Lloyd truly loved and cherished every single person in this land. At that moment, the truth stone suddenly began to glow brilliantly. Its radiant light spread out like shimmering meteor trails across the sky, prompting everyone to lift their heads in awe of the breathtaking sight. Then glowing letters formed in the night sky as the truth stone delivered its message. Lord Lloyd Frontera truly loves and cherishes every single one of his people. Everyone in the territory smiled as they saw the message illuminating the heavens. Lloyd looked up. The truth stone had activated. That message could only be manifested by someone who could channel magical power through the deepest depths of emotion. His eyes widened, filled with shock and astonishment. In that instant, Javier's plea echoed in Lloyd's mind, the same words he had said earlier, asking him to reveal how to stop the phenomenon of fated restoration and begging him to protect the world. A sudden flash passed through Lloyd's memory. He saw himself standing across from Javier, who was slowly fading away. But even then, Javier hadn't forgotten to smile and say his parting words, urging Lloyd to live well, like a true hero. Without hesitation, Lloyd leapt out the window and shouted for his little bird. In response, the loyal white bird flew out from inside his shirt and swallowed the seed, instantly growing larger. It swiftly flew toward him and caught him mid-air, letting out a loud cry as it flapped its powerful wings and took off. Meanwhile, from beneath the water, Javier heard the voice of the Truth Stone resounding around him, telling him that it was now his turn to ask what he wished to know. At the same time, Lloyd gritted his teeth and accelerated, desperately trying to reach Javier in time to stop him. Javier looked upward, his gaze unwavering, and declared internally that this was the phenomenon of fated restoration. As Lloyd neared the lake, he immediately jumped down, holding the staff tightly and aiming straight for the water's surface. He grasped the staff with all his strength and unleashed his full power, shouting with everything he had. But at that exact moment, a violent whirlpool surged up and engulfed his entire body. Water spiraled into the sky and burst into massive waves. This was the result of the Truth Stone's full activation. Javier soon found himself standing before the Truth Stone, which then drew him into a pitch-black space. Back on the outside, Lloyd used a bolt launcher to propel himself through the raging vortex. The mechanism absorbed water and fired him downward, shaking the ground with such intensity that even Javier struggled to remain standing. Soon after, the whirlpool began to fade, and everything returned to silence. Deep beneath the surface, in the still, dark water, the pale blue glow of the Truth Stone continued to shimmer softly. Javier quickly discovered a creature created by Lloyd hiding at the bottom. "From behind!" Lloyd shouted urgently, warning Javier not to move, or he would destroy the object, the Truth Stone. Javier looked back at him with a cold gaze, and with a puzzled expression, asked why Lloyd would destroy it so hastily, especially since it was already beyond repair. Lloyd, startled by Javier's reaction, hesitantly asked what question he had asked the stone. Javier calmly replied that he had asked about how to delay the phenomenon of fate restoration. Lloyd furrowed his brows, confused by the term delay, prompting Javier to explain that even if they couldn't stop it, they could at least slow it down or temporarily halt it. Hearing that, Lloyd's tense expression eased slightly as he asked if such a method truly existed. Javier nodded and confirmed that there was a way among all the fates Lloyd had altered in this world, if they could restore one with the most significant impact to its original state. Just one, such as... Javier's eyes grew sharper as he looked down at the shattered pieces of the Truth Stone, which he had just destroyed with his own hands. He explained that doing so would buy them approximately 1 month, a window of time during which Lloyd could rest assured. Lloyd let out a relieved sigh, realizing that he had asked the right question all along. He had been so tense that he hadn't noticed anything else. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he smiled and turned away, saying they could now focus and prepare for the coming battle. He silently thanked fate that no one had questioned why he had rushed to destroy the stone. Murmuring to himself, he thought that remaining silent when not being asked was often for the best. At that moment, Javier called out to him, addressing him formally. Lloyd turned back and asked what was the matter. Javier, with resolute eyes, requested that when everything was over, Lloyd should tell him the truth that Lloyd had desperately wanted to hide, the one so dangerous that he had chosen to destroy the Truth Stone just to conceal it. Lloyd remained silent for a while before gently replying that he promised. The other man gave a firm smile and declared that they would win. In the calm waters, Javier's eyes shimmered with a quiet sorrow that could not be put into words. As the sunset bathed the sky in crimson, its hue lent a melancholic tint to the room where Countess Marabella sat silently by the window, staring into the distance. In that stillness, Akos entered, his eyes full of concern. He approached gently and called her name. Marabella lifted her head, her voice trembling as she responded to him. Akos took her hand, gripping it firmly as if to pass on some warmth, and asked if she was afraid. She nodded softly, tears glittering in her eyes, and admitted that she was, though not for herself, but for the young man who had been like a son to them. Akos sat down in front of her, his eyes filled with sorrow. He confessed that he too was afraid because the Demon King was coming to attack them. His thoughts drifted to not long ago, when Lloyd had arrived, speaking in urgent tones, Addressing both the Count and the Countess, he had breathlessly reported that the Demon King was about to launch an assault on their land. Startled, Marabella had asked him to repeat what he had just said. Lloyd, wasting no time, had said that there was no room for lengthy explanations and requested permission to carry out several preparations. Speaking with firm determination, he had pointed to a map and declared that the first step would be to destroy a portion of the Kabua Lake Dam in order to flood the region. The Count had broken into a cold sweat, asking if Lloyd truly intended to destroy everything they had built. Lloyd had replied that they had no other choice. The Demon King's army was too powerful. That was why, he had explained, he had turned the waters of Kabua Lake into holy water. At that moment, a vision had appeared. Javier, following Lloyd's instructions, had poured the tears of an angel into the lake, and the surface of the water had immediately begun to shine with divine light. Loie continued explaining that if they were to blow up the lake and drown the enemy army, their power would be significantly weakened. Marabella was stunned and interrupted, voicing her concern that she was still fighting against the phenomenon of fate restoration. And now, with the appearance of the Demon King, she wondered whether all of this was somehow connected to that same phenomenon. Loie nodded gently, saying there was a high possibility. The Count, clearly worried, asked why the Demon King would attack and what was so special about this land to warrant such an action. Loie didn't respond immediately, but after a pause, he quietly said that the time would come when he would reveal everything. In the end, the Count gave a firm nod and said they should place their trust in Loie. He believed that Lloyd would not fail. Back in the present, the Count was trying to comfort his wife. She was visibly distressed, her eyes welling up with tears. She confessed that her fear wasn't for herself, but for Lloyd, to her. He was like their own child. The Count reassured her that he understood how she felt, but insisted that they needed to have faith in the boy. He would be safe. Eventually, meanwhile, in a different corner of the blacksmith's workshop, Solitas sat with a weary sigh after all the effort he had poured into the preparations. He looked at the divine creation he had just completed, an entity that sparkled as if it had been born from pure light, and quietly hoped that it would be enough. At that moment, Lloyd and Loie arrived and immediately applauded loudly upon seeing Solitas's latest creation, marveling at it and asking whether it was truly his masterpiece. Solitas cast them a sideways glance and replied that, if not him, then who else could it be? Loie, still visibly impressed, admitted that he had thought Solitas's abilities had already peaked. Solitas raised an eyebrow at the remark and accused him, half playfully, of finally admitting that he had been deceived in the past. He then began to recount how, for months on end, he had repeated the same tasks every single day. Initially, he had seen little progress, but over time, the results had improved greatly. A soft smile played on his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Loie scratched his head and told him not to be overly polite. It was, after all, a win-win agreement they had made. He then produced a new contract, saying he had prepared it in advance for their mutual benefit. Solitas narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what kind of trick this was now. A short-term rental agreement, perhaps. Loie's friend chuckled, though his tone carried a hint of seriousness as he revealed that the Demon King would be arriving soon. They needed to evacuate the people, and he wanted to borrow one of Solitas's ancient relics. Solitas glanced at the contract and let out a sigh, remarking that it all seemed a bit much. The other man gave an awkward smile, noting that frowning wouldn't help anything. He added that thanks to Solitas, his own skills had improved, and he now felt confident enough to start a family. Then he asked Solitas to state his terms. Solitas tilted his chin and asked what he would be paid in return. Loie flashed a cunning grin and declared that he would arrange a date for Solitas, with a beautiful dragoness. Solitas immediately nodded and agreed to the deal. Loie remarked that he had accepted far too quickly, joking that it didn't make much sense for someone planning to borrow a dragon relic to go on a date like that. The other person gave a sly wink, remarking that pride wouldn't get Lloyd a date. Moreover, they pointed out that if the Demon King were to attack, wouldn't it make more sense for Lloyd to ask for their help in battle? After all, they were much stronger now than when they had first met. Lloyd let out a laugh, replying that they both knew dragons couldn't intervene directly in the human world. Solitas nodded thoughtfully, admitting that it was true. The Dragon King himself had once said the same, never to interfere directly with this world. Curious, Lloyd asked whether Solitas had actually met the Dragon King. Solitas gave a slight nod and explained that it had happened once. During the duel between Lloyd and the Angel, the Dragon King had seemed somewhat fond of Lloyd for reasons Solitas couldn't quite understand. Solitas recalled the words the Dragon King had spoken back then. "Win, I would be saddened if you died." Lloyd fell silent for a moment, lips pressed tightly, before replying with quiet confidence that he would, of course, win. Javier said nothing in response. Though once they had stepped outside, he finally asked whether Lloyd had truly been dating a female dragon. The other person merely brushed the question aside, stating that the evacuation of the civilians had been completed and now it was time to prepare for war. Javier continued, wondering aloud if his young master had deceived Solitas once again. Lloyd simply smiled and replied that all they needed to do now was focus their minds on the coming war. Javier asked if the young master truly intended to fight and win. Lloyd laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed that of course he did. Winning was his favorite thing. Javier fell silent at that, while Lloyd, stroking his chin, added that in order to evacuate the people and prepare for battle, they would need to come up with a convincing explanation, something clever enough to prevent panic, yet vague enough to obscure the truth. Just as they were wrestling with this dilemma, a voice rang out. Lloyd turned to see that it was Bayan. He greeted the man, saying he had been planning to speak with him anyway. Bayan quickly delivered his report, saying that townspeople had already begun preparations for evacuation. However, they needed further guidance to dissuade those who wished to stay and fight. Lloyd was momentarily stunned. Inwardly, he questioned how the people had found out and how many of them now knew the truth. Bayan went on to explain that it had been the Countess and Sir Raphael who had informed them. After all, if the Demon King truly targeted their land, then sacrifices would be inevitable. At that moment, Bayan pointed off into the distance. The strongest warriors had gathered, every one of them loyal to the land and to Lloyd. Bayan urged him to give the order. Before Lloyd stood warriors of all races, ready and waiting. His heart grew heavy with guilt, as he realized the truth. The Demon King wasn't targeting the land, he was targeting him. There was no reason for these people to sacrifice themselves. Determination flashed in Lloyd's eyes as he told himself that he had to fight this battle alone. But before he could speak further, Javier's voice rang out, filled with unshakable courage. Javier declared to everyone that the Demon King's true target was Lord Lloyd Frontera. But they all knew how powerful their leader was. The Demon King wanted to drag Lloyd down into hell and turn him into an eternal slave. He raised his sword high, light radiating from its blade, and cried out that if anyone wished to protect their leader, then they should rise and lift their weapons alongside him. A thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. Cries to protect Lord Frontera echoed from every direction. That, they declared, was their mission. Thousands of spears and swords were lifted skyward, glinting with a resolve that could not be shaken. Lloyd looked around, his mind a storm of emotions. His eyes reflected unease as he witnessed the fiery determination of those gathered, and far away, somewhere beyond the battle lines, a hidden enemy observed the scene with a sneer. With a voice steeped in disdain, they muttered how foolish these people were. The scene shifted not long afterward. Loey and his comrades stood atop a high vantage point, quietly observing the unfolding events below. Elsewhere, their enemy sat alone in a cold, dimly lit room, gripping a pen tightly as if he were signing a death sentence for the entire land. Meanwhile, the evacuation of the population was nearing completion. Bayan reported that the process was almost done. Addressing Lot Lloyd with urgency, Lloyd gave a slight nod and acknowledged the report, suggesting that Bayan should leave as well. However, Bayan firmly refused. He declared himself a senior knight of Frontera and insisted on staying to fight. Loy, maintaining his composure, calmly explained that in such critical moments, one needed to think carefully. He reminded Bayan that no one knew the land better than he did, and if they were to fail, only Bayan could lead the people in rebuilding. Loy urged him to go. Though clearly hesitant, Bayan eventually nodded in agreement. He entrusted the responsibility of defending the land to Javier, officially passing on the title. From that moment on, Javier was to serve as the senior knight of Frontera, tasked with protecting the land and their young master at all costs. At the teleportation gate, civilians continued to flee in haste. Solitas, nearly exhausted, gasped for breath as she urged everyone to hurry, saying there were only 30 people left and she had little strength remaining. In the crowd, a young girl clung to her younger brother, sobbing. She asked her brother why he looked so sad and expressed fear that he and Sakuga would remain behind to fight. She worried about what would happen if something went wrong. The young man, however, smiled gently to reassure her. He asked her to imagine whether someone like their young master could possibly lose, and insisted that he himself could not afford to lose either. To him, this was just a short break. He promised they would win, instilling in her a fragile but growing sense of hope. In that moment, the somber atmosphere gave way to one filled with renewed belief. Hope and determination burned brightly in their hearts. They were ready to fight to the end to protect their homeland and the people they loved. The evacuation pressed on urgently. Magical teleportation spells activated one after another, enveloping the evacuees in blazing red light as they disappeared, one by one from the battlefield. Only the warriors remained, bracing themselves for a do-or-die battle. It was then that the true emotions of one soldier began to surface. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes betrayed his deep anxiety as he looked toward those who stayed behind. Far above, in the realm of heaven, a voice spoke. Someone asked whether the other wanted to fight alongside Lloyd Frontera. The reply was calm and somewhat teasing, assuring that Hell wouldn't be able to capture him. After all, he was currently a banned angel, and therefore beyond Hell's reach. He casually referred to the other speaker as Father. Gabriel clarified that that wasn't his point. He warned that the king of the underworld possessed ancient and immense power, and that stepping into the battlefield might be dangerous. But Raphael, holding his sacred ring and angelic hammer, responded with confidence. He believed he could serve as a significant source of strength for their side. Gabriel, startled, pointed out that those two weapons were still under a sacred seal. He asked how Raphael planned to use them. Despite the restriction, Raphael responded nonchalantly, stating that the two artifacts would simply be stolen by a forbidden angel. Hearing this, Gabriel appeared so disinterested that he couldn't even be bothered to respond. As the scene shifted, Atalis, wearing a worried expression, flew urgently to Lloyd and reported that they had discovered a pile of wild animal corpses far to the east. All of the bodies, she added, had been completely drained of blood. Lloyd, upon hearing the news, grew anxious and immediately suspected the blood man from earlier. Delord pondered aloud how the enemy would collect 10 units of fear. Could it be from wild animals? Then quickly dismissed the thought as impossible. He recalled that George Eximus had once explained in detail the method for summoning the King of Hell. It had to be during a solar eclipse. Fear generated precisely at that time was the key to summoning the Dark Ruler. But how would the enemy collect 10 units of fear like that? Their warriors, he insisted, were resolute and not easily shaken. Lloyd, with a grim tone, muttered that he knew the reason. All of them had chosen to fight willingly, driven by unwavering determination. When he thought about it, this war, this burden, should have been someone else's. Yet they were risking their lives, without fear, just for him. He told himself that such heroic stories didn't exist. Back in the present, Javier asked whether Lloyd believed that everyone was fighting for the people and places they cherished. Lloyd shook his head and replied that the true target of the King of Hell was himself. Javier sighed and remarked that Lloyd probably still cared too much about others and trivial matters. That was why, he added with a teasing tone, Lloyd remained single. Girls hated that kind of man. Lloyd admitted that under normal circumstances, he would have shaved Javier's head. But at this moment, he chose to listen instead, Javier continued, saying that everyone in this region had benefited greatly from their young master. Clean roads, warm beds, good labor health, protection from illness, accessible jobs, and a life free from hunger. That, he said, was what they were striving to preserve, and it could only continue as long as their master remained. He asserted that they were fighting not for Lloyd, but for themselves. Meanwhile, the front lines had already been fortified. Every single person was fully prepared for the coming battle. The eclipse had begun to take shape in the sky, slowly dimming the light. Behind Lloyd, his spirit beasts had grown into their larger forms, ready and looming in silence. Gradually, the eclipse began to veil the heavens. Deep within the underworld, the King of Hell paused his work. Rising from his seat, he straightened his robes with solemnity. At the same time, Lloyd rose too, a look of unwavering resolve in his eyes. The eclipse neared completion. On the tower's summit, Raphael posed a quiet question. If the King of Hell truly appeared, would Jock Eximus have to face him? George Simpson responded, reflecting that Frontera's treatment of the people might, after all, have been more justifiable. He had no intention of giving up such a lucrative position. As the solar eclipse fully swallowed the sky, the sound of war drums echoed across the land, signaling the beginning of a battle of life and death. From above, the Bloodman appeared, riding a crimson vulture, accompanied by a horde of blood beasts under his command. Lloyd looked on with steady eyes, thinking to himself that even though his people knew the King of Hell's army was approaching, they still stood tall and fought. There was no fear in them. He wondered silently how the enemy intended to harvest the 10 fears now. Suddenly, from the blood-red sky, a massive winged creature dove down. The Bloodman's voice rang out with venomous hatred as he screamed his intent to destroy Lloyd Frontera. In response, Lloyd merely smirked with contempt. He mocked the man, suggesting that he must be mentally unstable to get so furious over a minor defeat, and that someone as foolish as him could do nothing but scream out of jealousy. The man in the cloak fell silent for a moment, His face twisted with rage before he finally roared that he hadn't come to exchange words. He had come to destroy everything. He gave the order to his army, and thousands of crimson demons surged downward like a plague from hell. Each step they took shook the earth like a quake. Below, the warrior alliance, beastkin, elves, and humans, stood ready. Lloyd remained composed, calculating his next move. He reasoned that preventing the King of Hell's arrival was their best chance. On the surface, it didn't seem too difficult. If they could defeat the Bloodman, it might be enough to end this. Yet, as Lloyd observed the battlefield, the enemy let out a thunderous roar, his body radiating a terrifying killing intent. The sight of the red horde storming the land caused the ground to tremble. Still, Lloyd didn't waver. No matter how many came, he believed Javier alone would be enough to handle them. He gave the command for one of his AI troops to fall back, but a sudden flicker of doubt crossed Lloyd's mind. What exactly was the enemy planning? At that very moment, Atanis appeared behind the Bloodman, her eyes glowing with red energy. She unleashed her secret technique, Black Eye, and instantly read the enemy's entire strategy. The cloaked man was stunned and demanded to know how she could possibly have known. She coldly declared that she had seen through every piece of his plan. He had walked right into their trap. Lloyd shouted in agreement just as the warriors prepared to open fire on the monsters. But then, the girl abruptly halted them. She told them not to attack, explaining that the beasts also had feelings. The enemy, she said, was harvesting their fear, but it was already too late. The Bloodman had already gathered enough fearful energy from the beasts. It coalesced into a glowing orb of purple magical power in his hand. With a scream of hatred, he launched it, shouting for them all to die. Atanis launched a counterattack, casting a stream of dark magic that wrapped around the enemy and flung him violently into the distance. The Bloodman screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the battlefield. In that very instant, realization struck Lloyd. He had nearly fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he shouted a command, ordering Javier to dig into the ground immediately. Javier appeared without delay, like a guardian angel descending from the heavens. His radiant wings unfurled behind him as he gripped his sword tightly. With a brilliant flash of light, he landed with immense force, roaring as he channeled all his strength into the earth. The ground trembled violently. Massive rocks were hurled upward as a colossal pit opened beneath them, as if the earth itself were devouring everything above. From within the depths of this gaping hole, blood-red beasts, creatures summoned from hell, began to tumble downward. They shrieked and thrashed, but could not resist the pull drawing them into the abyss. Lloyd issued another command, ordering his allies to surround and neutralize the monsters. At once, adorable, tiny creatures, his faithful companions, leapt forward and formed a circle around the hellspawn. One of them, the sweet-faced mouse named Budong, tried to reassure the panicked beasts, squeaking comfortingly that they had nothing to fear and would not be harmed. While the monsters reeled in confusion, Atanis struck from afar, lashing the red-robed Bloodman and slamming him into the ground. A brutal blow landed straight across his face. Lloyd slowly approached, a staff in his hand, placing his foot firmly on the enemy's chest. With cold resolve, he demanded to know how defeat tasted. The Bloodman, wild-eyed and frothing with rage, screamed that Lloyd should stop pretending. He shouted that Lloyd had stolen everything from him, that he would never forgive him, and that he wanted all of them dead. His voice rose in madness, trembling with fury, his entire body convulsing as he thrashed like a madman. Lloyd observed the scene with a hint of disbelief. He found it difficult to comprehend that someone could descend into such insanity. Nowhere he had ever been, no world he had visited, had shown him a creature as deranged as this one. With a furrowed brow and a cold stare, he considered that perhaps if he ended the man's life now, everything would be over. But as he stood there deep in thought, a flood of questions surged through his mind. Why, he wondered, did fate continue to insist that one of the two of them had to die? At that very moment, the system displayed a message. Fate point restored. Fish boys. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, the king of the underworld raised his head toward the blood-red sky, where a giant swirling portal had begun to open. A grim omen, Lloyd issued another command, instructing Lady Atanis to continue observing with the blood eye. She nodded, her glowing red eyes brimming with caution. On the other side, the king of the underworld remained calm, still waiting to be summoned. Lloyd pressed forward, determination burning in his gaze. He told his enemy that it was over, that he had lost completely, and now it was time to pay the price. The Bloodman hissed back with eyes full of hatred. His expression startled even Atanis. With bloodshot crimson eyes, he let out a maniacal laugh and declared that even if he died, he would still destroy Lloyd. His body convulsed violently, blood spilling from his mouth in heavy bursts. Atanis tried to hold him down, panicking as she realized there was no way to stop what was coming. The Bloodman's body began to transform. Radiating a deadly black and red aura, Lloyd sensed something was terribly wrong and shouted for them to wait. But it was too late. A violent explosion of crimson-black energy erupted from the Bloodman's body as he screamed to the Underworld King, pleading for his final prayer to be answered. He offered himself as a loyal sacrifice. In an instant, his body dissolved into a mist of blood and detonated. Lloyd stumbled back in shock. He muttered to himself that the man had just committed suicide to offer a sacrifice. A chill ran down his spine, somewhere far away, as if sensing the event. The King of the Underworld's expression shifted. A faint smile formed on his lips. As the Bloodman died, every hellish beast he had summoned screamed in pain. One by one, they exploded, their souls torn apart and sucked toward the swirling portal in the sky. A massive vortex of purple light coiled upward, rising like a pillar of energy. Lloyd quickly understood what had happened. With the mage's death, the monsters had perished as well. Their fear and anguish were now being harvested. Just as the mage had planned, he realized with horror that death and fear were being used as fuel to summon something even more terrifying. Streams of fearful energy from the fallen beasts were now flowing upward, gathering into a massive whirlpool in the sky. From it, a grotesque skull, glowing with magical light, began to take shape. At that moment, Javier too understood what was happening. So this was the mage's true goal. He was harvesting fear. Javier summoned his sword of light and launched himself into the sky, slashing at the stream of energy. With a fierce battle cry, he struck the vortex with all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the summoning gate did not waver. Watching this, Javier could only grit his teeth in frustration. Then, from the skull above, a voice echoed, deep and unshakable. It declared that once the summoning ritual had begun, it could not be stopped. No matter what they did, it would continue, just like gravity, like time itself, flowing ever forward. On the ground below, Lloyd tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. The King of the Underworld, from within the skull, flesh began to form. It stared directly at Lloyd with glowing red eyes and a twisted, horrifying grin. It spoke, declaring that it had come for him, Lloyd Frontier. The ground quaked violently. A suffocating pressure descended like a deathly mist, wrapping tightly around every living being. Loey and his guards stood tall in the heart of the battlefield, their eyes filled with unwavering vigilance. Despite the howling storm of magical energy swirling around them, they remained composed, unmoved. Just ahead, at the center of a blood-red vortex, a furious magical spiral erupted. From within that churning void, a vague figure hovered midair, its entire body glowing with a dark purple aura of power. Then came the trembling voice of the King of the Underworld. Not out of fear, but due to the sheer horror of the power being unleashed, he was heard commanding the fragments of an ancient god to rise and march forth at his will. The moment his words faded, a spatial rift tore open amidst the eclipsed sky. It stretched from the city into the heavens above and pierced downward into the very depths of hell. Loy froze. That was hell. He could feel the tortured screams, the seething resentment rising from its abyssal core, and then, boom! A colossal clawed limb burst through the gateway, breaching the boundary between worlds. Immediately afterward, hordes of grotesque, malformed creatures with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes began swarming out like an army of ants. The fabric of space twisted. The sky looked as though it were being ripped apart. Warriors from the allied forces, humans, beastfolk, and mages, lifted their gazes to the sky with resolute expressions. A monstrous entity, towering like a mountain, slowly emerged. Its eyes burned red like twin suns of blood, and its mouth was filled with countless razor-like teeth, each sharp as a blade. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that shredded the eardrums of those nearby, and from the rift behind it, more creatures poured forth, one after another. Loey clenched his fists tightly. The twisted creatures, some resembling mutated insects, others like skeletal trees, rose relentlessly from the depths of the abyss, screaming as if hell itself had invaded the mortal realm. In the midst of that chaotic wind, Loey muttered quietly that the moment had finally arrived. The battle had begun. He had seen it many times before, a terrifying defeat repeating over and over in his mind like a curse. Countless warriors were flung into the air, their bodies spinning amidst a storm of ice and slaughter, like torn leaves shredded by a howling gale. Corpses shattered against blood-soaked stone, and he could do nothing but gasp in despair. This was the ending he had seen, revealed in a final glimpse of the future. He had wondered whether they could truly win. But no. It wouldn't be easy. Not when facing the thing that had emerged from that infernal gate. A massive hole had opened in the sky, and hundreds of chaotic entities were pouring out, claws, fangs, bones, twisted limbs. They bore no consistent form, only raw, living terror. And yet that was not the worst of it, because trailing behind them was a being far more terrifying. A thick aura of death swirled around his body, his glowing red eyes radiated lethal intent, and his exposed ribs resembled the cage of a reaper. He was the one whose mere presence could strike fear into even the most powerful masters of the arcane, the King of Hell himself. They had once believed that destroying the monsters with their current strategy would bring an end to it all. But they were wrong. This was only the beginning. Despite fighting with all their might, even the strongest attacks from the high-ranking mages proved utterly useless against him. Not even the most powerful among them could stand against his might. In the blink of an eye, the battlefront collapsed. They were all driven back, physically and in spirit. But then, just as Javier was about to speak, Loi's action stopped him. The young lord had fallen to his knees, eyes averted from everyone's expectations. Through clenched teeth and pain, he declared that he was giving up. In front of Javier stretched the ever-widening gateway to hell, from which the monsters surged like a flood, consuming even the sky. Loi then raised his head and shouted to the king of the underworld, pleading for the assault on this land to end and offering himself in exchange for everyone else. Javier, stunned and furious, cried out, demanding to know what Loi had just said, reminding him of what he meant to them, but Loi only shook his head and insisted that they think rationally. Even if he were to vanish, the others might still survive. The King of Hell laughed coldly, a sound as sharp as a blade sliding across a throat. Slowly approaching, his gaze pierced through them. He said that he had come to fulfill Redlot's final wish, and that this wish went far beyond the death of a single man. What Redlot desired, he explained, was for all of them to understand. The king paused, clenching his fist, that this pain, this horror, and the death awaiting them all had a single origin. Lord Frontella. His voice then dripped with murderous intent as he declared that he wanted Loi to die, screaming in hatred, cursed by all those present, and after that, he vowed to kill every last one of them. Loi could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. If that was how it would be, he growled like a beast and rose to his feet, his rage igniting him like fire. He demanded to know whether the king truly believed he could defeat them all. Then, without hesitation, he ordered the Frontera army to immediately initiate victory protocol. His powerful command shattered the stillness of the battlefield like a thunderclap. It wasn't just a command. It was the lighting of a flame, the spark of hope. He charged forward without a moment's doubt. A powerful surge of energy swept over everyone, soldiers, mages, beastfolk, and all their allies, spurring them forward into a desperate, united assault. The strength of Frontera lay not only in their weapons, but in their indomitable fighting spirit. The command to launch a full-scale assault had been issued. Grotesque monsters poured forth as if from the depths of hell, increasing in number and shrieking madly. Yet the warriors of Frontera did not falter. They charged into the blood and fire, their courage blazing like torches in the dark. All forces advanced rapidly toward the plaza, their shared destination. The central square was not only the battlefield that would decide everything, but also the place where Frontera's secret weapon was hidden. Amid the chaos, someone had shouted for Lord Raphael and Lady Atanas to retreat immediately, but while the others were heading for the center, Raphael, his wings pure white, and Atanas, wielding dark magic, flew in the opposite direction. The Underworld King narrowed his eyes at the sight. He wondered if the distraction hadn't worked yet, and questioned how they planned to use the holy water once they reached the square. He remained unaware that the true plan had yet to unfold. Meanwhile, the tide of demonic beasts kept surging forward, destroying everything in their path. Amid the advancing chaos, Lloyd and Javier were also on the move. Javier warned that things were progressing faster than expected and assured that reinforcements would arrive soon. Lloyd responded while moving that it was time for them to act. Clutching the weapon haul, which had accompanied him through countless battlefields, he yelled for everyone to keep running and to regroup with the army at the square. The warriors launched themselves like arrows, converging on a single point. Above them, winged monsters drifted like burning cinders in the night sky. High above, Raphael wielded a massive holy weapon that illuminated the air with radiant light. Atanas unleashed tendrils of darkness to entangle the enemies, her crimson eyes sharp and cold. Her movements were graceful, yet brimming with deadly intent. She commanded the forces to push the monsters back, and the attacks began to intensify. Flames of magic lit the air, blood and clashing metal filled the battlefield, forming a chaotic symphony of war. Javier charged forward, his entire body glowing with arcane power. Even the underworld king, observing from a distance, was taken aback. He marveled at Javier's brilliance. How, despite having no time to prepare or issue detailed orders, everyone moved as if following his instincts, adhering to a plan he had never spoken aloud. Grinding his teeth, the underworld king muttered to himself, acknowledging the extraordinary strength of Lloyd Frontera, or rather, of Kim Suho. He admitted that while Suho was incredibly strong in an uncanny way, it was unfortunate that his enemy was even stronger. At that moment, a colossal monster appeared at the center of the battlefield, a single yellow eye glaring menacingly. It faced off against Javier's blade strikes, its twisted mouth curling into a sinister grin full of jagged teeth like iron spikes. It lunged forward, signaling the beginning of one of the most brutal clashes. Another massive creature blocked Raphael's holy hammer with its bare hands, while a third, worm-like in form, engaged in battle against Atanis's shadowy whips. On another front, the underworld king hovered mid-air, unaffected by a fiery attack launched his way. A barrier of some kind had completely nullified the assault. That attack had come from Loi, who had now entered his second-level Demon King form. With curved horns and a billowing cloak, he roared, declaring that he was bestowing the Demon King's blessing upon Javier. A crimson light enveloped Javier, reinforcing his hidden strength and elevating him to an entirely new level. From a distance, the underworld king watched with sharp, intrigued eyes. He found himself increasingly curious. Just how powerful was this man, really? His gaze grew serious as he focused on the figure who had once been the main character of this story. Now standing in the midst of utter chaos, Javier, with silvery blue hair and unwavering eyes, was surrounded by a fierce red magical aura. He stood firm, unshaken. Just behind him was Loi, now fully transformed into his Demon King form. His eyes gleamed with the will to fight. Right after empowering Javier, he shouted for him to advance and hold back the monstrous swarm as long as possible. Javier surged ahead without hesitation. Alone, he hovered amidst the leading monsters, clutching his sword tightly as the full force of his swordmaster strength began to ignite. Clenching his teeth, Javier unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy toward the approaching horde. The monsters had no time to react. Many of them were cleaved in two with clean precision. Watching this unfold, Loi shouted his approval, saying Javier truly lived up to being their protagonist. Then, turning swiftly, he ordered Jack to prepare those items. Jack, sweating and running at the same time, asked in disbelief if Loi truly meant those items. On the battlefield, however, the monsters were proving no easy foe. Though cut down, many began to regenerate rapidly. One shark-like beast let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the field, then launched tentacles from its maw to assault Javier. Dodging swiftly, Javier slashed the approaching tendrils apart with his sword. But as he was distracted, a winged larva-like monster with saw-blade teeth darted toward him from behind. It rammed into his back, causing Javier to cry out in pain. Yet, without delay, he grabbed the monster's head and spun around, slicing it in half. He had no time to rest. Another massive humanoid beast lunged at him with a powerful punch. Javier raised his sword to block the attack, but the force still drove him backward. He responded by plunging his sword into the creature's arm and channeling a massive amount of Swordmaster aura through the blade. Even so, the monster's punch remained relentless. In that instant, Javier sensed danger behind him. He looked around and saw that he had become completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. The colossal creature was charging forward. One of Javier's legs and an arm were still entangled by thick tentacles, greatly limiting his mobility. Seeing this, Loi shouted out in alarm, telling Javier to fall back and quickly move in the direction he indicated. Understanding immediately, Javier summoned all his strength to break free from the restraints and dashed in the direction Loi had pointed. The monsters, however, were relentless. They began to pursue him with renewed vigor. Javier quickly flew toward Loi, who was waiting for him. Behind him, a horde of monsters had formed into a tiger-like formation, advancing not only on him but also on Frontera's army, which had already formed their battle lines. With cold determination in his eyes, Loi gave the order to open fire. Behind him, Greg and a heavy artillery team, armed with weapons resembling anti-aircraft guns, were already in position. At once, all the missiles were launched, releasing shrieking roars that echoed across the square. But contrary to what everyone expected, the missiles flew past the monster horde, leaving even the beasts confused. Even the underworld king furrowed his brows and wondered whether the shots had simply missed their mark. Yet in the next instant, his expression changed as if he had realized something. The missiles were not aimed at the monsters. They were headed straight for a nearby mountain, he murmured to himself, remarking that he hadn't thought Loi Frontera would plan this far ahead. A thunderous explosion followed, obliterating the entire mountain in a tremendous blast. Rocks and debris were flung in all directions, and a shockwave swept violently across the area. Before the dust could even settle, a massive surge of water came flooding through, the waters of the hydroelectric lake where their little otter Bebong once lived, and into which Javier had once poured 3 liters of divine tears. Loi had once mused to himself that, thanks to heaven buying them time, he had managed to turn the Kabua Lake into holy water. Thus, after luring the strongest monsters of the ancient dark god into one place, they had destroyed the mountain to submerge the creatures in sacred water. It was perfect, if everything worked as planned. As the massive wave approached, Loi watched in silence. Then he shouted a command. Atanis, as if waiting for that exact moment, leapt into action. She plunged her hand into the ground, releasing streams of power downward. Gradually, a wall began to rise. The tidal wave came crashing down, but Frontera's forces were now encased within a protective cocoon. Inside, Loi listened intently to the roar echoing from outside. His mind drifted to all he had built here, the achievements, the happiness of the people, and now it was all being destroyed by this battle. The cobblestone roads once walked by so many were gone. The tunnels where people worked were now being drowned. The fertile fields would soon become a lake bed. Javier, too, could only stare somberly at the ground, but the sacrifices were necessary to drown the monsters in holy water. As soon as the monsters made contact with the sacred flood, they let out agonized screams that echoed across the battlefield. Their bodies began to dissolve. Soon after, the floodwaters began to subside. The cocoon protecting the people of Frontera remained intact and was slowly lifted. Inside, Loi raised his staff into a combat stance. A surge of power burst from him as he shouted for the flames to ignite. A fireball blasted toward a nearby monster that had barely survived the flood. The heat of the attack instantly incinerated its head, causing the entire body to stagger and collapse. Unlike before, the monster could no longer regenerate. It had been utterly destroyed. Seeing this, Loi didn't hesitate. He immediately shouted an order for all frontline soldiers, declaring that it was time to teach the creatures a lesson. As soon as the ancient monsters were weakened by the holy tsunami, Loi commanded the elven unit to attack. From drawn bows, a volley of arrows was launched toward the enemy. The rain of arrows inflicted heavy damage and drove back one of the largest monsters at the front, causing it to roar in pain, its cries echoing through the battlefield. Meanwhile, the cavalry unit was locked in battle with a beast that had the body of an elephant, the head of an insect, and a single enormous eye. The creature lifted one massive leg, preparing to crush them. In response, the cavalry captain bellowed for his troops to advance. He urged them to show the enemy the might of the White Spear cavalry, the survivors who had built and defended the capitalist lands. He declared that their strength would never submit to any enemy. Following his command, the entire cavalry unit released a wave of protective energy. Their shields resonated together, forming a large protective barrier that covered their entire formation. When the monster's foot came crashing down, the barrier held firm, stopping the attack completely, and they did not stop there. Under the lead of their captain, the cavalry surged forward into the fray. Another group simultaneously charged forward from behind the shield. With a powerful coordinated strike, they pierced the monster, causing it such excruciating pain that its eyes nearly popped out. Elsewhere, the goblin army was fiercely battling ghost-like creatures. They leapt and darted across the bodies of the monsters, each swing of their axes decapitating one enemy after another. But the monsters were no less aggressive. A swarm of bear-like insects rushed forward, firing beams of energy at the Frontera forces. In response, the frontline troops immediately received the order to retreat. They were told that the B-52 aircraft were about to engage in aerial combat. At the same time, the icebone dragon swooped in with a roar. It opened its mouth wide, gathering energy into a massive blazing lotus-shaped sphere. In the next instant, a barrage of energy blasts swept through and obliterated the enemy's insect army. In another corner of the battlefield, the Hell Knight, mounted on his black steed, fought with remarkable valor. The demon forces showed no signs of weakness. Armed with sharp sickles and bolstered by their racial power, they sliced through the monsters as effortlessly as cutting cake. The battlefield was engulfed in flames and chaos, yet no one seemed to notice the cherry blossom petals drifting gently through the air. Even Loi's small pets were holding their own in the battle. The mouse Budong unleashed devastating punches, while the little worm Bagun continually shot searing hot steel from its rear. The otter Bibong and the sea pig Hamang were also fiercely engaged in combat. At that moment, the entire Frontiera Square was engulfed in the smoke and fire of war, and behind the enemy forces stood the King of Hell himself. He had fully regenerated his body, which was now formed from swirling petals of energy resembling cherry blossoms. He took a moment to feel his body and silently estimated that he was at about 30% of full strength. But to him, 30% was more than enough. His gaze swept across the battlefield until it landed on Loi. He muttered to himself, calling Loi a truly exceptional individual, someone capable of gaining the upper hand against monsters whose strength had been amplified by ancient gods, beings powerful enough to destroy the human world with ease. Yet, he observed, someone like Loi always used his power to protect others and the land around him. This, he surmised, must mean that Loi cherished this place deeply. Then, with a sharper tone, he remarked that it seemed they were giving him quite a ceremonious welcome. At that moment, the three strongest warriors, Javier, Atanas, and Raphael, appeared before him. Javier spoke in a cold tone, questioning whether, in the eyes of the King of Hell, everything they had built amounted to nothing but nonsense. The King of Hell laughed in response, sarcastically praising Javier for asking a question he already knew the answer to. He added that no matter what he said, they would still do everything in their power to resist him. Without hesitation, Javier swung his sword straight at him. The King of Hell merely leaned back slightly, dodging the attack with ease. Atanas immediately followed up by launching energy threads toward him, attacking from multiple angles, but the old king's eyes easily caught the movement. In an instant, he slipped through the attacks like a shadow, evading the coordinated assault. But as though anticipating this, Raphael was already in position. His hammer came crashing down like thunder, striking the King of Hell square in the face. Yet even that tremendous blow inflicted barely any damage. Seizing the opportunity, Atanas swiftly released silk-like bindings and hurled them forward, wrapping them tightly around the King of Hell. At that very moment, Javier charged forward with all his power concentrated into his first sword. Yet unexpectedly, the enemy casually raised a hand, effortlessly breaking the restraints wrapped around his body and simultaneously grabbing Javier's arm. The old man even dodged Javier's initial strike with nothing more than a slight tilt of his head. The force behind Javier's thrust was so immense it blasted apart an entire mountain in the background, resembling a blow from Saitama himself. However, the Yama King merely gave a mocking smile, remarking with contempt that such pitiful strength wouldn't offer them any chance of victory. Before the enemy could finish speaking, Javier responded with a brutal headbutt, slamming his forehead directly into the old man's. At the same time, Raphael came in from the other side, bringing down his hammer, and Atanas transformed her silk threads into a blade and charged as well. The old man attempted to raise his hand to block her, but just as her sword neared him, it unraveled into countless strands of silk, aiming to entangle him. The unexpected change clearly caught him off guard. The moment his vision was obscured by the silken veil, Javier drew upon the full strength of a swordmaster, compressing that power into a dense ball of energy at the tip of his sword, and launched it toward the enemy. As the Yama King tore through the veil, the energy thrust was already soaring toward him, blazing like a falling star from the heavens, streaking straight at him with tremendous speed. By then, it was too late for the enemy to dodge. The energy sphere was already upon him, striking his abdomen directly. And it didn't stop there. The impact forcefully drove him backward and downward. From a distance, Loi was observing the battle of the strongest warriors with intense focus. He couldn't help but note to himself that this battle was turning out very differently from the ending spoiler he had seen in the system. Frontera had mobilized all its elite forces for this confrontation. Even the Yama King, previously unfazed, couldn't hide his change in expression as the energy blast sent shockwaves through his body. The impact continued to hurl him toward the ground, causing a violent tremor that shook the entire battlefield. When the dust finally settled, the silhouette of the Yama King could be seen lying at the bottom of a deep crater. But Javier, Atanas, and Raphael gave him no time to recover. The three of them charged again, shouting defiantly that no matter who he was, even the Yama King, they would bring him down. From deep within the pit, the enemy's calm voice echoed softly, uttering just one word. 40%. Immediately, Javier sensed a shift, because the Yama King's form had vanished before their very eyes. Before any of them could react, the enemy reappeared behind them in an instant. In one swift motion, he seized Atanas and Raphael by their throats, completely subduing them. By the time Javier turned around, it was already too late. The old man had already lifted them both and, with incredible speed, hurled them down with devastating force, soaring past Javier and smashing the two into the ground, tearing up the battlefield. And he didn't stop there. With a cold expression, he tightened his fists and unleashed a relentless barrage of brutal punches and savage kicks upon the two fallen warriors. Seeing this, Loi shouted in fear for Atanas and Raphael. But within seconds, the Yama King stopped. He casually brushed the dust from his clothes and gave a cold grunt. Atanas and Raphael now lay completely motionless. Watching from behind, Javier was deeply alarmed and landed swiftly on the ground. Yet the expression on the Yama King's face only grew colder. He turned to face Javier once again and declared just one phrase. 50%. Javier's face turned grave. He could feel it clearly. The enemy's power had risen to a completely different level. The battle with the King of Hell was still raging, its intensity showing no sign of waning. The battlefield remained engulfed in chaos as the King of Hell confronted Javi head-on. Calm and composed, the King of Hell told him not to panic. He remarked that Javi had already gained the true power of a Grandmaster. It was just that he hadn't yet unleashed his full potential. Javi, however, began to feel a creeping unease. After launching a series of fierce attacks that had failed to leave even a scratch on his opponent, doubt was starting to seep in. With his hands clasped behind his back, the King of Hell casually said that Javi should demonstrate his full strength before he himself decided to go all out. Wasting no time with words, Javi immediately focused his mana. Determination flashed in his eyes as he slashed forward with a chilling, razor-sharp sword strike. To his surprise, the King of Hell actually stepped back to dodge the attack. The moment he avoided the blow, he launched himself forward and delivered a punch straight to Javi's face. A hit so loud and sharp it rang out clearly across the battlefield. The force of the strike was so great that the shockwave blew away the earth and rock behind them, even causing an entire mountain to crumble. The punch landed squarely on Javi's face, filling him with searing pain. He clenched his teeth until they creaked, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. With a furious roar, he lunged and drove his sword toward the enemy. But the King of Hell merely leaned aside with ease to dodge once more. Immediately after, he retaliated with another punch, this one slamming into Javi's face again, leaving it swollen and bruised. Then, without pause, he followed up with a swift kick to Javi's shin, shattering his footing. Javi lost balance and staggered backward. As his body pitched forward, the King of Hell grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him back violently. His expression remained ice-cold, devoid of emotion. Holding Javi by the neck as if lifting a feather-light rag doll, the King of Hell then slammed his head into the ground with such force that the earth split beneath the impact. A deafening rumble echoed across the area. He then calmly stood, adjusted the hem of his garment, and brushed the dust off himself. Javi lay still on the ground, showing no signs of movement. The King of Hell, in a voice void of warmth, commented on how remarkable it was. He acknowledged that even though the enemy had used holy water to repel the shattered evil god, no army like theirs had ever existed. Raising a hand, he snapped his fingers with a crisp click and added that if he could recruit such a force, it would be truly extraordinary. As soon as the sound of the snap echoed, countless tiny black specks began to gather at the barrier gate, forming into distinct shapes. Witnessing this, the warriors began to grow anxious. Sweat rolled down their faces in dread. From the gateway, a horde of bizarre creatures poured forth, varied in form, size, and color, each more grotesque than the last. Their horrifying appearance caused the fighters' faces to pale. Their eyes widened with terror. The sky once again filled with these monstrous entities, while the ground had already become densely packed with them. Seeing this, Javi thought to himself in despair, how could they possibly defeat such monsters? Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before him. It offered him encouragement, urging him not to lose heart, and teasingly asked why he looked like he was about to lick the screen. The system reminded him that he still possessed the most powerful weapon of all. As the creatures continued their relentless advance, a silhouette appeared behind the front lines, a figure standing tall with their back facing the oncoming threat. The system then announced a special skill, the King's Life Partner. When Loi turned to look, the system revealed further information. This was no ordinary skill. She was the unofficial wife of the boss. She had finally arrived. The queen herself had descended, flanked by hundreds of thousands of fully armed cavalry soldiers, emerging onto the battlefield like a divine force. The system continued to speak, explaining that this was a special bond the two had created. Alicia stepped beside him and mentioned that she had just heard from the allied forces in the rear that the water on the ground was now holy water. She wondered aloud if soaking the monsters in it would weaken their strength. However, Big Brother Loi was visibly panicked at the sight of her, likely due to his concern for his future wife. He stammered, trying to urge her to retreat, warning her that the battlefield was far too dangerous, but, as usual, The roof of the house paid little attention to his words. Without hesitation, Alicia raised her voice and gave a direct command for the Royal Mage unit to drench the monsters with holy water. At her order, the mages immediately took formation along the mountainsides. They began casting spells, unleashing water and summoning storms. Complex magical circles appeared in their hands and gradually expanded outward. Streams of water gathered and surged like tsunamis, crashing forward with immense force. When the holy water splashed onto the monsters, they started screeching and howling in agony. Following the command, hundreds of thousands of water orbs were fired simultaneously. Striking the airborne monsters, light exploded like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. Then, a single sharp arrow descended, followed by hundreds and thousands more, raining down densely like a storm, piercing the monsters on the ground until they resembled porcupines. But that wasn't the end. Reinforcements from the merfolk army had also arrived. They were robust and radiated overwhelming energy. The merfolk king made a thunderous landing, so fierce that Loi, who stood behind, turned pale. With confidence, the queen of the merfolk revealed her toned shoulders, glared sharply, and expressed her disappointment. She scolded Loi, asking how he could fail to notify her about such an incident. She said that if she hadn't received a message from the Queen of the Cloudy Vale, things could have gone terribly wrong. Loi, clearly flustered, had no idea how to respond, and took a moment to stammer a few words, awkwardly asking how they even managed to come up here since this was the surface. The mermaid replied cheerfully, saying that they simply leapt up in one go. Like magic. Loi's face darkened, and he silently wondered how something like that was even possible. At that moment, the sound of rapid movement echoed from the distance. He turned and saw that the centaur army had arrived. Their shouts, screams, and pounding hooves filled the air. They roared for battle, shouting strange catchphrases like, "Beep, beep, run now," and "Baang, baang, get ready for 100 years in the hospital." On the mountainside, villagers also arrived, singing labor chants and striking dramatic poses. Another tribal group came as well, ready to offer support. The queen, now brimming with battle spirit, drew her sword and shouted the signal for war. The PH army and the allied races moved as one, charging forward upon her command. Everyone surged into the battlefield at once. The merfolk warriors leapt and glided across the land in a somewhat comical yet valiant display. Seeing this, Big Brother Loi regained his spirit. He furrowed his brows and thought to himself that everything had changed. They would no longer need to sacrifice their lives to protect others. As this thought ended, Loi cried out loudly, calling for Ku Min. The moment he did, Ku Min flew toward him in a flash. Loi began moving as well, quietly saying that he was coming for GV. Just as they had always fought side by side, he leapt onto Ku Min's back and shouted that the two of them would end this together. Then the pair dashed across the battlefield at breakneck speed. Elsewhere, Long Long was still fighting, making a dazzling impression. It gathered energy, forming a powerful orb ready to be unleashed. The resulting blast shot forth in a radiant streak, unstoppable in its might. It pierced through a swarm of monsters, and the energy beam twisted with terrifying power. Witnessing this, the king of the underworld's face darkened. He coldly remarked that it was taking far too long, and then he began to move. The king of hell extended his arm forward, and at the tip of his finger, a blazing red sphere of energy began to form, swirling with ferocious intensity. Its sheer power was evident just by looking at it. He aimed it directly at Long Long, who had just finished unleashing a burst of fire. However, at that very moment, from behind the king of hell, Giavi had already risen to his feet, his eyes as cold as ice. Lifting his sword, he summoned magical energy to gather around its blade. Feeling the imminent danger, the king of hell was startled and quickly turned around. But before he could react, a swift and merciless slash was delivered. The blade sliced diagonally through his body like a gust of wind, even tearing apart the very scenery surrounding him. It was surreal. Blood erupted from the king of hell as he stood in shock, utterly stunned by the devastating blow to his shoulder. Crimson splattered across the battlefield, painting it red. The battle was far from over. Gav launched another sword attack, but this time, the king of hell responded more quickly, driving a powerful knee straight into Gav's chin. Yet Gav did not falter. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward with unwavering resolve. The strike pierced directly through the king of hell's body, and the force of the attack carved a deep trench into the ground beneath them. Loi stood aghast, his mouth agape, and cried out in panic that he absolutely would not allow that to happen again. Despite the sword driven through him, the king of hell appeared unfazed in the midst of their duel. He immediately countered with a brutal hook to the side of Gav's torso, lifting him clean off the ground and into the air. Meanwhile, Lloyd continued to shout, filled with determination and fiery spirit, declaring that he would never bow or kneel before that man again. High above the battlefield, Lloyd soared through the skies atop his summoned beast, racing toward Javier with a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The number of fates I saved, -1. Down below, the Hell King launched a devastating punch at Javier, but Javier, sword in hand, managed to block the blow, barely. The force of the attack sent him stumbling, thrown off balance. In that split second, the Hell King's fist struck again, this time landing directly on Javier's face. Back in the sky, Lloyd kept flying higher, gaze locked on the battlefield below. That meant one of us wouldn't make it in the end. Then he corrected himself, fire burning in his eyes. That's nonsense. Not me, and I won't let Javier die either. Below, Javier dropped to one knee, blood trickling from his face, body battered, but not broken. Lloyd's voice echoed with conviction. He is the protagonist of this world. At that moment, as Lloyd flew overhead, a strange ripple passed through his body like a glitch in reality, his form flickering, distorting for just a second. On the ground, the Hell King raised his fist again, ready to crush the kneeling knight. But Javier clenched his teeth in fury. In a flash of movement, he struck back, his sword slicing through the Hell King's abdomen. A burst of crimson erupted from the wound. Grinding his teeth, Javier pushed forward for another strike. If I lose, Suoko Kim dies. Never. That man, Suho Kim, because he's the protagonist of this world. The Hell King twisted, dodging with eerie precision, his body bending back at a perfect 90-degree angle. Suddenly, Javier's body too began to flicker just like Lloyd's earlier. Another glitch, another crack in reality. Before he could react, the Hell King's foot slammed into his head, sending his sword flying from his hand. The Hell King's wounds were already healing, flesh and clothes restoring as if rewinding time. He watched Javier closely, a hint of admiration in his voice. Javier Azran. I'm impressed. He's growing stronger, just like the 80% of my power that's now recovered. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Javier across the face again. What a shame. If he lives, he might even challenge a god's throne. Blood spilled from Javier's nose and mouth. But still, he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. The Hell King lifted a single finger and aimed it toward Javier, ready to unleash a deadly blast. But in that moment, Javier lunged forward, mouth wide open, and bit down hard. With full force, he sank his teeth into the Hell King's finger, biting it clean off. He turned his head, spitting the severed finger aside. The Hell King stared shocked from the wound. No blood flowed. Instead, a dark, shadowy mist oozed from where the finger used to be. 3 blackened fingers dropped from Javier's mouth, clattering to the ground. A pause. Then the Hell King spoke, calm and cold. Now my curiosity is satisfied. His expression darkened. Time to rest. He stepped forward and grabbed Javier's head with one massive hand, gripping it tight. But before the crushing blow could fall, a shadow dropped from the sky. Lloyd, shovel in hand, leaping straight from his summon, heading straight for the Hell King. The Hell King's grip tightened around Javier's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground like a doll in the hands of a monster. Above, Lloyd hovered in the air, his gaze sharp, his shovel pointed directly at the Hell King. Without warning, he shouted, "Boom!" His shovel began to glow, pulsing with a fiery red aura. The Hell King paused. Then, calmly, he released his grip on Javier's neck. With a flick of his left hand, he raised a single finger again, the same deadly gesture as before. A black streak slashed through the air. In a blink, Lloyd's body is cut in half from his stomach down. The Hell King's voice echoed with sarcasm. Why not sing a song while you're at it, though? I do enjoy your singing. But Lloyd didn't flinch. He bared his teeth in a bold smile. The Hell King narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. All right, Suho Kim still has one more life, gifted by the Dragon King. But while he was lost in thought, a sword gleamed behind him. Javier, still alive, still fighting, he let out a battle cry and charged forward. The blade sliced through the Hell King's neck, clean and deep. Lloyd, meanwhile, had fallen to the ground, his lower body slowly regenerating. The Hell King staggered as his neck opened in a bloody gash, and then his head began to shift off-center, slowly separating. Javier stood panting, sweat pouring down his face. But the nightmare wasn't over. Even with his head twisted unnaturally, still attached barely, the Hell King spoke again. 100%. Javier's eyes widened in horror. Lloyd, still watching from below, was just as stunned. His legs continued to regrow, but there was no time to react. The Hell King raised his right arm, and then he moved it. Javier rose into the air, lifted by an invisible force, completely at the mercy of the Hell King's will. Then another motion. The Hell King thrust his hand forward, and Javier went flying, launched across the battlefield. He crashed down violently, tumbling between hellspawn and monsters before finally slamming into the earth near the kingdom soldiers. From the distance, a cry. "Sir Azran!" The queen ran toward him, panic in her voice. Back on the battlefield, the Hell King lifted his left hand again. This time a ball of crimson fire began to form in his palm, swirling, hissing, growing, and then he threw it. The fireball stared across the sky, expanding as it flew. Buildings in the frontier territory exploded on contact, reduced to dust, and still it grew. Too big, too fast. It consumed everything in its path. Territory, soldiers, walls, obliterated in seconds. Those still battling the monsters turned to see it coming. Frozen in place, unable to move, just watching their doom approach. The entire front line fell silent. Everyone gazing at the apocalyptic wave of fire and death now rushing toward them. Then a system window flashed into the air, and on it only 2 words. Suho Kim. The ground trembles as he slowly rises behind him. The queen, soldiers, and mages stand frozen, silent. His face is battered, bruised beyond recognition. His head lowered. He looks utterly spent, strength nearly gone. Suddenly, a message flashes across the system. With your current power, you cannot defeat the Hell King, but he doesn't back down. He takes a fighting stance. Wings burst forth from his back. And just as the Crimson Inferno looms closer, another message interrupts. Wait, you've already used direct advice once. I can't authorize more. Yet, he still charges forward. He raises his weapon, ready to stop the blazing attack. And then screw that. Find me or punish me. However you want, he presses on. From the sky, the author himself protests. Hey, excuse me, the contract says, but the battlefield cares little for contracts. More soldiers, those of the White Mermaid and the kingdom alike, are blown away by the sheer heat of the blast. A wall of fire sweeping everything in its path. Then another message. Do what you're best at. Use your best skill. And then a voice cuts through the chaos. Calm, sharp, unexpected. Hey, Hell King. From behind he kneels, his body battered but not broken. A smirk spreads across his face. Can you move that circle aside so we can talk? If we agree on the terms, the Hell King slowly turns, hands still behind his back. You might live your whole life without working again. The energy sphere of the King of the Underworld continued to rampage violently across the territory, its size swelling with every passing moment and its destructive force growing ever more ferocious. Javier, his body covered in wounds, especially across his face, still strained with every last ounce of strength to hold it back. His eyes remained filled with unwavering faith and determination. The system informed him that there was something he had misunderstood. All around, the townspeople were struggling to withstand the sphere's overwhelming power. A young man of the Ott tribe stood firmly in front, determined to protect his brother-in-law. The knight who had once turned away from crime gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into resisting the crushing pressure. The system went on to reveal that Loy Frontera had never been on the list of survivors according to DP, and his fate had always been sealed. He was destined to die. Just behind Javier, Queen Alicia rushed forward to assist. The system added that the one in the negative count was Javiel. The queen channeled all her remaining strength, standing shoulder to shoulder with Javier to push back the enormous energy sphere. According to the system's revelation about the ending, after Loy's death, a man named Haben would be slain by the King of the Underworld. It was highly likely that Haben was, in fact, Javier. The system continued, saying that Haben had fought the King of the Underworld until his very last breath before perishing. At that moment, Loy was striding steadily toward the King of the Underworld. His body was smeared with dirt, yet an enigmatic smirk curved on his lips. He told the King of the Underworld that if the latter agreed to a few simple conditions, he would help him escape that hell forever. The King of the Underworld seemed to find the words agreeable. The system remarked that the choice Loy had just made would shake the very fate of the world. Apparently, his words had pleased the King of the Underworld, for the Dark Ruler lifted 2 fingers and made a slight beckoning gesture. The colossal crimson sphere of energy halted in an instant, and then vanished entirely. By now, Javier was utterly exhausted, his face pale and worn. Teotui saw the system report that the number of people Javier had saved was still at -1. His wings disintegrated, his strength completely spent, and his body collapsed. The queen immediately rushed to catch him. It was at that moment that fate began to shift. The system announced that the number of lives saved had increased by 1, returning to 0, meaning Javier himself had been saved. Like a domino effect, the first tile to fall was none other than the protagonist of this world. Javier had survived, and because of that, the butterfly effect had been set into motion. In a deep voice, the king of the underworld said he believed in Loy's abilities and thought that perhaps Loy could set him free. However, given the current situation, it seemed that Loy would gain nothing in return. He then asked what he should do for Loy. Loy simply shrugged and waved his hand, stating that it was nothing grand. He knew his strength was no match for the king of the underworld. He only wished to help him choose the path with the least pain. The system announced that if the person Loy saved went on to save others, those numbers would also be counted toward the DB. The king of hell replied that he could not grant the request to save the villagers. He explained that, according to Watt's wish, he was bound to kill even those around Loy. Loy lowered his head with a faint smile, saying that such a matter could not be helped. After all, even if he died, he would eventually be reborn, so it did not matter. The system then reported that the hero Javier Ahan had grown stronger and was determined to save more people. At that moment, Javier also regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Loy raised 2 fingers and stated that he had 2 requests. First, that the king of hell answer 1 question, and second, that when he descended to the underworld, the king of hell should refrain from mutilating him. The system announced that the number of people Loy had saved was now 1. Hearing this, the king of hell responded that such a request could be accepted. Loy gave a faint smile, remarking that speaking with him was indeed agreeable, and proceeded to pose his question. The system reported that the number of people saved had risen to 8 and was still climbing. The king of hell's expression grew stern, his deep voice filled with wariness, as he demanded to know first how Loy intended to free him. Without that knowledge, he said, he could not answer the question. But Loy cut straight to the point, his expression darkening, and coldly insisted that the king of hell answer first. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 37 and was still increasing. Now both Loy and the king of hell glared at each other, neither willing to yield. The battle of wills became stiflingly tense. The system continued its report. The number of people saved had surged into 4 digits and was rising rapidly. Meanwhile, the queen approached, placing an arm around Javier's shoulder to support him, and the king of hell, realizing the situation was turning against him, began calculating his next move. Eventually, he furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, and glared, declaring that he had no reason to be led around any longer. He ended the negotiation abruptly and instantly conjured a blazing red energy sphere in his hand. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 7 digits and was still climbing quickly. The king of hell hurled the sphere, which rolled away, swelling larger and sweeping aside everything in its path. The system again announced that the number of people saved had leapt into 8 digits and continued to grow without pause. On the other side, the queen froze in astonishment when she saw the massive crimson sphere hurtling toward her. Though exhausted, Javier gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Bringing his hands together, he focused on creating something. In that very instant, a brilliant golden energy sword burst into existence. With his will blazing and determination unyielding, he let out a roar and swung the sword in a dazzling arc, slicing the incoming energy sphere clean in half. The king of hell admitted through clenched teeth that in all his years of existence, he had never witnessed such a sight. His eyes glimmered with disbelief, while inside, fury and resentment swelled uncontrollably. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he bellowed in rage, his eyes glowing a fearsome red, and brought his weapon down in a devastating strike. The blow sent Javier flying, shattering the ground around him and filling the air with a choking haze of dust and debris. The king of hell then swept his hand again, darkening the sky as swirling black clouds gathered above. He shouted that he was still treating them kindly, before with a flick of his wrist, countless red dots appeared in the heavens, like molten droplets, soon erupting into a barrage of meteors crashing violently toward the earth. As he glanced back, he noticed Loy still standing there, his eyes cold and unyielding. Loy's voice was low and firm as he told him to end it, repeating the command with even sharper intensity, his posture defiant. The system then reported that the person Loy had saved had, in turn, saved 73,409,579 others, and had stopped there. The total had exceeded 50 million DP. The system asked twice if he wished to use the power of the strongest being in the world. At this, Loy's expression turned completely unreadable, his face cold as stone. Topo's demeanor grew dejected, Bo's lips trembled as though he was about to cry, Ippo and Kaming looked downcast, and the dragon had been reduced to nothing but a bare skull, its thoughts unreadable. Podong's mouth was pressed tightly shut. Then suddenly, the children burst into laughter together, raising their hands, legs, and wings as if to send him their strength. Loi pressed his lips together, emotion welling up in his chest. Inwardly, he thanked them, saying that he had been truly happy. Gathering every shred of willpower and holding fast to his resolve, he bid them farewell. Standing tall, he decisively activated the power of the world's strongest being. Immediately afterward, the children began to fade away, Long Long included. Yet they all wore radiant smiles until the end, with only Bai Bu Bum, who had not been summoned by the system, remaining behind. Tears streaming down its face, it ran toward the friends who were vanishing before its eyes, or so it seemed, until it became clear it was running straight to Boo. In the end, Boo smiled, allowing Bib Bo to wrap it in a tight embrace. The pets' bodies gradually dissolved into nothingness, and the dragon was now nothing more than its skeletal head. The system announced that for the next 30 seconds, Loi would be the strongest being in the entire world, ending its message with the words that it loved him. With that final declaration, the system itself began to fade, and an immense torrent of energy gathered, enveloping Loi's body. His eyes turned utterly cold, the energy pouring into him without pause. Even the King of Hell stood frozen in surprise for several seconds, momentarily stunned by the sight. Loi then moved, giving a subtle wave of his hand. A violent burst of energy erupted, and with a single sweeping motion, the sky became still. The meteor summoned by the King of Hell crumbled instantly into dust and scattered to the ground. Loi stepped forward with steady, unflinching resolve, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. The King of Hell hesitated for a moment, but his voice remained sharp as he remarked that 10 seconds had already passed and asked what Loi could possibly accomplish with the 20 seconds that remained. Before he could finish savoring the taunt, Loi drove a punch directly into his face, his jaw clenched and his expression tight with unbridled fury. Loi remembered that before the battle began, he had once gone to Raphael to ask about the nature of angels and demons. He had wanted to know whether they were similar to humans or merely immortal, indestructible deities. He had been deeply curious about the essence of such beings. Raphael had laughed and explained that they could feel pain when struck and could also experience anxiety. They were all living creatures, the only difference being that when chosen to become angels, they were granted special powers. Hearing this, Loi had wondered about the idea of being chosen, and asked if Raphael himself had once been human before being selected. Raphael had confirmed it, though he had noted that it was rare, as angels and demons were usually predetermined from birth. Much like how this world had a system that randomly assigned roles, Loi had then pondered whether this applied to angels and the king of the underworld as well. Raphael had smiled and told him it did, that they too were living beings bound by the world's rules, only undergoing endless reincarnation and leading lives slightly different from humans. At that, both Loi and Javier had fallen silent in thought. Back in the present battle between Loi and the King of Hell, the countdown had reached 20 seconds. Loi had clenched his fists and thrown a punch straight at the king's face, distorting the surrounding space and drawing blood from the old man's nose. The glasses on the king's face had shattered and fallen away. The shockwave from the blow had thrown the world into chaos, yet Loi had not stopped and had continued to attack. 19 seconds remained. Each passing moment determined their fate. Loi had gritted his teeth and prepared another strike, but before he could throw it, the king had retaliated with a punch of equal force. In the area where civilians were watching, the space had warped, and the shockwave had made it impossible for them to keep their balance. One of Loi's teeth had been knocked out, but he had immediately counterattacked. The two had exchanged blows again and again, each impact sending violent shockwaves through the surroundings. Above them, dense deathly mists and rolling thunder had filled the sky. The powers of the strongest beings of two worlds had clashed, neither willing to yield, their eyes blazing with the fire of determination. At 18 seconds, their fists had met like cannon blasts in rapid succession. The tremors from the fight had stirred Javier back to consciousness. A fleeting memory had crossed his mind. He had once reminded Loi that the young master always took on the most dangerous tasks, and had advised him not to let emotions dictate his actions. Loi had only smiled then, saying that doing so would yield the greatest profit. 17 seconds remained. The queen had watched the battle anxiously, while Javier, still injured, had forced himself to stand. At the center of the clash, Loi's face had swollen badly, and he had been struck so hard by the king that his entire body was thrown back. As the king had rushed forward, he had shouted at Loi, calling him insane and saying that he had chosen a foolish plan and would inevitably fail once time returned to normal. The king had mocked him, asking if he truly believed he could defeat him in such a short span, and had declared that Loi had already lost, though Though Loi possessed the power of the strongest man in the world, he had still fallen short of matching the King of Hell. 14 seconds remained, yet he had refused to give up, driving his fist into the king's face even as he endured blows in return. At 13 seconds, both had been knocked to the ground by the force of the other's attacks. Even the king had let out a groan of pain. Loi had then asked whether, after enduring pain countless times, one could become immune to it. His determined gaze had made the king grit his teeth and glare at him in fury. Right after regaining his balance, the old man immediately readied his fist for another punch. Loi did the same, his eyes showing no trace of hesitation. There were 11 seconds left. Directly before the gate to the underworld, the two figures continued trading blows. The ground around them was torn apart, and gravity itself seemed distorted, sending chunks of rock hurtling upward. 10 seconds remained. Outside, the queen ran toward them in desperation, shouting in fear. At the same time, Javier, empowered by his newly gained strength, clenched his teeth, formed a sword of golden light, and rushed forward at an even greater speed. 9 seconds left. Javier thought anxiously that the king of the underworld had said Kim Suho had only 20 seconds of heavy energy left, which would make victory impossible. Yet he was certain that Kim Suho would never gamble unless there was a real chance of winning. Meanwhile, Loi was seizing the underworld king by the hair, leaping high into the air, and then driving a powerful headbutt straight into his skull. The blow left the king reeling, staggering backward right beneath the underworld gate. In the past, Loi had once asked Raphael whether it meant that if the king of the underworld, the supreme archangel, and Workus were to enter the gate of reincarnation, they would be randomly reborn in another world. Raphael had replied that of course it would happen, for it was one of the laws of the world, just like the passage of time or the pull of gravity. At that time, Loi had turned to say to Javier that he understood now, and asked if Javier wanted him to catch the underworld king and sweep him into the gate of reincarnation. Javier had responded with doubt, asking if Loi really thought it was that easy. Raphael had then laughed and remarked that, unfortunately, such a plan could not be carried out. The three of them were among the strongest beings in the world, so it was nearly impossible. He had added that if Loi truly wished to do such a thing, he would first need the power to throw them in, back to the present battle. 7 seconds remained. Javier was doing everything he could to close the distance, thinking to himself that he knew exactly what Kim Suho was planning and was sure Suho was putting all his hopes into that single gamble. The gate of underworld reincarnation loomed ahead. At that moment, Loi let out a powerful shout, as if pouring every ounce of his strength into it. He lunged forward, driving himself straight into the King of Hell, forcing the man's body toward the gate with eyes full of unyielding resolve. As he charged ahead, he told himself to hold on, thinking that they were almost there. That day, he vowed, he would help the man escape from the dark, hellish world. Seeing this, the King of Hell seemed to realize something. Javier, despite straining with all his might to reach them, was still too far away. He could only stretch out a desperate hand and cry out for the young master not to do it. With the last of his strength, Loi propelled both himself and the King of Hell into a leap toward the gate. The force was so great it created a shockwave that hurled Javier backward. Only 5 seconds remained. The two of them hurtled toward the gate like a blazing comet, tearing through space itself and revealing a starry sky beyond, glimmering like a ribbon of light. The King of Hell, struggling to break free from Loi's iron grip, demanded to know what the boy thought he was doing. Sweat broke across his brow as he suddenly understood Loi's true intent, his gaze darting in alarm toward the gate behind them. He thrashed violently, shouting for him to wait and to stop. Loi, however, only continued his charge, laughing and mocking the old man, saying that now he seemed shocked, and asking if he had any idea who Kim Suho truly was. He declared with pride that he was the most handsome and coolest man in the world, something so remarkable that even hell itself would desire it. The battlefield before the gate of reincarnation had descended into a suffocating silence. No clash of steel, no cries of battle remained. Only the ominous streak of a blazing meteor cutting through the heavens, racing toward the infernal gate as though destiny itself had chosen this moment to carve its verdict. Javi and the Queen stood powerless, their eyes fixed on the sky, their hearts drowning in despair, knowing that they could do nothing to alter what was about to unfold. In those final moments, the old King of Hell writhed desperately in Loi's grasp, his body straining against the unyielding arms that bound him. Within his fury, he cursed the cruel reality that Loi's strength had not diminished as expected. His thoughts seethed with confusion and disbelief. He told himself that it should have been impossible, that Loi should never have been able to restrain him with such force. Then, with a sudden clarity born of fear, he realized the truth. All of Loi's power had been poured into forcing him back and shackling his movements. The old king mocked the recklessness of such a choice, thinking that by doing so Loi had left himself defenseless, his body unprotected. With hatred boiling in his eyes, he resolved to end it, to strike down the one who dared to defy him. Raising his hands high, the old king delivered a crushing blow to Loi's back. The impact tore through flesh and bone, forcing Loi's body into a painful arch. A cry of anguish burst from his lips, blood spilling freely from his mouth, staining the ground beneath them. The pain was unbearable, a torment that ripped through every nerve, yet Loi only tightened his grip, clinging to the old king with a resolve that would not break. 3 seconds remained. His body trembled, his arm wrenched apart like a discarded toy, but still he held on. His mind was consumed not by thoughts of survival, but by the weight of responsibility he carried. To endure such suffering was torment enough, but the image of those who trusted him being hurt was far more unbearable. Even as the old king's fists rained mercilessly upon his face, even as the world blurred into a haze of pain, Loi's determination did not falter. He bit down against the agony. His eyes burning with unshakable resolve, the old king's rage soon twisted into fear. His strikes became desperate, his eyes wide with panic. He screamed and demanded to be released, his voice rising in terror. But nothing could move Loi's heart. The young warrior's will had hardened into something immovable, something beyond pain or fear. His final moments were not of weakness, but of defiance, a flame that refused to be extinguished. The final second arrived. At that very instant, the meteor struck the gate with a blinding radiance, and the infernal passage began to collapse. Javier's heart shattered as he cried out for his master, his voice breaking with anguish, yet the sound never reached the world. Within the fading light of the gate, Loi's form began to dissolve alongside that of the old king. In that fleeting instant, it was as if Javier heard his master's voice within his mind. Loi's words carried both acceptance and a faint touch of humor. He declared that it was time for the supporting character to step away from the stage, leaving it to the true protagonist. A faint smile crossed Loi's bloodied face as he entrusted Javier with the future. He asked him to protect this world in his stead, to care for those left behind, and with a final jest, he called Javier the handsome protagonist who would carry the story forward. Then his presence faded, dissolving into nothingness, swallowed by the void beyond the gate. Javier's mouth opened in a soundless scream. His soul was breaking apart with grief, but no cry could escape him. In the next moment, Loi and the old king were gone completely. The battlefield, once so loud with the chaos of war, became an empty grave of silence. No words could describe the sorrow of those who remained. The gate of hell slowly closed, its dreadful glow extinguished as light returned to the world. The black clouds that had suffocated the heavens were scattered, replaced by the gentle touch of sunlight that fell upon the broken warriors. The war had ended. Victory had been secured, but no one rejoiced. Not a single smile could be found among the survivors. The queen, like the others, gazed into the sky as if searching for a trace of the hero who had vanished. Her strength gave way, her knees buckled, and she collapsed upon the earth, her hands trembling. Her heart ached with a grief beyond words, a wound that no language could ever heal. Around her, the survivors stood silent, their triumph hollow, their victory steeped in unbearable sorrow. The battlefield was no longer a place of glory, but of mourning, and in that mournful stillness, the memory of Loi's final smile lingered, an echo of sacrifice, of courage, and of a farewell that would never be forgotten. The sun burned brightly overhead, yet the battlefield lay in an uncanny silence. Not a clash of steel nor a cry of warriors could be heard. Only the heart-rending wail of one companion tore through the stillness, echoing with grief that seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. Inside the gate of reincarnation, Kim Suho's soul drifted steadily away. His eyes were empty, devoid of focus, yet faint fragments of thought continued to ripple through his fading mind. He reflected with sorrow that there were still things left undone, bonds left unspoken, and farewells never given. He regretted that he had not managed to say goodbye to Dong Huang, and that there were many promises he had once made but could not keep. A quiet anxiety tugged at him as he wondered whether those he left behind would blame him, or perhaps feel betrayed by his departure. Then, at the very end of that dim path, a glimmer of light appeared. It widened slowly, drawing him in and washing over his fading thoughts. When the brilliance at last enveloped him entirely, his consciousness slipped into nothingness. He could not tell if time had stretched into an eternity or collapsed into the span of a single breath. Suddenly, Kim Suho's eyes snapped open. His body jolted as though rising from a deep slumber, and before him stretched a vision long unseen, yet achingly familiar. He found himself within the confines of an old, worn room. a place from his distant past. For a moment, he simply stared, dazed and uncertain whether this was a dream or a cruel trick of memory. Gradually, he steadied himself and lowered his gaze. Beside him lay a phone, ordinary, yet strangely grounding. He picked it up with trembling fingers and sat upright. On its screen shone the image of Javier, the familiar protagonist whose presence stirred countless memories. The sight struck him with both nostalgia and unease, as if reminding him of the very world he had once lost. His eyes wandered upward, drawn toward the faint shaft of light filtering through the window into the modest room. Slowly, he pushed away the blanket and placed his bare feet on the ground. Step by step, he left the bed and moved outside. Beyond the threshold stretched a row of simple workers' houses, quiet and lifeless in the lingering warmth of daylight. With bare feet against the cool earth, he stepped onward until the silence gave way to the bustling roar of the street. The clamor of engines, the chatter of people, and the endless rhythm of the city engulfed him. Instinctively, his gaze lifted to an apartment building glowing with familiar lights, as though it had been waiting for him all along. Then, his eyes wandered again, taking in the riot of colorful signs crowding the corner of the street, each one blazing like fragments of another life. He walked without destination, drifting like a ghost among the crowds. The city surged around him, yet he remained apart. Silent, distant, unmoored. People passing by stole glances at him, whispering to one another with puzzled tones. Some wondered aloud whether he was drunk, questioning why a young man would wander barefoot and vacant-eyed through the night. Their curiosity barely touched him. At last his steps faltered and came to a stop. He lifted his head, ignoring the stairs, and his eyes found the sky. There, amidst the darkness, a full moon shone in luminous silence, round and unyielding. Its light poured over him like a quiet benediction. For a long moment, he stood beneath it, letting the truth sink in. Slowly, he seemed to accept it, that he had returned, not to the place of myth or to the battlefield where his soul had been torn away, but to the world he once belonged to, the world he had left behind. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. His chest heaved silently as a final thought crossed his mind. Without a word, he bid farewell to his companions, to his unfulfilled promises, and accepted a new life. His story in this world had only just begun.